Chapter 1, The Detective Agency That Is About to Close. There is always only one truth, the prisoner is. If there is a case that is difficult to solve, just go to me, Detective Shinichi Kudo. The famous Detective Shinichi Kudo, Sherlock Holmes in the Heisei era, can even be said to be the savior of the Japanese police, and suddenly lost news. In a messy office, the TV kept playing news. Gao Cheng looked strangely sitting behind the messy desk, holding a newspaper in his hand. He traveled to the world of Detective Conan, and became a confused detective who had just graduated from high school. Is not a dream, but a real journey through the world of Conan where the death rate is extremely high. Unlike the famous Kudo Shinichi in the newspaper, his life is bleak. The original owner's name was Kato Takesi, and his name was similar to him. When he graduated from high school, he inherited a detective agency from his deceased grandfather. There was nothing at all, but just a few days ago, the original owner, who had no detective talent, messed up way. One case, there was a big embarrassment before the TV broadcast. After the incident spread, he became as famous as Kudo Shinichi, but the opposite reputation. The originally difficult detective agency was suddenly closed, and there was no more commission. Under the huge blow, he was the original owner who abandoned himself. Failed to cheer up, just before he came over, he died suddenly because of excessive drinking. That's right, it was a high school graduate who had just grown up and had never drunk alcohol. He died suddenly after drinking in the detective agency. If he didn't cross over, it is estimated that there would be another headline in the newspaper. Looked at the messy rooms around, Gao Cheng took a deep breath. He was fairly well known in college. He was about to participate in a famous kendo competition, and suddenly he crossed into the world of Conan. If his memory is correct, there is basically nothing in this family, only this symbol is more than that. The actual detective agency, after inheriting this body, has also inherited the deep feelings for the detective agency. The original owner's only wish is to revitalize the detective agency and live up to his grandfather's name. Now this obsession is all over him. Body. He doesn't know if there are ghosts in this world, but he deeply feels the obsession of the original owner. As long as the thought of being a detective moves improperly, the body will immediately cry to you. Gao Chengzhen burst into tears. The terrible reality is that by the end of this month, he has no money to pay the rent. When the detective agency can't go on, let alone say, he doesn't even have a place to live. I used to study kendo at school, and I didn't have any means of making a living. Now if I don't even have this detective agency, I really don't know how to live. This kind of opening is simply mode. Gao Cheng glanced at Kudo Shinichi's report on TV subconsciously. The world of Conan is simply the world of detectives. Many famous detectives emerge endlessly all over the world. The most famous one in the Kanto region is Shinichi Kudo. The original owner still has a deep impression of Kudo Shinichi in the memory of the original owner, and even witnessed Kudo Shinichi's reasoning show at the scene of the crime. Of course, compared with Shinichi Kudo, who is already known as the Japanese police savior and Heisei Sherlock Holmes, the original owner who barely started his detective career after graduating from high school is just a passerby who shouted 66. No, at least the salted fish can turn over. Gao Cheng's thoughts follow the memory back to the past, and Kudo Shinichi's way of reasoning seems to be directly presented in front of him. He stood in the crowd, enviously looking at the confident young man in the center of the focus, watching the young man unravel the murderer's lies under everyone's gaze, and easily reasoned out the murderer's homicide technique. And seeing it on TV comics are not a feeling at all. Gao Cheng, who has no reasoning ability, can't help but see it with enthusiasm. He can't wait to make some reasoning like Kudo Shinichi. Ku! A scream of stomach pulled Gao Cheng back to reality. There were no cases, no spectators, and some only messy detective agency offices. The cruel reality, let alone becoming a detective now, he can't even solve the problem of eating. The most troublesome thing for him is that after the detective agency's reputation is bad, there are no clients. Don't talk about big business, I don't even have a commission to find something. Takanari continued to check the latest newspaper with his chin. In addition to the news about Kudo Shinichi's disappearance, there was also a report by Muri Kogora. On the middle section of the newspaper, there is a smiling face of Kogora Muri's exaggerated uncle. Through the newspaper, you can deeply feel Kogora Muri's triumphant look. Red Ghost Village Fire Sacrifice Murder Incident, 1 billion yuan robbery incident. He can't remember the story of the famous detective Conan, but it seems that it should be shortly after Kudo Shinichi shrank and became Conan, and Kogora Muri became famous. I don't know if Kogora Mori is lucky or unlucky. He became a detective because of Conan's relationship, but I don't know how many times he will be anesthetized by Conan in the future. Gao Cheng shook his head, let out a sigh of relief, glanced at the messy and sloppy detective agency, and used his energy to tidy up. No matter what the original owner is, he will find a way to start again. As long as the detective agency gets better, there will be hope for future life. First, pack up the bottles all over the floor. Japan seems to prohibit drinking under the age of 20. If it is discovered, the detective agency, which is already very difficult, does not know what will happen. The layout of the room is similar to that of a general detective agency. A desk, a sofa, and coffee table for entertaining guests are now too chaotic. He was patient, sweating profusely, and continued to tidy up. When he picked up an old Sherlock Holmes collection from the floor, a card suddenly fell out of the page. What is this? Gao Cheng looked at the card suspiciously. There is nothing on the front, only the outline of Sherlock Holmes on the back, which seems to be around or something. Sherlock Holmes is very famous in the world of Conan. Even Shinichi Kudo is a huge fan of Sherlock Holmes. The name Conan is also taken from Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes's novels. However, he doesn't have much feeling for Holmes. He likes to read novels, but he can't talk about fans, and he doesn't even leave any impression on the original owner. Shook his head, Gao Chengzheng wanted to put the card back, but his vision changed suddenly. There was no messy office, but a brick road shrouded in dark fog. In the quiet night, the lights on both sides of the road pierced through the haze, and it seemed to have an old-fashioned British feel. I seem to have seen this place. Gao Cheng suddenly thought of the card just now, and the old Sherlock Holmes collection. The illustration on the cover of that book seems to be this street, but Sherlock Holmes is still painted on it. What's the matter? Gao Cheng looked around and touched the walls of the house again. The cold touch and the unpleasant smog in the air were very real. But why did he suddenly appear in this place? This is Baker Street at the end of the 19th century. A tall and thin man appeared behind Gao Cheng. He was wearing a trench coat, a black felt hat, a pipe, and a stick in his hand, and his appearance in the shadows was not very good. Clear, but faintly feel extraordinary. Are you? Gao Cheng asked puzzledly. An insignificant person, the man said humorously, you probably don't want to know me much. Hey! Gao Cheng was taken aback, remembering the illustration in that book, are you? Holmes. Response very quickly. You seem to have only experienced one death. Your face is terrible, and the smell of alcohol. This is really bad, drinking too much alcohol is bad for your health, not to mention you have never drunk alcohol before. Oh, finger touch, I've been to the newspaper, have you encountered something bad? The man raised his hat and revealed a pair of bright and wise grey eyes. I think about it, I just took over the detective agency from my grandfather, and I don't have the talent to be a detective. This is actually nothing, when detectives are not difficult, as long as you pay more attention to the details, it is easy, and you have this talent. How do you know? Gao Cheng was still confused. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com and do you want to ask why you are here? Don't think so much, you will know later. The man smiled and got on a passing carriageway, you will become a good detective. Maybe you can catch up with me. Seriously. Enjoy your life in the future, it will definitely be a great experience. What? On the floor of the office, Gao Cheng lay down without an image. It wasn't until 6 o'clock that he woke up with a grumble of stomach, his whole body aching to death. Even if I change my soul, my body is still very bad and very weak. Touched his stomach, Gao Cheng sat up with a yawn, and suddenly felt that his finger had touched a hard object. When he reached out, he found that it was the card that had fallen out of the book. Yes, it seems that after touching this card, I inexplicably had a dream of Baker Street in London at the end of the 19th century. I also met a man who looked like Sherlock Holmes and said some strange things. Looked at the card again. There was nothing on the surface of the card, but when Gao Cheng looked at it, there was a faint halo, and a series of words appeared on the surface of the card strangely. What is this? The haunted house murder case. Isn't this card around Sherlock Holmes? In addition to the location of the incident, the card also has a brief introduction and a reminder of the words trial case. Gao Cheng rubbed his eyes and looked at the weird card again. Except for a string of text, there seems to be no other changes, not something terrible. In doubt, there is one more text on the card. Reward, the detective card is bound. Gao Cheng's eyelids jerked, is that dream true? Chapter 2, Haunted House Murder Case. In the evening, in front of the old bungalows in Si Chom, Gao Cheng thought about looking at the old castle-like house through the iron gate. There was an unsettled case here 5 years ago. After the owner was killed, the murderer has not been found. The family members of the owner seem to have moved away, and the old house that was left behind has gradually been rumored to be a haunted house. To be honest, there are too many episodes of Detective Conan. Over time, it is difficult to remember the murderer every time. He basically forgets it. However, the card has a simple explanation of the trial case, but investigating the truth about the pending case 5 years ago, his hard work should not be a big problem. If you help the police catch the murderer, the detective agency's situation should get better, and if that card, Holmes, is true, maybe you can get a chance to become a famous detective. Gao Cheng thought. He doesn't know if that mysterious card is his current life-saving straw, but if you don't seize this opportunity, there's really no hope. Let's investigate first. At this time, there was a sudden movement in the dense grass in the alley on the side of the haunted house. Gao Cheng looked at it suspiciously and found that it was a group of sneaky kids, those little ghosts. Hey! Here, a chubby little fat man shouted excitedly, the secret entrance is hidden in the grass. Only here can you go in. Genta, you are amazing. Secret entrance. Gao Cheng saw a few children enter the yard of the bungalow through a hole covered by a wooden board, and strangely followed into the grassy alley. Could it be Conan and Ami's elementary school students just now? Gao Cheng was taken aback, confirming that he had traveled to the world of Conan, but he also became anxious. Although I am very excited to see the real Conan, if Conan finds the murderer in advance, there is nothing wrong with him. Not to mention that strange card, this case is also related to the future of his detective agency, and it is the only case within his reach after he has traveled into this world. Boom! In the night, it gradually began to drizzle, and thunder rumbling. It's so dark and gloomy. No one has lived here for 5 years, and there is dust everywhere. Ami was excited and frightened walking with Genta and Mitsuhiko in the medieval-style bungalow, as if he were exploring. Only Conan walked behind with helplessness. But after discovering that there was still running water in the house, Conan gradually showed a thoughtful look on his face. There seems to be someone living in this house. The open windows made strange noises as a gust of wind passed by, but there were no signs of wind or rain on the floor beside the windows. Obviously, the windows were only opened. Also, the secret entrance that was opened in an inconspicuous place before, the wooden board at the entrance is too new compared to the wall, it should be installed only in recent years. You can't go wrong, this house, there must be people coming and going. Crack! Gao Cheng stood in front of the bungalow. The old house looked a little scary under the light of the lightning. Opened the door with a squeak, and through the thunder light outside, you could see 2 rows of huge statues in the main hall. The atmosphere was weird. Will this be too dangerous? He didn't yell, he fumbled all the way, and unknowingly walked into the dusty room on the 2nd floor. I just wanted to understand the situation first, so I didn't prepare anything. I didn't know what to see in the dark. I was thinking about going to Conan and his party. Suddenly, Mitsuhiko's screams came downstairs. What's happenin'? Gao Cheng fumbled and walked out of the room, and saw Conan hurriedly looking for Mitsuhiko. The sound of footsteps repeated in the aisle. He carefully walked downstairs through a corridor. Conan's footsteps disappeared deep in the house, only Yuan Tat and Amy hiding in the room on the 1st floor. Where did you go? Losing Conan's trace, Gao Cheng swallowed his saliva, felt the black and continued walking, and once again walked into a dusty room. Was having a headache, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. It's you. Conan walked out of the corner with a flashlight and said from Gao Cheng's back, what did you do to Mitsuhiko? Gao Cheng turned around to see Conan, and was surprised. What are you talking about? I am. You live here, Conan inferred. I guess there is nothing wrong with it. There are no ghosts at all. The secret entrance, running water, and the ghost fires that are often seen are all evidence that someone lives in this house. Wait, you misunderstood, Gao Cheng awkwardly interrupted Conan's reasoning. I'm actually a detective. I came here to investigate the murder case 5 years ago. Detective, detective. Conan saw Gao Cheng look familiar, and suddenly fell silent. Gao Cheng, who resembles him, also appeared in many newspapers a while ago, but it's not a good thing. A hapless kid who is not a detective at all. But if it's not you, then Mitsuhiko. Genta. Conan looked ugly and hurried out of the room. Damn it, didn't you let him hide? Hey! Gao Cheng picked up a photo frame that Conan had put down. The photo seemed to be a family portrait of the owner. This case. If Conan's reasoning is true, he seems to have some impressions. The murder case 5 years ago, the missing family of the deceased, the murderer not found, and the people who lived here quietly. Gao Cheng thought about putting down the photo frame. At this moment, there was a sound of adult footsteps in the aisle. Through the candle fire, an odd woman could be seen pushing the dining car in the direction where Conan had left. Someone. Gao Cheng paused, and tiptoedly followed behind. 2 children may have been in an accident. If it weren't for this incident, it was too important for him. In addition, he was worried about a few children. He had already planned to leave. After all, he was not in good health. But now he can only believe in Conan's protagonist Halo. There is no reason for this group of children to have an accident in this incident. You must complete the trial case described in this card. Gao Cheng gritted his teeth. He seldom gave up on things he decided, and since he wants to be a detective, he can't easily back down. Da. Passing a corner, Gao Cheng followed carefully, but the sound of the woman's footsteps suddenly disappeared. When she looked at it with doubt, she found that she did not know where she was. Gone! Gao Cheng exclaimed and chased out the corner. Before he could think about it, he suddenly ran into Conan. It hurts. Conan fell to the ground with Bumi, saw Gao Cheng through the flashlight, and complained, "Why are you again?" Gao Cheng passed through, and his body was still weak, and it was not very comfortable to be hit, but now the key is the woman who disappeared like a ghost. Is the end of the aisle in front, and there are no rooms around, but the woman who came here has disappeared bizarrely, leaving only the empty dining car. Guo, it really is a monster. Amy's voice trembled with fear. No, Conan looked around seriously. There must be some reason. That, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Conan, Gao Chengsheng asked, do you know who the woman was just now? If I'm right, she is probably the wife of the house owner who was killed 5 years ago, but... Conan thought subconsciously in response, and then thought of how Gao Sung would know him. But at this time, I didn't care about it. Conan turned his attention to the floor. A clear dust cut appeared under the electric light. Looking aside, there was a doorknob. This is the door, so that person went down here. Tried to pull hard. After realizing that the child couldn't pull it up, Conan couldn't help but look at Gao Sung again. What are you doing? Gao Cheng took a step back vigilantly. Below the floor is a staircase leading to the basement. Conan takes the lead and walks along the stairs in front, unable to help but glance at Gao Cheng again. In the end, he opened the floor with the telescopic strap that Dr. Aka gave him. You are really weak. You are not the same. Gao Cheng didn't care about Conan's gaze, but walked into the basement a little nervously. This is no longer the anime I watched before, but the real world, a world that is truly life-threatening. There was light leaking from a gap in a half-covered wooden door under the stairs. Several people carefully opened the wooden door and found that inside was a cell-like iron cage with the light on. The weird woman living in the bungalow did not know where she went, only inside the iron cage was a savage with long hair and beard. Here is. Looking at the wailing savages in the iron jail, Gao Cheng carefully recalled the plot, only barely remembering some vague memories, and a sudden sound of footsteps outside poured cold water on him. Today. Chapter 3, Card Binding. Someone is coming. Conan woke up first, and hurriedly pulled Bulet and Mei to hide behind a cabinet in the corner, but Gao Cheng couldn't hide. Looking at Gao Cheng who was still standing in the same place, Conan changed his expression. That's it. Gao Cheng's appearance is terrible, he can't even pull a basement door, obviously unable to fight against the weird woman. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, Conan gritted his teeth anxiously to think of a solution, and suddenly saw Gao Cheng actually speak with his back against the wall and speak outside the door. Madam, what did you do just now? Were those 2 kids? What? Conan tensed, almost couldn't help jumping out of the corner to stop Gao Cheng. Boom! The footsteps stopped abruptly, and then the wooden door was suddenly opened. The weird woman looked at Gao Cheng in front of the iron prison in horror, and the dinner plate in her hand fell to the ground. The woman was stunned, and with a terrifying expression, she grabbed a kitchen knife. Are you with the 2 kids just now? Gao Cheng looked at the cold light flashing on the knife, his eyelids twitched, and his whole body involuntarily leaned against the wall. He subconsciously wants to hold the woman with his hands first, but the sequelae of crossing is too great. Not only is his strength weak, and now his body is weak and unable to move. As his face changed, the first thing that came to Gao Cheng's mind was the figure of Holmes in that dream. Struggled to think about the vague plot content, and then recalled some of Conan's reasoning just now. Gao Cheng gritted his teeth and supported his body with his back against the wall. He can only take a gamble now. Madam, Madam, Gao Cheng put his hands in his trouser pockets, cheering up, is your son locked here? Is it really good to keep your son here to hide the truth? Without waiting for the woman to respond, Gao Cheng immediately said, this house still has the family portrait of the owner who was killed 5 years ago. I saw the owner's wife and son. If there is nothing unexpected, I think it's that you still have this. A man who has been in a cage for 5 years, right? Gao Cheng's mind was full of Sherlock Holmes and Conan's previous reasoning, and his complexion gradually calmed down, as if he really became a detective in an instant. You! The savage in the iron prison was shocked, and looked straight at Gao Cheng with the woman and reasoned. Gao Cheng did not evade his sight, and went on saying, after the murder 5 years ago, I heard that the family of the deceased had moved away, but there was still running water in the house. When I came in, I felt something was wrong. I opened it in a hidden place. Its secret entrance. The wooden door there is very new. I'm afraid it was installed after the murder, so that you can live in isolation and keep your son in an iron jail. What is it for? Seeing the woman was completely stunned, Gao Cheng hit the iron while it was still hot. Yes, I think it should be your son who killed your husband. Shut up, shut up. The woman was so frightened by Gao Cheng's repeated bombings, her spirit was nearly collapsed, and she asked in horror, "Who are you? Who are you?" Gao Cheng's eyes are piercing, and he stares directly at the woman. "My name is Koze Jato, I'm a detective." "Detective, detective." The woman's face was pale. This guy seems to have changed. Conan secretly looked at Gao Cheng in surprise, and understood the cause and effect from the expression of the woman opposite. At this time, Bulletin curiously followed his head out, and accidentally bumped into the mop next to him, and there was a sudden movement. Boom! Also, there are people. The woman woke up, holding the knife tightly and looking towards the corner. "Big brother is right, madam," Conan bit his head and walked out. After discovering that your son had killed someone, his wife concealed the truth and wanted to exonerate him, but he has always been condemned by his conscience. So, the strange noise that often comes from the house is actually your son's painful cry. Maybe he wanted to surrender and you didn't allow him to do so, so you locked him up. Conan said innocently towards Gao Chendao, "Is that so, big brother?" "Shut up all." The woman had a nervous breakdown. Suddenly she clenched her kitchen knife and rushed over and pressed Gao Cheng to the wall. "Shut up." Gao Cheng's eyes tightened, staring at the tip of the knife, his brain swiftly moving, and instantly thought of several countermeasures, but his body didn't listen. "Oops! Stop!" The son in the iron jail shouted to the woman holding the knife, and cried, "Mom, stop! They are right, the murderer who killed Dad, it's me. Aki, Akio." A horrible night passed, without any danger. In the end, no accident happened. After being persuaded by the painful persuasion of the son in the dungeon, the mother and son had a nervous breakdown, crying and hugging each other, and made the decision to surrender. Conan looked at the mother and son in silence for a while, then looked back at Gao Chendao. "You are really amazing, big brother, but how do you know that the son killed the father? There is another possibility that the wife is the murderer, so isn't it just doing this?" No response. Conan looked at Gao Cheng who was motionless strangely. "Big brother." The calm and handsome face looks like a famous young detective. It looks so different from the report in the newspaper. Just bravely facing a mother who doesn't know if she will kill for her son is not the same as the rumors. Gao Cheng squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and suddenly sat down on the ground. "Ha, my legs are weak. It's terrible. If someone from the Kendo Club knew about it, he would definitely laugh at himself. Fortunately, I'm in Conan world. Hee hee." Conan's mouth twitched. "This guy, I really think too much." Gao Cheng leaned back against the wall and let out a long sigh of relief. Although it turned out to be a right bet, the mother and son are not bad guys, but the process is really thrilling. Thinking of the woman almost having a nervous breakdown, let him do it again. Courage is such a bet. This is really between life and death. I have not yet had the power to fight back. This kind of experience is not great at all, it is too dangerous. But, anyway, this trial case has been solved, right? After a while, when Conan and Amy left the dungeon, Ko Sung reached out and touched the pocket with the mysterious card. The card has disappeared, replaced by a virtual light curtain that appeared in front of him. Whether he closes his eyes or opens his eyes, he can clearly see the light curtain. In addition to his identity information, there are some strange data on it. City households are high, reputation value is 0, because the value is too low, it is grey. Others seem to be unable to see the light curtain. Gao Cheng tried to grasp it with his hands, but his fingers passed directly through the light curtain. He was thinking that the light curtain was always uncomfortable in his sight, and the light curtain suddenly disappeared with his thoughts. At the same time, a message about the light curtain naturally appeared in Gao Cheng's mind. This is a seemingly simple assistance system for famous detectives. Although it will not directly help the host solve the case after binding successfully, it can strengthen the thinking ability to the limit within 1 minute, and will gain reputation after successfully solving the case. It can be exchanged for money. 1 point of prestige value is equivalent to 1,000 yen. And you can also directly consume 100 prestige value to exchange for special items. With such a system, I don't know what the future will be in this world of Conan, but it's a good start. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Gao Cheng relaxed, because he was too tired, so he fell asleep in the dungeon gradually drooling. The next day, Conan's classmates Genta and Mitsuhiko were found sleeping in the yard. They seemed to have been drugged. In addition, the surrender of the mother and child appeared in the newspapers, and the murder 5 years ago was successfully resolved. But when Gao Cheng got the newspaper, he was a little disappointed. Although his name appeared in the newspaper, the response was not as big as Conan's group of elementary school students. However, many reporters mentioned the black history of the original owner, biting like a mad dog. It seems that this incident in haunted house can't wash away the stains on his body. The media always like to pay attention to those negative things. If you want to stand up, you still have to continue to solve the case. When you become one of the best detectives, perhaps the black history of the past will automatically be beautified. He slammed his chin in thoughts, thinking of Sherlock Holmes in the dream, and then called out the detective card light curtain. It's still the same as yesterday, and I don't see how it works, but the function of redeeming reputation value for cash is very attractive to him. For him, who is currently in a bad situation, just this is enough to be a life-saving straw. Sometimes only when he is short of money will he truly appreciate how important money is. Put away the virtual light curtain, Gao Cheng cheered up and walked to the bathroom to tidy up his appearance. I will be a detective from now on. Yesterday's case is just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go. After taking care of it, I was standing in front of the mirror and saw a pretty young boy. After a day, his spirit has improved a lot. It is not as decadent and haggard as it was at the beginning, and his body is not as weak. Take a closer look. Kind of like Kudo Shinichi. Chapter 4, The Day When You Can't Pay the Rent. Beep. The phone rang in the office. Gao Cheng hurriedly wiped his hands and returned to the office to pick up the phone. The landlord's wife's voice followed, Gao Cheng, I have heard about you. If you have any difficulties, please tell Auntie. Aunt Jaime, it's not a big deal. I solved a case yesterday, Gao Cheng said bitterly, I will rent the house to you at the end of this month. This Auntie Jaime has been taking good care of the original owner, but the rent has been delayed for several months. No matter how good the relationship is, the delay this month is just a problem for others. Well, then, the landlord's wife was still concerned, by the way, I have a friend who just wants to commission a detective. I think your detective agency has been out of business, so just introduce it to her, and she should pass by today. Thank you, Aunt Jigme. Gao Cheng whispered and hung up the phone, not knowing whether to be moved or how good. This is a good landlord. But sure enough, you still have to find a way to make money and pay the rent, right? Detective agency's monthly rent is about 100,000 yen, and this month it is almost 300,000, and it is close to 20,000 yuan in RMB, which is an astronomical figure for him now. The spare funds of the detective agency cannot be used to pay the rent, and the original owner had wasted a lot before, and only less than 50,000 yen was left, which just happened to maintain the living water and electricity expenses. If you are looking for a part-time job, how much money you can get in 1 month? 50,000? Just soaked a bowl of noodles to settle a meal. Gao Cheng was about to find out if there was any part-time job in the newspaper, when there was a knock on the door. Hello, is this the Giotto Detective Agency? Ah, yes. Gao Cheng hurriedly got up, packed his desk and ran to the door. I'm Kose Jato from the detective agency. Miwa 6CHOME, Gao Cheng looked around with a photo of a kitten. Has been searching for a few days, and when a detective is really this kind of commission, fortunately, it is not for him to investigate some extramarital affairs, that is really catching the blind. As long as it takes a while to find the cat, you can still get a sum of money, and investigating the extramarital affairs may only be beaten for nothing. Hey, me, where are you? Gao Cheng opened the trash can weakly and shouted, and then he felt a little stupid. Looking for cats all over the street like this looks really silly, and there is no clue at all. On the roadside TV, Yoko Akino's performance is still playing. This idol star loved by Kogoro Mori is indeed very popular in Conan and looks very beautiful. Gao Cheng stopped and stood for a while, and the detective system suddenly reacted, and a message popped up through the light curtain. The murder of the TV series location team, located at Miwa Shrine, appeared again. Unable to find the kitten, Gao Cheng hurriedly checked the information. Has finally begun. Compared with the previous haunted house incident, this time is the detective case he will officially contact. At twilight, when Gao Cheng arrived outside the Rice Flower Shrine, a TV series was being filmed in front of the shrine, and the actor was actually Yoko Akino. Not surprisingly, Conan and Kogoro Mori were also there. There will be Conan, the Grim Reaper elementary school student everywhere. Kudo Shinichi's previous reasoning appeared in his mind, and Gao Cheng grabbed his finger a little nervously. Anyway, he can no longer be a passerby this time. But, can he really solve the case before Conan? In the past, when the original owner was still confused about the situation, Kudo Shinichi had already solved the case. Now Kudo Shinichi has become smaller, but his mind will not change. Gao Cheng glanced at Conan, who was with the director, and waited silently for the end of the filming. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Yoko Akino is shooting a murder scene, and he plays the murderer inside. Ka. After filming the wonderful scene, the director happily stopped and said, "Very good, this scene is okay, Yoko, it's great." There was a burst of applause from the studio, and Gao Cheng saw that it seemed to be over, and hurriedly rushed in front of Kogoro Mori. "Miss Yoko, you played really well." Mori Kogoro looked dull. "Really, who is this brat?" "I'm a fan of Yoko-san." Gao Sung touched the back of his head and smiled when faced with the puzzled crew members, "because I just passed by here, so." "It's this guy again." Conan, who was sitting behind, pointed his chin to look at Gao Cheng, secretly vomiting. "It's too obvious to lie, right? How can anyone pass by here so late and so accidentally?" "Hey," Mori Kogoro gave Gao Cheng a stinky face, and then graciously handed a towel to Akino Yoko. "Miss Yoko, it's been hard work. Your acting skills just now were really great. This drama will be a rare masterpiece." Akino Yoko was stunned by Kogoro Mori's sudden act of ingratiating, and he took the towel and thanked him. "All this has to be thankful to Mr. Mori for being our consultant to make it so smooth." "That's right," the director laughed, "because the famous detective Mori Kogoro is here, so of course this drama is very different." "Where?" Mori Kogoro waved his hand happily, and then smiled triumphantly, "but the truth seems to be the same, ha ha ha. It really deserves to be Kogoro Mori." Gao Chingen laughed, and took the opportunity to look at the others present. "If there is no accident, someone should be killed this time, right? Just don't know who it will be." Gao Cheng stared blankly at the crew members present. That Holmes said that paying more attention to details makes it easy to be a detective. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com doesn't know if it's true, but there's nothing wrong with observing more. The first person who appeared in front of him was an actor who was playing with Yoko Akino just now. Tomo Shingo was very narcissistic and kept talking about the handsome guy. Then it was about Taiko Daogaki, who will get married next month, and an AD named Yuji Shimazaki. "You look like a flower before you get married," the photographer's assistant Mamoru Anzai sneered. But, that's just an illusion. What are you talking about? Shimazaki Yuji angrily rushed towards Anzai Moruo, but was stopped by Taiko Daogaki. Yuji, forget it. This is a general theory, Anzai Mamoru hummed, I didn't mean you specifically, you don't need to be so angry. Gao Cheng looked at Anzai Mamoru. Thinking that this guy is very annoying, Anzai Mamoru's watch suddenly heard a weird laughter, which was frightening. Ha 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 ha. It's the alarm bell of my watch. Mamoru Anzai raised his wrist and said proudly, it's a funny sound, I bought it when I went to the United States last month. It's really annoying guy. Gao Cheng watched Anzai Mamoru leave, his attention continued to turn to others. But there is no way, neither he nor the original owner is really a detective, not only the reasoning ability, but also the observation ability is quite lacking, and I can't see why after watching it for a long time. On the contrary, the more annoying Anzai Mahonan seems to be hated and killed, but this is not absolute in Conan. He has heard people say that there will always be a lot of attention-grabbing fog in an incident. The most obvious one is don't follow Muri Kogura's thoughts at all, you must follow this confused detective, otherwise it's easy to be misled by this guy. Chapter 5, Suspected. When the sun went down, Gao Cheng followed the crew to the Rice Flower Hotel near the shrine, and Muri Kogura and others were also invited to live in the hotel. Why are you kidding here too? Kogura Mori was very concerned about Gao Cheng, and said with a wary look, are you trying to make Yoko-san's crooked idea? Haha, how come? Because of Kogura Mori, everyone looked at Gao Cheng, and Gao Cheng smiled awkwardly, I just think it's too late, so I'll stay here for one night. It's okay, Mr. Mori, since I'm a fan of Yoko-san, I should stay together. The director didn't care at all, and laughed at Kogura Mori, would you like to take a bath together and have a drink? Hearing that there was a drink, Kogura Mori immediately forgot about Gao Cheng and said excitedly, okay, of course it's okay. Everyone was planning to live in the Rice Flower Hotel, but Shijungo alone said, how can a handsome guy like me live in such a cheap hotel? It's so out of style. Ignoring everyone's gaze, that Zheizheng walked away willfully, I'm going to stay at the Emperor Dan Hotel. I really can't do anything with him, the director said helplessly, forget it, let's go in. Also a nasty guy. Gao Cheng mutteredly watched that Che Shingo leave and followed into the hotel. After paying the money at the counter, the wallet that was already deflated was almost empty at once, feeling completely useless. It's really cheap here. Gao Cheng looked at the pitiful few coins in his wallet. That's right, the director greeted Gao Sung kindly, are you coming together too? Gao Cheng put away his wallet, and said awkwardly, is it really okay? What does it matter? The director laughed, it's rare for everyone to get together. Excuse me then. Of course, Gao Cheng would not refuse someone's treat. Although there may be a murder in a while, it should be okay to just take a bath and eat a meal together. Thinking of the empty wallet, Gao Cheng is not polite at all. Is this guy really a fan of Yoko-san? Mori Kogura couldn't help muttering. Conan followed, fully seeing what Gao Cheng looked like when he paid the money, and hearing Kogura's self-talk, teasingly approached Gao Cheng and said, hey, don't you want to have a meal? Gao Cheng's face turned black, what do you kid know? I don't know Chimigi if I'm not in charge. Conan didn't really appreciate the hardship of making money when he was a small child or as a high school student. This guy seems to be rich at home. Hee. Conan didn't continue speaking, and stepped to follow Xiaolan and Yoko Akino. Come on, Mr. Maori, cheers. Cheers. After taking a bath and changing into a yukata, Gao Cheng followed a group of people to dine. The director and Kogura Mori drank freely and kept drinking beer. He didn't mean to make do, holding a chicken leg in his hand and immersed himself in the table. Delicious food. After eating instant noodles for a few days, seeing this sumptuous dinner, I couldn't help feeling like eating back the past few days, because Yoko Akino, Morilan, and Conan all went back to their room directly. I don't care about any image. By the way, Conan seems to be living in the same room with Yoko and Moriran, so happy. I really want to get rid of the fact that this guy is Shinichi Kudo. Gao Cheng bit the chicken leg angrily. Nothing special happened during the meal. When everyone left, only the director and Kogoro Mori who were drinking were left. It was almost 10 o'clock, and Gao Cheng followed him back to his room. Because he had been thinking about this incident, and there was no sleepiness, Gao Cheng simply pondered his own detective system. It seems that because of the progress of the incident, there is a special option called 1-minute detective mode in the light curtain. Does it mean to make me a detective for 1 minute? But what's the use of 1 minute? Hey ha ha ha! A weird treacherous laugh outside suddenly interrupted Gao Cheng's thoughts. Is that very annoying guy, the photographer's assistant Mamoru Anzei's watch alarms? Why set it at this time? It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Gao Cheng poked his head out of the window, just to see Anzei Moruo leaving the hotel from the back. It feels weird to be outside at this time. In this film crew's location team, the most likely to be killed was that Tsuhijingo and this guy. Watching Anzei Moruo disappear into the night, Gao Cheng quickly changed into his clothes. If you want to solve a crime, there is nothing easier than following someone who might be killed. At the entrance of the hotel, Yoko Akino, Morilan, and Conan were planning to go out to the convenience store to buy things, and they happened to see Anzei Moruo who was out. Suspiciously, Morilan found that Taiko Daogaki was standing at the door strangely, watching Anzei Mamoru leave as if he had seen a ghost. Miss Taiko? Miss Taiko! Mao Lilan yelled. Togaki Taiko, what happened? Did that guy bully you? No, nothing. Taiko Daogaki woke up and hurried into the hotel, passing by Gao Cheng. Okay. Gao Cheng was taken aback, turned to Mao Lilan and asked, what's wrong with her? I don't know, Mao Lilan shook his head, but it seems to have something to do with that Mr. Engzi. Gao Cheng, Akino Yoko curiously asked, are you going out too? Seeing that Anzei Mahounan had completely disappeared, Gao Cheng nodded his head awkwardly. Yes, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com wants to go out for a walk. Separated from Mo Lilan, Gao Cheng searched for Anzei Moruo by himself, and unknowingly returned to the rice flower shrine. When I was having a headache where Moruo Anzei went, a panicked figure suddenly flashed in front of the shrine. Just now. Gao Cheng nervously walked along the stone steps to the front of the shrine. Before he realized what was going on, he saw a man falling in front of the shrine stone lion, bleeding all over the place. Resisted the discomfort and saw his appearance clearly. Gao Cheng's pupils tightened suddenly. It's that Engzi. Who's there? There was a humming sound from under the stone steps outside the shrine, and a few Mao Lilan who happened to pass by rushed up. Conan looked at Gao Cheng in surprise, and ran directly to the body of Anzei Xiaonan. It's dead, please inform the police. Conan reached out to test the carotid artery of Engzi Xiaoman, turned around and shouted at the two more Lilan, quick! But Mao Lilan looked at Gao Cheng in fear. He was killed when I got here. Gao Cheng regained his senses, and quickly explained when he saw this, hurry up and notify the police. Okay. Morilan and Yoko Akino hurriedly left to call the police, while Gao Cheng stood worriedly while watching Conan inspect the scene. Even though he had made up his mind to become a detective, he suddenly discovered a fatal weakness in his body. In addition to having no talent for reasoning, the original owner has a headache. As long as he sees a corpse, he will tremble and feel fear from his bones. This physical problem is also placed in front of him. Sure enough, I was still very afraid of seeing the corpse, especially such a corpse, and I couldn't help but want to leave. But now that he has become an important suspect, it is impossible to leave. Chapter 6, First Reasoning. Gao Cheng glanced at the corpse with difficulty, but couldn't see clearly at all. He could only watch Conan surrounding the corpse looking for clues. Not being able to see the corpse is too uncomfortable for him who wants to be a detective. This incident and the last murder in a haunted house are totally different. And I don't have that good luck just to remember the plot. Caw. After the police arrived at the scene, they quickly turned on the lights to take pictures of the corpse. The leader of the team was Officer Mumu, and the other members of the location team also arrived at the scene. Gao Cheng clearly felt the sight of everyone. To others, he is currently the most suspicious person. But fortunately, he had no motive to kill Anze Moruo. Why did you come to this place around 10:30? Officer Megum asked Gao Cheng, who claimed to be a fan of Yoko Akino as usual. Takasaki explained honestly, when I passed by here, because I saw a figure in front of the shrine, I ran over to take a look. It turned out that Mr. Anze was lying down here, and Miss Yoko came next. Did you see a suspicious person? Yes, because it's dark, I didn't see who it was. Police Officer Megome could not ask for any useful information, and frowned. In other words, the time of the crime was between 10 and 10:30 when the victim left the hotel. Probably. Gao Cheng responded, thinking hard. The police found the death message stone lion left by the victim with blood beside the body. As for the figure he saw at the time. Hey, Police Officer Megome, Mori Kogora chuckled and said with confidence, this incident is unexpectedly simple. What did you say? Megum said in surprise, and Gao Cheng couldn't help but look at the plausible Mori Kogora. Do you already know who the murderer is? Of course, Kogora Muri reasoned lightly. First of all, the knife used as a murder weapon is a prop used in filming, and the second point is that the stone lion refers to the shrine. From the 2 points of view, well, the prisoner is. Kogora Mori paused, and confidently pointed to Taiko Daogaki in the crowd. Ms. Taiko Daogaki, it's you. What? Everyone was taken aback. How is it possible? How could Taiko kill someone? I said, Ms. Taiko, you went out for nearly an hour at the banquet. In the face of the disbelief of everyone's eyes, Kogora Mori asked calmly. That's because I'm going home to get things, and my house is inside the shrine. Taiko Daogaki replied. Can someone testify for you? No, my grandpa went outside, so I'm the only one. Under Muri Kogora's persecution, the murderer seemed to be locked in Daogaki Taiko. At this moment, Maoriran couldn't help but interject, but Dad, when Ms. Taiko returned to the hotel, he happened to meet Mr. Anze leaving the hotel. The two of them I passed by. What did you say? Kogora Mori's expression changed, and he muttered again, yes, Ms. Taiko has stayed in the living room since she returned. Everyone was full of black lines, so, isn't it impossible to commit a crime? Gao Cheng's mouth twitched, leaving Kogora Mori to think for himself. Can't be crooked by Kogora Mori, think about it again. There should be any clues. If it's Conan at this time. Gao Cheng couldn't help but glanced at Conan, who was also thinking, and it seemed that he found more and more clues. If he has the ability to reason more than observation, he can't be better than Conan. Sooner or later, the case will be solved by Conan in advance. Gao Cheng turned his attention to the light curtain of the detective system, the 1-minute detective mode. No, a 1-minute detective. As the name suggests, the time is only 1 minute. If you can't find enough clues to solve the case in 1 minute, there will be no chance. Gao Cheng squeezed his palms and watched Officer Mumu continue to question everyone. Only by experiencing it in person, can he understand how powerful Conan is, but he must have won Conan in this case. Shimazaki Yu went out to buy cigarettes at 29:45, and returned to the hotel at 10:15. 30 minutes later. That Jedi's Hung went to the Daiden Hotel alone, and claimed to be in the room alone after 10 o'clock, and there was no alibi. And the time he got here, according to Conan, was around 10:30, so the figure he saw at that time was probably the Che Ishingo. Police officer. A police officer suddenly found Mumu with a stack of photos. I found these things from the victim's room. This is... Mom took the photo, and looked up suspiciously, the picture of Mr. Nachi walking out of the hotel with a woman. Mori Kogoro leaned aside. This woman is actress Ritsuko Akiyama, I remember she should be married. Hey! Gao Sung's gaze fell on Teshingo and found that this guy's face changed. Is this evidence of cheating? That said, Morilan remembered, I saw with Conan in the evening that Mr. Enze was threatening Mr. Nachi. Intimidation. Gao Cheng looked at that Haijingo whose face changed drastically. Everyone seemed to be sure that this guy was the murderer, but Gao Cheng felt something was wrong with Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. He just doesn't have the talent for detectives, but he is not without mind. Things shouldn't be that simple. Where is the problem? Gao Cheng rubbed his forehead and looked at Conan who was squatting next to the corpse again, and finally his eyes fell on the corpse. I basically understand everything that I can understand, and the only thing left out is the clues around the corpse. Gao Cheng struggled, looking at Conan who was already thinking, gritted his teeth and walked towards the corpse. This is just the beginning. If you don't even dare to approach the corpse this time, you will never want to be a detective again. Hey! Conan noticed Gao Cheng's actions and said strangely, Big brother, what's the matter with you? Are you afraid of dead people? Why, how could it? Gao Cheng walked to the corpse tightly, using the light to get a panoramic view of the scene. Determined to start 1 minute detective, a person dressed as Holmes suddenly appeared on the virtual light curtain. The death message left by the victim's blood book with his finger is of course the Japanese stone lion. The other is the hat and vest jacket that was thrown beside the corpse. When he finally glanced over the watch on the corpse's wrist, Gao Cheng looked suddenly. After a change, a bright light flashed through my mind. This is... In an instant, as the information continued to line up, all the clues gradually formed a line in Gao Cheng's mind. No way! After recovering from the magical change of the famous detective mode, Gao Cheng's eyes trembled, and he looked back at the crowd in a daze. The clues that were messy for him, in the detective mode, were combined to form the truth of the whole incident, as if he had seen the whole thing with his own eyes. What incredible ability is this? Chapter 7, 1 Minute Detective. Hey, are you really afraid? Conan whispered twitchingly, but when he saw Gao Cheng's eyes, he was stunned. This expression. Detective Megami. Gao Cheng was silent for a while, and shouted at Megami who was interrogating Che Ishingo, I think I already know who the real murderer is. What? Are you serious? Isn't the murderer Nachi this guy? Looking at Gao Cheng, Mori Kogoro somehow thought of Shinichi Kudo who had suppressed him in the past, and said dissatisfied, Don't talk nonsense, now you have the best chance to kill. It's just you and Naji. If it's not him, would you say you are yourself? Of course not. Gao Cheng put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked to the side in a deep voice to look at the death message and said, Look carefully, don't you think this stone lion looks strange? Some strokes were obviously added later. Added it. Mori Kogoro ran to the corpse suspiciously, read the text for a while, and suddenly his face changed. Wait, something is really wrong, but what is the original? Gao Cheng prompts, you try to remove the incoherent strokes. This is... Despite his dissatisfaction, Kogoro Mori tried according to Gao Cheng's words, and said in shock, after removing a few pens, he became a handsome guy. When it comes to handsome guy, it really is that Teshingo. No, it's not me. The Che Ishingo said in panic at a loss, I did make an appointment with Anze, and I will meet here at 10:30, but Anze was already dead when I came, it's true. Megami grabbed the Che Ishingo, okay, don't quibble anymore. Detective Mumu, the murderer is indeed not him, Gao Cheng interrupted, I think he only added a few pens when he saw the handsome guy on the floor. It's not him. Mumu said in a daze, what are you talking about? Who else can it be besides him? Also, Gao Cheng said from the corner of his mouth, because the time of the murder was actually before 10 o'clock. What? Conan was taken aback, suddenly thought of something, and looked at the corpse again. Could it be? That's right. Gao Cheng did not wait for everyone to ask, and continued reasoning. It is not Mr. Enze who came out of the hotel at 10 o'clock. Please take a look at the deceased's watch. Watch. Only the watch on his left hand was not stained with blood. This shows that someone took off his watch after the deceased was killed. The purpose is to delay the actual time of the crime. Gao Seng glanced over the crowd. In the victim's room, he deliberately made the alarm sound, and then returned to the shrine here with a hat and vest disguised as a dead person. I think the blood on the watch should have been wiped off at that time. As for the handsome text on the ground, Gao Cheng's gaze fell on Shimazaki Yuji, and he continued in the panic gaze of the other person. The handsome guy wrote it to Mr. Nachi to blame, right? Looked puzzled and said, but if he wants to blame Naji, why not just write about Naji? That's because the victim had already written down the words suggesting the murderer. Gao Cheng looked at the night sky, and turned his gaze to Taiko Daogaki next to Yuji Shimazaki. Yes, I can only make up a few strokes to change into a handsome guy, and the original text is Daogaki. Miss Taiko, the murderer is you. This guy. Conan looked at Gao Cheng's reasoning with a look of horror on his face. Is all right, but he just looked at the corpse and reasoned it all out. Who the is this guy? Conan looked more solemn than ever. Through Gao Cheng, he seemed to see a huge mountain. Is it really the foolish detective that the newspaper said? Is it a coincidence or? How could it be Taiko? Impossible. Yoko Akino responded from the horror and explained to Taiko Daogaki one after another. Didn't Taiko meet someone who pretended to be Mr. Enze? Could it be her? Because it is not her who pretends to be Enze, Mr. Shimazaki, am I right? Gao Cheng raised his voice. Yes, it's me. Shimazaki Yuji gritted his teeth and said, I killed Enze, and it was me who pretended to be Enze, but Daogaki's name was not written on the ground. Is this really the case? Gao Cheng looked directly at Shimazaki Yuji. Mr. Shimazaki, blood is sprayed everywhere around the scene, but there is not a drop of blood on your clothes. Just look into it and you will know it immediately. The only person here who has time to clean the blood is Ms. Daogaki. Miss Taiko. Moraran looked at Taiko Daogaki in disbelief. How could this be? Is this true, Ms. Daogaki Taiko? Megami looked at Gao Cheng in surprise, and turned to Taiko and asked. He didn't think that Gao Cheng, who looked at him as a high school student, actually completed the reasoning in front of Kogoro Mori, just like the high school student detective Shinichi Kudo. Taiko Daogaki stared blankly at Gao Cheng confidently. Although there was no absolute evidence yet, she covered her face and confessed with tears, it was true that I killed Enze. He was actually here to blackmail me. I didn't intend to kill. He just wanted to warn him not to destroy my marriage with Yuji, but an accident happened. Daogaki Taiko's sad cry gradually spread in the night, and everyone was silent for a while. After the incident ended, the truth came to light, and it was late at night when Taiko Daogaki was taken away by a police car. Gao Cheng watched the police car go away. I don't know why, but he successfully solved a case in front of Conan, but he didn't seem very happy. Hey, Mori Kogoro didn't think too much. He was angry because he was robbed of the limelight, and clung to Gao Cheng. Who is this guy? Me. Gao Cheng regained his senses, sweating under the fiery eyes of everyone. My name is Kosei Jato, I'm a detective. Detective, detective. Mori Kogoro dropped his chin in shock, looking at Gao Cheng's familiar appearance. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com suddenly remembered. Are you the former Jodo Takesei who was making big jokes? Detective. Mao Lilan looked at Gao Cheng in a daze, only to remember that she had seen it somewhere in the newspaper, but what made her even more concerned was that she seemed to see the shadow of Kudo Shinichi. New one. Mao Lilan looked sad. What a thing, What's so proud of? Mori Kogorum muttered depressed, and yawned. Oh Lan, let's go back, I'm too sleepy now. Miwa Hotel, Gao Cheng returned to the room, but he was still not sleepy. His mind was full of the reasoning of the incident. 1 minute has passed since the famous detective. As the case ended, the system light curtain changed back to its original appearance. It's just that he can't forget that short 1 minute time, that kind of magical experience, as if he has become a Superman, with amazing brain thinking ability, and he can see the clues clearly. It was like, as if she had become the famous detective Sherlock Holmes. Would you really let me experience Sherlock Holmes for a minute? Gao Cheng put his hands on the back of his head and looked at the restored system light curtain. After the event ended, the reputation value was increased by 100, which happened to be changed from 0 to 100, which is equivalent to an extra 100,000 yen. Gao Cheng was not in a hurry to exchange it, and was about to put away the light curtain, when there was a meow suddenly outside. On the fence of the hotel, the shadow of a cute kitten stretched out. Meow! Little me! Gao Cheng reacted and sat up abruptly. Seeing the kitten outside and in the photo, he couldn't even wear clothes, and hurriedly rushed out of the hotel. Wait a minute, me! Chapter 8, Got a Wooden Knife. The next day, Gao Cheng slept until noon. When he woke up, Kogorum Mori and his party had already left. He didn't stay long, and rushed back to the detective office with the kitten he caught last night. He estimated that he would never have a cat again in his life. Receiving 20,000 yuan from the client, Gao Cheng took the newspaper he bought from outside and lay tiredly on the office sofa. Before reading the newspaper report on last night's case, I opened the detective system again, thinking about whether to redeem some cash, and found that the reputation value had become 101. In addition to the cash exchange option, there was also an option marked with a question mark. The extra 1 point seems to be a commission from the cat. As for the question mark option, he remembers that this can be used to redeem special items. Gao Cheng hesitated, and curiously selected the question mark at the back. With a clear reminder, Gao Cheng looked painfully at the prestige value suddenly cleared, leaving only a lonely 1 point. Be sure to work harder. Boom! The question mark option in the light curtain flickered for a while, and an item card was generated under Gao Cheng's gaze. What is this? Obtain rare items, wooden sword Toil Lake, you can summon at any time. A wooden sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. 100 reputation value, 100,000 yen, is it a broken wooden knife? Gao Cheng held the wooden knife with wide eyes. Although the Lake Toya on the handle is very conspicuous, it is actually just an ordinary wooden knife, right? Even though he was originally a kendo learner, he is not Alsea-an, and it is not the Edo period now. A wooden knife of 100,000 yen. Want to lose it but reluctant to bear it, Gao Cheng silently took the wooden knife back into the system like a baby. Is also an artifact that can be summoned at will, not to be wasted. Putting down the wooden knife, Gao Cheng turned his attention to the newspaper. The media moves very fast, perhaps because of the involvement of the big star Yoko Akino, which takes up a lot of space. And the conflict between Taiko Daogaki and Moruo Anze was also reported in great detail. When Ms. Mayoko was in high school, her parents died in an accident. During the rebellious period, she did not go to school and became a bad girl. Anze was the friend she made at that time. Once, Taiko accidentally told Anze about the shrine ritual equipment, and then Anze stolen the high-priced ritual equipment. As a result, the person in charge of the warehouse committed suicide. Taiko, who has reformed because of self-blame, buried the past in her heart, but now when she is about to get married, she meets Anze again. Hey! Gao Cheng Zheng sighed at Taiko Daogaki's experience. After turning a few pages, he gradually felt something was wrong. Yesterday's murder at the shrine was indeed reported, but what is unbelievable is that in all the reports, it was the detective Kogorum Mori who solved the case without mentioning him at all. What's going on? Gao Cheng snorted in his heart, and subconsciously looked at his reputation with only 1 point left. Snee. At the same time, at the Maori detective office on the other side of Miahua City, Conan sneezed unexplainably while looking at the newspaper with a bewildered look. Strange, did I solve the incident yesterday? I seem to have forgotten something. 3 days later, Kai Ben Island. Jao Keng waited bitterly at the pier. On the day when he exchanged for Lake Toya, he received another case from the system that occurred on the sea, sequential murders of luxury passenger ships. The time of the incident is this evening, but the location will take place on a luxury cruise ship boarded by the Kimoto family. How to get on the ship is a big problem for him. Fortunately, the incident information stated that the cruise ship will pass through this island, so he arrived on this island early. Near the time of the event, Kai Ben's family had only finished a wedding on the island, but there was no sign of leaving for a while, and he could only wait here at the pier. In fact, there is a luxurious ship parked on the dock right now, but he has no chance to get on it, not only because of the lack of money, but also because the ship has been chartered by the Kai Ben family. Luxury cruise ships are like 5-star hotels on the sea, and such a large-scale charter ship is really not an ordinary rich person. Gao Cheng kept staring at the movement on the dock, and before he lost his patience, he finally found a way to get on the boat. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the crew to carry the luggage onto the ship, Gao Cheng mixed in nervously. Really, the incident happened at sea. How did Conan get on the boat? After a pile of sundries boarded the boat, Gao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly took advantage of no one to find another corner to hide. The first step is considered successful, and the next step is to wait for the ship to leave the dock. Gao Cheng touched his somewhat hungry stomach, and while waiting, the cruise ship soon sounded a long whistle and officially left Saben Island. On the deck of the cruise ship, Moore Island and Conan were excited to admire the beautiful sea. Wow, what a beautiful sunset! Mao Island blew the sea breeze and turned to Conan Road. It is so lucky to be able to catch such a luxurious cruise, right, Conan? Yes, you reading www.yuncha.com. Conan curled his lips and looked at Kogoro Mori, who was sleeping behind. It is all due to the uncle who made the wrong time for the return journey of the ship, so we have the opportunity to board such a luxurious passenger ship. Mao Lilan was also very helpless. Really, I thought that my dad had contacted him, and the result was such a big omission. Fortunately, this ship happened to pass by, otherwise it might be stuck on the island for 3 or 4 days. Conan smiled, but he thought of Gao Cheng in his heart. I met Gao Cheng one after another in the previous few days. I don't know why he always felt a little bored, especially the Miwa Shrine case. Although he helped Kogoro Mori solve it, he always felt something was wrong. If something happens now, why can't that guy get here? Ha ha! Conan laughed out of conjecture, and then shook his head to stop thinking. Really, what am I thinking? How could it be possible for such a coincidence to happen? Inside the cruise ship, Gao Cheng was too hungry. He fumbled and walked out of the kitchen. He was about to find something to eat when there was a roar on the deck. Asshole thing! What's the matter? Kai Ben family headmaster Kai Ben scolded, isn't this ship packaged by our Kai Ben family? Why do you let outsiders get on the ship? Hey! Gao Cheng was taken aback, and then he realized that he was not talking about himself. Just stood at the door of the kitchen, but Gao Cheng hesitated. To be honest, it's too much for him to sneak on the boat without permission. Wouldn't it be a thief to go to the kitchen to find something to eat? How about confessing to the master? The incident is about to happen, if you don't hurry up. Hey! An old housekeeper happened to pass the kitchen and saw Gao Cheng exclaimed, Who are you? Chapter 9, Thief Detective. At the cruise restaurant, Gao Cheng once again saw Muri Kogora and his party, but the situation was very embarrassing. The old man Kai Ben sternly asked his son-in-law, Who is he? Did you take it on board on your own initiative? Kimoto's parents and daughter's husband Kimoto Kitoro said in horror, "No, I have never seen him." "That, he is." Mao Lilan wanted to help, but was startled by the father's terrifying eyes. "Is it a thief?" Old man Kaiben snorted coldly. "I'm really sorry," Gao Cheng explained hurriedly, "actually, I came up without authorization to investigate something. I'm from the city detective agency." "Detective?" Before Gao Cheng finished speaking, the expressions of the people in Kaiben's family changed. "Hey!" Mr. Komodo left the restaurant with a gloomy expression. "First lock this guy up, and hand it over to the police when you get to Tokyo." "Hey!" Gao Cheng saw everyone's reaction and said in a daze, What's wrong?" The grandfather and granddaughter Komodo Shijiang apologized. "My grandfather hates detectives the most. He said that a detective is a despicable guy who stalks people and digs for privacy." "At." Gao Cheng was locked into the warehouse with a dazed expression, and hurriedly patted the door after he reacted, "Wait a minute. An incident is going to happen on this ship, I mean it. Let me go out." "Brother Gao Cheng, they are all gone." Conan stayed alone, leaning against the outside of the warehouse and said obediently, but couldn't help muttering in his heart, "It's really incredible, I can touch you like this." Gao Cheng sat aside helplessly, frowned and asked outside the door, "You said they won't really hand me over to the police?" Conan said non-committal, but brother Gao Cheng sneaked up and said he was a detective. Who knows that they hate detectives so much? Besides, aren't Maori detectives also detectives? The mention of Gao Cheng is even more depressing. "Uncle hasn't told them yet." Conan paused, then asked suddenly, "Hey, brother Gao Cheng, you said something is going to happen here, is it true?" "Of course it is true, this is my instinct as a detective." "Ha." In the cabin, Qi Benyu, who was married to Qi Ben Shijiang, because he was married, his surname followed the woman, was called into the room by the old man. "Xiao Wu, did you behave well at today's wedding?" the old man Kaiben said, sitting quietly on the sofa. "Xiaozhang, she would really pick a husband." "Ha, thanks for the compliment." Komodo Takeshi shyly scratched his face with his fingers, and the old man who saw this scene grinned and said, "Scratch your face when you are ashamed. It's really like a person." "Hey!" Komodo Takeshi didn't know why. "You are like your father, Yangfu Keticheng." The old man said with a sullen face, "Do you think you can hide from me if you use your household registration? You sneaked into the company and took the opportunity to get close to Shijiang in order to avenge your father. I knew it a long time ago. Say, what is your purpose?" The old man looked coldly at Komodo Takeshi, whose expression changed drastically. "Do you want money, or do you want my life? Say ah! What's the matter? You have nothing to say? Come on! Cuckoo!" Gao Cheng cried out hungry at the cruise ship warehouse. It was getting late, because he was afraid of missing the ship. He hadn't even eaten food before. "That fellow Conan doesn't care about me, go on like this." During dinner time, the old housekeeper walked out of Mr. Kaiben's room, but he didn't respond to what he called. He had to take out the spare key. "Excuse me, sir, everyone is waiting for you." Opening the door, the old butler's face suddenly changed, and he backed away in horror. "Master!" The exclamation sounded through the cabin. Gao Cheng heard the sound in the warehouse for the first time, and slapped the warehouse door hurriedly and shouted, "What happened? Hey, open the door!" Boom! I took several shots, but everyone on the boat seemed to be attracted by the shouts, and no one cared about him. While he was in a hurry, Mao Lilan ran over and opened the latch outside the door and said, "No, Gao Chenjun, Xiaojiang's grandfather was killed." "What? That old man?" Rushed to the murder scene with Mo Lilan. Gao Cheng saw the crowd around the door of the room, and Muri Kogora had already started reasoning. The suspect is locked as Komodo Shijiang's newlywed husband, Takeshi Kimoto. Komodo Takehiko's true identity was revealed. He was the son of Toeic Hung Takehiko, who committed suicide by taking his company from his father 10 years ago. Muri Kogoro reprimanded in a deep voice, "You came close to Xiaozhang and mixed into Kaiben's family to avenge your father. In fact, you had planned for this murder case." "It's not like that," Kamoto Takeshi said anxiously, "I didn't kill anyone." "Really, believe me?" Gao Cheng squeezed into the crowd and watched with a gloomy expression as Komodo was taken to the warehouse. "No, it's not him. The murderer is not this person." Is not just because he doesn't believe Kogoro Muri's reasoning, but because he already knows the real prisoner. Gao Cheng glanced across the crowd. Although he doesn't know which one it is, he knows the relationship between the prisoner and the deceased. Because he bought the first volume of Conan comics before, it happened to have this part of the content about luxury passenger ships. "I don't know which drew a circle for the murderer in the beginning. The murderer is this person." It was the first time he saw it, so he still vaguely remembers the identity of the murderer. If there is nothing wrong, the murderer should be the grandson of the deceased, and Kaiben Yu is only being blamed. But how can I find evidence? Gao Cheng followed Conan into the room where the corpse was, but couldn't see much. "Do you want to use the famous detective mode?" Seeing that Conan seemed to have discovered something, Gao Cheng thought secretly, "No, it's only 1 minute. If you don't have enough time, it will be troublesome. Try to find clues first." "Big brother," Conan asked Gao Cheng abruptly, picking up a piece of crumb from the blood stain, "there seems to be crumbs in the blood, what's the matter?" Is able to predict events by intuition, whether it is a coincidence or whether it was foolish to leave the warehouse before, he is very curious. "Hey!" Gao Cheng regained his senses, staring at the blood-stained crumbs on Conan's hand for a while. Although he knew it should be a clue, he couldn't analyze the reason, so he could only hesitate. I think it's possible. The old man has eaten bread, right?" "That's it." Conan turned around with a disappointed look, and the corners of his mouth twitched secretly. "Sure enough, I was just a foolish detective. I was almost deceived by this guy again." "Hey? Why do you say it again?" Shook his head vigorously, and Conan turned to the old butler aside and asked, "Butler Suzuki, is there any bread in the food at the wedding today?" "Hey!" The old butler was taken aback and replied, "Of course there is, because it is French cuisine. This is the young master Xianger who runs a French restaurant. He insists on doing this." "Does everyone eat bread?" Conan continued to ask. "Well, apart from the master hates Western food the most, especially bread." "Damn it!" Out of the corner of Gao Cheng's eyes, he looked at Conan who was asking questions, and his eyes returned to the other members of the Kaiben family. Conan is indeed very observant, he can even notice the humble bread crumbs in his blood, and it is much better than him to find clues. But what he needs to do most now is to find out the murderer first and find out who the grandson of the old man is. He doesn't know the Kaiben family here at all, let alone figure out the relationship between these people. Chapter 10, Mr. Taka, One Sword Style. After Qi Binyu was imprisoned in the warehouse as a suspect, Gao Cheng followed a group of people back to the restaurant. At this time, his stomach groaned again. "Excuse me," Gao Cheng asked the old housekeeper embarrassedly, "is there anything to eat?" "There's more, I'll get it to you right away." "Excuse me, please." Waiting for the time of the old housekeeper, Gao Cheng silently observed the people talking in the restaurant. After asking Mao Lilan for a little bit, he finally figured out who he was looking for. Regarding the direct blood relatives, the eldest son of Mr. Kaiben, the father of Xiaozhang and Kaihujiang, died in a car accident with his wife a year ago, while his second son was alone. Finally, the eldest daughter Mariko, and the son Ichiro Kimoto, who was born to the husband Bilang, who was married to Ruzuo. There are 2 eligible people present, but one of them has been confirmed to be Xiaojiang's brother-in-law, and there is only one guy who looks gloomy and introverted, just sitting with Mariko. Komodo Ichiro, the son of the old man's eldest daughter, is this guy? Gao Cheng's gaze fell on Komodo Ichiro, who was considering what to do next. The old butler had already sent him a dinner, and by the way helped everyone in the restaurant pour a glass of juice. Thank you. What the hell? Komodo Kaihujiang looked at Gao Cheng dissatisfied. Why is this thief still here? The old butler helped to speak. It was just a misunderstanding. At that time, the master just happened to be angry. Gao Cheng frowned slightly, pretending that he hadn't heard Chujiang's words. The corner of his eye was always looking at Ichiro Komodo. Humph, look at it, let me solve this case. There are not many clues left on the scene, but the vital weapon has not been found. It seems that Komodo Ichiro has not left the cabin during the time when the crime was committed, which means that this guy probably hasn't dealt with the murder weapon. It is getting later and later, and the people in the restaurant gradually leave. In the silence, a figure quietly left the cabin and walked to the lower deck. It's really you. Gao Cheng walked out, looked at the figure in front of him and said, Mr. Ichiro. What? Komodo Ichiro stopped his figure and turned around in a panic. What are you talking about? You are the one who killed Mr. Komodo. Gao Sung glanced across Ichiro Komodo's back with a chuckle. Can you tell me what you are holding now? This is... Komodo Ichiro's expression changed, and he noticed that Gao Cheng was not far away, and suddenly rushed towards Gao Cheng with a kitchen knife. Humph! Gao Cheng didn't panic, and the moment Komodo Ichiro approached, he suddenly had a wooden knife in his hand. I'm sorry, I can't be killed by you. With the corner of his mouth rising, the wooden knife drew an arc of lightning across Gao Cheng's hand. Gao's, one knife. Ah! Komodo Ichiro felt a pain in his wrist, his fingers involuntarily let go of the kitchen knife, and he yelled and fell to the ground. Was pointed at the tip of the nose by the tip of the wooden sword, and Ichiro Komodo looked terrified. You, who are you? This wooden sword just... Gao Cheng steadily held the wooden knife to Lake Toya. Didn't I tell you? I'm a detective. What happened? When everyone heard the movement, they rushed to the lower deck and looked at the scene suspiciously. What the is this? Conan got off the upper deck for the first time. He also saw the scene where Ichiro Komodo was subdued. Before he was surprised, he found that the chopper fell beside Ichiro Komodo, and his pupils suddenly tightened. Is this a murder weapon? Gao Cheng didn't take the wooden knife back into the system in full view. After holding it in his hand, he opened the 1-minute detective mode in front of everyone. All the words he had heard flashed in Gao Cheng's mind in all the pictures he had seen. Although there was still some unclear place, Gao Cheng still spoke directly. The matter is already obvious. The reason why Ichiro came to the deck secretly took advantage of this time. Just to deal with the murder weapon. Ichiro's parents didn't see the passing, and asked their son in a panic, is this true, Ichiro? Impossible, Ichiro has no motive to kill Dad. I don't know this for now, but, Gao Cheng continued, I heard from Miss Xiaolan that Ichiro has been painting Miss Xiaozhang. I think it might have something to do with this, if I say that Ichiro likes Miss Xiaozhang. No. Ichiro Komodo hugged his head in pain. Stop talking. There is another evidence. Gao Sung turned his gaze to Conan. Some crumbs fell beside the old man's corpse with charcoal stained on it, so it is not the bread in cooking. When drawing charcoal drawings, bread is usually used to retouch the picture. The situation, understand? Mariko looked at her son desperately. Why is this? Ichiro, you. I hope to marry Xiaozhang. Ichiro Komodo said in pain, but my grandfather flatly rejected me and said that my toad wanted to eat swan meat. Soon after, he actually promised Xiaozhang and Xiaowu's marriage. I can't forgive Grandpa. Ichiro. The next day, the cruise ship arrived in Tokyo, and Gao Cheng disembarked in the afterglow of the setting sun to bid farewell to everyone. No one mentions him secretly getting on the ship after all. Brother Gao Cheng, Conan asked while chasing after Gao Cheng as he landed ashore. "You were so amazing yesterday. When you were in the haunted house last time, what were you?" "Because I'm hungry, I have no energy." "What? Damn fellow!" Kogoro Mori watched Gao Cheng leave with a stinky face. "My detective Kogoro Mori will lose to this guy. Wait and see." Conan heard Muri Kogoro's mutter in front, and suddenly became a little speechless. "Hey, it's me who loses." However, seeing Gao Cheng's back gradually disappearing from the field of vision, Conan's heart not only did not lose, but a sense of excitement of encountering a challenge. "Next time I won't give up, Gao Chenjun." The next day, Sidito Detective Office, Gao Cheng took a large stack of books about detectives from the storage room into the office. The phenomenon that the consumption of prestige value will lead to the disappearance of reputation, he has confirmed. Although he does not know how the system does it, it is true that news reports and people's memories have been tampered with. The credit for the murder of the location team of the TV station was completely pushed to Kogoro Mori. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is really cheap, that guy. But this time he did not use reputation points. Not only was it not used to exchange special items, nor was it exchanged for Japanese yen. Although he is short of money now, and special items such as Lake Toya have proved to be very useful, the current detective agency really needs his 101 prestige value. The calculation method of the reputation value is not known yet. It seems that the maximum number of solutions to a case is 100, but the reputation is real. As long as the luxury passenger ship murder incident spreads, the detective agency may also be able to get a lot of commissions. Hey! Cleaned up the dust on the book, Gao Cheng made a place to put it on the table, so he could look through it in his spare time. The more he experiences a famous detective for a minute, the more he understands the gap between himself and the real detective, and the more attracted to the world of that famous detective. Although the 1-minute famous detective mode of the system is very powerful, it is not his own ability in the end, and it is impossible to solve every case in just 1 minute. The previous events to collect clues are okay, not too difficult, and there is Conan's invisible help. If it is more complicated, should I use the 1-minute mode to collect clues? What about reasoning? Even Conan, who is a detective, can hardly find clues in just 1 minute. For him, reasoning can rely on the system, but most of the time he has to find clues by himself. Gao Cheng endured the headache when reading the text and carefully read the detective books left by Grandpa. He doesn't believe that he, a kendo genius, can't learn the science of detective well. First of all, how to be as memorable as Conan. Forget it. Next, let's learn observation skills first. Chapter 11, Daily Cat Hunting. Gradually a month has passed since the luxury passenger ship murder incident. Gao Cheng lived on some small commissions while reading detective books. The system has been silent for this month. Although the luxury passenger ship murder incident has brought him a bit of fame, there is not much praise in the newspapers. The media completely regarded him as luck in solving the case, and still clinging to the dark history. Because he looks exactly like a famous high school detective, coupled with live TV, the original owner caused a lot of impact when the scandal was caused. After the last haunted house incident, it was also mentioned again, and in the end it was only a whip of his past. If he hadn't exchanged the reputation value into Lake Toya in the Miwa Shrine case, he didn't know what the result would be, but he wouldn't be much better if he wanted to. There is still a long way to go waiting for him. Gao Cheng wiped away the tears that fell out of his control with his fingers, and stood by the detective agency window and looked out. Although not much progress has been made, but reluctantly allowed the detective agency to become a little bit alive from the original half-dead. Speaking of, regarding the luxury liner incident, he has received a letter from Hokkaido this time. The sender is Xiaozhong, granddaughter of Mr. Kai Ben, a beautiful young lady. Originally, the old man had made a will in advance to hand over the entire Seben group to Xiaozhong to inherit. However, Xiaozhong and her husband Xiaohu decided to give up inheriting a huge amount of inheritance and move out of the Kaiben family, choosing to start a new life on a ranch in Hokkaido. At the end of the letter, Xiaozhong also mentioned him, inviting him to have time to play in Hokkaido, and at the same time believing that he will be a well-respected detective. "I'll do my best too," Gao Cheng pulled his fist, as if to promise the original owner, "I will definitely become a famous detective." Outside the park near the Miwa General Hospital, Gao Cheng looked around in a trench coat common to detectives. He is still a little detective who looks for cats and dogs all day long to find missing items, and he is exhausted before he can get a little money from the client to pay the rent. There are more than 20 to 30,000 yen for this kind of commission, and the less is only a few thousand yen like mosquito legs. Of course, there are also some higher commission fees, such as finding someone, investigating extramarital affairs, etc. It's just that as soon as the client sees his age, he immediately gives up the commission. In fact, if it weren't for the 101 reputation points, no one would come to him at all. The reason why he came here this time was introduced by the landlord, Aunt Jigme, who said that the client had lost his wallet, and there are important things in it that must be found. "This park is the last possible place, I hope it won't be picked up by someone." Ko Sung walked to the park and sighed. He has read the book about detectives for a month, but things like this are still difficult to do. If it is Conan, no matter where the wallet is dropped or picked up by someone, it is estimated that clues will be found soon, unlike him stupidly looking everywhere. "Let's look again." Entering the park, Gao Cheng searched under the roadside benches, and asked people who passed by carefully. Unfortunately, the client had been to the park in the morning, and the time interval was too long, and no one had seen the client at all. "Really, if it's a very important thing, why don't you call the police? It costs 30,000 yen to commission a detective." Gao Cheng felt like he wanted to give up, but if he gave up like this, it would be a blow to the detective agency that had just started. "Where will it be? This kind of place is easy to be picked up, right?" Gao Cheng casually looked at the garbage dump on the side of the road, wondering if he would be thrown into the garbage, and suddenly saw a man in the same trench coat rushing to the garbage dump and happily digging out a wallet. Together? Gao Cheng was taken aback, and when he reacted, he immediately jumped up from behind. "Good boy, it's unreasonable. Even his business is robbed. Give me almost a bit." Gao Cheng restrained his colleagues and scolded, "This is my client's thing." The colleagues cried out repeatedly, "Let go, who are you?" Gao Cheng was very angry and smiled, "You dare to grab business, don't you even know about me? I'm the detective Kosei Kyoto. Kito Takasaki? Are you the one from the Kyoto Detective Agency?" The colleague was taken aback and exasperated, "Let go. I'm the client." "Haha." Gao Cheng snorted coldly, "Do you think this can fool me? How can there be a client who robs the detective business? I just remembered suddenly. It hurts, you bastard." "What?" By the bench in the apartment, Gao Cheng was holding 1,000 yen bill with his face collapsed. "It was the result of a hard day at any rate, although it was because I finally offended the client." As expected, this form of commissioning through an intermediary is a bit unreliable. Carefully put the money in his wallet, Gao Cheng suddenly tightened his body, his eyes were condensed, and he turned sideways in a reflexive manner. Suddenly a strong wind swept across his shoulders, and he saw a football shadow faintly. Bang! The football was exhausted and was grabbed into a hand. "Who is it? Don't you know that this is dangerous?" Gao Cheng turned his head angrily, and unexpectedly found that the football had passed through a forest in the park before flying to his side. The football obviously wiped a lot of tree trunks, but when it fell into his hands, he still had that speed and strength. Holding a football and walking to the park on the other side of the woods, Gao Cheng was looking for someone to play the football. Suddenly, he found that Muri Kogora and his party were all present, as well as a middle-aged man who was kneeling on the ground and crying. Only seems to have resolved an incident. What the happened? Gao Cheng dropped the football and knew that Conan played it almost without asking him. Is so powerful that only Conan, who has the black technology of Dr. Ari, can do it. Brother Gao Cheng. Conan saw Gao Cheng and curiously asked, "Why are you here?" "Of course I was looking for." Gao Cheng paused and smiled, "Of course it was passing by, haha, it's getting late, I'll go back first." Separated from Conan, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Gao Cheng couldn't help but looked back a few times. It's really strange. It was obvious that Conan had encountered the incident, but the system didn't react at all. Continue to rely on this kind of commission to find cats and dogs, he almost can't bear it, not to mention that this kind of commission can't always be there, and it's not good to say it. A few more days passed. Gao Cheng weekly returned to the detective agency, and fell on the sofa. The rent and all kinds of miscellaneous expenses are weighed down like a mountain, and I have to make some money as much as possible, but even the entrustment of looking for something is not easy, not to mention it, there is another time in the middle of the commission that was deducted by the system too, reputation points. However, after leaving the guaranteed 100 reputation value and converting all the others into Japanese yen, his hard work for more than a month was not in vain, and he finally paid off the money owed to Aunt Jaime. Taking a long breath, Gao Cheng gradually fell asleep with a relaxed smile, drooling. Although I am a little tired, I am very happy every time I complete the commission. I made a lot of money. The situation of the detective agency has also begun to improve because of him. This is the beginning of the takeoff. By the time he woke up, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and was awakened by a continuous system prompt. "Hey!" Gao Cheng opened his eyes sleepily. Gao Cheng looked at the system interface a little impatiently. He was taken aback and sat up suddenly in shock. There is another incident in the system. Museum murder incident. The incident happened at 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. No way. Gao Cheng glanced at the time, and immediately ignored the rest, rushed into the bathroom to wash his face, and hurried out of the detective agency. "Ah, why don't you remind me earlier? Conan, Shinichi Kudo, Brother Kudo, you must wait for me." Chapter 12, Knights and Demons. Miwa Art Museum. Gao Cheng saw the huge Middle World art exhibition from a distance, and the many police cars parked outside the art museum. He really came too late, and the police had blocked the scene. "Oops, the case that took so long, did you miss it like this?" Wandering outside for a while, Gao Cheng gritted his teeth and walked into the art gallery. When I met the police officer, he calmly said, "Hello, I was called by Officer Mumu. Is the officer inside now?" "Hey?" "In the Hell exhibition hall." The policeman was bluffed by Gao Cheng and nodded before Mumu could confirm that Gao Cheng had entered like his back garden. While the police at the door hadn't reacted yet, Gao Cheng hurriedly said to the police officer on the other side, "Can you take me there?" "Ah, good." The police officer walked to the scene of the crime in confusion, but he didn't doubt it. After all, no one would joke about the police like that. There is a group of police inside. Gao Chenjun. Hell exhibition hall. After seeing Gao Cheng, Mumu looked very surprised. He still remembers the last time he met Gao Cheng at the Rice Flower Shrine and was almost treated as a murderer. Later, he settled the case of Kamoto's family. "Why did you get here?" "Ah, that, Officer Megome," Gao Cheng said without waiting for the policeman who brought him over to explain. "I heard something happened here, so I thought maybe I could help." "Hey, kid," Muri Kogoro muttered dissatisfiedly, and said with a smile, "I don't think you need your help anymore, because the murderer has been found." "Hey!" Gao Cheng was taken aback and looked at Conan subconsciously. Police officer Mumu next to him explained with a smile, "It is indeed just like what Maori said. The deceased wrote the murderer's name temporarily. When he finds the armor that the murderer wore when committing the crime, the case can be concluded." said Mumu left Gao Chenji and continued to order the police officers to pack up the evidence. How so? Gao Cheng stood silently, and Conan suddenly leaned in regretfully. Brother Gao Cheng, do you want to watch the surveillance video? Okay. In the guard room, the entire killing process was completely monitored and filmed. When Conan brought Gao Cheng over, many police officers still sighed that they were watching it as a horror movie. It's amazing. Looks like a movie. Uncle, let's take a look at the paragraph just now, okay? Conan interrupted. It was Officer Mumu who asked me to bring Brother Gao Sung over. Officer Mumu. The police officers were enjoying the look. When they heard that it was Officer Mumu's order, they suddenly felt a little guilty, afraid that the two would file a lawsuit, and hurriedly handed over the monitoring screen to Conan. Gao Cheng curled his lips. This little ghost fox's ability to fake tigers is more powerful than him. Standing in front of the surveillance video, Gao Sung followed Conan to watch while learning about the entire incident from Conan's mouth. For example, the dead boss Manika is holding a note with the name Kyobeta on the back in his hand, and there are several things that Conan feels suspicious. The owner of the victim, Manika, is the new owner of the art gallery. He originally bought the art gallery from the original owner in the name of continuing to operate the art gallery. However, he planned to convert the art gallery into a hotel after he got it. Today he went to the art gallery for the purpose of demolition and reconstruction prepare. Currently, Kubota, an art museum staff member who is suspected of being the murderer, was demanded by the boss of Manika for huge compensation for selling art secretly. The motive is quite sufficient. At about 4:30, the murderer called Boss Manika to the Hell exhibition hall and killed Boss Manika in medieval armor. The whole process was clearly captured by surveillance. Even Boss Manika left a death message while the murderer was facing him. The scene is in the video. Finally, according to the surveillance video, the police found a note with the murderer's name in the palm of Boss Manika's palm. It seems that the whole case has ended here, but there are many doubts in the middle that make Conan worry about it. For example, the murderer used the murder method, imitating the picture in the famous painting Scourge. The armored Justice Knight pierced the demon with a sword, which does not seem to be what Kubota would do. This person doesn't care about art at all. But Gao Cheng looked at Conan, who was watching the video carefully. Seemed unintentional, but explained the key points and clues of the whole case, as if to pull the two to the same starting line. This fellow, Conan, did it on purpose. Gao Cheng's eyes trembled slightly. This kid is challenging him. Wait a minute, here, play it again. Conan suddenly shouted while watching the surveillance video. What's the matter? Gao Cheng woke up in shock and looked at the surveillance video suspiciously. The picture just regressed to the point when Boss Manika was facing the murderer with his back, and he was surprised to see the man tearing off the artwork explanatory note from the side wall. That's not right, Conan said gravely. Why does he have that expression? And, why does he throw away the pen after writing on the label paper? If the murderer hears the sound. Did you find any clues, detective? Gao Cheng asked deliberately. Well, Conan had a thoughtful look on his face. The ballpoint pen refill I just found at the scene, I kept it inside. While talking, Conan paused slowly, facing the gazes of Gao Cheng and the police officers, touching the back of his head and smiling. I'm from Uncle Maori and Brother Gao Cheng, haha, I'm just a little boy. Child. After a few dry smiles, Conan left the security room with the strange faces of the police officers. The kids are really weird now. A police officer suffocated. Is there anything wrong with the ballpoint pen refill? Gao Cheng's expression became more serious than ever. Then left the security room and returned to the Hell exhibition hall. At a glance, he saw Conan was observing the note left by Mr. Manika. Gao Cheng frowned. Although Conan said a lot of clues and still had doubts, he was only reluctantly pulled to Conan's thinking. There were clues that Conan found, but he didn't have Conan's abilities. No, don't worry, if it doesn't work, use the 1-minute detective mode. At this time, the police had found the blood-stained armor from Kubota's safe, and they believed that Kubota was the murderer. Facing the panic-stricken Kubota defending, Officer Mumu scolded, "You make an appointment with Boss Manika in advance, then lie in ambush in this exhibition hall, and kill him when he arrives." "No, I didn't kill anyone," Kubota said anxiously. "Do you still want to quibble?" Mugur analyzed, "You put on your armor deliberately in order to avoid being captured by the monitor? But unfortunately, the monitor captured another very powerful one." "Evidence, that is the words written on the sticker paper on the wall after the boss recognized you." Mumu put the evidence in front of Kubota. "From the surveillance video, the murderer never touched this piece of paper. Moreover, no one touched the body after the body was found, so this is the death message of the boss." "You didn't have an alibi," Kubota eagerly explained. "That's because I was in the office alone, doing what the curator asked me to do." Kubota, the curator of Oki Art Museum, disappointed, "I did ask you to help with some things, but I didn't let you kill people." "The museum, the curator." Kubota looked desperate. "No, it's not me." "What's wrong?" "Damn it." Gao Cheng silently walked by with his hands in his pockets. Some strange traces can be vaguely seen on the label paper under the light. Conan should be looking at this just now. But what does this mean? Gao Cheng glanced across the scene of the crime carefully. Whether it was the video or the scene, it was very bloody. It was because he had overcome the weakness of the original owner, but he still felt some body shaking. "Is really bad. Oh, what a terrible blood stain." Mori Kogoro walked to the blood-stained armor and said regretfully, "Good art has become like this." "That's a copy for decoration," the staff explained. "Kubota used the copy for the murder, and the other art does not seem to be affected." "I'm so lucky." Gao Cheng frowned and looked at the armor. He suddenly turned his head in thought while thinking, just to collide with Conan's gaze. Also staring at the armor, a smile appeared on the corner of Conan's mouth. "It seems that I have already understood everything, and I am excited from the heart in order to win the challenge. In this way, the murderer can only be that person, and then only need to find evidence." Conan thoughtfully glanced at Gao Cheng again, slightly confused. "What's the matter, Gao Chenjun? Still don't understand? Is the last luxury liner case really a coincidence? Those clues should be easy to understand." Conan's expression is complicated, with both doubts and disappointments. He has no idea that Gao Cheng is just a half-hearted detective who relies on memory and system. "Sorry, Gao Chenjun, I won this time." "This kid." Gao Cheng's body tightened, and hurriedly followed to activate the 1-minute detective mode. "Can't wait any longer." All the information emerged in Gao Cheng's mind like a waterfall, including the clues and ideas provided by Conan and everything he saw on the scene, continuously combined into a clear line. It's just this time it didn't go as smoothly as before. He joined halfway through and still had many details unclear. Seeing that 1 minute was about to end, Gao Cheng looked at the scene nervously again. "That person." Noting that Conan's gaze fell on someone in the crowd, a bright light flashed in Gao Cheng's mind. 1 minute ended, but Gao Cheng didn't look away anymore. There is still something unclear, but Conan must have confirmed that the murderer is this person. There seemed to be invisible auras colliding with each other in the air, but when Gao Cheng looked over, Conan immediately assumed the appearance of an innocent and cute child. Gao Cheng sighed softly, with a smile on his face. Conan is indeed very good, but there is one thing this guy can't get around. Since he wants to pretend to be a child, he is destined to have troubles that cannot be changed. This guy will not reason directly in front of everyone. "Wait a minute, Officer Mumu." Gao Cheng sinkingly called to stop Mumu, who wanted to take Kubota away. "Mr. Kubota is not the real murderer." "What?" Police Officer Mumu and others, as well as Conan, looked at Ko Sung in surprise. Conan was stunned, and quickly understood Gao Cheng's plan. and suddenly narrowed his mouth with a gloomy face. He really couldn't let Gao Cheng doubt his identity, so the prompt was okay, but positive reasoning was impossible. "Forget it, just leave it to you to reason," Conan muttered, and soon said to the bottom of his heart, "But which one is the real you? Really an invisible guy?" Gao Cheng put away his vigorous thoughts, and said seriously in front of everyone, "Don't you think it's weird after seeing the scene? Take a closer look, not only the armor used for the murder is a copy, but other artwork also seems to have been specially arranged. That's really a little bit." Mori Kogoro looked at the scene questioningly, "But what can this explain? There are clearly labels on the walls of the crime scene, but there are no paintings." Gao Sung entered the state thoroughly and calmly showed the results of the reasoning to everyone. "I think it was taken by the murderer in advance to prevent blood from splashing on the artwork, but I heard from Conan that Kubota is not in this way. People who cherish art, are you right, Conan?" Conan saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and he nodded quickly and obediently, "Well, yes. But," Mumu said puzzledly, "Gao Chenjun, the note that Boss Manaka left before his death does have Kubota's name written on it. It was not a note left by the boss before his death, but by the prisoner." The corner of Gao Cheng's mouth raised, and he continued to explain, "Look at the piece of paper carefully. There are still some traces on it. It should be the traces of the victim using a ballpoint pen that can't write in order to cross out the name on it. In other words, the name was not written by Boss Manaka, but the prisoner had already written it from the beginning. It was probably to Boss Manaka that there was a prisoner's name on the label." Gao Cheng walked step by step to the elderly Oki curator. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The ballpoint pen refills left at the scene are kept inside. Curator Oki, did you change it when you messed up? Hey! Curator Oki was shocked, unable to speak for a long time. Using soundless monitoring and pens that cannot write characters, create an illusion. This is the trap set by you, Curator Oki. Gao Cheng drew the last stroke. "Mr. Oki, you can tell us. Where was it when the crime happened?" The 1-minute detective mode has not completely completed the reasoning, but the suspect has been locked on the Oki curator. He can only take a gamble, even if Conan will retort him later, he will admit it. Under Gao Cheng's close gaze, Curator Oki closed his eyes and sighed for a while and took out a ballpoint pen from his arms. "Mr. Detective is right. It is indeed me who killed the boss. This. Kogoro Mori opened his mouth and looked at Curator Oki. "How could this be? Maybe you think it's stupid, but I have to kill the demon of Boss Manaka, and I want to get punished for ruining and selling art products at will." Curator Oki seemed to have relieved the burden and said sentimentally, "Probably this it is the arrangement of fate. Like the painting in the Scourge, although the demon was killed by the righteous knight, the knight was also baptized by evil blood, which means that he himself was also contaminated by the demon. After all, I am a murderer, and now I am also the embodiment of a demon." Chancellor Oki. Gao Cheng stared at the old man who was smiling sadly. He rushed over after the incident. Although Conan talked about it, it was only treated as a case to solve it, only as a case that could get 100 reputation points. Chapter 13, Travel will also meet Conan. On the Shinkansen heading to Kyoto, Gao Cheng put down his suitcase and sat down on his seat. Several days have passed since the art museum incident, and it has been almost 2 months since he traveled to the world of Conan. In order to revive the detective agency, he was busy almost every day. Looking for a commission, waiting for the case, reading the detective book under the eyelids. I haven't had a good rest. This time I went to Kyoto to attend a friend's wedding instead of Aunt Jaime. She said it was entrusted to him. In fact, Aunt Jaime saw that he has been busy with work these days and gave him a chance to travel and relax. "Gao Chenjun, if you have any difficulties, tell your auntie," Jigme told him before leaving. "Your grandfather will socialize the detective with you, and you will never want to see your tired body." "I see." Gao Cheng agreed. He also really wants to take a good rest, but recently there may be really no way. This is also related to the Miwa Art Museum incident. Although he has already obtained 100 reputation points in this incident, he can exchange it for 100,000 yen. It is reasonable to say that it is a lot of money, but the Miwa Art Museum's murder incident has been very repercussive, especially his photo was published in the newspaper for the first time, so that the report on the dark history is also rarely suppressed a lot. He almost cried when he first saw the newspaper. Only after experiencing the dark days did he know how hard the light is. Because of this, even though he was short of money, he was still not willing to exchange it. The consequence of these prestige values being unable to be converted into Japanese yen is that he must spend more energy on receiving small commissions to make money. It's just a little tired. Compared with the beginning, the detective agency's resume barely has two things worth mentioning: the murder of a luxury passenger ship and the murder of an art gallery. Now he can't talk about a famous detective, but he finally has hope of getting rid of the shadow of black history, and he is one step closer to becoming a famous detective. Gao Chenbao took out a newspaper with a report on the murder in an art museum. There were photos of his on-site interview. The only thing that was a bit depressing was that Kogoro Mori was also on the camera, and the coverage was even more than him. Obviously he is the one who solved the case, but Kogoro Mori is more popular, making it as if he was tainted by Kogoro Mori, although Conan did help a lot. Looking at Muri Kogoro's signature laugh in the newspaper, Gao Cheng was also a little envious when he was depressed. Speaking of which, Gao Cheng still admires Kogoro Mori. He also runs a detective agency. Although Kogoro Mori is not good at detecting crimes, he has done a good job in the detective agency. In addition, he has done it with Mumu in the past. Because of the police, the popularity is also pretty good. It can be said that even without Conan, you can't be hungry. In contrast, Gao Cheng had a hard time. The incidents released by the system can still be helped by the 1-minute detective mode. Facing the usual commissions, he can only rely on luck. All he has the ability to do is to find commissions such as finding things, but recently he has increasingly felt that relying on these small commissions is not the way to live. The commission fee is low, and the reputation value is also low. It's too exhausting, but it's not as good as just completing a system release case. It's a pity that the system does not seem to have any regularity in publishing cases. It took him so long to get a few cases. Hey! A girl sitting next to him noticed the newspaper in Gao Cheng's hand, glanced at it, and said in surprise, "Are you the detective in the art gallery murder case?" "Ah, yes." Gao Cheng regained his senses, only then noticed the girl beside him, blushing, "Because I occasionally look at reports and recall cases." "Any fans?" "You are so amazing." The girl said excitedly, "By the way, since you are also a detective, you should know Kudo Shinichi? I haven't heard much news recently." We know each other, but I don't know anything about him." Gao Cheng's mouth froze, and suddenly no interest in chatting with the girl. Speaking of it, Mori Kogoro is actually just now famous, and the one who is really popular is Shinichi Kudo before becoming Conan. At that time, the TV newspapers were full of reports from Kudo Shinichi, Holmes of the Heisei era, Savior of the Japanese Police and various titles. As a high school detective, Shinichi Kudo was very popular and almost became a big hit. Star-like. Muri Kogoro became famous after Kudo Shinichi became Conan, and Kudo Shinichi who had suppressed him turned into someone behind him, and his reputation grew. Damn it! Soon after the train started, Gao Cheng yawned, looked outside the train window, put down the newspaper and walked towards the toilet. There is still a lot of time before I get to my destination in Kyoto, so I will go to the toilet and wait for a good night's sleep. I will be busy for a while after the end of the commission, and it is estimated that only this time is free to rest. Okay. Passing through the middle of the train car, Gao Cheng suddenly felt a chill, and couldn't help turning around to look at the two men in black who were passing by. These two guys. Gao Cheng looked at the back of the two in amazement. It was the first time to see a person with such a strong aura, which gave him a rather dangerous feeling. Could it be the black organization in Conan? Waiting for the black man to enter the car next to him, Gao Cheng suddenly saw Conan at the door. "Conan? Why are you here?" "Hey!" Conan withdrew his gaze from the two men in black and looked back at Gao Cheng and said in surprise, "Brother Gao Cheng, why are you here?" "I will go to Kyoto to help attend the wedding." Gao Cheng Shun looked over. "You are here, shouldn't you?" Sure enough, Kogoro Mori is also there. Ahaha, Conan touched the back of his head and smiled. "It's a coincidence, we are also going to Kyoto for the wedding. I'll talk to Uncle Maori." "No, I want to get a good night's sleep later, let's talk about it when I get there." Gao Cheng waved his hands again and again. Although the system is not moving, he suddenly had a bad feeling about going to Kyoto this time. Only Conan is hard to say. Since Kogoro Mori and Conan are combined with the of death, maybe something is going to happen. Really, I can come across it on all travels. Who on earth would invite Kogoro Mori to the wedding? The heart is very strong. "That's right," Gao Cheng asked in a low voice, finding that Conan had also noticed the two men in black. "Is there something wrong with those two?" "No, no." Conan said anxiously, "Brother Gao Cheng, don't you want to go to the toilet?" "How do you know?" Gao Cheng asked subconsciously, and then saw Conan trying to reason, and quickly went into the bathroom with a dark face. Conan smiled complacently, and soon his face sank again. "Sorry, Gao Chenjun, those two are too dangerous to involve you." Back in his car, Conan followed the two men in black. He clearly remembered that it was the two people who gave him a poison to kill his mouth, which caused his body to become smaller. It seems that the two of them don't know that he has become smaller after taking the medicine. This is an opportunity. As long as he finds a way to get the poison, he can hand it over to Dr. Aha for research and find a way to recover his body. In that way, he can use the identity of high school student detective Shinichi Kudo to expose the crimes of these two people. "Brother Jo Keng! Wake up, Brother Jo Keng!" Gao Cheng slept beautifully, dreaming that he would stand out in the world of Conan and become a world-renowned super detective, but was suddenly woken up by Conan at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rubbed his eyes in a daze, Gao Cheng said strangely, "What's the matter, Conan?" "Brother Gao Cheng, it's not good." Conan held Gao Chendao with a solemn expression. "Come with me." Gao Cheng felt something was wrong. "What's the matter?" "Time is running out," Conan explained eagerly after passing through several carriages. "I accidentally heard what the two men in black were saying, and the briefcase carried by the person they dealt with was bombed. It will explode by 3:10. "What? Bomb?" Gao Cheng's sleepiness has completely disappeared, and it is terrifying that all travelers can encounter the bombing train. While following Conan to find the policeman, he asked, "Where are the two men in black?" Conan looked serious. "They have got off the car, but the person with the bomb briefcase is still in the car. If you don't think of a solution quickly, the Shinkansen will be blown to ashes. That means there are only 10 minutes left now." Gao Cheng looked at the time and quickly found two police officers. "Hey? It's the little brother just now." The policeman saw Conan, and smiled before Gao Cheng said, "Don't you want to say that there is a bomb again?" "Mr. Police," he said. "It is true," Gao Cheng shouted, "there are really bombs on this train." The policeman was almost taken aback and said, "Who are you?" Gao Cheng's speech was stagnant, and he quickly introduced himself. "My name is Kyoto Gao Cheng, and I am a detective. Have you ever seen the art museum murder case?" "Oh, you mean the Miwa City case, I seem to have heard it." The two police officers glanced at each other and looked at Gao Cheng suspiciously. "But, does it have anything to do with you?" Gao Cheng's eyes trembled, suppressing fire, and said, "I am the detective who solves that case. Anyway, can you please help me?" On the second floor of car number 7, Conan took 2 policemen into this special class non-smoking car. It was not easy to stop and evacuate because of a possibility, but in the end the police reluctantly agreed to help with the search. Fortunately, Conan has already inferred from the previous words of the black man in the car where the traitor might be. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Sorry, excuse me, the policeman said apologetically to the passengers in the special class compartment, we have received reports that there may be a bomb here. Can you please cooperate with the inspection? Blow, bomb. The expressions of some passengers present changed. Everyone, Gao Cheng said in a deep voice, this is not a joke. Someone just got a black briefcase from 2 men in black in the dining car. As far as we know, the briefcase is packed. On the high-performance bomb. Hey? Who are you? After confirming the bomb on the Shinkansen, he was forced to stop and wait until the police arrived. The briefcase containing the bomb was quickly taken away. It's just that although the crisis has been lifted, the weddings in Kyoto can't keep up. What does it matter? Conan exhorted. Fortunately, nothing happened. You're easy to say, this is my commission. Gao Cheng dragged his chin to look at Conan. He was depressed for a while, and suddenly wondered, but then again, when you know there is a bomb, why don't you tell Maori directly where's the detective? Hey? This, Conan explained hurriedly, because I think brother Gao Cheng is very good. Really? Gao Cheng glanced at Conan suspiciously, without asking much. Thanks to Conan, although the system did not release the case this time, he still got 100 reputation for showing up. The most appropriate way to deal with the 100 points this time is to change to 100,000 yen. Not only can it avoid being targeted by the 2 bombers who are suspected of being members of the black organization, but it can also be regarded as a temporary solution to his economic crisis. This is undoubtedly a great fortune in misfortune. Chapter 14, Every day in this world is an event. Don't take it too seriously, Gao Chenjun, it's fine if you are fine. Since you are in Kyoto, you can go there to rest and rest. Just treat it as my auntie. Kyoto City, after Gao Cheng came out of the wedding ceremony, he called Aunt Jigme. He wanted to apologize, but instead he got the advice of Aunt Jigme. Ah, Gao Cheng lightly sighed and put away the phone, I also want to take a good rest, but I still have to live after all. The dream of a famous detective is very good, but before that, he has to support himself first. Only by surviving in a metropolis like Tokyo can he have the energy to become a famous detective. Didn't stay in Kyoto too long, Gao Cheng returned to Tokyo the next day. This time, the return journey was very peaceful, and there was no more trouble. I don't know if it was because of the staggered time with Conan and his party. After returning to the detective office, Gao Cheng did not immediately pick up any small commissions, and was temporarily buried in a pile of detective books. The 100 reputation points he got during his trip to Kyoto has been exchanged for Japanese yen, but there is one thing that he still cares about. On the Shinkansen, although Conan was confused and did not explain, he found the target compartment from hundreds of passengers only by a few words from the man in black. Thinking about it, it is really terrible reasoning ability. It is definitely not a coincidence. Simple. He didn't believe that what Conan was talking about was just good luck. Obviously, there is an insurmountable gap between Conan and him. Although this gap cannot be resolved by reading a few days of books, it is better than doing nothing. Several days passed before the detective agency opened again. Perhaps because the influence of the museum incident was completely spread, Gao Cheng accidentally got a commission that was a little difficult for him through Aunt Yoshimi, which is the commission for affair investigations that Kogoro Muri often handles. It's not unreasonable that Mr. Komodo hated detectives before. For those who live by the detective career, it's impossible to always intervene in incidents. They make money from various commissions. Of course, investigating affair is inevitable, and it's better than stealing. Commercial secrets. After Gao Cheng met his client privately, he directly received a large deposit, and he felt a lot of pressure when he was excited. Investigating affair or something, he has no experience at all, the original owner only left him a lot of trouble, and there is no information about this kind of commission. It was because of Kogoro Muri when he watched Conan in the past, he still had a vague impression of this kind of commission. Is probably to track the target, secretly take some photos, if you find evidence of the affair, then give these photos to the client. A few days ago, the police arrested the 3 accomplices of Cabana, the leader of the Italian bandit group, who are still at large. The 15,000 gold coins stolen by them are still missing. These gold coins are equivalent to about 600 million yen in gold coins, which were snatched at the Bank of Italy a year ago. In front of Tokyo Tower, when Gao Cheng was following the target, the report on the roadside TV caught his attention. 600 million, these guys are really ruthless. Sighed, Gao Cheng frowned and looked at the target on the other side. The other party was very cautious, he was dressed like an agent, and he even missed it once. In fact, he has been with this guy for many days, but he has not gained much. The cautious appearance of the other party today is different from usual. It is probably an opportunity. It was getting late and later, just when Gao Cheng thought there would be nothing to gain this time, the target suddenly sneaked into a hotel. Gao Cheng was energetic and wanted to keep up. He accidentally noticed that there were 3 suspiciously walking men in suits at the side of the alley. Following the sight of a few people, he suddenly found Conan and the children of Bume. Looking at Conan's appearance, he didn't notice anyone following him at all. What happened again? He looked at the hotel and then at the direction where Conan was leaving. Gao Cheng looked tangled. It doesn't matter, you should always be a detective. You can't always follow Conan. That guy shouldn't be in danger. I'm still here. Gao Cheng followed the 3 strangers, and he found out that these people were following Conan, avoiding Conan's sight from time to time, obviously with some bad idea. Who are these guys? Why do you care so much about Conan and the group of children? Gao Cheng's face was solemn. I just wanted to come over after eating the Shinkansen bomb, but then I realized that things were not as simple as I thought. On the bank of the river, Conan didn't notice the person following behind him, and happily took a note with the secret sign. Chow Yuan-tat and the others explained, the secret signs on this treasure map are all neon lights or lighting equipment that can only be seen at night. We came here as prompted by the treasure map, but we couldn't find the neon sign with the last fish-shaped pattern. Looking at the bridge lights shining in the water, Conan was convinced, but just now, I suddenly found the glowing fish. Glowing fish? Where is there a shiny fish? Yuan-ta said in a daze. It's not a real fish, I said it is a neon sign with a fish-shaped pattern. Conan looked around and ran to a tall building. Quick! Come with me. There were 2 flashing neon lights on the top of the tavern building near the river. Xiaolong walked downstairs and found that the 3 suspicious characters had followed Conan and his party upstairs. He just vaguely heard about the treasure. If it is true, these children are in danger. Summoned wooden sword Toyako from the system, Gao Cheng calmly followed up, just in case he used his cell phone to call the police in advance. 2 of the 3 people are white. They speak languages that they don't understand. They seem to be in line with the Italian bandit groups reported on TV. Anyway, it's a dangerous person. However, if it is the fugitive bandit in the report, these guys are likely to carry a pistol. Really, how come Shinichi Kudo looks like a kid when he gets smaller? Don't you know what is dangerous? Ko Sung had completely put away the mentality of drinking soup with Conan at the beginning, with a serious expression, holding Lake Toya tightly and walking to the top of the building. In the darkness, he could hear the conversation of several robbers and the cry of several children. It will take time for the police to arrive. These 3 robbers can only be dealt with by him. Quick! In the weak light, the Japanese in the bandit group threatened Conan with a gun. Quickly talk. Tell me where the gold coin is. Otherwise, you will be killed. A few children were with a rope, looking at the pistol in fear, unable to stop the tears. Only Conan looked solemnly, thinking about the way. Boom! Who is it? Before Conan could find a way, a strange noise suddenly rang out in the darkness that attracted the attention of the bandits. Damn it! Is there any kid? The robbers stopped pressing Conan for a while, winked at each other, and walked from two foreigners to the pitch-black corridor that made the noise. Be careful, don't let him escape, it will be troublesome to call the police. I know. Conan, Bume and the others saw this scene, stopped tears and looked at Conan worriedly. What happened to them? Didn't they kill us? No, Conan looked at the robbers who left, and whispered in doubt, someone made the noise on purpose just now? But, why is it? It's too messy, the three robbers should have pistols. Boom! As he said, two muffled noises suddenly sounded in the darkness, and then it returned to silence again without any sound. Hey! Conan whispered and looked into the darkness in surprise. Hey, what's the matter? The remaining robber with a gun yelled in confusion. When he found that there was no response, he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Who? Come out! The robber nervously pointed his muzzle at the entrance of the corridor, and shouted, it's useless to hide. If you don't want these little ghosts to be killed, come out. Conan, Bume trembled, are there monsters in this building? How is it possible? Conan looked at the entrance of the corridor seriously. As the robber shouted, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor, but if it came out like this, the robber would also be shot and killed. Anxiously, Conan shouted in a deep voice, don't come over, he has a pistol. Damn kid! The robber was waiting for the footsteps to approach before shooting. Hearing Conan's shout, he immediately turned his head and slapped Conan in annoyance. Just at this moment, the footsteps at the entrance of the corridor suddenly rose, and before the robber would react, a shadow flashed out and rushed out. What? The robber immediately turned around and prepared to shoot. Da-da-da! Gao Cheng was highly concentrated, and his eyes locked on the enemy as he moved quickly. Time seems to have returned to the countless kendo exercises before crossing, and back to the competitions. He feels that his state has never been better, his brain is quite clear, and he is calmer than ever. Seized the opportunity when Conan deliberately attracted the attention of the gangsters. Gao's, one knife. Bang! After a step back to avoid the robber's hasty shooting, Yu read www.youcanshu. The calm wooden knife drew an arc across Lake Toya and knocked off the pistol, and then slashed at the robber again. The heavy weight directly lifted the robber and slammed it on the wall. Okay, so fast, how could this happen? The robber slid down the corner of the wall with staring eyes and fainted with a whine. Hey, are you all right? Under the shining light of the window, the figure of Gao Cheng Shao was revealed in the dumb gazes of the people of Bume. Ah! It's the big brother last time. It's you. Conan's pupils opened slightly, and he was relieved in surprise. The child said with joy, Brother Jao Keng, why are you here? It's great. I just happened to pass by, but you guys are too messy. Untied the rope for Conan, Gao Sung noticed a few gold coins scattered on the ground. These are the stolen gold coins reported on TV, right? Yes, after the crisis was resolved, several children excitedly looked up at the bags hanging from the ceiling. We found them. Big brother. 600 million. Gao Cheng glanced regretfully at the treasure above his head, and said while untying the children, the police will come soon, and the process of the matter will trouble you. It is a pity, if it is a real treasure, he will send it out, but these stolen goods are not at all for him. Big brother, you are so amazing, you must have come to save us specially. Bulletin Mei blushed, and suddenly took the opportunity to kiss Gao Cheng. Thank you, big brother. Boom. Hey! Gao Cheng was taken aback. He turned his head in a daze, and saw a few children with dark faces on the side. The corners of his mouth twitched. These little ghosts are big. Chapter 15, Detective Agency 3 Things. Sidito Detective Agency. Gao Cheng handed the affair investigation photos he got to the client, and after receiving the remaining commission fee, he personally sent the client out of the office. It took another few days, and he finally completed the commission. The generous remuneration plus the prestige gained by helping Conan and the others caught the bandit group to retrieve the gold coins. This time he also has a lot of assets, so he doesn't need to worry about money in a short time. However, Gao Cheng still did not choose to exchange reputation points. Because he finally has his first fan, although he is only a little girl and not his detective fan, but if he has a fan anyway, it would be a shame to consume the reputation value like this. Putting away the payment, Gao Cheng touched the cheek that was kissed by Amy as a memory, turned back to the desk, and picked up the phone to contact Aunt Jaime. After a lot of thanks, Gao Cheng apologized. "I'm sorry, Aunt Jigme, I don't plan to accept this kind of commission in the future." "Why?" The landlord's aunt was stunned. "What happened? Are you not going to open the detective agency anymore?" No, just," Gao Cheng thought of his recent experience, and said softly, "It's just that I don't want to be this kind of detective." After talking on the phone, Gao Cheng seemed to relax a lot. "Recently, because of the money, I have received a lot of various commissions. This time I even chose to investigate the affair, which really made him feel tired and made him see himself clearly. He didn't do these sneaky things, or what he was looking forward to in his heart was to become a detective like Shinichi Kudo, a famous detective like that." In the small alley opposite the Maori detective office, Gao Cheng is wearing a high-necked trench coat, sneaking a binoculars, lowering the brim of his hat and sticking his head out. It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning, and Conan seems to get up. There is nothing unusual. Only Kogoro Muri was watching Yoko Akino's show early in the morning, looking like a sloppy uncle. Really, such a big person. Gao Cheng moved his gaze away from Kogoro Mori, and found that Conan had already packed up and was ready to go out, and hurriedly retracted back into the alley, waiting for Conan to walk outside the alley before quietly following. After the art museum incident, the system stopped moving. He had no choice but to rely on himself. In any case, even if the system was not released, he still had a chance to get reputation points, and it was far more than the commissions he was looking for. "I got the reputation points this way the last 2 times, and the gains are pretty good." Gao Cheng carefully recorded on the notebook. Wednesday, Conan goes to school as usual. "Hey!" Conan turned his head alertly, and after not finding anything, he continued to walk towards Diden Elementary School with a look of confusion. It has been several days. I don't know what's going on. He always thinks that someone is following him, but he can't find anything unusual. After passing an intersection, Conan dignifiedly hid to the corner, waited for a while, and quietly poked his head out, but found nothing. Strange, is it my illusion? Conan stood suspiciously at the intersection. He was worried that the black organization was investigating himself, but after thinking about it, he found it impossible. What the is going on? Oops, I'm almost late. Diden Primary School. Gao Cheng climbed up to the abandoned building nearby and continued to observe with binoculars. In Class B of the first grade, some of the primary school students of Bume are still in class. Only Conan is lying listlessly on the table, looking like he is unlovable. At 8 o'clock in the morning, there is still nothing unusual. Damn it, it has been several days, why nothing happened? Gao Cheng put down his notepad weakly, unable to write any more. It's really weird. I've always encountered it when I don't want to meet it. Traveling can encounter bomb incidents. How can I come here for a stay but nothing happens? Conan had already begun to doubt. If he hadn't waited carefully for a while, he would definitely be caught, but he would be discovered sooner or later if he continued to follow this way, and he didn't know how to explain it. It seems there will be no gain today. Gao Cheng yawned tiredly. From morning to night, he hadn't slept well for a few days. Continued to observe at noon, and when the bell rang after the end of elementary school, Gao Cheng silently returned to his detective agency. Like the Mori Detective Agency, the Giotto Detective Agency is also on the second floor, and the words Kito Detective Agency are pasted on a row of transparent windows. Although the rent burden is a bit heavy, it is actually quite fulfilling to have such a shop in this metropolis. And now the detective agency is on the right track. Not only has it gained a little reputation, but the funds are still sufficient for the time being, so you don't have to worry about being unable to sustain it like you did at the beginning. Walking to the downstairs of the detective agency, Gao Cheng suddenly discovered that the coffee shop on the first floor was closed, and there was a van parked at the door. The coffee shop seems to have only opened more than 2 months ago. The owner is 2 cute girls who have just graduated from college. They come to Tokyo with a dream to work hard. Some time ago, he occasionally invited him to drink coffee when he came back from work. "What's wrong with you?" Gao Cheng asked in surprise when he saw the 2 girls moving things into the car. Gao Chenjun, one of the girls, noticed Gao Cheng and said with a sad expression, "I haven't made any money recently. I am afraid I can't even pay the rent by next month. Lily and I plan to go back to our hometown. But I think your coffee is delicious. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com might get better in the future." Gao Cheng anxiously persuades him. These days he really likes to be with these 2 kind girls. As a neighbor, coffee is also very heartwarming. "Thank you, Gao Chenjun, but there are some things that can't be helped." The girl had a good impression of Gao Cheng, and smiled. "You are also a famous detective now. Be sure to work hard. I hope you can pay back in your hometown in the future. I can see your report." Gao Cheng silently watched the 2 girls pack their things and leave, feeling a little sad. Although he felt sorry for the 2 girls, he couldn't do anything. He still has his own detective agency to support. This is the cruel reality. Turned around and looked at the empty first floor, always felt that something was missing, and there would be no hot coffee to drink after coming back tonight. "When I have money later, I rent the first floor as well. No, I can just buy this 3-story building directly. Maybe I can invite the 2 young ladies back to open the coffee shop at that time." Crouched and looked up at the whole small building, Gao Cheng regained his energy and returned to the detective agency on the 2nd floor. "Turn on the light." The room is a bit messy because of the rush to leave the house in the morning, but it feels like home. But the house is deserted because he lives alone. In this world, the original owner has no family except his grandfather, and he hasn't even seen relatives. When his peers go to college, they have to work hard to support a detective agency and survive alone in the metropolis of Tokyo. About the weather in the Kanto area tomorrow. I sat at my desk and turned on the TV. The sound of the program brought a bit of excitement to the room. At this time, the system suddenly sounded a reminder. Gao Cheng opened the system interface suspiciously, with a hint of joy on his face. Finally, there is a new incident. Chapter 16, Villa Bandage Weird. The weather looked bad this day. The grey sky was surging with clouds and mist. In the deep valley with towering trees below, there was a cool breeze from time to time, and the branches swayed. In the weird silence, a figure appeared on the edge of the valley cliff, with a black cloak, a tulip-shaped black hat, and bandages on his terrifying face, only a pair of harsh eyes shining with cold light. Deep in the mountains and dense forests, Gao Cheng was looking for his way alone with his bag on his back. The sky was getting darker and gloomy, and he felt like it was about to rain. From time to time, there were desolate and strange noises that made people chill. This time he suddenly received the Mountain Villa Bandage monster murder. Because of the location in the mountains, he originally thought that maybe he could come with Conan. However, when he arrived at the Maori detective office this morning, he found that the kid had already been with him. Mao Lilan left. Mori Kogoro told him badly that he was invited to the Suzuki's villa to play. Where is it? Joking stood at the intersection, looked around, and had to admit that he was lost. After finally receiving a case, he is ready for a good harvest of reputation. If he misses the opportunity for this reason, he can't accept it. Damn it, such a big mountain, where can I find it? Gao Cheng looked at the sky, then changed directions and continued to find his way. Not far from Gao Cheng's finding the direction just now, there is a villa in a valley on the other side of the dense forest. In front of the villa is a cliff sky moat connected by a sling bridge, and behind it is a deep mountain forest without people. Many people gathered in the villa at this time. When Gao Cheng was looking for his way with a black face, these people were having dinner lively. This was originally a gathering of members of the University Film Club of Ayako Suzuki's parents and daughter, Suzuki Ayako. The reason why Conan and Emo Lilan came was of course because of the invitation of Suzuki Sanako, a classmate and best friend of Emo Lilan. That's right, it's the second lady of the Suzuki consortium who is an idiot and Bappo in Conan. Boom! In the evening, with the thunderstorm, the clouded sky started to rain heavily. Sure enough, it's raining, Mao Lilan said regretfully, standing by the window. There is no way to appreciate the beautiful maple leaves now. Hey, Xiaolan, Suzuki Sunko patted Morilan, and secretly looked at the handsome Oda Masaru in the villa, and said in love, what do you think of him? It looks cool with some coolness, I like it best. This type of man. Conan followed and glanced at Oda Masaru. He really couldn't see what Sanako said about Oda Masaru, this guy Sanako is still the same. Turning his head to look at the rumbling sky, Conan couldn't help but think of Gao Cheng again. That guy doesn't know what he is doing now, will he be here? I knew I had brought an umbrella over, so unfortunate. In the mountains and forests, the thunder was rolling and spreading after the lightning. Gao Cheng kept running in the forest under the heavy rain, and finally saw the villa behind the suspension bridge. There were still lights in the villa. I don't know if it's here. Gao Chensin crossed the suspended suspension bridge in fear and was looking for a place to shelter from the rain. Suddenly, a scream came from the valley forest, which sounded like Maoralan's voice. Before I had time to think about it, the door of the villa suddenly opened. A woman in her 20s was surprised and asked, "You are?" "I'm lost here," Gao Cheng reacted and said embarrassedly, "Well, can I stay here for one night?" Come in, the woman has a pair of crescent-shaped squinted eyes, she looks like a very gentle and beautiful person, and there is no embarrassment to succeed. I seem to have read you in the newspaper, I remember. Gao Cheng feels pretty good, have you read my report? It's great. By the way, you are the classmate of Yuanzi, high school detective Shinichi Kudo, right? The woman tenderly handed Gao Cheng a towel. Yuanzi and Xiaolan happened to be there. Gao Cheng took the towel awkwardly, I'm the detective Takeshi Ijato. Hey. Sorry, I thought. It's okay, I'm used to it, haha, thank you for the towel. Gao Cheng dries his hair, smiling and returning the towel to the woman. However, it's true that I saw you in the newspaper. It seems to be the Miwa Art Museum incident. The woman was still a little embarrassed, and after an explanation, she greeted Gao Chendeo, there are rooms on the second floor. I'll clean up for you. Thank you for your trouble. Followed the woman upstairs, Gao Cheng's face flushed slightly, the woman in front of her didn't know if she was still single, she was really a gentle person. He can't stop the charm of gentle women. After a while, the people in the villa also came back from outside one after another. The woman helped clean up the room and went downstairs, listening to the voice. Conan and Mao Lilan were indeed there. Gao Cheng changed into wet clothes. He faintly heard some bandage weird talk downstairs, and hurriedly walked out of the room out of curiosity. The Mountain Villa bandage monster murder released by the system did not mention the specific time. It seems that it has already started. I don't know who the victim will be. Don't be the woman just now. Sister, Suzuki Sanako asked at the squinted woman, did you see that weird person? I saw him running towards the villa. I don't know, the squinted woman Ayako Suzuki shook her head, and asked the fat man with glasses next to him, where are you, Takahashi? I've been repairing the roof just now, but I haven't seen any bandaged person, the fat man replied. However, when I came to the villa, I saw a strange person. Although he didn't see his appearance clearly, he wearing a cloak, with a tulip hat on his head, it's weird. He's right. I saw this person when I first arrived at the villa. Me too, at that time I thought it was someone living nearby. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. As everyone discussed and described, Ayako Suzuki shook her head and interrupted, it can't be someone nearby. There are 2 or 3 villas only if you walk along the other side of the suspension bridge, and there is a mountain on this side of the valley. There are people. Who is that person? The atmosphere in the living room of the villa was suppressed and silenced. At this time, someone noticed Gao Cheng who was eavesdropping on the stairs on the 2nd floor, and was shocked. Who is this person? Why is he here? Hello, Gao Cheng smiled awkwardly, well, because I heard what bandage weird you are talking about, I just... Who are you? Shikako, a fierce short-haired girl in the crowd scolded, did you sneak in? Tomo-keiko, I forgot to say it, Suzuki Ayako explained quickly, he is the Jodo-kun who came to stay at the villa when you were away just now. Kyoto. Conan's eyelids twitched, and then he looked towards the 2nd floor, revealing an expression like that. Where did this guy really happen to be strange? Conan thought for a while, turned around and suddenly saw someone in the crowd looking unnatural after seeing Gao Cheng. Hey? Wait a minute. Ayako's classmates looked at Gao Cheng with suspicious expressions, why is there such a coincidence? Isn't this guy the bandage weird? Yes, Ayako, how can you let outsiders into the villa casually? Hurry up and call the police. No, Mao Lilan helped explain, Gao Chenjun is not a strange person. Don't get me wrong, Gao Cheng also walked downstairs sweatingly, and hurriedly explained, I just got lost nearby. My name is Kosei Jato, I'm a detective. Detective. Chapter 17, Bloody Murder. The night is getting darker, it is still raining outside the villa, and there are rumbling thunder from time to time. After a misunderstanding, Gao Cheng finally no one regards him as a bandage weird again, but these Suzuki Ayako classmates still have no good expressions on him, or these people have their faces tense. Anyway, let's call the police first. Suzuki Ayako saw that the atmosphere was a little bad, and hurriedly walked to the landline. It can only be this way. A group of people have their own thoughts, but Suzuki Sanako is heartless, as if not worried about the bandage weirdness, and looked at Gao Cheng with a critical look, you are the detective who has been active recently? Well, it looks like Shinichi. That guy has a virtue. Hey! Gao Cheng looked at the second lady of the Suzuki Foundation inexplicably. Through the actions of Morilan and Conan, he knew that this nice-looking brown hair with short hair is very cute. Is it really the garden of innate poor attributes in Conan? Hey, I said, Yuanzi suddenly mysteriously approached Gao Cheng and asked teasingly, are you alone in the house with my old sister? Did you like my old sister? The old sister is still looking for marriage. Object. Gao Cheng's face that was still puzzled instantly became complicated. This popo. What? The phone can't get through. Several people waiting for Suzuki Ayako to call the police by the stairs exclaimed. Yes, it was fine at noon, how could this be? Ayako Suzuki held the receiver anxiously, could it be rain that caused the line to be blocked? Well, shouldn't it be? The glasses fat man Takahashi said suddenly in horror, it was the man wrapped in bandages that broke the line. With a horrified look, Takahashi rushed out of the villa despite the crowd shouting, it must be him. Wow! Takahashi! Where are you going? I was worried that there was an accident in Takahashi alone, and the rest followed suit, but when he rushed to the edge of the cliff, he found that the suspension bridge was broken, and it was hanging far on the other side. Gao Cheng walked behind everyone, and clearly saw that the wooden piles originally used to fix the suspension bridge were full of chopped marks. It's so ruthless, he broke his back. The bandage weird seems to be determined to kill someone. Because there was a house over a mountain behind the valley, the group had to decide to stay in the villa for one night, and then go down the next day. The rain continued to fall. Gao Cheng stood by the window, looking at Ayako Suzuki who was preparing dinner from time to time. He didn't like the gentle and beautiful young girl that Yuanzi said, but was very fond of him, but since he is the eldest lady of the Suzuki consortium, he doesn't seem to have a big chance even if he has that kind of heart. Don't say whether Ayako will like him, that kind of big consortium probably looks down upon him as a little detective. Detective agency's name would be bigger, wait to become one of the best celebrities. Hey, Conan walked to the side and touched Gao Cheng with his elbow. Brother Gao Cheng, don't you really like that Miss Suzuki? Why? Gao Cheng regained his senses. I was just thinking that the bandage weird might still appear, and I don't want them to have an accident. Conan thought of Emo Lilan being attacked in the woods, and his expression sank, and then he asked, speaking of which, why did brother Gao Cheng come here? Did you know something from the beginning? Didn't I say that? If you accidentally get lost in the mountains, don't ask questions about the kid. Gao Cheng rubbed Conan's hair, then casually replied, his eyes turned to Suzuki Ayako. Really? Suzuki Ayako sighed and smiled wryly, this classmate meeting is really disappointing, as if everyone is holding a straight face. Yuanzi muttered, speaking of which, I still blame the old lady for mentioning that matter. That matter? Conan asked, is it because of Itsuko? It was the one who died 2 years ago. Mao Lilan saw that Ayako's face was not so good, so he hurriedly pulled Conan and whispered, don't say it, Conan, it's too rude. Itsuko killed herself 2 years ago. Ayako did not blame Conan, but fell into the memory for a while, silently said, at that time she was also a member of our film agency, but one day she hanged herself. Since then we have never seen each other again. Suicide. Gao Cheng stood aside, wondering if the incident was related to 2 years ago. It seems that the incident 2 years ago was not as simple as Ayako's. During dinner, a group of people gathered at the dining table in the living room. Where is Shikako? She said she was tired, so go to rest first. At this time, Takahashi, who was repairing the roof, went down the stairs to the balcony on the second floor, and suddenly shouted in horror amidst the greetings of everyone, who is it? Who is there? What's wrong? The people in the living room looked at Takahashi. Beside the window below, someone seems to be there. Next to the window. Everyone looked towards the window, and suddenly saw a dark shadow flashing quickly from outside the window. Through the light, I vaguely saw that it was the mysterious bandage weirdo, with cold eyes, and the short-haired girl Shikako who was full of astonishment in his arms. Gao Cheng's face changed in an instant, followed by Conan, jumping out of the window, and chasing in the direction of the woods outside with a flashlight. It was too fast just now, it was too late to see clearly, but the woman named Shikako was indeed taken away by the bandage weird. There are 4 people participating in the reunion, except Fatty Takahashi, Oda Masaru, and Akakuga who always holds a video camera. This is the short-haired woman named Tomoko. Before dinner, Gao Cheng asked Conan quietly. He heard that this woman is still a famous screenwriter. Just why did the bandage weirdo kidnap this woman? The forest was dark and terrifying. Gao Cheng followed Conan closely, and suddenly stopped, his expression tight. With the help of a flashlight, a broken leg appeared in front of his eyes on the grass, wearing red high heels on his feet. It's feet. There is a hand here. Takahashi, who ran into the forest, also shouted in horror. How could this be? Shouldn't everyone spread out and look for it. Several other people yelled to separate. Gao Cheng swallowed his saliva, forced his body to instinctively trembled and looked around, and was the first to find the short-haired woman in a piece of grass nearby. "Is too cruel, I was cut off my hands and feet." Gao Cheng tried to turn over the woman's body, but the woman's head rolled directly from her hand, and a pair of terrifying eyes looked straight towards Gao Cheng. The villa, everyone returned to the living room, and everyone's faces were still shocked, even Conan frowned. "Brother Gao Cheng, are you better?" Conan frowned thoughtfully and asked Gao Cheng retchingly toward the bathroom. I'm okay." Gao Cheng was holding the washstand with both hands, his face pale. "Wait a second, it will be all right soon. The old problem of the original owner has recurred, and it is unprecedentedly strong. In fact, even if there is no problem with the original owner, he himself can't stand it," so Conan didn't laugh at him. "It's late now," everyone in the living room discussed. "Let's check the doors and windows and go to sleep. When tomorrow morning, we will go down the mountain and call the police. It can only be they." When Gao Cheng helped the wall and walked out of the bathroom, everyone had dispersed to check the doors and windows, and the garden had also locked the entrance door. Mao Lilan saw Gao Cheng's soft legs, and she felt fury in her heart. "Gao Chenjun, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, are you okay?" Suzuki Sanako curled his mouth, muttering in wonder, "Really, are you really a detective? You are so afraid of corpses. I just didn't expect her head to suddenly fall off." Gao Cheng breathed out softly. "Oh, yes, is it?" Mao Lilan and Yuanzi changed their faces in an instant, their voices trembled, and they trembled in shock. "And the hands and feet were cut off." Gao Cheng couldn't help but continued. "It's weird." Conan checked the shoe cabinet next to the hallway, and asked in confusion, "Where are Shikako's slippers? If she went out from the hallway, the slippers should be here. When she found Shikako's body in the forest, she cut it off. He obviously wears red high heels on his legs, right, brother Gao Cheng?" Gao Cheng nodded in a daze, wondering why Conan cared about this. In other words, Conan was depressed when he saw Gao Cheng's bewildered detective, turned to Yuanzi and asked, "Sister Yuanzi, is there any other exit for this villa?" "There is a back door behind." "Did she go out through the back door?" Several people found Shikako's slippers at the back door, but Gao Sung still didn't know what Conan was thinking about, and he couldn't use the crucial one-minute detective in such a place. That bandage weirdo doesn't know if he can kill people. Back to the second-floor room, Jiaogu, who shared a room with him, was ready to rest. Gao Cheng looked at the balcony and found nothing unusual, but the next room. The voices of Conan and Mao Lilan were also faintly heard. It seemed that it was Mao Lilan who was afraid to sleep with Conan. Damn! Glanced at the dark forest outside again, Gao Cheng closed the doors and windows and went to bed to rest. Chapter 18, Nightmare. The patter of rain continued to sound, and the stern wind rustled around the villa. Gao Cheng curled up under the quilt, frowning tightly together. A bandage on his face looks like a ghostly weird person, with a penetrating gaze appearing in the cold wind. The rain turned blood red, Shikako's blood-stained head suspended in the air, staring at Gao Cheng with terrifying wide-eyed eyes. Boom! Accompanied by a blast of lightning and thunder, Gao Cheng suddenly sat up from the bed, breathing heavily. His forehead was full of sweat. Would have such a terrible nightmare. Wiped the sweat from the corner of his eyes, Gao Cheng looked towards the balcony outside the window. The forest in the heavy rain is very calm, but when he looks at him, Tomokako's head will always appear in his mind. Jiaogu on the bed next to him is sleeping soundly. Shook his head, got up and drew the curtains, and went back to the bed to lie down, but he couldn't sleep. Although he knew there was nothing to be afraid of, he couldn't help having nightmares. It's terrible. Gao Cheng sighed, summoned a wooden sword from the system and hugged Lake Toya in his arms, and his mood calmed down instantly. Speaking of it, this wooden knife seems to have the ability to make people calm. It was the same when facing a powerful Italian group last time. If he was before crossing, he would not be so calm. This should be able to get a good night's sleep. Gao Cheng put on the quilt again, relying on his confidence in his own strength. No matter what it is, there is no need to be afraid. If the bandage weird dares to come out, he will wait to be cleaned up. Anyway, the system does not stipulate whether to solve the case through reasoning or force. Hey! Gao Cheng closed his eyes to fall asleep, then opened his eyes suddenly after a while, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. What's wrong? This dangerous atmosphere. What? Rain! Conan's huge shout suddenly sounded, and then a scream cut through the night sky. What happened? Gao Cheng stood up and jumped out of the bed, and rushed to the next room with his hand in hand, only to see a back figure leaving from the window. Don't run! His gaze swept over the frightened Moor-Island and Conan, who seemed to be injured. Gao Cheng followed him out of the window balcony, but there was no half-person figure outside the rainy night, and there was no trace left outside the villa. Gao Cheng stood on the balcony and looked down, then looked at the other rooms connected to the balcony. The balconies of the villa are all connected together. Whether the weird person just jumped off the building or ran into other rooms, it is possible that there is no way to doubt those Suzuki Ayako's classmates. What's happening? At this time, the people in the entire villa were awakened by the shouts, and gathered in the Moor-Island room one after another, without seeing anything unusual. What? Miss Xiaolan was attacked again. Is it the bandage weirdo again? That's right, Gao Cheng squatted by the window, and cut a hole in the glass. Until now, he still doesn't understand that there shouldn't be such an indiscriminate murderer in Conan. How could Moor-Island be attacked, and even twice in a row? I wanted to ask Conan, but found that Conan twisted his ankle, accepting Moor-Island's bandage in pain and happiness. This is the second floor, how did that guy climb up? Oda and Kakuga walked over Gao Cheng to the outside balcony. It probably came up through a tree. Tree. Hearing several people's conversation, Gao Cheng looked outside again. Does the bandage weirdo have nothing to do with the people in the villa? Hey, what is this? Wooden knife. Suzuki Sunko noticed the wooden knife Gao Cheng was carrying, and suspiciously stuck his face in front of Gao Cheng. What are you doing? Wouldn't you want to use this kind of kid's gadget to deal with that? Horrible bandage weirdo, right? Gao Cheng smelled a faint scent, and said, "Poor, about the same." Hey, really? Yuanzi looked outside the dark villa with a worried look, and turned to Moor-Island Road. Xiaolan, when you were attacked, why didn't you use karate to fight back? It's not like you at all. Moor-Island blushed and said helplessly, I can't do anything about monsters and ghosts. All in all, Jiaogu said Shen, that guy might come and attack again. It's too dangerous for us to spread out. Let's just gather in the restaurant and wait till dawn together. It can only be this way. In the restaurant on the first floor, all the group of people sat at the table. Only Gao Cheng took the opportunity of going to the toilet to sneak into the room of Katsuki Oda to search, and then left under the umbrella from the back door to investigate around the villa. His reasoning ability is far inferior to Conan. The critical minute detective can't use it casually, so staying with Conan will gain very little. He can only find more clues by himself. But I searched everywhere, and I still found nothing. There was nothing in the bandage hidden in the room of those people, nor was it outside the villa. This is weird. If the bandage weird were from the villa, they would definitely hide the bandage cloak somewhere. Is it really the person outside the villa? Walked to the bottom of the balcony on the second floor of the villa, Gao Cheng moved in his heart and tried to climb onto the balcony with the help of the tree next to him. Although it was a bit difficult, he managed to jump to the balcony. Hey! Gao Cheng was taken aback when he picked up the umbrella that was thrown up first. His muddy footprints were clearly left on the floor, but he remembered that there were none before. If the weirdo came up like him, there is no reason not to leave footprints. Is it really a monster? Gao Cheng put his hands in his pockets and continued to look along the balcony, except for some new-looking scratches on the railing on the second floor of the restaurant. These are undoubtedly clues. Gao Cheng has a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he has improved a lot of observation power for himself, but he has no idea what the clues are. Observation power can still be improved through hard work, but reasoning, he admitted frankly that he and the original owner are both reasoning idiots, and he should wait for as many clues as possible to directly start the 1-minute detective mode. Gao Cheng thought and returned to the restaurant downstairs. At this time, Conan seemed to have found a key clue. When he saw Gao Zhet, he approached and said, "Brother Gao Cheng, have you found anything?" Gao Cheng was still thinking hard, and shook his head subconsciously. "I feel that the bandage man is really like a ghost." Conan twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling that he could not understand Gao Cheng more and more. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Obviously, he reasoned so well every time, but in the middle he was comparable to the confused detective Mori Kogora. This guy didn't mean it on purpose. Conan murmured silently, and found that Gao Cheng had already begun to carefully check the camera used by Kokyugu to record the shooting. The previous scene of the bandage weirdo taking Shikako from the window was indeed taken into the camera. He had already watched it specially just now, and he also discovered an important suspicious point. Seeing Gao Sung after watching the shooting, Conan reminded as a child, "Brother Gao Cheng, Sister Ayako said that she had found Shikako's necklace before in the hallway. It's so strange. If the weirdo kidnapped Shikako's sister, the necklace shouldn't be fell in the forest. Tomoko's necklace." Gao Cheng took a deep look at Conan, who was pretending to be an ordinary child. This guy was giving him a hint again. Although he was helping, he didn't know why he was upset. Crouched down, in Conan's puzzled gaze, Gao Cheng frowned Conan's hair with concern and said, "Haha, Conan is amazing, is there anything weird?" Conan's mouth froze, and he smiled dryly, "No, it was all told by Sister Ayako." In the evening, Sister Shikako seemed to have read the slip of paper in the crack of the door before going out through the back door. A note. Gao Cheng was stunned, ignoring Conan, thinking about it, stood up and looked at the people in the restaurant. It seems that the murderer is probably the man in this villa, but how did he do it? When the bandage weird passed by the window, everyone was in the villa. Boom! A sudden thunder fell and interrupted Gao Cheng's thoughts. Before he was relieved from the loud noise, the house suddenly plunged into darkness. Chapter 19, Cotton Man? Power cut. Maybe the lightning just broke the line. Everyone was talking in a panic in the dining room, and Ayako Suzuki volunteered, "I'll go to the kitchen to get candles." "I'll go with you." Morilan worried about following Ayako, and before Gao Cheng could speak, Conan grabbed him and shouted, "I'll go with Gao Cheng, too." Apart from anything else, Conan is very confident in Gao Cheng's kendo, at least not afraid of weird people like Mo Lilan. "Deadlift Gao Cheng," Conan whispered, "Brother Gao Cheng, you said you want to protect them." Gao Cheng opened his mouth and smiled without refuting. "Mao Lilan has been attacked twice. Although the reason is unknown, it is indeed dangerous." In the darkness, Ayako Suzuki quickly found the candle in the kitchen. After stroking the match to light the candle, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This way, at least it can last some time." Gao Cheng stood at the door, waiting for Ayako to walk out of the kitchen with the candlestick, and was about to walk through the corridor, when there was a sound of broken glass in the direction of the restaurant. "It's over the restaurant." A few people stopped. Could it be that it's the bandage weird again? Wait. Gao Cheng frowned and listened, followed by the sound of broken glass, the sound of rapid footsteps on the stairs, and a sharp wind came from the corridor behind everyone. Gao Cheng's eyes condensed slightly, and the wooden knife in his hand swiftly slammed behind him. After smashing the sharp axe that slashed at Morilan, he continued to slash at the attacker. okay? Feeling the strange touch from the wooden knife, Gao Cheng was slightly taken aback, and when he reacted, the figure had hurriedly escaped from the corridor. This guy! What happened? Ayako rushed to Gao Cheng with the candlestick in doubt. When Conan and Mao Lilan saw the axe hitting the floor, they were surprised. This is not. It's the bandage weirdo. Conan looked ugly, and asked Gao Cheng calmly, Brother Gao Cheng, do you see anything? I didn't see him, but, Gao Cheng said with a heavy face, it felt weird when I chopped on him, as if he had chopped cotton. Cotton? Well, is it possible that that guy is the Cotton Man? Gao Cheng pondered. Conan was still listening carefully, and he couldn't help but stagger. Really? Holding back the feeling of complaining, Conan reminded, Brother Gao Cheng, let's take a look at the restaurant first. Isn't there a noise just now? Maybe we will find some clues. That's right. Back to the restaurant, the electricity in the villa suddenly returned to normal, and the room opened again. At this time, everyone found that the windows on the balcony on the second floor next to the restaurant were damaged from the outside, and there were glass shards everywhere. Appears to pretend to come in from the outside, but this makes Gao Cheng more certain, unless the bandage man is a ghost, it must be someone in the villa. And ghosts cannot exist in Conan. Gao Cheng glanced over the people in the villa and secretly activated the 1-minute famous detective mode. The clues he found and all other information were all filtered, analyzed, and sorted in his mind. Like Sherlock Holmes, the whole incident became a clear line connected together in a blink of an eye. Everything has pointed out the identity of the murderer. There is only one person who fits the characteristics of a murderer in this villa. Is just the murderer. Why should the murderer repeatedly attack Moor Island? It's that person. Conan also solved all the puzzles for the first time. But he, a child, can't solve the case directly, and Kogoro Mori is not there either. Conan's eyes fell on Gao Cheng's back, and seeing Gao Cheng still thinking, he quietly opened the watch-type anesthesia gun to aim. Sorry, Gao Chenjun, in order to prevent Xiaolan from being attacked again, I can only borrow your identity first. The sound of the anesthesia needle fired by the watch was very slight. Gao Cheng was completely unaware of it. He almost relied on his instinct to turn around and wave his arm, and the wooden knife smashed the anesthesia needle like a lightning bolt across Lake Toya. Gao Cheng had a stern look on his face, seeing Conan still holding a watch-type anesthesia gun with a dazed expression, he couldn't help but stunned. Hey! Cheat, lie! Conan stared blankly at the anesthesia needle being broken, noticed Gao Cheng's gaze, shrank his neck, and smiled with a guilty conscience. Well, Gao Cheng brother, I'll go to the bathroom. Gao Cheng couldn't help mentioning Conan who wanted to sneak up from behind. Let me wait. Good fellow, he was shocked just now. If he didn't hold this magical Lake Toya, he would have really attacked Conan. Since opening the detective agency, of course, he still relies on himself. He doesn't want to be a sleeping detective like Muri Kogora. Gave Conan a warning look. Gao Cheng put Conan aside for now, and shouted to everyone in the restaurant, everyone, it's time to expose the true face of the bandage weirdo. What? Yuanzi said blankly, do you already know who that murderer is? Conan, who was being honest, also looked at Gao Cheng in surprise, already know who it is. Yes, Gao Cheng said straight into the subject. In fact, I thought it was a ghost at first. After finding enough clues, I fully understood that the bandage weird is not only a ghost, but someone in this villa. What did you say? Ayako's classmates looked at each other, but aren't we the only ones here? It's among you guys. Ko Sung smiled and looked at several people, don't you think it's weird? When Conan and the others were attacked by a bandage weird before, if he climbed a tree from outside to the second floor, why were there no mud footprints on the balcony on the second floor? Leave a trace. This. Yes, the prisoner actually went to the balcony from another room at the time. The room next to that room was the murdered Tomoko room. It was very convenient to get in and out. Jiaogu eagerly asked, "Who is the prisoner?" "I was with you at that time." Mr. Jiaogu is indeed not a prisoner. Gao Cheng was unaffected, and continued to reason, "But are there others? Are you kidding? Are you suspicious of us?" Oda Katsuya hummed with a trace of cold sweat. "When that guy held Shikako through the window, we were all in the villa, weren't we? How could it be among us? Don't think you are a detective and you can just talk nonsense. Is it really impossible?" Gao Cheng hummed, "What if that's just using the dummy? There are still brand new marks on the railings. I think it should be the marks left by the prisoner in order to let the dummy pass through the window." Dummy? Oda was stunned. The prisoner only needs to set up a small mechanism on the balcony on the second floor. I guess it was because of the piano line that gave us the illusion that Tomoko was kidnapped, and then the dummy and Tomoko's body were taken back to the balcony through the piano line. Gao Cheng turned his gaze to the fat man Takahashi, who was in a cold sweat next to Oda Masaru. "There is only one person who has the ability to do all of this, and that is you who only completed the roof at that time. Mr. Takahashi, the murderer is you. Don't talk nonsense about okay, haha," Takahashi said flustered. "If I really pulled the corpse to the second floor, why would I find Shikako's corpse in the forest later? I was behind you. And at that time I'm empty-handed, will you forget it?" Gao Cheng didn't intend to waste time with this guy, and severely interrupted, "Then what's in your clothes now?" "What?" Takahashi's face was full of horror. "You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. At that time, after we chased it out, Miss Ayako found the necklace that was supposed to be worn around Shikako's neck in the hallway. This proves that someone passed through the hallway with a corpse." Gao Cheng continued without giving the fat man a chance to speak sophistry. "If of course it's hard to hide the corpse, but if it's just a human head." Gao Cheng remembered the scene of seeing people's heads falling in the forest again. He paused and said coldly, "When we saw Shikako being held by the dummy, but only his head was exposed, she might have been divided at that time." "Dead body. Okay, now please take off your shirt and let everyone see the truth and see if you are really so fat." Fatty Takahashi froze in place, and there was no movement for a long time in the eyes of everyone's doubts. "Takahashi? Could it be that you? Just now when the prisoner attacked Miss Xylan during the power outage, my knife slashed past but it looked like it was on cotton. That's because the stuffing on your body helped you block a blow," Gao Cheng finally said, "although I don't know you, why do you repeatedly attack Miss Xylan, but I think Miss Xylan has inadvertently grasped the clues about your body shape? You are afraid that the real body shape will be discovered so that you can see through the means of committing the crime." Conan stood behind and stared at Gao Cheng's back, feeling confused. From the first haunted house incident, he met Gao Cheng, and he didn't know whether he should believe his own judgment or not. After several observations, he clearly looked like a confused detective like Muri Kogora, but he was shocked by the level of reasoning shown at the end of each incident. "I don't know if it is the occasional aura, or if he is playing with him on purpose. Has this guy already discovered my true identity?" Conan's solemn face flashed with astonishment. Chapter 20, People really can't live without money. All this is for Atsuko. Takahashi hissed in agony, that Tomoko misappropriated Atsuko's work, and he would kill Atsuko. Takahashi, everyone looked at Takahashi incredulously. Tomoko actually plagiarized, but Atsuko committed suicide. "Shut up." Takahashi looked grimly. The day Tomoko accepted the award for his plagiarism, it was the day before Atsuko committed suicide. At that time, Atsuko and she called me and said she didn't believe anything anymore. People. With bloodshot eyes full of tears of sorrow, Takahashi recalled the most distressing moment, with extreme resentment while crying, "So I left a note to expose everything to that woman, haha, she in the past, I went to the forest according to my request, and then as you can see, I cut off her head all at once, Ha ha ha. In the joyful and sorrowful laughter, Takahashi shook all the fillings and props to the ground, and then took out a dagger in his hand, and waved a sharp blade emotionally to force the others around Oda Katsushika back. Takahashi. Everything is over. Under Oda's horrified gaze, Takahashi held his throat with the tip of a knife, crying and laughing. I decided to go to another world to accompany Itsuko as the righteous avenger. It's so stinky. Gao Cheng swung his knife and knocked the blade off, coldly scolding, "What kind of justice are you? In order to kill innocent people, you are still far away." The wooden sword pointed directly at Takahashi, whose eyes were blurred with tears, and the figure of the curator from the last Rice Flower Art Museum incident resurfaced in Gao Cheng's mind. Is also for revenge for the important things in my heart, but Curator Oki sees it very clearly. When the righteous knight was stained with blood, it was also when he turned into a demon. Gao Cheng retracted his sword, looked at the astonished murderer, and said coldly, "After all, you are just a murderer." Until the final incident was completely resolved, when everyone left the villa the next day, Conan always followed Gao Cheng solemnly. He felt that it was a bit abnormal. Haunted house, Rice Flower Shrine, Kippon Family Luxury Cruise, Rice Flower Art Museum, and also encountered on the Shinkansen and subsequent Italian robber incidents. It's not just these. Before the haunted house, I seemed to have seen it at the scene of the incident several times, but I didn't care much at the time. It's really strange to think about it. It's a bit too coincidental to say that I have encountered it so many times. Conan couldn't help but think of the appearance of being followed vaguely the other day. What the is going on? Do you really know that I am Shinichi Kudo? Conan frowned and thought, no, unless those people in black find something abnormal, no one should think of my body shrinking. The only doctor who knows about this will not spread it. Conan continued to look at Gao Cheng. It is impossible for Gao Chenjun to be an accomplice of the people in black, otherwise he would not sleep foolishly on the Shinkansen. What are you kidding? Gao Cheng turned his head and looked at Conan, who had been staring at him. He hadn't settled the matter before, and this guy was still so dishonest. No, nothing. Conan woke up in shock, and quickly pretended to be tender. Yes, brother Gao Cheng, what are you doing here this time? It seems you can see you everywhere. Haha, is there any? Maybe it's fate, right? Gao Chengan smiled. Well, for the sake of fate, I won't care about you last night, but I will spank you next time. This guy. Conan's mouth trembled. If it weren't for only one anesthesia needle, he would like to do it again now and shoot directly in the leg. But then again, Gao Cheng laughed for a while, with a trace of sadness on his face, and looked back at Ayako Suzuki, who was quite low because of his friend. That Tomoko's work is the recently hit Saiyan Kingdom. Right? I didn't expect such a tragedy behind it. That's why you need a detective like Ko-sung, Conan said cutely. If Tomoko's plagiarism was exposed 2 years ago, Atsuko might not commit suicide, right? Sidito Detective Agency. Gao Cheng looked entangledly at the brand new 100 prestige added by completing the Mountain Villa bandaged monster murder incident. Regardless of the incident, as long as the system releases the Unity, it is 100. After the economic crisis passed, he always felt that it was a loss to exchange it like this. And perhaps it is the residual influence of the original owner, and the deep part of the body also repels the feeling of being forgotten. Forget it, now the deposit is still enough, and there are orders to accept, you can be willful. Turn off the system light curtain. Gao Cheng picked up a newspaper clippings from the table, and posted the Mountain Villa bandage monster murder that had just been reported. The newspaper clippings were made by the original owner, some of which are part of the report of Grandpa, and some of the original report of Soy Sauce. Speaking of it, the first meeting with Conan was not the time in the haunted mansion. The original owner had encountered Conan in the Red Ghost Village fire sacrifice murder incident, although he was only a passerby, but in the 1 billion yuan robbery incident, the original owner had encountered Conan. Even reported in the same mirror with Conan is a photo of people surrounded by the gun robber Hirota Masami. The original owner had contact with Hirota Masami at the beginning, but in the end he also shot soy sauce. At that time, as a background figure, he had little sense of existence. If it weren't for being a harlequin in a subsequent case, which led to newspaper reports, no one would even notice him as a person. However, it is better now. Although the impact of the failed case is still there, after so long, the newspapers are more about his performance in recent cases. Faintly has begun to say Kudo Shinichi second. Hey! Looking at the photos in the newspaper, Gao Cheng was stunned, his eyes returned to the 1 billion yuan robbery incident. Hirota Masami, he seems to have any other impression of this name, not just a robber who was killed. Vaguely remember that behind this incident were the hands and feet of Conan's black organization. Masami Hirota, the black organization. Gao Cheng propped his forehead, thinking hard, suddenly thought of Hui Yuan Ai, who has not yet appeared on the stage. As the main character in the original book, the second female who is as popular as Morilan, it is difficult to forget, and this girl took the same medicine as Kudo Shinichi and became a child. Yes, Habara seems to have left the organization because his sister Hirota Masami was killed by the organization. Finally remembered who Hirota Masami is, Gao Cheng couldn't help taking a long breath. About the Conan plot, he can think of very few things, most of them are very vague. I am afraid that people like him will be very fresh when watching Conan again. Until the end of each episode, he can think of it. I have seen it before. Could it be that the ghost system changed his memory? I really want to watch Conan again, but unfortunately it is impossible to watch it again now, after all, it is in the world of Conan. This level is far behind Conan. Gao Cheng sighed and closed the newspaper clippings. As he was about to eat instant noodles, the system suddenly heard a reminder. Is this incident released so soon? Opened the system light curtain suspiciously, and what appeared in front of him was not the case information, but a somewhat different interface, just like the full version of the identity information, with the data listed one by one. Detective rating is being evaluated. Name, Kato Takesi, Gao Cheng. Sex, male. Age, 18 years old. Occupation, detective. Reputation, 400. System deposit, 300,000 yen. Weapon, wooden sword Toya Lake, a rare weapon that is indestructible, strong when strong, with samurai soul attached, pay attention to add sugar. Swordsmanship, 4 stars, Lake Toya, unknown. Vigilant response power, 4 stars, Lake Toya, unknown. Reasoning ability, idiot. Crack. Gao Cheng broke a ballpoint pen with a black face. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Incident observation power, 2 stars. Languages, Chinese, proficient, Japanese, proficient, English, general. Science, mathematics, general, physics, general, biochemistry, general, computer, general. The messages flashed one by one, and the colors behind were basically gray and directly skipped. There was no comment on medicine, history, acting, music, and painting. Behind, shooting, driving, football, ski skating, swimming, tennis, baseball, etc. also flashed past. Yes, I don't know these, don't flash back and forth again. Gao Cheng held his chin stiffly, waiting for the message to stop beating. Seemed to have heard his muttering, and the information on the light curtain really stopped, leaving only an evaluation message in the end. Detective level 1 star. 1 star. Gao Cheng didn't know if he should be happy or depressed. At this time, the data list had disappeared, leaving only the prestige value and the deposit. However, unlike before, the question mark option to redeem special items also appeared after the deposit. It's not so much exchange, it's better to touch the prize, I don't know what I will get, and there is even the possibility of taking time out of the information sent to him by the system. My eyes fell on my poor system deposit, 300,000 yen, which is not a big deal in a big city like Tokyo. It just happened to be able to sustain the detective agency's expenses for 1 month. This is due to the relationship between the landlord and the dead grandfather. Well taken care of a lot. Therefore, if you use it to touch the prize, you still use it to touch the prize that may be empty. Even if it only needs 100,000 yen equivalent to 100 prestige, it is still a luxury. Money this thing, hey. It's really impossible to have no money. Chapter 21, Christmas for Single Dogs Doesn't Seem to Have a Good Time, 1. In the blink of an eye, more than a week has passed since the bandage weird incident at the villa. Perhaps because of the approach of Christmas, the detective agency did not receive a few decent commissions. On the contrary, it was because of a special visit to a Yako who was ill, and he was inexplicably in Suzuki Sanako. More island relations are progressing rapidly. Is not a couple relationship, but because the original owner was originally a graduate of Daiden High School and became the senior of Yuanzi and Xiaolan. However, in fact, only Xiaolan treats him as a senior, while Yuanzi's 8th wife is purely concerned about whether he likes a Yako. On Christmas Day, Gao Cheng happened to meet Yuanzi and Xiaolan after school, and of course Conan was also there. Gao Cheng, my elder sister is very popular. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Yuanzi asked Gao Cheng. As I said, I just have a good impression of your sister. Now I have to become a famous detective first. Gao Cheng has a dead fish-eyed expression. Yuanzi, this guy does not have a big lady in front of his friends, he is careless, looks pretty good, but the heart of gossip is too strong. What? Yuanzi said boringly, like Xiaolan's Shinichi, there is only a stinky boy who can reason and solve the case. Be careful not to find a wife in the future. Gao Cheng looked stiff, and said with a dry smile, you don't need to worry about this. Okay, I have to work. You guys have fun. Really? Yuanzi grumbled as he watched Gao Cheng step enter the lively street full of Christmas atmosphere, until finally disappeared into the crowd. Hee hee, Xiaolan said with a funny smile covering her mouth, Yuanzi, Senior Gao Cheng has left. Yuanzi blushed, and after glaring at Xiaolan, he followed up and said, is your new one yet? Yes, not yet, Xiaolan said in a weak voice, but he sometimes calls me. How come there are people like this? Yuanzi said with an injustice, this is an annual Christmas, and the reasoning guys are really such bastards. Conan half opened his eyes and looked at the garden silently, hey, why are you so angry? There was a trace of loss hidden in Xiaolan's eyes, and she said helplessly, yes, that guy always looks confident and pretentious, always bullying people, but... As she talked, Xiaolan sighed and recalled with a blush on her face, but even so, he still has advantages. As if thinking of the days with Shinichi Kudo, Xiaolan's eyes were full of longing. She paused, turned to the garden and asked, by the way, didn't you fall in love with that handsome man Oda Masaru in the villa last time? No progress. That guy. Yuanzi obviously froze before remembering, and waved his hand again and again, I don't like that kind of coward. And I have found a new goal. What? Conan and Xiaolan were stunned at the same time, and looked in the direction where Gao Cheng had left. Should it be? What do you want? Yuanzi looked speechless, and then said with a blush, I wouldn't like the reasoning maniac like you, it's Tatsuya, the lead singer of the most popular Rex orchestra Kimura Tatsuda. And also... Yuanzi squeezed his hands excitedly, and said excitedly, by the way, I can participate in the celebration party of the Rex Orchestra concert this Sunday, and I can see Daria himself up close. Xiaolan, you go together too. Xiaolan was also very excited, can you really see them? Hey, Conan curled his lips to the side, I'm just a singing boy, Gao Chenjun is much better. Then it was 7 o'clock on Sunday evening, a KTV in front of the station. "Brother Gao Cheng, why did you come here too?" Conan looked at Gao Cheng silently. "Don't look at me like this." Gao Cheng looked at the star opposite Kimura Tatsuya, and whispered, "Actually, I also like listening to songs, and I met them because of a commission." "What commission?" Conan asked with no expression. "Looking for a cat." Gao Cheng subconsciously responded, and changed his words quickly, "Anyway, it's a very important commission." "It's too blunt to change your words," Conan said, "would you not pay back this kind of commission directly?" "What is a direct commission?" Gao Cheng snorted and leaned into Conan's ear. "Actually, I also received the commission here to investigate Tatsuya Kimura. I can't tell because of the confidentiality of the employer. You haven't said it yet." "I can't say the rest." Gao Cheng's eyes fell on a young girl who was about 20 years old among the members of the orchestra. Shibazaki Mieko, a 20-year-old guitarist, is his client, and the content of the request is to investigate where the lead singer Tatsu Kimura really likes. He hasn't gained much these days. If it weren't for the high commission fee and nothing happened recently, he wanted to give up. At this time, Xiao Lan happened to sing a song with Yuanzi, and suddenly invited Gao Chendao, "Senior, you can sing a song too." "Me?" Gao Cheng waved his hand sweatingly, "I'll forget it, my throat is uncomfortable today." "Don't you know how to sing?" Yuanzi asked suspiciously. "That, haha, I'll go out to the toilet." Jiao Keng left the private room alone and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Not only does he not know how to sing, it can be said that he is completely pentatonic and has no musical cells. How embarrassed to make a fool of himself in front of the band. However, the commission this time is really difficult. I don't have any clues at all. I just know that Tatsu Kimura will soon leave the orchestra and fly solo, and it will be even more difficult for the orchestra to disband and investigate. Speaking of it, nothing will happen to Conan, right? Gao Cheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. www.readwn.com a bit too sensitive. Although Conan has a physique of death, it is impossible to die everywhere. When he followed, he was very calm. Returned to the KTV private room, Kimura Tatsu also happened to come on stage to sing his famous song. It looks very high, the song is also very good, worthy of the current hot star. That's great. Gao Cheng quietly sat back in his seat. If it weren't for Mieko, it would be difficult for him to get in touch with the popular singer, let alone participate in such a private event. Sonoko waited for Tatsu Kimura to finish singing, and he asked after a while, "Is the Rex Orchestra really going to disband?" "Don't worry," Tatsu Kimura also chuckled while eating rice balls, "I will play again in my own capacity. My new song is ready." The title of the song is called. As he talked, Tatsu Kimura's face suddenly changed, and he spouted a mouthful of blood, clutching his throat in pain and falling to the ground amidst the anxious shouts of everyone. "What's happenin'? Tatsuya! Call an ambulance! Hurry up!" Gao Cheng looked ugly and ran to Kimura Tatsuya with Conan. The blood ran down the corner of Kimura's mouth, it looked very dazzling. "It's dead, what the is going on?" Gao Cheng silently looked at Conan to check, and through Conan's expression he realized that Kimura was out of help. "This smell," Conan dignifiedly held up Kimura Tatsuya's hand, murmured, "It's potassium cyanate." "Potassium cyanate." Gao Cheng followed carefully and sniffed. He hasn't the ability to distinguish toxic substances by smell, but seeing Kimura Tatsuya also died in pain, he also knew that it might be poisoned. Chapter 22, Christmas for Single Dogs doesn't seem to have a good time, too. Who is the poison? Gao Cheng looked at the food on the table, especially the rice balls, with some palpitations. If it is poisoned in food, it is impossible for Tatsu Kimura to be poisoned. What is going on? Gao Cheng stood next to Kimura Tatsuya's corpse, trying to collect useful information, while silently waiting for the police to arrive. This is not a case released by the system, but an unexpected murder. There is no one-minute detective model, and the reasoning is entirely on his own. After a while, the ambulance did not come, but the police car rushed to the KTV. After Mumu led the team to inspect the scene, he immediately brought all relevant personnel back to the police station, including Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng didn't find too many clues at the scene of the KTV case, and Conan was the same. Many things have to wait for the test results to come out. In the brightly lit police station under the moonlight, everyone was concentrated in one room. According to the results of forensic tests, Mugir said with an investigation report, the reaction of potassium cyanate was detected in the stomach of the deceased Tatsuya Kimura, which was the main cause of death. At the same time, the right hand of the deceased, the shirt, also had the same reaction, and other foods, cups and plates, etc., were not poisonous. In addition, the potassium cyanate reaction was detected on the microphone. Microphone. Well, according to your statement, the deceased had eaten before he went on stage to sing. In other words, the murderer was poisoned between the time he came on stage to sing and the group eating. Mumu scrutinized his eyes and fell on the crowd. Guitarist Mieko said, and you should put potassium cyanate on the microphone, Miss Mieko, the only person who can do this is Tatsuya Kimura. Is it because of emotional disputes? Gao Cheng followed and looked at Mieko. Indeed, Mieko commissioned him to investigate Kimura Tatsuya's affairs, and indeed it seemed that there was an emotional dispute. I'm just having a crush on Daria, Mieko cried, covering her face, because he already has a girl he likes, so, but I won't kill Daria anyway. Hey, brother Ko-sung, Conan asked closer, is this guitarist's sister who entrusted you? How do you know? Gao Cheng wondered, and whispered, she commissioned me to investigate which girl Kimura Tatsu also likes, but I tracked it for several days without any clues, and then I heard that Tatsuki Kimura was also being poached by the record company. Before I formed the Rex Orchestra, I sang in an orchestra, and the head of the group was the manager of the KTV, so I wanted to come over and ask. Did you ask anything? Conan asked curiously. You saw it too, this happened before I had time to ask. Gao Cheng quietly looked at the sad Mieko, anyway, I believe she is not a murderer. There is no reason to look for my detective while investigating while killing people in front of my eyes, right? Again. Conan's mouth twitched. Every time before the last minute the high CD was compared with Muri Kogora, it seemed that he was determined to play stupid in front of him. It is estimated that a lot of clues have been found, right? Hey, do you think you can fool me? Conan rolled his eyes secretly, and pondered more seriously with a calm face. Gao Cheng saw this, his face even more bitter. He is a reasoning idiot, what can he do? If it is kendo, he still has confidence. At this time, the police officers in the opposite room were gathering around a TV, watching news reports. The media acted very quickly, and the news was immediately received. The lead singer of the popular Rex rock band, Tatsuya Kimura, the cause of death has been ascertained. It is potassium cyanate poisoning. In the background of the news report, the scene of the past concert of the Rex Orchestra was also released. In the picture, Tatsu Kimura took off his jacket to the camera. After he threw it back in a cool manner, accompanied by exciting music, singing and dancing, he also sang his own. The famous song Venus in Blood, the handsome appearance completely detonated the venue, but now it seems a bit sad on TV. Gao Cheng shook his head, and while Conan was still thinking, he looked at the relic that the police had found in the studio of Tatsuya Kimura. Is basically some sheet music, but... Hey! Gao Cheng picked up the only photo in the relic and found that it was actually a photo of Kimura Tatsuya with the previous band. Mr. Kumi, Gao Cheng asked the KTV store manager, do you still have an impression of this photo? It's really nostalgic, the store manager sighed after taking the photo taken by Gao Cheng. This is a photo taken by Da Yi before he became a professional singer and I and the whole orchestra, but he is still in the music industry. Only Tatsuya and Mari are the only ones. Mari. Gao Cheng was taken aback. Taya's manager? But she is not in this picture. This is her before. The store manager pointed to the freckled girl who stood with Tatsuya in the photo and sang, has changed a lot now. Said the store manager and recalled, actually, Tatsuya asked the scouts at the time, saying that if he didn't work with her, he would not want to be a professional singer. But Gao Cheng looked back at the big beautiful agent in the crowd. Based on the information he collected these days, Tatsuya Kimura had a very poor relationship with the agent. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Are you trying to say that they have been arguing? The store manager sighed. In fact, Ta has always liked her, and always wanted her to change back to her original form. He just has a different heart. It turns out that she is the one Tatsu Kimura also likes. Gao Cheng looked at the agent silently. It should be said that Tatsu Kimura also likes Marie, who is not so pretty. It's a pity that I didn't confess until I died. High Growth took a breath and put down the photo. His entrustment has been completed, but the case has not been resolved yet. Who actually killed Kimura Tatsuya and what methods were used? Could it be that Mieko discovered the truth first? Impossible, it is impossible to justify. And just now, the police have dispelled Mieko's suspicion, proving that she has no possibility of committing a crime. At the same time, Conan finally found a way for the murderer to poison. He also knew that there might be evidence on the murderer, but he was still in a deadlock. Some things could not be done by him as a child. Conan looked anxiously at Gao Cheng, who hadn't moved yet. Has this guy not seen it yet? Or is he waiting for me to solve the case? Seeing that the police had begun to assert that Tatsu Kimura had also committed suicide, Conan gritted his teeth and pulled Gao Cheng said, "Brother Gao Cheng, I have something to talk to you." "Hey!" Gao Cheng followed Conan suspiciously, and looked at Conan's dignified expression, a little surprised. "What's the matter?" Seeing Gao Cheng still pretending to be a fool, Conan asked, "Brother Gao Cheng, in fact, you already know my true identity, right?" Gao Cheng didn't speak, but Conan still had a complicated look. "I know, although I don't know where the mistake was. I am indeed Shinichi Kudo." Chapter 23, Snowy Night. Mihanacho Tu Chome, the Kudo's new family is undoubtedly a mansion compared to the current house of Kozei. The snow has been falling for a long time in the night, and the snowflakes are falling with the howling cold wind, like a snow country, bringing a touch of late Christmas atmosphere to the street. Under the street lamp in front of Kudo's mansion, Mao Lilan wrapped her thin clothes tightly, then pulled the scarf around her neck, flushed her face and kept warming her hands with warm air. In an alley next to the mansion, Dr. Ali looked at Gao Cheng too helplessly. "She doesn't know what's wrong, she's been waiting when you got here, and I don't know what to do." Took a look at Gao Cheng alone, and Dr. Ari whispered to Conan's ear and said, "Is it okay to tell him his true identity like this?" "No way, he knew it before." Conan shook his head in the doctor's surprised gaze. "Kyoto has a strong reasoning ability. He may have followed me on purpose, and I didn't try to tell him his identity. The slightest doubt." At the end of the murder of Kimura Tatsuya, he felt the invisible pressure brought by Gao Cheng. After all, he confessed his identity and cooperated with Gao Cheng to find the murderer. Then, after the incident at the police station was over, he originally planned to let Gao Cheng and the doctor meet, but he did not expect to see Mao Lilan waiting at the door of his house. That kind of loneliness is heartbreaking. "She may have thought of you," Gao Cheng sighed lightly. "What are you going to do now? Would you like to call her again?" "Kyoto," Conan suddenly looked at Gao Cheng seriously, "can you do me a favor?" "What?" A piece of snow fell on Mao Lilan's face. She recovered her senses and glanced at the Kudo mansion behind her again. As she was about to leave, the lights in the house suddenly turned on. The new one. While at the police station, Gao Cheng cooperated with Conan to solve the mystery. The reasoning look was so similar to Kudo Shinichi. Mo Lilan left the police station uncontrollably and arrived unknowingly in front of this house. Is it Shinichi, Shinichi? Mao Lilan hurried into the lobby. Are you at home? Shinichi. Answer me quickly, okay? Pop. As Mao Lilan shouted, the lights suddenly went out again, and the surroundings became pitch black. The power went out? Shinichi. Mao Lilan tremblingly shouted in the house, and in a hurry, a slender figure appeared by the stairs on the second floor. It was not very real in the dark, but there was still a familiar feeling. Xin Yi. Mao Lilan was afraid that she was dreaming, and said anxiously, is that you? Xin Yi. It's me, Kudo Shinichi said in a voice, I'm finally back here, Xiaolan. Xin Yi. Tears appeared in Mao Lilan's eyes, and her voice choked. Fool, what are you crying? Well, Gao Cheng put on Kudo Shinichi, and Conan hid behind him, laughing with a bow-tie voice changer, do you really want to see me so? Who wants to see you, bastard? Mao Lilan wiped her tears, it's not to blame you for not seeing people. Xiaolan, to be honest, I'm really happy to meet you. Kudo Shinichi said sincerely. Before Mao Lilan went upstairs, he immediately remembered, I have to go now. I have a case. I haven't figured it out yet. See you later, Xiaolan. Wait. Shinichi. Mao Lilan saw the figure on the second floor leaving, and hurriedly wanted to go up the stairs, but the light in the room turned on again. Kudo Shinichi left, leaving only a beautiful paper bag with a note on the stairs. This is a Christmas gift for you, I hope you like it. New one. Behind the Kudo mansion, Gao Cheng jumped off the wall holding Conan, and asked curiously, what did you give? It's nothing, Conan said with a faint smile on his face, it's not a big deal. Gao Cheng did not continue to ask, but looked back at Yesue Hong's house, I thought I would at least give a hug. Idiot, wouldn't you show your stuff like that? Conan Tong red-necked and stared, you guy really thinks of yourself as me. In the howling cold wind, Gao Cheng walked alone in the snow by the street lights, and snow got into his neck from time to time. It's just that Gao Cheng at this time didn't seem to care, and his thoughts completely returned to today's events. The way the murderer poisoned was unexpected. Instead of applying the poison to the microphone, he applied poison to the elbow part of the inner side of Kimura Tatsuya's jacket. As long as Kimura puts on the jacket, the shirt inside will also be stained with poison. Then I specially helped Kimura order the famous song, using Kimura's habitual stage action when he sang the famous song, that is, the action of throwing off his jacket and holding his elbow before singing, successfully making Kimura Tatsuya's right hand stained with cyanic acid potassium. After the incident, the murderer unknowingly replaced Kimura's coat to prevent the police from testing potassium cyanate on the coat. This completely confused the police investigation and gradually led to suicide. However, this technique was finally seen through by Conan, and the suspicion was locked on several members of the Rex band who also had the same coat as Day. The evidence is a lighter still in the pocket of Kimura Tatsuya's jacket. After Gao Cheng cooperated with the three suspects to take off their coats for inspection, reading www.yuyugonshu.com found a lighter in the coat worn by the agent, and also had potassium cyanate reaction at the inner inspection site. Not to mention the fact that the agent is the murderer. What made Gao Cheng care about is that Conan even noticed a small detail such as the lighter and used it as a key clue. Among the flying snowflakes, the system light curtain popped up again, showing the newly added 100 reputation. Compared with this 100 reputation value, the media attention for solving the star poisoning incident is undoubtedly the biggest gain. However, this time I basically rely on Conan's reasoning. Gao Cheng looked at the redemption option following the prestige, his gaze paused for a while, and he closed the light curtain. Forget it, that's it, Shinichi Kudo, one day I will be a real detective. Gao Cheng tightened his clothes tightly, and went back to the city detective agency alone, turned on the light, and sat curled up on the sofa, finally feeling a little more warm. Felt a little deserted, and then turned on the TV, but only some boring late-night shows. Since the two coffee shop girls downstairs left, not only did they have no hot coffee, but there was no neighbor who talked about it. However, I can barely be happy even thinking of my own savings. Despite the emergencies, Misa paid his remaining commission fee, which was not much, and the total amount was only 300,000 yen, but it was worth his savings in the past few months. Gao Chenmei soaked a bowl of cup noodles, added a piece of ham as a reward, and ate with the snow scene outside the window. Calculate this month's expenses, and still have a lot of money left. Even if there is no commission in the next month, I can live for a while. Is really much better than those small commissions. No wonder some detectives can eat for several years once opened. Chapter 24, Conan sometimes acted like a baby. A few days later, Gao Cheng was sitting at his desk with red eyes and holding his hair. On the desk was a piece of paper with strange code words written on it, and there was an envelope next to it. There was almost no commission in this snowy weather, but 2 days ago, I suddenly received an inexplicable commission letter. There was a little cash attached to the letter, and it stated that he would get a lot of money if he could solve the code word. Gao Cheng didn't want to deal with this kind of letter that even the client didn't know who it was. However, there was cash in it and the temptation that he might still have a large amount of money. The code word was trapped. Hasn't slept well for 2 days, and his mind is full of code words that can't be solved. By this time, he has no commission fee, but he wants to crack the ghost code very strongly. Gao Cheng's complexion was grim, and he looked mad as if he was about to eat a piece of paper with a code word on it. If he doesn't solve the code words, he probably won't even want to sleep, but the 1-minute detective mode can only be used until the system releases the case. Conan's figure flashed through Gao Cheng's mind. It's better to find Conan, otherwise he doesn't know when to think about it by relying on his own reasoning level. Just helped Conan a few days ago, this kid shouldn't refuse. What? Conan was picked up by his mother. Maori Detective Agency. Gao Cheng looked at Maori Lan with a dazed expression. Has he forgotten any plot? How could Conan leave the Maori detective office so quickly? Yes, Moor Island was happy for Conan, but also a little bit reluctant. I was picked up early in the morning. By the way, this is Conan's mother's business card. Edogawa Fumiyo. Gao Cheng took the business card and looked at it suspiciously, leaving the Maori detective office with a confused face. Conan is Shinichi Kudo after she became younger. Where is a mother named Edogawa Fumiyo? What the is this kid for? Kogoro Mori saw Gao Cheng downstairs through the window, and said angrily with a newspaper, "It's all because of this kid. Recently, our business has decreased." The newspaper just happened to report on the incident of the popular star Kimura Tatsuya a few days ago. Because of the exposure, the little-known Gao Cheng before the Rice Flower Art Museum incident unexpectedly concealed his limelight. This is more serious than when Kudo Shinichi was there. After all, Kudo Shinichi did not open a detective agency. What does it matter? Mao Lilan had no idea, and persuaded with a smile, it's not easy for the city seniors, and the city seniors haven't received many commissions during this period. Hey! Of course Kogoro Mori knew about Gao Cheng, but he still snorted dissatisfiedly. Miwako Tu Chom, Gao Cheng first went to the new Kudo family, and then rang the doorbell of Dr. Aka next to him, but it seemed that there was no one. Conan didn't go home, and Dr. Aka didn't know where he went. It's not that Kudo Shinichi's parents are back. Gao Cheng stood in front of Dr. Aka's house. Since Kudo Shinichi is now Conan, of course his parents have to change their identities. It is normal to take a fake name of Fumiyo Edogawa. Speaking of Kudo Shinichi's ability is so strong, and it has a lot to do with his family. His father is a world-renowned mystery novelist, and his reasoning ability may be stronger than his son. He is a real cow. Ha, ha. In an alley next to the house, Conan panted lightly and leaned on the wall. There was indeed a fat woman named Edigawa Fumayo who took him out of the Maori detective office. At first, he thought he had met a liar, but he did not expect that the other party knew his true identity. Most likely he was from a black organization. However, he escaped in the middle of the road somehow. He originally wanted to go to the city detective agency. After thinking about it, he finally decided to come to Dr. aka, but he didn't know that the doctor was not at home. Hearing the doorbell ringing, Conan poked his head out suspiciously, and saw that it was Ko-sung who wanted to greet him happily. City, woo. The voice didn't come out. Suddenly a hand from behind covered Conan's mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Is a drug. Before he lost consciousness, Conan had only time to reach out and grab the alley. He was soon dragged deep into the alley by a fat woman with a sullen face. Hey, go to sleep, kid. Okay. Gao Cheng rang the doorbell again, and suddenly looked towards the alley with feeling. There seemed to be someone here just now. Walking to the entrance of the alley, there are obvious footprints on the snow, which looks a little messy, and there are traces of dragging. Hurried through the alley, only to see a car that was speeding away. He did hear it just now, as if someone was calling him. Conan? At night, a crooked moon hung in the sky, and it seemed quite quiet after the snow stopped. Gao Cheng was panting and found outside the courtyard of an old house by the moonlight shining in the snow. After feeling something was wrong, he kept chasing the car, and finally didn't chase after it, but it's so tired. Gao Chengan swallowed, and struggling to climb over the wall, he saw the car in the snow in the yard. Really, I chased the car when I was silly, and I took a lot of effort to avoid being caught. Found that there was still light in the windows on the second floor. Gao Chenmao approached the old house with his waist. He leaned against the corner and listened to the movement. After making sure that there was no one on the first floor, he walked carefully to the door. Fortunately, the door was not locked, so I easily sneaked into the stairs on the second floor. But is he really Shinichi Kudo? There was a voice in the room. It doesn't look like. Yet, I can't be completely sure, but after Kudo Shinichi's disappearance, this kid appeared in the detective office, and since he appeared, Kogoro Mori has another third-rate detective named Jodo Takanari. Become famous. He must have become smaller because of the poison newly developed by the organization. Gao Cheng looked solemn outside the room. There are two people in the voice, one man and one woman, and it turns out to be the black organization in Conan. Both of them should have guns. There seems to be Conan who was kidnapped for unknown circumstances. A little negligence may cause problems. Damn it, has the butterfly effect been produced? Gao Cheng summoned Lake Toya with a wooden sword from the system, and he calmly held it in his hand. He seemed to have become a samurai sword about to be unsheathed, waiting for the best time to attack. Suppressed the killing intent, and his body was slightly lowered. Gao Cheng's five senses seemed to have been elevated to the extreme, listening to the movement in the room with all his heart. At the moment when he perceives the people inside the most slack, his eyes condensed and his footsteps are shaking, his body moves like a cheetah. Slammed into the door with a wooden knife in his hand, Gao Cheng jumped into the room. Before the men and women reacted, he rolled on the spot, passing between the men and women like lightning, leaving only a shadow of the wooden knife in the air. Boom! In the house are a man wearing a mask and a fat woman. When the two heard the sound and looked at the broken door, they felt a flower in front of them. Before they could do anything, they fell in horror. Full of gold stars. City, city. Conan was already sober, seeing Gao Cheng solve the two men in black instantly, opened his mouth in surprise. Why did you get here? Of course I'm here to save you. Gao Cheng gasped slightly and untied Conan from the ropes. How can I be a detective too? I can't even know that you are in an accident, right? Okay, what should I do with these two people? They Conan walked to the man and woman who fell on the ground and found that the man's mask had fallen off. When he looked over, he was taken aback and stepped back in surprise. Daddy! Even though the man has done some costumes, it is impossible to admit his mistake. It turned out to be his father Yusaku Kudo, the mystery novelist. Wait, Conan twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly, and looked at the fat woman who had passed out with his eyelids collapsed. Could this be? The next day, the sun rises as usual, and the sun shines on the old snowy house. I'm so sorry, I thought it was a bad guy. Gao Cheng looked awkwardly at Conan's parents who had lifted their disguise, the famous mystery novelist Yusaku Kudo, and the famous actor Fuji Yukiko who had retired from the film industry. Haha, Yusaku Kudo said with a hearty smile while rubbing his neck, don't blame you, after all, we acted so realistically, but you are really ruthless, luckily it's just a wooden sword. Kudo Yukiko looked at Gao Cheng curiously, you are the Jado Koze that the doctor said, it's really similar to Shin-chan. What? Hey, Conan curled his mouth with an uncomfortable expression. Seeing Mr. and Mrs. Kudo just talking to Gao Cheng, he said in a sullen tone, is there nothing to say when you play me like this? Okay, don't be angry, Yukiko Kudo surrounded Conan like coaxing children, my parents are worried about you too. Yeah, don't contact us either, I found out that you were missing when I returned to Japan. Hey, so you found Dr. Ari? Conan didn't have a good air www.readaloud.com if it weren't for the city, I still don't know what you will be like. Gao Cheng walked out of the old house wittily. Leaving space for the reunited family, holding Lake Toil leaning against the car in the snow and waiting. Unexpectedly, Conan would act like a baby. In the old house, after talking with Conan, the Kudos and his wife turned their eyes to Gao Cheng in the yard. Shinichi, this kid should be about the same age as you. Yusaku Kudo chuckled. It looks like a trustworthy and funny guy. Although it's not suitable to be a detective, he is a born samurai. Isn't it right to be a detective? Conan was taken aback. Kudo Yukiko covered her mouth and smiled. Your father sent a secret message to him after hearing about it from Dr. Aka, but it hasn't been solved yet. No, Conan said with a curled lips. That guy in Jado always likes to be stupid. In fact, his reasoning ability might not lose to you, Dad. Really? Yusaku Kudo raised his interest. I really want to take a good look if I have a chance, but... Looking away from Gao Cheng, Yusaku Kudo continued to ask Conan, Shinichi, are you really not living abroad with us? This country is still too dangerous. Don't. Conan categorically said, you have also tried Jado. I am not the only one here. There will be no problem. Besides, I still have a reason why I can't leave Japan. Mo Lilan's figure appeared in Conan's mind. Okay, Yusaku Kudo had an expression of someone coming over on his face, but the word is ahead, if you are in danger, I will take you abroad even if you bludgeon it. Chapter 25, Of course I'm afraid. What? 1. 10 million alimony. Sidito Detective Agency, Gao Cheng with red eyes clasped the phone handset. After the Kudo's slapstick jokes, he didn't remember the secret words until he returned to the detective agency. He hurriedly made a call, but he heard Maori Lan say that the Kudos kept Conan there and gave Maori to Maori. Kogora's 10 million yen support. Xiao Lan, can you discuss with your father? I don't want support, just let Conan come to me. Hey! Mao Lilan said in a daze, however, this is the special request of Conan's mother, that she wants to take Conan to me. Damn it! Gao Cheng put down the phone angrily, he almost said to make Mao Lilan come over. But... the code word is finally solved. Gao Cheng rearranged the hidden information in the code words according to Conan's reminder. For the rest of the commission fee, ask Dr. Akaza, Yusaku Kudo. At night, in a small noodle shop on the street next to the Rice Flower Grand Hotel, Gao Cheng ordered a bowl of the most expensive ramen with the commission he received from Dr. Ali. The kudos are really generous, they only have a commission fee of 500,000 yen if they untie a code word. It is worthwhile for him to take care of the son of unreliable parents. Well, although the process has been a bit twists and turns, if there are 2 or 3 days to earn 500,000 yuan of work, he is willing to do it without sleeping. Boss, have another bowl of ramen. While eating ramen, Gao Cheng opened the system light curtain. With the disappearance of the cash in the pocket, the system deposits exceeded 1 million all at once. Thinking about the beginning of the journey to the world of Conan, the original owner not only didn't leave much money, but also left a mess. The rent could not be paid, and the detective agency almost couldn't maintain it. Gao Cheng's eyes burst into tears. From then on, he is finally a millionaire, even though it's Japanese yen. Looking at the numbers on the light curtain, Gao Cheng felt confident and directly chose to exchange it for a try. 1.1 million yen was reduced by 100,000 in an instant. At the same time, an extra card was added to the system, and some musical piano experience appeared in my mind after being crushed. That's all. I reviewed the extra knowledge in my mind, as if I had learned piano for a year. 100,000 yen to buy some knowledge, which saves the learning process, is undoubtedly the gospel of scumbags, but he doesn't know what it is for, and he doesn't need to play the piano as a detective. Gritted his teeth, Gao Cheng continued to exchange 100,000 yen, a card also appeared in the light curtain, but this time it was not directly crushed but kept, and there was an explanation that followed. Disguise card, you can randomly disguise an identity at a time for 3 days. It's a weird item. It's better to get some knowledge of disguise than a one-time card. Just like Kudo Yukiko's disguise technique, you can change your identity at any time as long as you have the tools. At least the disguise fat woman is even as powerful as Conan. People have deceived. Of course, it would be even more perfect if there was Conan's Kaido Kid's disguise technique. Strongly resisted the feeling of trial on the spot, Gao Cheng quickly resolved the ramen and left the shop. I spent 200,000 yuan a day, and the money is really useless. It comes and goes fast. I still have to work more to make money. It's just that detectives don't usually have so many commissions, and the more frequent ones are looking for things. Gao Cheng walked along the street with his hands in his pockets, wondering if he had to save some money to open a shop downstairs in the detective agency, when snow suddenly floated in the quiet night sky. In the blizzard, a black car drove through the street lights slowly to Gao Cheng's side. Hey! Gao Cheng stopped in doubt, and when he looked back at the car, a strong sense of threat suddenly surged in his heart, and he hurriedly turned his body sideways. Baiu! Baiu! Following Gao Cheng's movement, several small gunshots sounded, leaving several holes in the wall next to him. Pistol! Yu Guang noticed the muzzle of the muffler exposed by the car window. Gao Cheng's expression changed suddenly, and he was about to stand up to summon Lake Toya to counterattack, but the pistol was suddenly retracted, and the car turned a sharp turn and sprinted away from the fork. Gao Cheng followed, but the car disappeared into the night, and even the license plate number was too late to see. Returned to the spot, looking at the bullet hole on the wall, Gao Cheng frowned tightly. Is obviously not a joke, but he didn't seem to offend anyone, and there should be no remaining problems and the case is solved. Did you admit the wrong person? Have you met a killer? The next day, Conan's exclamation sounded in the Jaido detective office. It can't be wrong. Gao Cheng put the steel pot on his head, clutched the wooden knife Toyako in his hands, and leaned down vigilantly to look out the office window. It must be a killer, with such a neat technique, just like on TV. It's the same, it's terrible. Conan glanced at Gao Cheng as if you were teasing me, and was speechless when he was worried. Can't you even block my anesthesia needle? Don't you need to be afraid of it? Nonsense, I don't have the protagonist's aura, how can I not be afraid? Gao Cheng said with a cold eye, anyway, I am not very good to go out now, I can only ask you to help me find the murderer. I'm a kid, Conan would like to ask, what about your master style? Speaking of it yesterday, Gao became the ability to save him and venture into the enemy camp and instantly solve the two men in black skills. Until now, Conan is still in shock, but the tall image collapsed before a day. When I'm serious, I'm usually two people. It's a dual personality. You are also the protagonist, it's the detective Shinichi Kudo. Don't worry, I have already called police officer Mumu, and he will send someone to help. Gao Cheng looked at Conan seriously. Kudo, can I survive? I count on you. Conan gave a wry smile, didn't think about it anymore, but asked sternly, do you know who is going to kill you? No, the assassin was wearing black clothes, sunglasses and a hat, and he couldn't see anything at all, Gao Cheng recalled. However, I think I might be treated as someone else. Idiot! How can a killer recognize the wrong target? Conan heard the words in black, his face changed suddenly. And his reaction was fierce. Maybe the guys in the black organization did it. When did you provoke them? How can it be? Gao Cheng wondered, I'm just a little detective. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com can provoke them. Except for the cases that you solve with you, I usually just take some cats, take some ordinary commissions. Maybe it's because of me. Conan said with a serious expression, how did you know my identity? Was it something that caused their suspicion when investigating me before? No, Gao Cheng said innocently, I didn't investigate you, and you told me that you were Shinichi Kudo. Conan's face flushed red, and he was speechless for a while. If there was no investigation, why did he behave so strangely before? A normal person would definitely not have that expression when he was tempted, and he would have known it early on. Anyway, you should be careful these days. Conan suffocated for a long time. I'll find a way. Thank you, Kudo. Gao Cheng tightened the wooden knife in his hand and couldn't help sighing softly. If he can, he doesn't want to bother Conan. It's just that he has never encountered this kind of situation. If he keeps on like this, he will always be unpredictable. Even if he calls the police can't always protect him. And that would reduce his alertness. What's the matter? Have you ever missed it? I paid a deposit. Inside an abandoned building in Miwako, a black figure holding a cell phone, hearing the roar on the phone, said coldly, no way, he is very lucky, this time I will be able to succeed. No matter what you do, I will kill that kid for me. There was a resentful voice on the phone, his grandpa killed me so badly, I will never stop here. Hey! The shadow hung up with a chuckle. It's just a little detective. Chapter 26, Sudden Commission. On the weekend, Conan found an excuse to leave the Maori detective office and went straight to Jeokeng. Without knowing if it was a black organization killer, Conan asked Gao Cheng for a newspaper clipping. The case in the newspaper clipping is followed by a case recently resolved by Gao Cheng. Even the Miwa shrine was tampered with by the system. Conan was a little puzzled when he saw it, but he didn't think much about it, and went straight to the front. None of the cases involved in Gao Cheng seemed to make people hire a killer to get revenge, but the case of the old man in the city seemed possible. Does your grandpa only have these cases? Conan asked curiously. There are still some files in the cabinet, but not many, Gao Cheng thinks. The old man seems to have been working as a detective abroad before. If you think that the killer originally came from my grandfather, it is quite possible. Conan said that he had no choice but to find the remaining files first. On this day, the police also sent someone to protect Gao Cheng's safety. It turned out to be the good old police officer Takagi in Conan. Although the young and honest look looks a little unreliable, according to Mumu's ability. Not bad. While Conan was looking up the dossier, Takagi looked at Gao Cheng who was about to go out embarrassedly. Kito-kun, do you really want to go out now? if the killer is ready to deal with you. The killer looks very cautious. It's not a way to do this. Gao Sung touched the back of his head and smiled, and took the wooden knife to Lake Toya. Aren't there still officers, Takagi? You protect me? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Takagi is both honored and worried. That's right, but I'll go with you, too. Conan read the dossier with his unforgettable ability, and watched Gao Cheng's mouth twitching. Really, didn't I have to be terribly scared before? I forgot everything as soon as I commissioned it. There is a commission fee of 500,000 yen. Gao Cheng muttered, and just to participate in a kendo party on behalf of someone, you can get 500,000. Don't you think it's abnormal? It just happened to pick out the secret person. After all, it's because of 500,000, right? Conan was blindfolded. Anyway, I'll go with me too. The other party shouldn't care about me as a child. That. Takagi wanted to ask Conan what was going on, but couldn't put his mouth in, so he could only leave the city detective office with a dazed expression. Suwa Mansion, outside a Japanese-style building with a sense of history, Gao Cheng and his party enter the courtyard under the leadership of the housekeeper. I'm okay, but you kid is really worrying. Gao Cheng took advantage of the time when Officer Takagi was observing the environment, and smiled bitterly at Conan. Why do you have to follow? What if you accidentally hurt you? Conan half opened his eyes and curled his lips. Don't make me feel like a cumbersome thing. The invention that the doctor gave me is also quite powerful. It may not be worse than you. Moreover, didn't you say you want to ask me to investigate? Don't come here. How to investigate? A group of people walked into the main house. There were already some people gathered inside, all people related to kendo. They were a little surprised to see the young Gao Cheng III. Few people attend such gatherings with children, and Gao Cheng, the only one with a knife, is too young. Is he the Soji Okada, a swordsman genius in Kyoto's high school student? A young man who didn't know the situation curiously looked at Gao Cheng, and asked the person next to him in a low voice, "Is Mr. Suwa still inviting him?" The person being questioned shook his head, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be the Soji Okada? I haven't heard that there are people from Kyoto this time." The young man said embarrassedly, "I used to see Soji Okada from a distance in the kendo tournament in Osaka. It's so similar." Everyone was talking quietly, and a man in a kimono walked into the venue with a real sword. The man has a pair of squinted eyes, a mustache, and a cold and serious face. It looks a little dangerous. Mr. Suwa. When the man came in, the discussion at the meeting suddenly stopped, and they asked one after another, "Can we see the knife?" Suwa Yuji's complexion was not very good, and he walked by everyone silently, noticing that Gao Sengshi, who was sitting still, stopped in his footsteps. Even though he looked at the teenager who was simply sitting, there was a feeling that he couldn't tell, as if he was facing a mountain that couldn't be crossed. I don't know if it's an illusion, as if a silver-haired warrior is smiling at him. Suwa Yuji squinted his eyes, and suddenly pulled out the samurai sword. In the horrified gaze of Takagi, who was too late to react, he slammed to Gao Cheng. What? Danger! Under the treacherous scene, Takagi hurriedly wanted to push Gao Cheng away, but before he could move, the wooden knife Toyako's electric light and flint room was already pointed in front of Suwa Yuji's throat. Boom! The samurai sword was inserted obliquely into the wooden floor, and the handle of the knife vibrated again and again. Suwa Yuji looked shocked, rubbed his flushed wrist, and looked at Lake Toya that Gao Cheng was holding with a complicated expression. "This wooden knife is..." He just meant to give it a try, but before the power was recovered, the family kendo was instantly broken. It is hard to believe that there will be such a powerful swordsman in modern society, and he really felt the threat of death just now. Lake Toya. Gao Cheng retracted the wooden knife suspiciously. www.readaloud.com. He didn't feel the man's killing intent. Just now there seemed to be signs of recovery. Lake Toya? The young people nowadays should not be underestimated. It is the first time I have seen how to use wooden swords to such an extent. Suwa Yuji drew his samurai sword from the ground and took a deep look at Gao Cheng. And said to the startled Gao Mu again, "Don't worry, this little brother is much better than you, I just want to give it a try." "Hey? Jodo-kun is better than me." Takagi was still immersed in the scene just now, a little confused, and returned to his place in a daze. At this time, Suwa Yuji also suppressed the horror in his heart and returned to his main position. "Everyone, I am afraid I will disappoint you. I will show you Kikukiyo next time." Chrysanthemum Cho. While starting to exchange experience in kendo in the venue, Gao Cheng asked the young man next to him, "What is Kikukiyo?" The youth is the one who misunderstood Gao Cheng as Okada Tsuji. He had just seen Gao Cheng's swordsmanship and did not dare to despise it at all. He enthusiastically said, "Kikucho is a famous sword passed down from generation to generation in Suwa. It's difficult. This time everyone basically came for this famous knife." The young man said, carefully glanced at the other people, and whispered, "However, I heard that Mr. Suwa seems to have mortgaged Kikukiyo because of borrowing money." "Borrow money?" Conan's ears were very sharp. Hearing Suwa Yuji seemed to be short of money, he temporarily excluded Suwa Yuji from the suspects. After all, 500,000 yen is not too much. This person does not seem to be willing to take it out. "People, it's possible to be bought by the suspect." "How?" Gao Cheng leaned aside and asked, "Did you find the suspicious person?" Conan shook his head, "These people don't seem to be, I have to look again." Chapter 27, Really Just a Detective. Taking advantage of the time when Suwa Yuji was communicating with others, Conan pretended to be curious and asked, "Uncle, did someone tell you in advance that Gao Cheng will come instead of him?" Suwa Yuji looked puzzled and asked, "Why do you say that?" "Because you obviously don't know brother Gao Cheng, but it's not surprising that he is here," Conan Kid said. "Well," Suwa Yuji said with a smile on his gloomy face, "because there have been situations where someone else could not replace him before, I also want to wait and ask him about his situation. However, it is called Gao Cheng. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Brother Gao Cheng is a detective." "Uncle may have heard it on TV," Conan asked quietly. "In fact, brother Gao Cheng asked me about his uncle. Because someone entrusted him here anonymously, I wanted to find out the client." "Who is the one who has not come today?" Suwa Yuji heard the words and took a close look at the venue, and muttered, "Well, there should be 3 people not here." Gao Cheng sat at the bottom, silently watching Conan inquiring about the news. "I have to say that sometimes the identity of children is really convenient. Some things that adults are not easy to do can be easily done by children without arousing suspicion." After a while, Conan came back thinking about it, and Gao Cheng asked again, "What's the result?" "There are 3 people not present," Conan said with his chin in a deep voice. "The only people who are not invited today are you and a woman. Not many people know about this kind of private gathering, so those 3 people it is very likely that he is the client. Of course, Mr. Suwa may not be without the possibility of lying." Talking about Conan, he looked at Takagi who was sitting in the back and kept looking around. "Hey, is this police really reliable? Don't you think he is a good person?" Gao Cheng smiled, "If you have anything, you can ask him for help." "Forget it, I'd better ask the doctor for help." Conan shook his head, "I think as long as I find the identity information of those 3 people, maybe I will gain something. The gathering is not really interesting. There is no impromptu program. It is just a small private gathering held a few times a year from time to time, either to exchange kendo or to talk about related competitions." Gao Cheng just started to chat with interest, and gradually also lost interest. After crossing into the world of Conan, he has lost his attachment to kendo, but treated it purely as a self-defense technique. What really makes him strive for is the world of famous detectives. If at first it was just to make a living and the original owner's obsession with the detective agency, After experiencing the 1-minute famous detective mode of the system, he would never forget that feeling. After solving the puzzle of the case, the whole body would be different. The pores seemed to be excited. As night fell, Gao Cheng yawned, and his eyes fell on a woman in the crowd who felt a little dangerous. That person is. Seeing that Conan went to investigate and had not returned yet, Gao Cheng stood up and said to Gao Mu, "I'm going out to get a breath and come back soon. Then I will check the outside again." Takagi cautiously looked outside the dark mansion. As a fairly good policeman, he feels that he still has the ability to protect Gao Cheng. After all, no matter how good swordsmanship is, he is afraid of bullets. Almost waited for Gao Cheng to leave the meeting place, and the woman pretending to be listening to the discussion also got up and left. Only Suwa noticed and glanced suspiciously in the meeting place. The woman dresses very simply, she doesn't carry a pistol at all, so even Takagi is preconceived not to pay attention. Walked into the yard and saw Gao Cheng walking towards the side room and toilet where no one was left, the woman sneered. She had been guarding the police for a long time, and it was because of this that she let her client cheat Gao Cheng out. The woman walked carefully through the corridor, and when she saw a figure with a wooden knife, she climbed onto the roof with her hands and feet flexibly in the dark. Is it okay to think that swordsmanship is great and a rookie policeman is personally protected? The woman despised, too naive, I prefer to use iron wire to kill people than a pistol. The woman quietly lurked on the roof, and when the figure with the wooden knife passed by below, she pulled the pendant around her neck and pulled out a long iron wire as she did in countless actions. No matter how powerful a swordsman is, she still has to be killed by her professional assassin in the dark. Humph! The female assassin raised her mouth, her eyebrows were abnormally excited, and she pulled the iron wire with her hands and tightly directly wrapped the neck of the person below. That's it! A voice sounded abruptly from the roof behind her, and the female assassin turned her head in surprise, and found that Gao Cheng appeared behind her inexplicably. It's you! How could it be? The female assassin loosened the wire and looked at Takagi, who was coughing down in disbelief. It was clearly just now. It's obviously me, right? Gao Cheng smiled, I'm sorry, I just temporarily handed the wooden knife to Officer Gao Mu for safekeeping. You found me a long time ago. The female assassin was unwilling to say, who are you on earth? Of course it's a detective, don't you know? Damn it! The female assassin gritted her teeth and jumped off the roof to flee, but Takagi, who had slowed down, drew her pistol. Don't move! Takagi rubbed his neck uncomfortably. Outside, Suwa visited the mansion. Several police cars soon arrived to the female killer away. However, Giotto, Conan and Gao Sung stood at the door together, curiously said, I really want to know what would happen if you were attacked by her with a wire. Fool, I'm not police officer Takagi, how could you reading www.yuyuganshu.com be attacked by him? Gao Cheng rolled his eyes, and I won't risk stupidly. Takagi, who had just finished questioning inside the house, just passed by. He couldn't help but a black line, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Do you mean I'm a fool? I'm so sorry. Hey, I don't know for whom I was the bait. Thank you really just now, Officer Takagi, Gao Cheng said gratefully when he saw Takagi Shida, who was silently complaining, if it wasn't for you, I really didn't know what to do. Hey! Takagi's thoughts were interrupted, and he was suddenly stiff, as if he was caught doing something bad, blushing and embarrassed. Haha, it should be all, I am a policeman. When the police car left, Gao Cheng shrugged and said to Conan, look, I know that Officer Takagi is a good person. After a pause, Gao Cheng continued to ask, by the way, did you find the client too? Well, Conan said with a natural expression, one of those 3 people just left jail not long ago. He happened to be a murderer in your grandfather's case. The police have also found evidence that he hired a killer. In other words, there is no danger, right? Gao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said tiredly, great, I can finally get a good night's sleep, let's go back. Conan gave Gao Cheng a weird look. By the way, how did you find that woman was a killer? Intuition, detective's intuition. Kitokun. Suwa Yuji walked out of the mansion with his arms in his arms, and squinted. Although something unpleasant has happened, can I invite you to the next party? I hope I can still ask you for advice. Swordsmanship. Of course it can, Gao Cheng turned around and smiled, but I have to have time. The detective agency is actually quite busy. Chapter 28, Getting Smaller. Sidito Detective Agency. Gao Cheng half opened his eyes to browse a newspaper. Is almost dead. In the following days after the killer was solved, the system was still quiet, and even the detective agency didn't have any better commissions. It was Kogoro Muri who encountered a murder case while investigating the affair. Looking at the newspaper report about sleeping Kogoro Muri, Gao Cheng curled his lips in wonder. However, the murderer turned out to be Yuji Suwa, who had made an appointment with him for a sword. Looking at the description in the newspaper, the cause seems to be that the victim sold the mortgaged famous knife Chrysanthemum Cho. Suwa Yuji originally took the money to exchange for the heirloom, but he was ridiculed by the victim, because he could not stand the blow and directly hacked and killed the victim on impulse. What a pity! Ding-ling! At this time, the doorbell rang suddenly. Is the commission here? Gao Cheng hurriedly set up the table and quickly opened the door to greet the client. Hello, this is the Kyoto Detective Agency. Hello there. A gorgeous lady appeared at the door, wearing a hat of unknown material, and her clothes and jewelry seemed to be very expensive. Big business is here. Gao Cheng warmly greeted the lady to sit down and poured a cup of boiling water. Madam, you are too discerning, I am the best detective in the neighborhood, and I can help you with any entrustment. Thank you. The lady had no expression, and she didn't drink water, she just took out a photo from her purse and said, actually, my sister Kai has lost her. I think I asked the city detective to get it back. Cat. Gao Cheng stiffly took a photo of a kitten, and said awkwardly, excuse me, actually I recently. 200,000. The lady directly took out a stack of banknotes from her purse. On the corner of Miwako, Gao Cheng sneakily avoided the crowd. Regarding money, he can't refuse it, it's really harmful. Looked around cautiously, Gao Cheng opened the system light curtain and chose to use the camouflage card he drew last time. It just so happened that he was also very curious about the function of this card. Although it was a one-time and a bit wasteful, he could still earn 100,000 when he found a cat. He had never met such a generous client before, and he only paid 200,000 yen for a cat. Boom! The camouflage card came into play, and a burst of white smoke instantly enveloped Gao Cheng. Okay. The smoke dispersed, Gao Cheng looked around in a daze, and found that he had shrunk, with thin arms and legs, and even changed his clothes. Child! Gao Cheng pinched his small face with a dazed expression. I haven't heard that Kaito kid can easily become a child. It should be said that this kind of thing is not something that can be done easily. Conan only has a case of becoming smaller like Shinichi Kudo. A one-time camouflage card of 100,000 yen, it looks really amazing. Thinking that the system description can only last for 3 days, Gao Cheng did not dare to delay, and immediately searched the streets based on the information provided by the lady. I have to say that using a child's body is really a special taste, as if the whole world has changed, and he walks grandiosely on the street, and no one cares too much about him looking for cats everywhere. Not to mention this magical transformation experience, at least there is no need to worry about the news that a certain detective is looking for a cat will suddenly appear in the newspaper tomorrow. It was getting late and late, when it was almost dusk, Gao Cheng finally found the noble cat named Kaimei in an abandoned warehouse. Really, I am almost looking for a cat professional, and I have not said it 10 times now. With the child's flexible body, Gao Cheng easily carried Kaimei out of the warehouse, but when he was about to return to the detective agency, he suddenly saw Conan sitting on the phone booth on the other side of the street, and even Bumay's group of children. Also, what are these guys doing? I wanted to say hello in doubt, and then realized that he had changed his identity, and quickly swallowed the shout. What are you doing? Gao Cheng pretended to be a stranger, holding Sister Kai and walking behind a few people and asked. We found the corpse in that house. Yuan Tai stared at the house in front of him, subconsciously answered, and then reacted and looked at Gao Cheng strangely with everyone. Who are you? Me. Gao Cheng brainstormed and laughed. I'm a kid nearby, but do you really see the corpse? Of course it's true. Yuan Tai said dissatisfied, we saw it with our own eyes. It's in the bathroom of that family's house, and the police are coming soon. Really? Gao Cheng's eyes lit up, and finally there was a case. But, Amy suddenly leaned closer, and looked suspiciously at Gao Cheng. I seem to have seen you somewhere. What are you doing? Keep watching before the police arrive. Conan, who had been watching carefully, turned his head dissatisfied, and was taken aback when he saw the kid version of Gao Cheng, but soon his eyes returned to the house. That's right, Mitsuhiko took a look at Gao Cheng, we are the junior detectives. If you want to commission, we will wait for the next time. Juvenile detectives. Gao Cheng's face collapsed. These nasty little ghosts, originally commissioned by the detective agency, are getting less and less, and they actually grab business. The most important thing is that Conan also mixes with these little ghosts. Woo! After a while, several police cars approached one after another, and the familiar figure of Officer Mumu appeared in front of Gao Cheng. Are you the one who called the police? Mumu asked in confusion, did the body really be found? Yes, Conan said solemnly, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After we found the body, we didn't see anyone entering or leaving the house, that is, the body is still there. All the people gathered to the house where the incident occurred. Gao Cheng also followed Conan. The police thought he was a child together, and did not care. It was a man with a beard in a bathrobe who opened the door, dissatisfiedly letting the police conduct a search. It's just that Conan and a few people found the bathroom where the corpse was in the first place, but there was nothing unusual about the corpse. Humph, look at it for yourself, the man said with a cold face, where is there any corpse? These little ghosts must be pranking. Gao Cheng ignored the man, but looked at the bathroom carefully. Does not seem to have any traces, but he believes that Conan will not lie, the body may be hidden by this man. Police officer Mumu obviously did not give up, looking at his watch and said, it took about 15 minutes from when we received the report to when we arrived here. There is plenty of time to clean up the scene. Hey, the man said angrily, since you are suspicious, you should search for it yourself. I'm going back to the second floor to sleep. Can we really search casually? Magyar confirmed. It's okay. There is nothing shameful in the room anyway. My brother is coming back soon too, just ask him if you have any questions. The man walked up the stairs and turned around and sarcastically said, I don't bother to care about you. Take the kid's joke as a really dumb policeman. Mumu was so angry that his face changed shape, and he hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, search for me. The corpse must still be in the house, and you can't let it go in every corner. Gao Cheng frowned and looked at the figure of the man going upstairs. Is too rampant, is it so confident? This house is so big, the body should be found soon. Chapter 29, Disappeared Corpse. After a while, the man's younger brother returned home quickly. He was the owner of the house, a clerk of a securities company named Tamashi Tanaka. When was brought to the front of Officer Megami by the police officer, Tomomi Tanaka looked at the messed up room in surprise. Police officer, what the is going on? Mumu explained, we received a call from these children that a dead body was found in your house. Corpse, corpse. It's so noisy. Can't you be quieter? At this time, because Yuan Ta accidentally smashed a clay pot, a man's roar came immediately upstairs, and everyone was shocked. The man looked towards the second floor. Is my brother on the second floor now? Yes, he seems to be quite angry, Mumu asked habitually, with a not good face. Take the liberty to ask, what industry does your brother work in? My brother is a freelance writer, so he often stays at home to write, Tanaka explained, then handed out a card and said, this is my business card. Gao Cheng looked at Tanaka, who seemed to be more easygoing when talking with Officer Magyar. Is really a strange pair of brothers. It is obviously that the elder brother lives in his own home. This younger brother looks like he is afraid of his elder brother. He is even more honest than Officer Takagi. But where did the corpse go? The police search is still continuing, but even the attic and even under the floor have been searched, but nothing has been found. Mumu's face was even more ugly, and he turned to Tomomi Tanaka and said, I have searched everywhere, and now only your brother's room is left. Well, it's okay if my brother doesn't mind. Tokoshi Tanaka led everyone to the door of his brother's room, knocked gently on the door and said, Brother, can you go in? Kept knocking a few more times. Seeing no one responded, Tanaka took the initiative to open the door. Inside, his brother was sitting motionless in a chair with his head propped to sleep, and the TV in front of him was still playing programs. He walked over and glanced carefully, then turned his head and said to everyone, It's okay, come in, he's already asleep. Okay, let's finish the search quickly. Mumu led a few policemen into the room, but the room was very simple and basically nothing, and I looked over the cabinet by the wall and found nothing. Mumu deliberately opened the curtains and looked outside, only to see a big tree and a high wall. Gao Cheng also leaned to the window and opened the window probe to look out. If the body is not in the house, it is likely to be moved outside, but it does not seem to have any special traces. There is no reason. Although his reasoning is like that, his observation ability is not weak. Originally, there is an observation ability bonus in Kendo. After so many days of adaptation, plus learning and training, it is not comparable to Conan, but it is not there should be no trace at all. Really, Tanaka suddenly looked helplessly at his brother in front of the TV. If you want to sleep, don't turn off the TV. Click. The TV was turned off as soon as he said. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and hurriedly exited the room. Oops. It seems to wake him up. Hey! Before Gao Cheng could think much, he was pulled out of the room in a panic, almost losing Sister Kai. What is doing? At night, the busy police complained that the team had left, and no longer believed the testimony of Conan. But there is no way. The whole house has been searched, but no corpse was found. Outside the wall behind the house is a very high river bank. Although a person can climb up the wall by the tree, he wants to dispose of the corpse. It's impossible. After Gao Cheng handed over Kai Mei to the client as his younger brother, he returned to the scene and looked at the second floor thoughtfully. I'm still a bit unsure, but when he entered that brother's room, he always felt something was wrong, as if there was something he cared about. Are you still there? Yuan Ta and the others saw Gao Cheng sneaking into the yard secretly, and approached in dissatisfaction. Really, this is our case. Gao Cheng regained his senses, twitched the corners of his mouth, and when he found that Conan was not there, he whispered, I just want to help you find the corpse. By the way, what about your friend with glasses? You mean Conan? Yuan Ta heard Gao Sung want to help, and immediately replied like a human, Conan went into the house alone just now. Already in? Gao Cheng's expression tightened, and without asking a few more children, he climbed directly onto the big tree behind the yard. Seeing this scene, Yuan Ta quickly exclaimed in a low voice, Hey! That strange uncle is still inside. Hasn't finished speaking, but Gao Cheng has already jumped into the second floor window that was opened before. Okay, amazing. Yuan Tai watched Gao Cheng silently enter the second floor in a daze. Who is he anyway? Mitsuhiko said in a daze. Bumi wrinkled her little nose, thinking hard, I really seem to have seen it somewhere. Bumi, you think too much, he is just a little like Conan. On the second floor of the house, the man in the bathrobe still keeps that strange sleeping position. Gao Cheng fell into a steady figure, looked at the man for the first time, and suddenly brows jumped by the moonlight. In this quiet environment, the kind of awkwardness is even more obvious. There is no sound of breathing, and the man feels completely different from a living person. This feeling is either a lurking master or a dead person. It just so happens that the original owner is very sensitive to dead people's corpses. Gao Cheng swallowed and walked to the man's side, his fingers trembling and poked, and he immediately felt that the man who was motionless had signs of stiffness. Corpse, corpse. Gao Chensang took a few steps back. So that's the case, that's why the body can't be found. But how did it do it? It's you. Conan sneaked into the room and found Gao Cheng was already inside. He couldn't help but whispered, What are you doing here? Go back quickly. The murderer is still in the house. You are a little kid. It's dangerous. Aren't you a kid too? Gao Cheng curled his lips, suddenly his expression tightened, and hurriedly pulled Conan to the corner of the room. Those nasty little ghosts, haven't you given up yet? With the sound of footsteps going upstairs, Tomomi Tanaka cursed and entered his brother's room with a golf club. Conan was sweating coldly, watching the gloomy-faced Tokoji Tanaka looking out the window, nervously backhanded Gao Cheng and moved towards the door. Who? Tanaka heard the movement and turned his head in horror. Yes, are you? Run! Conan's expression changed, taking advantage of Tanaka's daze. He hurriedly pulled Gao Cheng out of the room. Tokoji Tanaka's face changed, thinking that the matter might have been exposed. He followed with a hideous face and raised his golf club to chase. Bring me back! Damn it! Conan gritted his teeth and ran to the place where he put on his foot-strengthening shoes, but when he turned around he found that Gao Cheng hadn't kept up. Oops! Go to hell, kid! At the top of the stairs, Gao Cheng had already summoned the wooden sword Toya Lake to wait for the crazy-looking Tanaka Tamashi. He calmly avoided the fierce club attack, and suddenly grasped the handle of the knife with both hands and lifted it up. Tanaka Tamura's twisted smile froze on his face, his eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! With the inertia of Tanaka Kishi's attack, the wooden knife easily picked it up, flew directly over Gao Cheng's head, rolled over and fell on the floor of the hallway behind. Hey! Conan hurriedly put on his shoes and hurried back, only to see Ko Sung standing next to the unconscious Tanaka Kishi, and Lake Toya recovered the system at the end of the attack. You! He fell down the stairs suddenly. Gao Cheng spread his hands and said that he had nothing to do with him. He looked at Conan with a look of shock and asked with a deep gaze, however, I am still very surprised if Mr. Tanaka is the murderer. How did he do it? At that time, his brother even yelled at him, right? It's because of the answering machine. Returning to the topic of reasoning, Conan explained with a confident expression, he recorded it before the police came, just like this. Conan said as he took out Tomohiro Tanaka's mobile phone and pressed the speed dial button. The house suddenly sounded the scary curse before. It's so noisy. Can't you just be quiet? Look, Conan laughed. He turned the phone ring in the house to mute, and when we didn't pay attention to pressing the speed dial button of the mobile phone, the answering machine automatically sounded, and it sounded like it was his brother cursed on the second floor. But when he was on the second floor, didn't his brother turn off the TV? I think he set the timing to shut down the VCR in advance, and then cooperate with the acting. Because he was worried that we discovered the fact that our brother has died, so he was anxious to let us leave that room. It turned out to be like this. Gao Sung figured everything out and looked at Conan with a complicated expression. www.readaloud.com. You are really amazing. Although I know he is a murderer, I don't know how he did it. Only then did Conan have time to look at Gao Cheng carefully, and vaguely felt a little familiar. after all, who are you? The face under the light is similar and different from him, with an indescribable temperament. In short, it doesn't look like an ordinary child. I'm just a kid passing by. Gao Cheng smiled lightly, turned and left from the entrance. This time he settled the incident as a child. He had no idea about prestige from the beginning, and there was no credit to Conan. What a weird guy. Conan put his hands in his pockets, and walked past Tanaka Tamori with his eyes half open. Suddenly, his brows jumped and he looked at a scratch on Tanaka's chest shirt. Strange, it looks like it was cut with something, a knife. Conan somehow appeared in his mind several times of successful shots, wooden sword. Conan. Hearing the movement, Bume called the police and hurriedly rushed into the open entrance. Seeing Cai's Tanaka Kishi, they said in surprise, "Is it over?" "Damn it!" Yuan Ta stared at Conan with an unhappy expression. "You are acting handsome again." Conan regained his senses, full of black lines. Where is he handsome? It's dangerous. Looking at the people who were chattering, Conan gave a white glance and shook his head and said, "It's the kid's contribution, I can't do anything at all." "Hey!" Yuan Ta was taken aback. "Really? That strange child?" "Yes, and." Conan turned his head and glanced at the faint knife mark, paused, and shook his head mockingly. How could it be that guy? Just a strange kid. Chapter 30, 3-Day Child. In the night-shrouded Miwako Street, standing tall and small, standing downstairs in the detective agency, the shadow stretched out with the moonlight. He completely forgot one thing: the disguise card lasts for 3 days, which means that he still has to keep the child's body for 2 days. Gao Cheng collapsed a small face. When he spent 100,000 to redeem the disguise card, he still thought it was only 3 days, but what about the next 2 days? Although the ability of this thing is abnormal, it is not as convenient as ordinary disguise. You can remove makeup whenever you want. Gao Cheng walked to the door of the detective agency. His belongings and clothes were automatically entered into the system, but fortunately, they could be taken out. Stood up on tiptoe with a stinky little face, struggled to open the door with the key, but couldn't reach the light switch. There are many health benefits for a child, but it is also a lot of trouble. It's really hard for Conan. Turning on the light with a chair cushioned, Gao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, and climbed onto the office chair a little tired. Before using the child's body to perform swordsmanship was too reluctant, although with the inertia of Tanaka Kishi rushing downstairs, the combination of spirit and spirit in the critical moment is still quite physical. I habitually opened the system light curtain and took a look, and unexpectedly found that there were more than 300 exchangeable reputation points above nearly 400, of which 200 belonged to the bandage weird incident and the singer Kimura Tatsuya incident, and the scattered less than 100 were completed recently. Reputation value that has not been redeemed after commissioning. After the system releases a new event, the previous reputation value will be locked and cannot be exchanged. He gradually figured this out. The question is, what is going on with the extra 100 redeemable reputation points? Gao Cheng looked stunned, thinking about the case just now. Indeed, in a sense, he also solved the case, but on the one hand, he used the body of a child, and on the other hand, he left early and did not meet with the police at all. He didn't even tell the young detectives his name. Does this count? After reacting, Gao Cheng chose to exchange special items without hesitation. This is totally unexpected. In fact, he was already very satisfied this time. After all, it can be said that he did not rely on the system at all, but found the corpse and the murderer himself. The reasoning is not mentioned, at least it proves that his observation power has indeed been greatly improved. Boom! The familiar prompt sounded, and another automatically broken card appeared in the system, followed by a part of piano knowledge coming out of my mind, just like a piano I had practiced for a long time. Gao Cheng's eyes flicked. He doesn't know what level his piano is now, but he has a tendency to become a pianist. Compared to the piano, he wants to get medical knowledge or various investigation-related knowledge. When the system was evaluated last time, he still had so many knowledge gaps, and he didn't have the energy and talent to learn one by one. The system can exchange prestige value by 100 less, and the remaining Gao Cheng has no idea. The gain of reputation value exchange is not proportional to the cost. I really don't know how the rare weapon toy Akko was exchanged for the first time. I feel that if it's not necessary, it's a good deal to draw a prize of 100,000 yen. The next day, Gao Chenke rubbed his eyes and got up in a daze when he heard the doorbell. Who? Habitually responded and walked to the door, opened the door on tiptoe, only to realize that he was still a child, but it was too late to close the door. Conan stood at the door with a dull expression on his face. The finger still stayed at the position to press the doorbell. Are you the kid from yesterday? Could it be that? Haha, hello, Gao Cheng smiled awkwardly, touching the back of his head. If you are looking for Gao Cheng's brother, he is not at home these days. Really? Conan walked into the detective agency suspiciously, looked around with keen eyes, and returned to Gao Cheng's small body. By the way, who on earth are you? Conan looked at Gao Chendao. I am the child of the relatives of brother Gao Cheng. I have been in China before, and I happened to come to Tokyo for a few days to play. Gao Cheng smiled with a guilty conscience, a cold sweat ran down his forehead, and quickly introduced himself, my name is Shinji Kyoto, I was so embarrassed yesterday. Conan, this guy has amazing observation and reasoning ability, and the pressure in front of this guy is quite heavy. Really, won't the system change the memory of others after the prestige value is exchanged? Is it different to use other identities to solve the case? But Conan looked at Gao Cheng tangledly. There are too many strange things, but Gao Cheng has no reason to become smaller. Even if he takes some medicine to become smaller, he will not hide it from him, and only a few minutes later. All lies are broken. Toot toot toot. A sudden ringing of the phone rang to relieve Gao Cheng. He hurried to his desk to answer the phone. Hello, this is the Kyoto Detective Agency. Child. The dull male voice on the other side of the phone was a little surprised. Where's Detective Jodo? Gao Cheng Yu Guang glanced at Conan and responded, Brother Gao Cheng is not here now, I can help tell if there is anything. That's it, the man paused, and continued, forget it, anyway, the letter of entrustment has already been sent, you just need to tell him, and I will remit the entrustment fee in a few days. Please be sure to arrive at the next full moon. Come to Moon Shadow Island. Moon Shadow Island. Gao Cheng was a little familiar, and asked in confusion, Uncle, who are you? This is Kiji Aso from Tsukiji Island. The man replied dully, and hung up the phone. What's wrong? Conan asked habitually, is there another commission? Yes, I'll tell him when brother Gao Cheng comes back. Gao Cheng put down the phone and said strangely, by the way, Conan, what do you want with brother Gao Cheng? Couldn't you be brother Gao Cheng's men, right? Hand, man. Conan's eyes twitched. Like Sherlock Holmes, Gao Cheng said for granted. Aren't there a lot of children under him? Conan said funny, haha, of course not, I'm a good friend of your brother Gao Cheng. Not at all. Damn kid. Conan half opened his eyes. In fact, he ran over to take a look because of what happened last night. Although he happened to meet the kid version of Gao Cheng, he still seemed to think too much. 2. Wherever he happened to meet a kid who might be able to do swordsmanship, Gao Cheng changed. By the office window, Gao Cheng watched Conan go downstairs and leave. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't explain the system at all. If Conan knew it, God would know what it would be like. But after this time of suspicion, I will use the child status in front of Conan in the future. As long as I pay attention, there will be no big problem. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Gao Cheng stared at the child in the mirror for a while. He planned to spend 2 days at the detective agency, but found that the reserved noodles had been eaten and the refrigerator was empty. This is forcing him to go out. Gao Cheng skillfully stood on his tiptoe to lock the door, found a nearby shopping mall according to his usual habits, and took a bunch of things into the shopping cart while watching with a pair of eyes around. Wow, what a cute child! Seeing Gao Cheng pushing a shopping cart taller than himself, the young ladies who lined up to check out had a love in their eyes, and there was a tendency to hug them if they didn't agree with them. Damn! Gao Cheng lined up with a fish-eyed expression. He liked to be welcomed by young ladies, but not as a child. After finally checking out, Gao Cheng hurriedly left the mall with a bunch of things and hurried back to the detective agency. But at this moment, I suddenly found 3 elementary school students Ayami, Genta, and Mitsuhiko standing downstairs in the detective agency. Those little ghosts! Ah, it's really you! Seeing Gao Cheng holding the snacks, Amy and the others greeted them excitedly. We have all heard Conan say, so you are the kid from Brother Gao Cheng. It's great, let's be good friends. A lot of food. Without waiting for Gao Cheng to speak, Chi Huo Yuan was too familiar to help pick up the snacks. Everyone has a party today, to celebrate Shinji's joining our young detective team. Gao Cheng tilted his neck weakly, with a depressed look, give me a break. Chapter 31, Moonlight. On holiday, heading to the sea of the Izu Islands, a ship sails in the white mist. Gao Cheng silently walked to the bow and looked at the small island gradually emerging in the mist. In the few days when he became a child, he received a letter of trust from Kiji Aso, and a 300,000 yen commission fee was also transferred to the account. Just before he got here by boat, the system also released the case. It happened to be the incident of Moon Shadow Island. Regarding this incident, his only remaining impression is that there is a pseudonym named Issei Narumi, and the others are completely blurred. As for why he remembered a pseudonymous thing, Gao Cheng did not understand. His sexual orientation was normal. It should be just a coincidence to remember Issei Chinmai, maybe some key person. But Takei half opened his eyes and looked at the Mori Kogora who was chattering and complaining on the other side. Really, you can go to see the flowers. Mori Kogora dipped a cigarette, and Yu Guang glanced at Gao Cheng and muttered, why do I, a detective, Mori Kogora, have to go to with this kind of guy? Lonely Island. I still want to ask, Gao Cheng dissatisfied, why are the same detectives? Some people have a commission fee of 500,000, but as a famous detective, I only have 300,000. Muri Kogora angrily said, smelly boy, who are you, a famous detective? If it weren't for you, maybe I would have 800,000. Okay, okay. Mao Lilan looked at the two people who didn't deal with it, sandwiched between them with a wry smile and persuaded, just treat it as a tourist, there is nothing too noisy. Humph. Jao Keng turned their heads away at the same time. Also opened a detective agency in Yanihua town, not far away. There was already business competition, but the conflict has become more obvious recently. A few days before coming to Izu, Kogoro Mori relied on Conan to solve a case in Saitama Prefecture. The name of sleeping detective is getting bigger and bigger, and reporters who have good news are inexplicably late. The active Gao Cheng raised it up with Mori Kogora. In the past few days, the two voices of sleeping detective and modern left character have quarreled in the newspapers. Modern Xiuoan is a name given to him by the media without authorization. The reason is that he has carried a wooden knife several times to detect crimes, which is exactly like the protagonist Xiuoan in a detective novel many years ago. Although I didn't like this name because of the high cost, I didn't want to be compared by Kogoro Mori, and finally reached the point where they were very stiff when they met. Mori Kogora has Conan, and he also has a system. Gao Cheng glanced at Conan, who was pretending to be a child. As long as he worked hard, it might not be possible to solve the case before Conan. At the office in Mooncage Island village, after Gao Cheng got off the ship, he and Conan first came here to find information about his client Kiji Aso. The letter of entrustment sent to him and Kogoro Mori are all pasted in paper-cut words, and it says, "Next time on the night of the full moon, the shadows will begin to disappear on Moon Shadow Island, please come and investigate." It's just that, except for the postmark of Moonshade Island, there is no extra information. AMA, Kiji Aso. The office director looked at Gao Cheng in horror. "No, this is impossible. Because he died more than 10 years ago." "What? He was born on the island. He used to be a very famous pianist," the director said in amazement. "But on a full moon night 12 years ago, he returned to his hometown after many years and held a piano in the village public hall. After the concert, I don't know why I suddenly closed my home with my family and set off a big fire." The director narrated in a deep voice under Mao Lilan's chilling eyes. "It is said that he killed his wife and daughter with a knife. He seemed to be entangled in the raging flames, and he continued to play the piano. Is Beethoven's Piano Sonata, Moonlight. But what's the matter with this letter of entrustment?" Gao Cheng frowned and took out the letter of entrustment. It is indeed stamped with the postmark of Moonshade Island, and the entrustment fee has been paid in full. It shouldn't be someone who is playing a prank. I think it must be someone in your village who imposters it. Mori Kogoro grabbed the director unwillingly and said, "Who would do this?" "This," the director took a step back subconsciously, "you can ask the village chief, he is at the public hall right now." "Okay, let's pass now." Kogoro Muri Yuguang glanced at Gao Cheng, and eagerly asked the location of the public hall before leaving. Gao Cheng did not immediately follow up, but asked the staff, "Is there a person named Asai Narumi on the island?" "Oh, you mean Dr. Cheng Shi, she should be in the clinic over there now." "Thank you." Moon Shadow Island Clinic. When Gao Sung found him, Conan and his party followed along, as if it happened to be on the way to the public hall. At this time, Asai Narumi happened to take a child away at the entrance of the clinic. It was originally Gao Cheng looking for him. After seeing Asai Narumi, Mori Kogoro suddenly couldn't move his feet. "Is this Dr. Cheng Shi?" Gao Sung asked hesitantly, looking at the doctor who looked like a pretty girl. "Ah, it's me," said Asai, with long hair and a slender white coat. "What's the matter with you?" Before Gao Cheng could reply, Kogoro Mori squeezed to the front and said, "That's it, we actually received a letter of entrustment from Kiji Aso." "Kiji Aso?" Asai Narumi's face was surprised. Yet, Gao Cheng didn't mean to argue with Kogoro Mori, but he explained, "But the office said K. Aso had died more than 20 years ago, so I wondered who would pretend to be him." "Let's come." "I don't know too well, because I only came to this island a few years ago." Asai shook his head and looked at Gao Cheng curiously. "Are you from outside?" Mao Lilan nodded and said, "Well, we are from Tokyo." "Really? I'm from Tokyo too," said Asai happily. "This island is different from Tokyo. It's great, right? Not only is the air fresh, but it's also very quiet." Beep. Just as he said, a publicity car passed by, and the noisy horns reverberated. Qing Shui Zhengren, please vote for Qing Shui Zhengren." Asai became embarrassed, and smiled embarrassedly, "But this is an exception, because the village election is about to be held." Village chief election. Only then did Kogoro Mori remember the business, and quickly said, "We just want to ask the village chief too. Are you going to the public hall?" Asai reminded, "Tonight there will be a memorial service on the second anniversary of the death of the former village head Mr. Kame Yama. If you ask there, you may be rewarded." Gao Cheng was a little disappointed. He originally thought he could get some useful information from the only person he remembered. Followed Mori Kogoro to find the public hall. At the door, many villagers were protesting against the current village chief. After Mori Kogoro explained his intention to the village secretary, he waited outside the meeting room. But Gao Cheng didn't stay with this guy, but took advantage of this gap to look around. Conan hasn't realized the meaning of the letter of commission, but he is different. Whether it was the murder of Moon Shadow Island released by the system, or his own vague memory. He knew that the island would not be peaceful in the future, and the person who sent the letter of entrustment had obviously noticed. Just why do you hide your head and show your tail? Is there any reason why the identity cannot be revealed? Gao Cheng has no expectations to find out the true identity of the client. The most important thing now is to investigate the events that may happen on this island. The cause of the incident seems to be related to the death of Kiji Aso more than 10 years ago. Gao Cheng gently pushed open a door at the end of the aisle, and found that there was only a black piano in a large room. Speaking of piano, he recently got 2 piano knowledge cards, and he has not had time to experiment. Gao Cheng opened the keyboard cover itchingly, using the experience in his mind to put his fingers on the keyboard as if instinctively, which he should have never learned before, but it would be as if heaven helped to play smoothly. Hey! Conan followed behind, looking at the audition's Gao Cheng in surprise. I didn't expect you to still play the piano. Gao Cheng regained his senses and hummed, there are many things you didn't expect, but I will become the world's #1 detective. Conan looked speechless. It's too early to say this, right? You guys! Hearing the sound of the piano, the village chief's secretary hurried into the room and shouted anxiously, you can't touch that piano. Hey! Gao Cheng was taken aback, what's wrong? That's the cursed piano used by Mr. Aso in the concert on the night of his suicide. Hirata looked scared. Curse, curse. Mao Lilan also followed into the piano room, shivering at the words. Yes, Hirata jealously pushed Kosung and Conan out of the room, it's not just Mr. Aso, even the former village head. The former village chief. Gao Cheng looked at the sweaty Hirata and asked curiously, is this the former village head Umayama Kamiyama who is doing the ritual today? Hirata closed the door of the room, breathed a sigh of relief, and explained in a low voice, it happened 2 years ago, and it was also the night of the full moon. At that time, I happened to pass by the public hall, but there should be no one in the public hall. There was the sound of someone playing the piano. When I asked who was inside, the sound stopped immediately. Wait for me to walk inside, Hirata said with a terrifying expression. Mr. Kamiyama fell on the piano. The cause of death was a heart attack. The tune he played until his death was Mr. Aso in the Flames. That Moonlight Sonata that I keep playing. Moreland's teeth trembled, and he was completely immersed in the atmosphere of horror. It should be Mr. Aso's ghost, right? Gao Cheng pouted his lips. Conan is a detective world, nothing is more reliable than ghosts. Anyway, Hirata regained his calm and warned, you should go out and wait before the ritual is over. Don't touch this cursed piano again. Outside the public hall, the full moon has appeared in the night sky. Reading www.yukanshu.com looks very calm, but I don't know why it has a weird atmosphere. Really, Mori Kogora angrily pinched out the cigarette butt, complaining to Gao Cheng, it's all because you guys touched other people's things, even I was kicked out. Who knew that guy would react so much? Gao Cheng leaned against the door, and suddenly saw Asai Cheng Mi, dressed in black, walking towards the public hall with a middle-aged man. What? Are you still there? Asai Chen Mi asked unexpectedly, have you seen the village chief? Not yet. Mori Kogora was also very dissatisfied with the village that left him aside, it seems I don't know when to wait. Ms. Chinchi, Morilan ignored Kogora's complaint and asked, are you here to attend the ceremony? Yes, Cheng Shi smiled. Because when I came to this island, the first post-mortem was Mr. Kamiyama, so I wanted to burn incense and worship. Talking about Cheng Shi, he introduced the middle-aged humanity around him. Yes, this is Mr. Shimizu. Hello, I am Shimizu Masaru, so I can show you a lot. The middle-aged man greeted him with a friendly face. The face of the Chinese character was quite righteous, and he was very kind and friendly when he smiled. Gao Cheng took a look. It was the village chief candidate whom the propaganda car had been calling for before. On the surface, it looks good, but shouldn't this kind of person be the murderer? The battle for the village chief on the Moon Shadow Island seems to be very fierce. Now that the election of the village chief is coming, some people may have murderous intentions. And, by coincidence, the village chief died 2 years ago. See you later. Asai Narumi and Shimizu Masato entered the ceremonial venue together, and Gao Cheng and his party had to sit down at the door and wait for the ritual to end. Chapter 32, Moonlight Sonata of Death. A few thin clouds floated by before the full moon, and in the quiet night, the public hall continued to hear the monks chanting scriptures and the knocking of wooden fish. Gao Cheng leaned boringly on the steps, still thinking about the piano just now, and suddenly there was a melodious piano tune echoing, and even the sound of the ceremony venue was suppressed. This song is Moonlight. Gao Cheng and Conan rushed into the public hall. There were already many people in the aisle looking at the piano room where the sound was heard. After pushing the door open, a wet body suddenly appeared in front of everyone. In the beautiful music of the Moonlight Sonata, Kawashima, a candidate for village chief on the island, sat down in front of the piano, with his head pressed against the piano, his arms hanging weakly on the ground, and water stains. Already dead. Even if he didn't approach, Gao Cheng could instinctively feel the fear of the dead. Kogoro Mori stepped forward to sniff Shimokawajima, measured his pulse again, shook his head helplessly, and said in a deep voice, "A step late, he has died." Everyone gasped, "Why, how could this be?" "Xiaolan, report to the police station." Kogoro Mori shouted back, "Others present, don't leave." Compared to Gao Cheng, Maori, who used to be a criminal police officer, is obviously more professional. After his daughter Xiaolan left, he turned to Asai Narumi and said, "Ms. Chinchi, can you trouble you for the autopsy?" "Oh, okay." Asai nodded and walked to the corpse to check. "It's a curse." Hirata retreated in a panic. "This is the curse of that piano." "Where is the curse?" Gao Cheng followed to stand next to the corpse. The moonlight song was not a supernatural phenomenon, but a tape recorder on the piano playing tapes. Pressed the stop button to stop the music, Gao Cheng turned to the corpse. The deceased's eyes were wide open, his mouth opened as if he saw something terrifying, his coat didn't know where he went, and the folds of his white shirt were covered with mud. Judging from the water stains and drag marks on the ground, it seems to be dragged in by the murderer from the back door of the room facing the sea. Anyway, judging by the incident that happened here 2 years ago, Kogoro Mori glanced at Gao Cheng, and his eagerness to win greatly increased. This is clearly a carefully planned murder. Murdering case. "Hey, don't keep saying something there," someone looked at Maori dissatisfiedly. "Who are you?" "Me." Muri Kogoro chuckled, tidying up his clothes and proudly said, "I am a famous detective from Tokyo, I am Muri Kogoro." "Oh." Everyone suddenly realized, it's that space pilot. No, he often appears in mystery novels, right? That person is Akaki Kogoro, right? Hey? Who is this person? The words of discussion reached Kogoro Mori, and the blow was decent. He felt a little unable to lift his head. The corners of his eyes could not help but twitched. He thought depressed, this kid must have already thought of it, so he didn't say anything. Damn it! The case must be solved first. Gao Cheng didn't care about Kogoro Mori, but walked along the watermark to the back door leading to the beach. Has been meeting with Conan, he still has nothing to do with reasoning, but his observation ability has improved a lot, at least some obvious clues he will not miss. The door is directly outside the undulating sea under the moonlight, and you can see that the deceased's coat is still floating on the sea. The murderer should have killed someone on the beach and then moved the corpse to the piano room, and the back door and windows here have been locked from the inside. In other words, the murderer is still in the venue? Gao Cheng looked back at everyone. After all, he stayed in front of the front entrance before the incident, and the back door and windows were locked. With so many clues, he didn't need a strong reasoning ability to determine that the murderer was the person in the venue. At this time, Asai Narumi had also experienced the corpse, explaining to everyone, based on the plaque and the stiffness of the corpse, the time of death should be 30 to 60 minutes. It seems that the cause of death is suffocation. Mr. Kawashima should be drowned in the sea, but an autopsy is necessary to determine the true cause of death. Dr. Chinchi should be right. Conan also observed the whole scene like Gao Cheng, and after recounting the same details, he walked to the tape recorder. In this volume of Moonlight Tape, there is a few minutes of blank space deliberately left at the front. The murderer should have been calmly arranged, press the switch of the recorder, and escape from the corridor calmly. While talking, seeing everyone's surprised eyes fall on him, Conan reacted and hurriedly smiled at Maori innocently. Is that right, uncle? Ah, yeah, that's right. Handing over the follow-up reasoning to Maori, Conan looked depressed at Gao Cheng standing aside. Damn it, when can I compete with this guy upright? Gao Cheng shuddered for some reason, looked back strangely at Kogoro Mori and Conan, and walked to the piano again. During careful observation, he suddenly found a piece of paper sandwiched between the lid of the piano keys that had been lifted up. This is sheet music. Gao Cheng took out the music score from the gap in doubt, and several people present instantly changed their faces. A thin young man with eyebrows and squirrel eyes ran out in horror, yelling as if he saw a ghost. Who is he? He is Mr. Nishimoto, the secretary of the village mayor Hirata introduced. He used to be quite powerful, eating, drinking, and gambling. He was always lavish, but after the death of the former village chief 2 years ago, he seemed to be scared by something. Hiding at home all day. By the way, the village head and him should be childhood playmates. Hirata turned to the current village head, Kuroiwa. Ah, yes. The village chief Hayanta was sweating, and his face was not pretty. Hey, Giotto, Conan thought, approaching Gao Cheng and whispered, do you think these people are weird? It seems that something is wrong when you see the corpse. It's kind of. Gao Cheng's gaze fell on a few people in Heian village. Maybe there is something we don't know. The police station on the island has only one elderly policeman. When Moore Island called to the public hall, it was already very late. The old policeman just recorded some information and released everyone at the venue back. The investigation and inquiry plan to wait until the 2nd. Do it again in the next day. Where is murder? It is clearly the soul of Mr. Aso. The villagers left in 2s and 3s, and there was still a lot of discussion about the incident, and the monks kept reading the scriptures. Gao Cheng looked at these people speechlessly. How can there be any soul? It's just the design of the murderer. If there is a ghost, what do you want them to do as a detective? Just ask the ghost directly. Well, Kyoto-kun, Asai walked behind, turning to Gao Cheng slightly tired. Can such a murder case be solved quickly? I really don't want to do an autopsy anymore. Gao Cheng noticed that Jinchi's expression was slightly sad, and he was taken aback. Don't worry, Ms. Jinchi, Maori rushed forward without waiting for Gao Cheng's response. This guy smiled with his back on the winning ticket. As long as the detective handles things, it's very simple. Really? Asai became normal again, and smiled sweetly. Please, please. Senior Gao Cheng, Mao Lilan saw that Gao Cheng didn't seem to want to leave, and said strangely, aren't you going back to the hotel with us? Yes, I will spend the night here with the policeman. Gao Cheng silently watched Asai leave. There are still too few clues about this incident, and there are still many mysteries involved in the case a few years ago, and he can't figure out the clue for the time being. However, once he has enough clues, he will definitely spot the murderer. Really, what are you thinking of? Kogoro Muri stared suspiciously at Gao Cheng, paused, and said to Moli Ran, Xiao Lan, you go back with Conan, and I will stay here too. Dad. In the piano room of the public hall, the old policeman moved the body to the ground without authorization, because it was wrapped in cloth and it was not so infiltrating. Gao Cheng sat down in front of the piano and picked up the sheet of music in the crack. With knowledge of piano, he can easily see that it is the sheet music of Moonlight, but there is a section in the middle but it is very wrong. Tried to play it on the piano. It turned out to be a familiar tune in Moonlight, but in the fourth paragraph, there was a completely out-of-tempo sound, which suddenly destroyed the melody of the tune. What are you doing? Kogoro Mori was startled by the harsh noise. Don't play if you can't play. It's the problem with the score. Gao Cheng looked at the fourth paragraph of the score again, frowning. It seems that someone left a message. Message? Conan's voice sounded from behind, and Maori was stunned, and suddenly discovered that Xiaolan and Conan were also following. Didn't I tell you to go back first? Because we are worried about Uncle. Conan looked at the music sheet closely, and innocently turned towards Gao Chendao. Brother Gao Cheng should have known that the commission letter is a notice letter, right? You really are not an ordinary kid. Gao Cheng glanced at this guy. This guy is always fooling around as a child, but he didn't arouse much suspicion. Telling letter. Maori hasn't reacted yet. Yes, it says that the shadow disappears, which means that it is shrouded in light. Didn't the murder scene happen to have the song Moonlight? Conan said while checking the score. Maybe the incident is not over yet. If you say so. Kogoro Mori looked ugly. Is the letter of commission actually a challenge book given by the murderer to my detective Kogoro Mori? Damn it! With a grin, Kogoro Mori looked at Gao Cheng, who was still studying the music score again. It's dangerous. This kid knew it from the beginning, and the murderer is very likely to return to the piano room. Are you really going to spend the night here? Gao Cheng shook his head and put down the score, and then asked, Xiaolan, aren't you afraid of ghosts? There are corpses next to it. Ah, I hate it. Maor Island shrank and hugged Conan, with a look of fear. Why mention this suddenly? I thought you weren't afraid anymore. Gao Cheng glanced at Conan, who was blushing in Morland's arms, his teeth itchy. Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with it. But you seem to be afraid of corpses too. Illusion. After a while, the old police officer brought the bedclothes to sleep. Gao Cheng was shocked by the hard work, for fear that something might happen to the old policeman. Let me help. Thank you. The old police officer wiped his sweat. I thought you were the only one, so why didn't you stay here, and brought a child? Sorry, said. Asai suddenly appeared at the door with a bag of things. I called and asked the hotel. I heard that you are still here, so I brought you a supper. Listening to you, I seem to be really hungry. Smelling the scent, everyone's stomachs gurgled, only to realize that they hadn't eaten since noon. Thank you so much, Dr. Chinchi. Waiting for Chinchi to spread out the tablecloth and put the sushi rice on it. Gao Cheng and the old policeman have moved all the bedding to the piano room and sat around to dine together. It's weird to eat beside the corpse, but he can't take care of that much anymore. He didn't eat much today www.readaloud.com but wasted a lot of energy. Dr. Cheng Shi, Gao Cheng asked, taking a bite of the rice ball, you did the autopsy for the former village chief 2 years ago? How did he die? It's a heart attack, Asai nodded and recalled, it's just that his face seemed quite tight, as if he saw something terrible. Isn't that the same as Kawashima this time? Gao Cheng paused. There will be no ghosts, right? Mao Lilan thought of the comments made by the villagers before, and became frightened again. Go back if you are so scared, really. Mori Kogoro put the problematic sheet of music into his arms. Anyway, the murderer might come back again. We'll take turns to watch the night here tonight. Said and looked at Gao Chendao. Hey, aren't you some modern left-writing? Why don't you bring that toy lake? Whoever is okay will carry a wooden knife around. Gao Chenbei gave this guy a glance. I also heard that you are a master of judo, so it's fine for the murderer to come over and hand it over to you. Damn it, where did you hear about it? In the middle of the night, Gao Cheng was lying in a sleeping bag but couldn't fall asleep. Next to him, Asai Chinmai, Malilin and Conan were similar, but Muri Kogora and the old policeman slept soundly. I really took Muri Kogora, which made it harder for him to sleep. Although Malilin is good at karate, incidents such as encounters with ghosts and monsters are similar to those of an ordinary girl, only the screams are loud enough. Scream? If you have any questions, just call me. I'll squint for a while, and then I'll take over for you to watch the night. Gao Cheng reminded Conan and the others, quietly summoning the wooden sword Toya Lake in his arms, closing it more and more Shen eyelids. Chapter 33, Bloody Piano Score. At noon the next day, Gao Chenjie waited for the police from Tokyo with eye circles. Not surprisingly, it was police officer Megome again. I knew I would meet you again. Mumu glanced at Mori Kogora, who was asleep. We are going to investigate and inquire at the village office. You should take a good rest and go there later. I will ask Mori about this. Dude. Gao Cheng yawned, and found that Conan and the others were also sleeping, shook their heads and stood up and said, I won't sleep here anymore. I'd better go to the village office first. Ah, is this okay? No problem. Gao Cheng took Lake Toya to the village office without a good spirit. He originally planned to follow the investigation and inquire, but he fell asleep on the chair outside in a daze. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Conan and his party also yawned to the village office again and again, and found that the investigation had not yet reached them. That kind of place is really not suitable for sleeping. Conan looked listlessly at Ko Sung, who was sleeping with Lake Toya in a chair. Brother Ko Sung is really amazing. Moran and Asai Narumi are also very impressed. While sleeping with a knife, it's worthy of modern Zumanji. Asai Narumi looked at Lake Toya curiously. Nothing special, just an ordinary wooden knife. What modern left-hand writing? Kogoro Muri came out of the interrogation room out of anger. This guy clearly said he would come to help, but he has slept alone until now. Dad, Maoriran rubbed her eyes, and when she saw Mori Kogora, she immediately cheered up and asked, how is it? Do you know who the prisoner is? Don't be stupid, Kogora Mori shook his head feebly. There are 38 people involved in the ceremony, and it won't be that simple. Asai Narumi approached. Excuse me, when will it be my turn? Mori Kogora looked at his sleepy look, and quickly said ashamed, I know you are really tired, but you are still in the last place. In this case, I will wash my face before interrogating. Asai got up and left. Uncle, Conan asked, how many people are left behind who need to go in for interrogation? Kogoro Mori glanced at the people in the waiting room. Almost all of them are here, including Dr. Chinchi, the village chief's daughter Raiko Kuroiwa, her fiancé Murazawa Munde, the village chief's candidate Masato Shimizu, and the village chief's secretary Kazuhira Hirata. Ming, there are 6 people, Ken Nishimoto, who is currently under investigation. Speaking of Nishimoto Ken, Maori Shirley said, but this guy is quite time-consuming, and no matter what you ask him, he is silent. My instinct is that the criminal is this guy. Conan has a black line on his face, intuition again. At 6:30 in the evening, Gao Cheng was awakened by the yelling of Raiko Heian, and found that Asai was sitting next to him. Can't you be polite? In the interrogation room, Raiko Kuroyan stood up and yelled at his eyes, I have no motive to kill Mr. Kawashima at all. It's too much. Miss Lingzi is really amazing, Mao Lilan smacked, she has been yelling for 10 minutes. Sorry, Gao Cheng sat up and looked at the time. It's already so late, is the investigation still over? There are only a few people left, Asai said with concern, are you okay? Gao Cheng smiled and said, it's okay, but you don't seem to have much energy. Of course, how can such a place sleep well? Conan muttered. I didn't sleep well either. Gao Cheng listened to the noise in the interrogation room, and had no interest in helping, so he started chatting with Issei. Why did Dr. Cheng Shi come to such a small island? I remember you said you were from Tokyo, right? Yes, so I usually go back to Tokyo to visit my parents on weekends. It feels a bit like a part-time doctor, Issei said with a smile, but I have been longing for it for a long time, and I hope to be here. I work on a small island surrounded by nature, so I decided to stay here. 2 years have passed without knowing it. Gao Cheng looked at the complex emotions on Issei's beautiful face, and then thought of the strange look last night. That kind of sadness, it seems that it's not just not wanting to do an autopsy again. That, Dr. Cheng Shi, Gao Sung asked hesitantly, you? Okay. Chen Shi looked at Gao Cheng with clear eyes, and waiting for the following, the village office suddenly sounded the second movement of Moonlight, and the brisk music resounded in the whole village office, like the song of death. This is... Gao Cheng's expression changed and stood up. Where does the music come from? It's a broadcasting room. Everyone rushed to the second floor with an ominous premonition, just in time to see that Ken Nishimoto, who was horrified, collapsed in horror at the door of the broadcasting room. Gao Cheng looked into the broadcasting room, his body tightened instantly. On the broadcasting station of the broadcasting room, the village chief He Ian was lying on it with blood all over, with the deadly blade stuck in his back, and the blood would dye the broadcasting station red, which looked chilling amidst the melodious piano sound. No one is allowed to go in. Mumu stopped the crowd and shouted to his subordinates, call forensics and autopsy personnel to come over right away. Police officer, the officer reported, the post-mortem examiner has gone to Tokyo in the evening because of Mr. Kawashima's autopsy. What? Mumu got a headache, damn it. At this time. That, Issei stood up and said, I can help if needed. Dr. Chinchi. Mumu was stunned, nodded, and said, all right, I will trouble you when the forensic team comes over. Gao Cheng had a heavy face. Taking advantage of the gap in the police verification scene, he followed into the broadcasting room and looked at the head of Heian village, who had been laid flat on the ground for an autopsy. Like Kawashima before, this man's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost before he died. I think the deceased was brutally killed a few minutes before the corpse was found. Issei reported after the test corpse. Well, it is true. Mumu took out the tape of the second movement of Moonlight from the broadcasting station. There is a blank space of about 5 minutes and 30 seconds in the front of this tape. In this case, it means that the murderer is still in this village office. Here, only those people are suspected. Detective Megome. The forensic officer suddenly shouted, it seems that there is something written in blood under the chair here. Oh. Mumu squatted down. Is this music score? There are several lines of staff drawn intermittently with blood on the floor, which seems to contain some information just like the last time. Kogoro Mori pondered hard, could it be that this is also the last word left by the victim? No. Conan didn't save Maori at all, and while taking out his notebook to jot down the music scores on the floor, he retorted, if there is time and physical strength to write these things with his own blood, he would be able to go outside long ago. I'm asking for help. So this should be left on purpose by the murderer. Muri Kogora's face became darker and darker, and he unbearably gave Conan a big bag. Smelly boy, let me go. Hey! Conan walked to the door unhappily and looked at Gao Cheng, who was also studying the score with a small notebook. Kyoto, have you found anything? Not yet. Gao Cheng frowned. He had watched the entire scene, but he still had no clue. As for this kind of cryptic music score, even with piano knowledge, he was completely powerless. His poor reasoning ability, reading www.yuyugonshu.com may not be able to figure it out after a few days. Gao Cheng silently opened the system light curtain. 1 minute is too short. It is not enough to face this kind of complicated case, but now it has reached a dead end. you must find a way to break the situation. If you can't find the murderer, maybe the murder will continue. Gao Cheng squatted in front of the blood-stained music score, and as the 1-minute famous detective mode started, all the clues were quickly reorganized in his mind. The first thing to do is to interpret the code. It takes almost no time, and the information in the sheet music is directly presented. Starting from the leftmost side of the piano keys, put 26 English letters in sequence, and compare the scores to form a unique decryption key. The music score message in the piano room was interpreted as, "Understand, you are the next one." And the message on the floor of the broadcast room is, "Here is the resentment of the fire of karma is eliminated." Is not too useful information. Gao Cheng continued to arrange the clues in his mind, and suddenly noticed that the blood used to draw scores on the ground had dried up. He doesn't know much about medicine. He doesn't know how long the blood will dry. The lack of knowledge can't help even if it's a 1-minute detective model. But it shouldn't be so fast. While there was still time, Gao Cheng looked closely at the corpse of the village chief He Yian, and then turned to the broadcasting station. After scanning the setting keys on the broadcasting station, his expression suddenly shook. A bright light flashed in his mind, and almost immediately before the end of the minute, the clues were instantly connected, and an incredible figure emerged. Takasaki looked stiffly at Issei Narumi, who was standing on the side. Although there are still doubts, but the clues found here can identify the murderer who is in charge of the autopsy. But why? Chapter 34, Bet on the Reputation of a Detective. Gao Cheng walked out of the village office silently, and while Mumu was conducting investigations, he found the old policeman at the police station on the way to the public hall. "Old man, do you still remember the case more than 10 years ago? Did Mr. Aso really commit suicide?" Gao Cheng asked, very concerned. After 1 minute, the magical state disappeared, but his thoughts did not disappear, leaving him with many doubts without clues. "Well, the witnesses said so," the old policeman slowly recalled. "I remember that the witnesses seemed to be the former village heads of Kamiyama and Kawashima. Ah, by the way, there were also the heads of Heian and Nishimoto. The 4 of them saw it with their own eyes. Aren't the 3 of them killed this time?" Gao Cheng remembered the reasoning in just 1 minute, and continued to ask, "Is there any relationship between the 4 of them?" The old policeman nodded and said, "A few of them and Aso grew up together. I remember that the 5 of them went to learn piano together when they were young. Later, when Aso became a famous pianist, Nishimoto often went to participate in his overseas trips. It's a concert to join in." After saying this, the old policeman reacted and said, "Ah, now only Nishimoto is left." Gao Cheng twitched the corners of his mouth. This old man's reflection arc is too long, right? Going back to the village office with the old policeman, Gao Cheng continued to ask, "What about Dr. Chinchi? Does she have anything to do with Mr. Aso? Is it Mr. Aso's daughter?" The old man shook his head. "Mr. Aso's daughter died in the fire a long time ago, and Dr. Cheng Shi came only a few years ago, but, speaking of it, Aso has a son who should be still alive because he suffered from it as a child. A serious illness, so I have been treated in the hospital." "Is that true?" Gao Cheng sighed slightly. Originally, he thought that Issei was just a special hobby of being a pseudonym, that is, the legendary lady dressing boss. Now he knows the real reason why he disguised himself as a woman. "I'm afraid it was all because of the fire that broke out more than 10 years ago. If the guess is correct, the Aso family may not have committed suicide at all, so the head of Heian village only looked frightened before they died." Gao Cheng gripped Lake Toya with a wooden knife and followed the old policeman into the lobby of the village office. Inside, Mugir was interrogating a group of people. Issei's suspicion has been naturally ruled out, and only Masato Shimizu, Nishimoto, Hirata, and Raiko's fiancé were suspected on Monday. As for the code message of the music score, Conan hasn't been stumped for too long. This guy just doesn't know enough about the piano. After repeating the deciphered message to everyone, Conan's eyes fell on Gao Cheng, who was following the old policeman, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's him. It must be him. Nishimoto immediately yelled in horror after knowing the score information, that guy is still alive. Aso Kiji is still alive. He is indeed dead, the old policeman said. The bones and teeth shapes found at the fire scene were also compared. It is absolutely correct that they belonged to the family. The old policeman recalled the tragedy and sighed. Everything was burned down at the time, only the music scores in the fireproof safe. Music? Sheet music? Everyone present was startled. Where are those scores now? Maori asked anxiously. The old policeman slowly thought back, in the warehouse of the public hall, but the key to the warehouse is in the police station, haha. Then you don't hurry up and get it. Magyar shouted with a black face, go. Ah, yes. The old policeman was startled and hurried out of the village office. Wait a minute, I'll go with you too. Conan thought of something, and hurriedly chased him out. On the night road to the police station, Conan followed the old policeman and pretended to chat as usual and asked, is Mr. Aso really let go and burn his family? Well, because it was the former head of the village, Mr. Kameyama, as well as the head of Heian, Mr. Nishimoto and Mr. Kawashima, they saw it. The old policeman nodded, and was stunned, before reacting, the little brother before this question. I also asked about it, and asked about my son, Mr. Aso. What? Conan was startled, and suddenly thought of Gao Cheng's weird look after reading the sheet music before. Giotto. Did brother Gao Cheng say anything? Village office, Gao Cheng alone called Issei Narumi outside. Kito-kun, what's the matter? Issei Narumi looked at Gao Cheng's back with uncertainty. Dr. Cheng Shi, did you send me that letter of authorization? In the name of your deceased father. Takei turned to face Issei Narumi. I have solved the case this time, including why you killed those people, and why Mr. Nishimoto was so scared. Issei Chinji's face changed, and he looked at Gao Cheng silently. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. There was nothing wrong with Mr. Kawashima before he died, but, Gao Cheng said solemnly, when it was the turn of the village chief, Heian, you showed a big flaw, that is blood stains. It was definitely not only 5 minutes later. It looks like, I think it's probably using the automatic turning device of the broadcasting station. The tape is played from the blank side at the beginning, and after the automatic turning, it will give you more than 30 minutes of time. Gao Cheng glanced at the silent Issei Chinmai, and continued, I want to hide from the police here. You were the only one who was doing the post-mortem work at that time. The reason why Mr. Kawashima was drowned and moved to the piano room, I think is also to support a post-mortem staff. As a doctor, you know the process of the post-mortem, deliberately let the post-mortem take Mr. Kawashima's body back to Tokyo for anatomy. Actually, I knew you were a man from the beginning, but I didn't expect you to be Mr. Aso's son. Gao Cheng looked up at the full moon in the night sky. He thought of Taiko Daogaki in the previous case, and the curator of Okiai in the art museum incident. Even the murderers are not necessarily bad guys, so Issei Narumi found him and Mori. Kogora, I am afraid that someone can stop him. Go surrender, Dr. Cheng Shi. A surprised look flashed across Issei's face, aren't you handing me over to the police? He had heard of the competition between Kosei and Kogoro Mori before, this time it was a good opportunity to suppress Kogoro Mori. Seeing that Gao Cheng didn't respond, Issei Narumi smiled bitterly, you are really a great detective, Kyoto-kun. I thought it was not so fast, at least Mr. Mori didn't doubt it at all. Although I don't know what happened to Mr. Aso that year, Gao Cheng turned and left, I will find out the truth. Let Nishimoto get the punishment he deserves, and bet on my reputation as a detective. Chapter 35, Detective in the Fire. Citizen Hall, Gao Cheng silently returns to the starting point of the incident. He didn't know whether the killing for revenge was correct or not. The prisoner's mood shouldn't be something that the detective needs to care about. Only from haunted house mother and child, Tomeji Taiko, Okii curator, and now Issei Narumi, gradually he also feels that the relationship between the detective and the prisoner is not exactly like the kind of hostility in the fight. For him, Issei Narumi is more than just a murderer. Although the time spent with him is very short, he really feels the sadness deep in the other party's heart, and he can't forget the time spent with him in just one day. From a personal point of view, he doesn't think these people are how hateful, but because of the experience of these people, he feels uncomfortable. When watching Conan in the past, he even raised the idea of not wanting Conan to solve the case, and once hated Conan. But now that I have become a detective in the incident, I really understand Conan's complicated mood. If he could, he would definitely prevent these people from committing the murders so as not to go to the point where it is difficult to turn their heads back, but after all, there was nothing he could do. When he arrived on Moonshadow Island, he could not even remember that Jinchi was the murderer. The only thing he can do is to use his identity as a detective as much as possible, and don't let this tragedy continue. Outside the warehouse, the old policeman didn't seem to bring the key over for a while. Gao Cheng had to take advantage of the moonlight to go outside, then broke the window and went inside, turned on the light and started looking for the sheet of music. Cheng Shi told him everything. 2 years ago, Kameyama gave everything out before he died. It turns out that these people have always used the opportunity of Aso Kiji's overseas performances to buy drug heroin, and they used it to transport them in the piano room. That piano. The reason why Hirata did not let outsiders approach the piano casually was because there was a hidden compartment under the piano, which he had checked just now. More than 10 years ago, when Kiji Aso planned to stop helping, the Kameyama Four, who were afraid of the secrets, locked the Aso family at home and burned them alive. It's just that these things are said by the dead Kameyama after all. They cannot be used as evidence. The only hope is the music score left at the scene of the fire that year. After there is no 1-minute famous detective mode, he is only a third-rate detective except for his reasonable observation ability. Fortunately, now that things are clear, all that is left is to find evidence. Outside the public hall, Nishimoto was hiding in the bushes. Seeing the light in the warehouse window, his face turned blue and became terrifying. He originally planned to destroy the music score before the old policeman found the key, but he didn't expect that someone had broken the window and got in. Hey! Gao Cheng finally found the sheet music from the clutter, and then quickly glanced at it, and suddenly heard the sound of footsteps outside the hallway. Hearing the sound actually went straight into the piano room. Gao Cheng jumped out of the window and hurried back to the hallway. When he ran to the piano room, he happened to see a black figure in the dark groping for a hidden grid on the piano floor. Will the evidence be cleared at this time? Gao Cheng smiled with a wooden knife in his hand. I have taken out the inside. What? Sua Ying was startled suddenly, without thinking, gritted his teeth and jumped out of the broken window. Gao Cheng didn't chase after him. He already knew the identity of the Black Shadow. It was the village chief's secretary Hirata. Naturally, the police would deal with this guy. Now the important thing is to hand over the piano sheet and to the police. When he looked at it just now, he found that the piano score is also used to leave a message in the form of a code. The first page says to my son Jinchi. Although he didn't read it carefully later, it was confirmed that it was Kiji Aso more than 10 years ago. The message before death clearly explained everything. Hey! Nishimoto hid in the dark, watching Gao Cheng walk out of the public hall as if he was going to the village office. He couldn't help but breathe quickly, his face sullenly clenching the stick in his hand, as if he was drowning desperately beforehand. Like when Jao Keng passed the intersection, Nishimoto's heart was horizontal, holding a stick high and rushing out from behind. Mr. Nishimoto, even if I kill you now, it's just a defensive defense. Gao Cheng stopped and turned his head, his eyes condensed. Go to the village office. Gao Cheng shook his head. This Moonlight Island trip should end here. He chose to let Asai surrender himself, but he didn't regret it at all. Some things may be more important to him than a record on the resume. Village office. When Gao Cheng pulled Nishimoto back here, he found that everyone else had already left, not even Asai Narumi. Detective Megome. Gao Cheng felt something wrong and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Oh, Kyoto-kun," Megami turned his head, "doesn't the score mean that resentment is eliminated? There should be no more murders. Everyone should go back first, and we will continue to investigate tomorrow." "Where is Dr. Chinchi?" "She should have gone back." "Go back? What's the matter?" Gao Cheng said in a daze. Did Dr. Chinchi say anything? He obviously made Asai Narumi surrender. "Yeah, didn't she go out with you?" Mumu said strangely, looking at the embarrassed Nishimoto. "What's wrong with this guy? He is the prisoner's next target and the murderer who killed Mr. Aso. Officer Megome, I will trouble you next." Gao Cheng handed the to Mumu and hurried out of the village office with the music score. "What's wrong with him?" Mumu took the object in a puzzled manner, and said in surprise, "This is heroin." Outside the village office, the sound of the Moonlight Sonata suddenly sounded in the night, and it was clearly transmitted to Gao Cheng's ears. "Is it in the piano room?" Gao Cheng looked at the public hall tightly, and saw the public hall gradually rising in the night with a raging flame, and the flames shone from far away, turning red. In the piano room surrounded by the sea of fire, Cheng Shi leaned nostalgic on the piano, her delicate face pressed against the piano keys, gently stroking his fingers, as if he had seen his father again. A smile with no regrets was pulled at the corner of his mouth, and he pressed the last note of pause. "Everything is over, Dad." "It's not over yet." Gao Cheng took the music score into the piano room surrounded by flames. "Dr. Chinchi, look at this, your father's message to you. It also says let you live alone." Chinchi raised his head, looked at the sheet music in Gao Cheng's hand, smiled sadly in his eyes. "Actually, I want to know earlier, so I won't do these things, ahem. The thick smoke choked my nose, breathing in the piano room has become more and more difficult, and the outside has been completely swallowed by the fire. Everyone who rushed here can only stand far away to watch." "Police officer," the police officers said anxiously, "it seems that gasoline has been poured around in advance, and the fire is too big to be approached. How could this happen?" Conan looked ugly, as if he had already understood everything, but he still had nothing to do with the fire, and before he rushed in, Moreilan had already hugged him from behind, and he refused to let go. "Don't go there, Conan. Sister Xiolan, maybe Dr. Chinchi is inside." Conan's face was glowing red by the flames, and he felt sad. "Ahem." Chinchi's eyes flickered with tears. "It's too late, Jado-kun, my hands are as full of blood as Kawashima and the others. You go now. Stop kidding. I'm not here to watch you die. www.readaloud.com. Doesn't that mean I kill you?" Gao Cheng put the sheet music into his arms, and directly carried it on his back. "The days to come are still long, how can you die like this? Jito-kun. You must live. I didn't realize the meaning of the letter of entrustment, but at least I want you to live." Looked at the retreat that had been engulfed by flames, Gao Cheng held Lake Toya horizontally, gritted his teeth and raised his blade high in the dash. "Who? The fire wave is approaching, and it has completely sealed the surrounding area, and the only window with a chance of escape has begun to shroud in the sea of fire." Gao Cheng's arms tightened, and Lake Toya instantly turned into an electric light when his gaze was condensed, gathering all his strength and waving it, like a real strong wind, breaking open the flame and falling on the window. Boom! Accompanied by the loud cracking sound of the glass, Gao Cheng leapt out with a Sei Chinmai, and stopped his figure after tumbling for several laps outside the fire. "What's the matter? What was the sound just now?" Mumu heard the movement and looked at the side of the public hall in surprise. "It's the piano room window." Go and take a look. Yes. Why? Cheng Shi raised his head with difficulty and looked at Gao Cheng, who was holding a wooden knife to the side. Why save me? Because you are my client. Protecting my client's safety is nothing strange, right? Koze was so blackened all over, he took a sigh of relief and stood up on Lake Toya. After finding that the policeman on the other side was rushing over, he looked back at Asai Chinmai, who was no longer a serious problem, wiped the ashes of his cheeks, smiled softly, left the music score and walked away. I have completed the commission, Dr. Cheng Shi, you can tell the police about the rest. Chapter 36, Duke of Dark Night. On the ship returning to Tokyo, there seemed to be piano tunes floating on the sea. I didn't expect that the murderer would be Dr. Chinchi. Mori Kogora stood at the bow of the boat. He hasn't slowed down for Asai, who is a man, and looked depressed. But why did he send it specially? What letter of entrustment? Are you so confident to challenge my detective Kogora Mori? I think he must have wanted someone to stop him from killing. Gao Cheng looked back at the blurring outline of Moon Shadow Island. After being found outside the fire scene, Narumi Asai quickly surrendered and explained everything. Not only did the tragedy more than 10 years ago be reversed, but the drug smuggling case on the island was also involved. With Hirata's arrest, Moon Shadow, a series of cases on the island also ended smoothly. Really, why do you look like you know it well? Mori Kogora snorted. Dr. Chinchi surrendered, and you just happened to find that sheet of music. This time neither of us has made advances. Solve the case. Conan half opened his eyes on one side, ignoring Maori's grumble, but walked up to Gao Cheng and said, You knew the murderer was Dr. Cheng Shi? Why didn't you just tell the police? No, Gao Cheng retracted his gaze and chuckled, If I knew it, I wouldn't make your uncle so proud. Come on, Conan gave a blank look. I have heard the police officer say. At that time, you should have known that the murderer was Dr. Cheng Shi, so you called him out of the village office alone, and. Conan paused, and looked at Gao Cheng inquiringly, It was you who rescued Dr. Chinchi from the sea of flames? There was a long crack along the window on the wall of the public hall over there. Dr. Chinchi couldn't do it. Arrived. You deliberately asked Dr. Chinchi to surrender? Kyoto, could it be that you? Don't think about it, Gao Cheng interrupted, I just want to be a humane detective. Conan's mouth twitched, I didn't think about anything. Tokyo, Kyoto Detective Agency. Gao Cheng browses a newspaper covering the Moon Shadow Island incident. In addition to using him and Kogora Muri as gimmicks as usual, the newspaper also published a photo of Asai Narumi being taken away from the pier by the police. It was taken very beautifully. The reporter seemed to think that Asai Narumi was beautiful and has a sad past. Aroused a lot of attention. The Mooncage Island incident ended, causing the sleeping Muri Kogora and Hyundai Zorji, two famous detectives, helpless prisoners, to surrender. The charming figure seems to bring a touch of sadness to Kojima. The final confession of Dr. Chinchi, thank you, who do you want to thank? The two famous detectives were only third-rate detectives in the past, behind their successive fame. Gao Cheng put down the newspaper and touched his chin to look at the system light curtain. Unexpectedly, his reputation value was not missed. Instead, he directly increased 200 points like a spree. 100 points are added to explain the drug smuggling case, and the other 100 points are also prestige points, but it feels like it has nothing to do with fame, so they are added directly. There is no prompt explanation, a bit similar to the last time you used the identity of a child. The prestige value gained from solving the case is probably because he chose to let Asai surrender himself. Do you want to redeem it? Gao Cheng hesitated. Now his savings are not too small. Adding Asai's 300,000 commission fee and deducting some expenses, there is still more than 1 million yuan, but no one would think that he has too much money. More than 1 million yen is not too rich. Gao Cheng's line of sight stayed on the prestige value for a while, and the beautiful face of Issei Narumi under the firelight appeared in a trance. Shook his head abruptly, Gao Cheng gritted his teeth and chose the item exchange without hesitation. Boom! As always, an extra card was added to the system, which was directly shattered into a string of memories and merged into Gao Cheng's mind. This time I got computer knowledge. Like the previous piano cards, it feels as if he has learned computer knowledge for a period of time. That is, it doesn't seem to have improved too much. Gao Cheng turned around and looked at the newspaper again. Nothing changed. It seemed that there was no system reaction as before. Issei will not always remember him, right? Gao Cheng took a breath, quickly converged his mind and returned to the computer knowledge he had just acquired. He tried to open the office computer for a test. The hand speed was much faster and he was proficient in various operations. He just wanted to try programming but couldn't get it right. Maybe he might. Don't have the talent to be a programmer? Ding! Suddenly a group reminder popped up on the computer interface. Someone invited him to join a chat group called Mysterious Journey to Aizu. Gao Cheng was stunned, but still curiously accepted. He has hardly used the internet since he got here. Could it be that the former classmates of the original owner are looking for him? Successfully entered the chat group, there was lively discussions about some software development, and also kept talking about a virus program called Dark Knight Duke. Excuse me, Gao Cheng typed curiously, what's the matter with the Duke of Dark Knight? Don't you know yet? Following Gao Cheng's interruption, the discussion in the group suddenly stopped, replaced by a series of questions. Who is this person? Why is he in the group? Aren't the two doctors left? Strange, I seem to have pulled the wrong person, I thought. What are you doing? How can you let in irrelevant people in? Sorry, I will kick it right away. No need, a man named Duke Dark Knight suddenly said, it doesn't matter if you come in and go together, even if you don't know much about computers. As soon as the Duke of Dark Knight appeared, everyone was quiet, and there was no further mention of kicking Gao Cheng out. Hey, someone couldn't help asking, is there really a chance to get that program? Of course, the Duke of Dark Knight replied, everyone is a computer expert. It seems that you know the value of that program. Haha, you will check in at the Aizu Princess Hotel in 1 week. I will prepay for half of the room fees. If you can find me who is also participating in the activity, then not only can you avoid the remaining fees, you can also get the program. What are you kidding me? Someone in the group complained, Aizu Princess Hotel has so many people, how do we know where you are? Although other people did not type, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com but also waiting for the Duke of Dark Knight to reply. Don't worry. The Duke of Dark Knight continued to send the message, have you already received the list of participants? After that, I will also announce everyone's room number, and I will dress up in 3 days and 2 nights. The real Duke of Dark Knight makes some movement. Gao Cheng looked at the series of news in confusion, originally intending to quit the group consciously, but when he saw the words of the Duke of Dark Knight, he immediately moved the mouse that clicked to quit the group. He is not interested in any programs, but the free trip to Aizu is really attractive, and he is never willing to spend this kind of money. But think about it, sunny beach, beautiful swimsuit girls. I really want to go. Want to go. Then, the newcomer who just joined, the Duke of Dark Knight's news interrupted Gao Chenglian's thoughts, please send me your identity information, too, and I will arrange a room for you. Good. Good. Gao established a private letter to the Duke of Dark Knight, but he didn't stupidly send his identity information, but randomly found a pseudonym for Jin Tianyi to deal with. I also got a computer knowledge card anyway. I still have some precautions. When I check into the hotel, I can say that I am going to replace someone. At the end of the conversation, Gao Cheng seems to have felt the good life after a week. As long as there is no Conan at that time, he will be able to spend a good free holiday. As for the Duke of Dark Knight, he only paid half of the room rate in advance. How to say he is also a detective, can't be better than a group of netizens, right? As long as you find out who the Duke of Dark Knight is during the trip to Izu, not only is it free of charge, you may also be able to sell some money for the unknown program you get. Gao Cheng is in a good mood to add the time of the Izu trip to the memo. Chapter 37, Holiday Trip to Izu. 1 week later, Izu Princess Hotel's private beach. Gao Cheng was lying on the beach chair in shorts, gazing around under the sunglasses. Under the cloudless clear sky, a sea breeze occasionally blows up the heat waves that hit people. The heat is a little hot, but the heat is just right. During this summer vacation, the beach is full of people, young ladies in bikinis. There are many more, they are all here to cool off. Gao Cheng's gaze followed a young lady passing by, falling on the swimsuit girls who were playing wantonly in the sea, and the water splashing on the chest stretched the swimsuit tightly. Oh, my body is really good, I didn't make a mistake this time. Suddenly a familiar uncle sounded beside Gao Cheng, his brows twitched, and he turned his head with an unpredictable feeling, and he saw Maori Kogora's color. The look of squinting. Since this guy is here, then. Gao Cheng continued to look around with a black face, and soon saw Mo Lilan who was holding Conan on the other side. Mo Lilan wearing a blue swimsuit was fair-skinned, and his figure was very capital. You could also see Conan's blushing face. This kid. The good mood disappeared all of a sudden. Why can I meet this guy every time? It might be a hot holiday on a rare holiday. If I travel next time, can I only go to Hokkaido? Taking advantage of the fact that Kogoro Mori and his party did not notice him, Gao Cheng carefully packed his things, and quickly left the beach pretending not to know him. In the lobby of the hotel, Gao Cheng was checking in at the front desk while waiting for the other people in the tour group. He also received everyone's list and room number just like everyone else. Including him, there are a total of 11 people in 7 groups. 2 of the doctors in one group actually have Dr. Ari. As for the others, they are either programmers, software company presidents or investors, and math teachers. In general, he is more likely to find the host, Duke of Dark Knight. Reasoning cannot be made up for by observation. What he lacks is just the reasoning ability to sort out intricate clues like Conan, so that no one can find it. A man wearing gold glasses and holding a computer walked aside, his thin face was covered by bangs, looking a little gloomy. Are you the Duke of Dark Knight? The man suddenly asked. What? Gao Cheng looked at the man suspiciously, and scanned the computer to open the stopwatch timer program. Are you also in a tour group? 0.5 seconds, to be precise, 0.35 seconds, the man said with a smile and saved the data. It's really an amazing reaction. It is the shortest reaction time among us. People's reactions to sudden problems are often the most true. It seems you have the best chance of being the Duke of Dark Knight. What? Gao Cheng looked inexplicable. Please, you are so big, I noticed it before I walked to the side. Does it make any difference to ask any questions? I'm Shiro Kano in the 2002 room, a bank clerk, the man smiled. Are you the Kanadaichi who was accidentally pulled into the group? I cared about you in the group before. Hey! A man sitting in the hall with long hair behind, holding a can of beer, said drunkenly, every one of you asks this way, is it annoying? Do you really think you can find the Duke of Dark Knight in this way? I think you are the Duke of Dark Knight. Mr. Ijin in room 2101, Shiro Kano glanced at the man behind him. It seems that it took you 2.86 seconds to answer my question, but it's not without suspicion, hey? Kogoro Mori walked into the hall and looked at Shiro Kano strangely. When he noticed Gao Cheng, his face sank. Why are you here as a kid? Every time I meet you, it doesn't seem like a good thing, it's true. Gao Cheng half opened his eyes, and suddenly thought of Dr. Aka, who hadn't been there until now. Wait, aren't you here for the Izu mystery tour? Are you too? Kogoro Mori was taken aback. His mustache trembled. It's really bad, it's rare to have free travel. Free? Gangwon grinned. You're too big, right? Before you find out the true face of the Duke of Dark Knight, everything is still uncertain. Hey! Mori Kogoro looked at Zhang Yuan blankly, not knowing why. Isn't it free? You are the Duke of the Dark Knight, right? Shiro Kano suddenly leaned behind Muri to ask, and only pressed the keyboard after Mori Kogoro reacted in a daze. Me? Maori pointed at himself confusedly. 3.04 seconds, it took you so long just to answer my question. Shiro Kano raised his mouth and reminded him, by the way, don't you know? The room rate is only half prepaid. I only paid half of the money. Mori paid no attention to what Shiro Kano said next, but rushed to the counter anxiously. Mr. AKA and 3 others, right, the waiter explained after checking, your accommodation fee is indeed only half prepaid. Maori sweated on his face. How come there is such a thing? Can you check it out again? What's the matter, Dad? Xiaolan and Conan walked up and asked in surprise. Maori asked Conan with an ugly expression, smelly boy, the hotel is only paid for half of the money. What is going on? Didn't you say that it is free? Xiaolan didn't expect such a thing, so he said, at least half of it has been paid, and we will pay the other half. But, Mori Kogoro looked back at Gao Cheng on the side, and whispered to Xiaolan's ear and said embarrassedly, I didn't bring so much money. Senior, you are here too. Xiaolan also noticed Gao Cheng, greeted him, and happily said to Kogoro Maori, Dad, can I borrow from Gao Cheng Senior, maybe the senior has money. Hey, let me borrow money from him, it's better to kill me, Mori Kogoro said, unable to save face, and said, forget it, I'm going back to my room. Ah? Dad? What should I do with the hotel room? Xiaolan yelled anxiously. I'll lend it to you first. Gao Cheng looked at the back of Kogoro Mori leaving without a word. I'll pay it back to Tokyo. Really? Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Kato-senpai. Kyoto. Shiro Kano and a few other tour group members who happened to be here were taken aback. Isn't it kind Aichi? Haha, Gao Cheng scratched the back of his head. In fact, it is Jintian as soon as he can't come, so let me replace him. My name is Kosei Jato, I'm a detective. Detective, detective. The members of the tour group instantly changed their faces, and all their eyes focused on Gao Cheng. What's wrong? Gao Cheng hesitated to look at the group of people who were not right. What the hell, how can I feel like a murder is about to happen? Couldn't you be the Hyundai left character Kosei Ishito that has been appearing in newspapers recently, right? A couple came from outside, a very energetic young man with short hair, and a young woman with short hair and yellow chestnut. It was the young man who spoke. I have read your report, and I am still thinking about the day I can meet. The young man smiled with piercing eyes. Are you? Gao Cheng looked at the youth suspiciously. He felt an unusual temperament from the youth, and his bright eyes looked like those masters in the kendo arena. Are you? Xiaolan squeezed to the front with bright eyes, and said excitedly, are you Mr. Maeda Satoshi? Maeda Satoshi. Conan looked at Xiaolan like a fan, and stood in the middle without a trace. Sister Xiaolan, do you know each other? Of course. Xiaolan said with a blush on her face. He was a Japanese karate champion 6 years ago. I started learning karate because I admired him. Talking, Xiaolan approached the young man again and said, hello, my name is Mao Lilan. I won a victory in the city convention a while ago. I didn't expect to meet you in this place, I'm so lucky. What's the luck with this? Conan looked upset and turned to Gao Chindao. Is the karate champion very good? It should be amazing. Gao Cheng sat on the sofa and looked at the embarrassed young man, at least much better than your Xiaolan. Better than Xiaolan. Conan thought of Mao Lilan's usual performance, his face even more depressed, How does that compare to you? How do I know? I don't know how to do karate. Aren't you good at kendo? Conan has a blind eye, I thought you were pretty good at all this. Gao Cheng thought for a while, looked at Conan's appearance, and suddenly teased, aren't you jealous? Others already have girlfriends. Okay. Conan followed, and it happened that Satoshi Maeda took the female companion next to him and introduced, this is my fiancée Akiko Sayama. Is a high school math teacher. www.readaloud.com. Gao Cheng looked at Akiko Sayama, and then glanced over the others present. In addition to the bank clerk Shiro Imano, the programmer Toku Kohara, and Satoshi Maeda and Akiko Sayama, there is a glamorous mature woman, software company president Hideko Yujo, and an elderly computer company investor Kane Shiro and his servant Lin Jingjiang was also present. All the people on this tour group have arrived, and one of them is the mysterious host Duke of Dark Knight. To be honest, he still doesn't understand the purpose of the other party. With so many people in the tour group, even if everyone only prepays half of the room rate, it is still a lot of money. Is it just fun to spend so much money? What's more, there are mysterious computer programs that seem to be of great value. It's really mean. The drunk Gangwon Toshio half woke up, and walked past Gao Sung with a dissatisfaction expression, I have to find a detective like you to replace him, hey. But then again, Hideko Kamijo glanced at Gao Cheng warily, and suddenly turned to Xiao Randeo suspiciously, you should be 2 doctors and a little girl in elementary school. Xiao Lan was not as embarrassed, it was because they had no way to come, so they replaced us. And the man just now was my father Kogoro Mori. He is not a doctor, and he is also a detective. Mori Kogoro. The expressions of the people present changed again. Even the sleeping Mori Kogoro is here. Isn't this just right? Maybe it's that the Duke of Dark Knight's people suddenly became a lot less. Hideko Kamijo chuckled. But this way, the Duke of Dark Knight will be more careful and harder to show his feet. Chapter 38, Mystery Tour. When the sun sets at dusk, the place where the sea and the sky meet is dyed orange, and the sunset glow on the sea is absolutely beautiful. Gao Cheng returned to his room 2001 and lay down on the bed tiredly. Is a little different from the leisure vacation you imagined, but it looks like a case is about to happen. However, the most troublesome thing right now is the joining of Conan. His idea of free vacation seems to be getting away. No matter how he thinks, it is more likely that Conan will be the first to find the Duke of the Night, and the pressure is great. Just said Conan, and there was a knock on the door. Kyoto, are you inside? Conan. Gao Cheng opened the door. Found Conan standing alone at the door. What's the matter? Katato, don't you think the people in the tour group are weird? It's just an event. Even if you can make the accommodation free, you don't need to be nervous, Conan thought and walked into the room and said, I heard Dr. Akaza say, the person who finds out the Duke of Dark Knight can get a floppy disk with a mysterious program. Do you know anything? I heard them talk about a virus program called the Duke of Dark Knight. I don't know if it will be related to the prize of this event. Gao Cheng pondered. Perhaps they are all here for this Duke of Dark Knight. What about you? Conan stared at Gao Chendao. Why are you in this tour group? Of course it's because there is free travel, and you know my situation. If it weren't for this kind of activity, how would I have the money to come out to play? Gao Cheng said and glanced at Conan. I won't be careless, this time I must find the Duke of Dark Knight. Conan's mouth twitched. You and Uncle Maori really have a fight. Conan, are you inside? Xiao Lan suddenly shouted outside, hurry up and get ready, we're going to eat. It is good. Conan responded, and when he walked toward the door, Gao Cheng raised his mouth and said, Hey, Giotto, let's compare and see who finds the Duke of Dark Knight first. Damn it! Gao Cheng collapsed his face and left the room, knowing that he would not talk to Conan so much. The open-air restaurant on the 3rd floor of the hotel building was shrouded in night, and the lights illuminated the scene brightly. People gathered in twos and threes, and there were hardly any empty tables. There are so many people, what should I do? Xiaolan looked for a location with a headache. At this time, a table of Muri Kogora on the side waved and shouted, "Xiaolan, here! It's Dad!" Xiaolan happily took Conan to look over, and found that Mauri Kogora was sitting at a table with Satoshi Maeda and Akiko Sayama. "Why are the three of you together?" Xiaolan asked curiously. Maeda laughed and said, "The two of us are being questioned by your father. He is wondering if we are the Duke of the Dark Knight." Gao Cheng followed, but he did not reach the Maori table. After looking around for a week, he walked to the old man Mr. Jin Cheng, who was alone at the table. The richest person in the tour group is probably this old gentleman. He wears a pair of sunglasses, looks mysterious, and also brings a maid. But other people are also very suspicious. No one is poorer than his detective, and the computer skills seem to be very good. Old Mr. Jincheng noticed Gao Cheng and smiled, "My eyes are not so good. Are you a detective, Kyoto?" "Yes, old man, where is your servant?" Gao Cheng sat down and asked. "Jing Zhang, she will be back soon." The old man kept sitting. "Kyoto detective, if you are here to test my tone, I am afraid I will be disappointed. I am not the Duke of Dark Knight. I just wanted to ask what happened to the virus program called Duke of Dark Knight." Gao Cheng carefully observed the old man, but couldn't see anything useful. There used to be a powerful computer virus that continuously invaded the computers of major companies to destroy it. It was a perfect virus that could not be stopped even if it was discovered. Because it was so supernatural, everyone named it Dark Knight. "The Duke," the old man explained, "anyone who has a little in-depth knowledge of computers knows this name. Is this virus the prize of this event?" After a while, the old man's fat maid came back and walked away angrily under the maid's calm and weird gaze. "Really, he just sits down, and actually treats him like a meal." Gao Cheng walked to the Maori table again, and found that Akiko Sayama was wearing a low light green corset and backless outfit, looking and quiet. The drunkist at the next table was staring at her with a grin. "Smile straight, look like a rascal." Gao Sung paused for a moment, and found that this guy Gangwon was so drunk that he even wore his tie on his head like a headscarf. It seems unlikely that this kind of person is the host Duke of Dark Knight. Speaking of Duke of Dark Knight, Maori discussed at the table, "It seems to be just a character in Yusaku Kudo's novel, right?" "Yeah, Akiko has always been Yusaku Kudo's #1 fan of novels, and she is even more fascinated by the Duke of Dark Knight." "I won't lose to others about the Duke of Dark Knight," Akiko Sayama smiled confidently, touching the ends of her hair. "Even my hairstyle is cut exactly like him." "You are not the only person familiar with the Duke of Dark Knight, Miss Sayama." Hideko Kamijo also came over in a dress. Her bold and open attire couldn't help making her heart beat faster. She only pulled 2 strips of cloth from her waist up and wrapped tightly around her neck, just covering the 2 masses of plumpness. The skirt of her lower body was also opened with high crosses, and she showed charming white long legs as she walked, and a breeze blew. "I almost saw the mysterious area." Gao Cheng's face turned red. "You reading www.yukansha.com. Compared to Akiko Sayama, Hideko Kamijo's mature charm is so blushing that even Satoshi Maeda, Kogoro Mori, and Conan stared at her leaving back. "What a dress! Have you seen enough, Kong?" Akiko Sayama blushed and twisted her boyfriend Maeda's ears, and Xiaolan did not let go of Mori Kogora. "Dad! You ran away because of this." Xiaolan twisted Mori Kogora's ears and said anger, and then said to Conan, "You are not allowed to look at any children. Brother Gao Cheng is also watching. Leave me alone." Gao Cheng blushed and coughed back his gaze, and found that the squinted Gangwon had no reaction to Shang Zhou. He didn't even look at it. Instead, he molested the waitress on one side. "Weird guy. I made do with a meal at the table of Kogoro Mori, and Gao Cheng found the bank clerk Shiro Imano in the dining room. He even brought his computer to the meal, as if he was treating a lover. But this looks like computer technology seems to be very powerful, there is a kind of expert feeling. This guy is a Dark Knight Duke, probability is quite high. Seeing what Shiro Kano was on the phone with, Gao Cheng deliberately moved closer, walked to the table behind Kano and sat down, and put his ears up. Humph, it's true, Kano Shiro said with the phone, Kangwon Toshio is really a hacker, it turns out that's the way it is. Hacker? Related knowledge flashed in Gao Cheng's mind. Hackers are hackers who engage in sabotage, spread computer viruses, steal information, it fits well with the virus Duke of Dark Knight. Is that pervert the host of the Duke of Dark Knight? Chapter 39, Bloody Smiley. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, when Gao Cheng went to the gift shop to buy soda, he accidentally saw Kogoro Mori and Hideko Kamijo went to the Emerald Bar on the second floor. He got better so soon. Or did you mean you are also inquiring about news? Hey? Is Kamijo-san married? Mori Kogoro approached Kamijo and sat in front of the bar, looking completely fascinated. Yes, but I got divorced 3 years ago. It's a shame to divorce you, a beauty. Let's not talk about it. Kamijo leaned closer. Mr. Mori, can you tell me? You must already know who is the Duke of Dark Knight, right? Maori awkwardly said, how can this work? This is related to the hotel room price. Oh, you can give me a hint. Kamijo suddenly grabbed Maori's arms and rubbed his chest across the thin clothes. Please, Maori detective. This pervert. Gao Cheng saw the heart-wrenching Maori at the door, curled his lips, and turned back to the open-air restaurant on the 3rd floor. It's almost 10 o'clock, and everyone else seems to have gone back to their room. Only the old man Jinchin stayed in the restaurant with his servant. From the current situation, Satoshi Maeda and his girlfriend Akiko Sayama are not like the Duke of Dark Knight. Since Hideko Kamijo is looking for Maori news, they should not be, but the possibility of deliberate acting cannot be ruled out. Among the others, everyone is likely to be the host. This is still the biggest suspicion for the mysterious Jinchin master and servant. Excuse me. When Gao Cheng observed the master and servant of Jinchin, a clear voice suddenly sounded behind him. 2 young and lively girls looked at Gao Cheng uncertainly, and said excitedly, are you that Kudo Shinichi? Gao Cheng's mouth was stiff, and the blow came so suddenly. You have admitted the wrong person. Hey? Yes, I'm sorry. The girl who questioned immediately blushed, and kept her head buried in apologies, but the girl next to him hesitated and said, couldn't you, that modern left-hand character? That's right, Gao Cheng nodded, and smiled awkwardly, I'm Kozei Jato. Although he has gradually gained some fame recently, he still seems to be very different from Kudo Shinichi. It has been a long time since that guy has become Conan. I'm sorry, because you are a little like Kudo Shinichi. The girl secretly glanced, and found that Gao Cheng smiled more like Kudo Shinichi, but when she looked closely, she was indeed not the same person. It's okay, people often admit to mistakes. Gao Cheng smiled, and the little entanglement in his heart quickly dissipated, but he really wanted to one day Kudo Shinichi was mistaken for him, even though Kudo Shinichi's hairstyle was much more distinctive than his. Really that modern Ziuaoan? The girl excitedly said, I thought you would learn Ziuaoan with a knife, can you sign me? I'm also a detective fan of Ziuaoan. Okay. Gao Cheng silently took the paper and pen, and smiled bitterly in his heart. He wasn't learning any left-hand characters. He didn't know him before, okay? Why are all the characters in the novel have detective fans? Just finished writing the name, and when thinking about whether to write a message, the 2 girls suddenly exclaimed and looked up. What is that? Okay. Gao Cheng stopped writing and raised his head. A black shadow kept falling beside the towering building. A weird man dressed as a magician wearing a weird smiling face mask and a high black hat seemed to fly down from the sky. The Duke of Dark Knight. The weird man got closer and closer to the ground. Before people could react, he banged on a bronze statue of God of War on the side of the wall. His chest was directly pierced by the sword with the bronze statue facing upwards. Puff! The scene fell silent for an instant, and everyone was horrified to look at the weird man with his arms hanging down on the bronze statue, looking at the gloomy blood-stained smiling face mask, paused, and suddenly burst into screams. Gao Cheng took a breath, and was also very irritated by the strange scene. But as a famous detective, it is inevitable that you have to be in frequent contact with this kind of scene. He did not panic like other people, but took the initiative to walk towards the corpse. The weird man was of course dead, but the blood-stained smiling face was still very permeating, and the scene made people chill behind their backs. "Call the police!" Gao Cheng shouted at the two girls with a calm face, and under the trembling and horrified eyes of the two, he tried to suppress the old body and approach the side of the bronze statue. He can't move the body before the police arrive, but he can still check it first. He first stood on a chair and observed the attire of the dead. Is indeed the same as the mysterious Duke of Dark Knight in Yusaku Kudo's novel. I remember that Yusaku Kudo was in this costume last time. However, this man's tie and belt are very strange, it looks like other people's clothes for the deceased. Gao Cheng stretched out his face with a heavy face to lift off the mask. The incident happened so soon, and it happened to be related to the Duke of Dark Knight. Hey! The moment the mask was removed, Gao Sung's eyes suddenly tightened, and what was hidden under the mask was the face of Gang Won. After a while, Kanagawa prefectural police officers rushed to the hotel and quickly blocked the scene. The Hangagua police officer who led the team didn't even know Gao Cheng. He saw Gao Cheng rambling around the corpse of the bronze statue and said in shock, "Hey! You! Police officer, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com." Gao Cheng jumped off his chair and waited for the officers to put the body on the ground. He raised his head to look at the hotel rooms and said, "This should be a murder, Mr. Gang Won was the victim." Pushed it down from which room above? Who are you? Looking at Gao Cheng's professional appearance, Hangagua couldn't help but his voice weakened, startled, "Do you know the dead?" "Well, he and I are both members of a tour group." Gao Cheng looked up all the way and landed on the balcony on the 20th floor. That seems to be his room. The structure of the Princess Hotel is very strange. From the 20th floor where he lived, the structure has changed. When viewed from above, the floor below is still cross-shaped, and the upper one becomes a regular octagon. Therefore, under the raised balcony of room 2001, a concave right angle appeared inward. And Gang Won fell along the right angle wall here. His gaze continued. Gao Sung remembered that the room 2101 where Gang Won lived was the one upstairs. At this time, Jiang Guan's body had been laid flat on the ground. Apart from the anomaly of the tie and belt, there was one missing white glove on his hand. Gao Cheng just took a look, did not stay on the scene, but took the elevator back to his 2001 room. Opened the balcony glass door, a sudden gust of wind came in, and the roaring sound was endless. The wind here is really big. Gao Cheng walked to the balcony and looked towards the ground, suddenly dizzy, 20 stories high, the people underneath looked like ants, and the hands and feet were soft. He carefully supported the railing and looked up, and found that a white glove was stuck between the railings above it. The wind is so strong, if it weren't for seeing Jiang Guan's clothes a bit strange, he would almost think that Jiang Guan was accidentally blown down. Chapter 40, Interrogation, the Duke reappears. Outside 2101, after the police investigated the scene of the incident, Conan and Mao Lilan brought him to the room where he lived in Gang Won. Although he found the hotel and got the key, it was locked with an anti-theft lock and could not be opened at all. "Hey! When I went to the Emerald Bar to find a Maori space, Hengagu heard Gao Cheng's identity and couldn't help but cried out in amazement, "Is that boy a detective just now?" Talking about Gao Cheng is the pair of detective fans who acted as witnesses. Hearing this, he nodded and looked at each other. "I don't know if it is a famous detective, but he is a modern left character." Speaking of modern left-hand characters, Hengagu, a fan of Kogoro Muri, got a bit of an impression and suddenly realized, "I remember that I did hear it some time ago. I was able to be reported with Muri detectives. No wonder I was investigating at the murder scene just now. It's murder." Conan's ear next to him moved. "Has Jodo checked the scene?" The group woke up the drunk Kogoro Muri in the bar, and went back to the Gang Yuan room. At this time, Gao Cheng also arrived here, and it was a little surprised to see the two detective girls. "Kito-kun," Hengagu said enthusiastically when he saw Gao Cheng, "I was transferred to Hengagu at the Kanagawa police station recently. I was so sorry that I didn't recognize you." "Hello." Gao Cheng was stunned. After the ditch in front of him had no police frame, it was almost different from before, and he felt like an old and good person like Officer Takagi. "Anyway, think of a way to get in first." Mori Kogoro was impatient, pushed open the door, and saw that the anti-theft latch was buckled inside. Unless he used violence, he couldn't get in at all. "Police Officer Hengagu." A police officer hurried over. "The chainsaw you wanted is here." "Okay." Saw the latch off. Hengagu was overjoyed when he saw this, and hurriedly asked the police officer to step forward. With a piercing sound of a chainsaw, the door latch was disconnected soon. A group of people entered the room one after another, and found that there was still a pile of clothes on the floor at the door, and even the room card was also thrown beside. "This is the clothes Mr. Gangwon wore today. I even lost my room card here." Gao Cheng glanced around and walked to the open balcony. The wind is still strong outside, but the white glove is always stuck in the middle of the railing, hunting with the wind. Hengagu also walked to the balcony and glanced at the open-air restaurant below. After finding that the crime scene was directly below, he inhaled. "It seems that Mr. Gangwon probably fell from here." "Yes." Mori Kogoro knelt on the ground, his face turned blue and he didn't dare to look down. He just pointed to the white glove and said, "There is still a glove on the railing. It should be a simple accident. He might want to dress up." Duke Cheng Dark Knight went to the room below to be scary. "Speaking of the room downstairs." "It's my room," Gao Cheng interrupted, "but it shouldn't be possible for ordinary people to do such silly things in the 21st tall building, right?" "Humph, haven't you seen Mr. Zhang Yuan getting drunk before? Isn't it strange what a drunkard does?" Mori Kogoro said dissatisfied. "If you don't check the condition of the corpse, you can make this inference, but," Gao Cheng looked back at the clothes scattered at the door, "there are many things wrong with the Duke of Dark Knight's outfit. Obviously someone else helped him put it on. Someone deliberately disguised Mr. Gangwon like that and pushed downstairs, making him die unexpectedly." "What? This kid?" Kogoro Mori gritted his teeth. "Officer Hengagu, I will examine the corpse myself." "Okay." Hengagu had seen the magical reasoning of sleeping Kogoro Muri before, so he trusted Muri Kogoro very much. After leaving a few forensics staff, Hengagu immediately went to the open-air restaurant. Gao Cheng didn't follow out, just frowned and stood on the balcony thinking. If Gangwon didn't fall by himself, this would be a murder in a secret room. How did the murderer do it? The anti-theft door latch was buckled from the inside. How did the murderer leave the room? Jump to the balcony below? Gao Cheng looked at it, and it was indeed possible to leave when he jumped to the balcony of his room. After all, he was not in the room and the balcony glass door was not locked, but it was too thrilling to think about it. In the interim interrogation room, after Mr. Gangwon's body was placed in the hotel office on the other side, all members of the tour group including Gao CD were called over. Gao Cheng's alibi proved quite sufficient, and he was immediately ruled out of suspicion and assisted in the investigation with Kogoro Mori. I don't know if it is due to age. Hengaku, a Maori fan, actually let Maori Kogoro dominate like a little brother, and he stands behind Maori with others. Of course, Maori, who was a criminal police officer, is really good at investigating things. So, Mr. Maeda was at the observation deck on the top floor with Xiolan and Conan around 10 o'clock at the time of the crime. Maori asked, looking at Maeda Satoshi. Satoshi Maeda nodded, yes, I checked the time when I separated from them. It was already past 10 o'clock. But you were the one who watched the time, right? Hengaku was dissatisfied with Maeda's vague testimony, and shouted outside the door, all right, next one, Miss Kamiju. Investigation gradually progressed to the end. Gao Cheng stood on the sidelines all the time. Kamiju's alibi was also very inadequate. Although it was said that he had been in the bar with Maori, Maori was already drunk. Shiro Kano said that he had been using the computer in the room, while Akiko Sayama said that he was watching TV in the room, neither of which was an alibi. It is very clear that Mr. Jinchinch and his servant Lin Jingzhong were not present because he had been observing the master and servant. After the investigation was over, everyone had gone back to their rooms. Gao Cheng did not accompany Maori to check the testimony in the investigation room, but instead thought about going to the Emerald Bar on the second floor. At that time, he also saw Hideko Kamija with Maori, but she went back to the open-air restaurant soon, and it was not clear whether Kamija had left. You said Miss Kamija drugged the Maori detective's wine. At the bar counter, Gao Cheng asked the male sommelier to ask about the situation, looking surprised. Yes, if you are talking about that very woman, I did see her drugging, the wine waiter was impressed. The mustache man fell asleep immediately after drinking. What's next? Gao Cheng continued to ask. He knew that Kamija was dressed like that and no one would ignore it. She stayed here later, the sommelier recalled. It seemed that she only went to the bathroom once in the middle, and came back about 5 minutes later. By the way, she came back just before the incident. How long? In this way, she actually proved her alibi. Gao Cheng walked out of the bar with his hands in his pockets, feeling a little confused in his mind. Hotel elevator. Akiko Sayama angrily entered the elevator with Morilan and Conan and pressed the button on the 19th floor. It's really annoying. What did that detective and your father do? They must think I am the murderer. It is obvious that everyone except me is suspicious. My father wouldn't be like this. Xiolan was embarrassed. When you were in the room, didn't a waiter come? If there is something, I just said it. Sayama raised his arm in annoyance, speaking of which I called the counter. Did you call the counter? Conan asked, what time is it? It's about 10 o'clock, I beg them to call me up tomorrow morning. Ding! The elevator on the 19th floor opened, slowly revealing a blood-stained smiling face. Akiko Sayama was stunned, and his face turned pale for a moment. How could? Dark Lord. The atmosphere in the elevator suddenly solidified. www.readaloud.com. Several people looked at the weird people who seemed to be resurrected in horror. In the blood-stained weird mask, 2 cold eyes made people frightened. Retreat. Xiolan gritted her teeth and did not step back, actively clenching her fist to block in the middle. Facing the scary smiling face mask, she concentrated all her attention, screaming like a Danshan, raising her leg and kicking, drink. The weird man kept silent, but leaned back like a ghost, flutteringly avoiding Xiolan's whirlwind kick that swept his face, and then he avoided the front kick in Xiolan's incredible gaze. What? Xiaolan was stunned, gritted her teeth and went forward again and kicked it with all her strength. Drink. Hey! When the fierce wind attacked, the Duke of Darkness turned a little sideways, gently pushed away Xiolan's kick with one hand, and turned and ran away at the moment when Xiolan was stunned. How is it possible? Xiolan's expression shockedly stopped and stabilized her figure, staring blankly at the back of the Duke of Darkness. Sister Xiaolan! Conan chased out of the elevator and shouted anxiously at Xiaolan, who was in a daze. What are you doing, Sister Xiaolan? He ran away. That person! Xiaolan's eyes trembled, and her heart was in chaos. The Duke of Dark Knight completely saw through her attack. The tour group has this skill, only her idol national karate champion Satoshi Maeda. She can't accept this kind of thing, and the person she knows will be the murderer. Snee. Gao Qinkei left the Emerald Bar and suddenly sneezed. Oops, isn't it because of the cold breeze just now? Touched his nose depressed, and was about to go back to his room first. Suddenly there was a rush of footsteps at the entrance of the corridor, and in a blink of an eye, a black figure rushed down the stairs and ran towards him. Chapter 41, The Murderer was Satoshi Maeda? Da-da-da. The man dressed as a baron was quite decisive. He didn't pause when he saw Gao Cheng. Instead, he raised his hand knife while running and wanted to stun Gao Cheng first. Hey! The hand knife offensive was neat and not at all muddle-headed, but suddenly fell through as Gao Cheng turned sideways. The weird man was taken aback, and he felt the danger at the same time he passed by. He hurriedly let go of his stature to avoid Gao Cheng's counterattack. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly became serious. Just like the previous scene in the elevator, Gao Cheng couldn't touch the weird person, but the weird person who was eager to escape couldn't help him. Several attacks between the electric light and flint fell in the empty space. Gao Cheng's eyes trembled slightly. After several back and forth attacks, he immediately realized that he was not the opponent of the opponent, and that the opponent was definitely a karate master. Feeling the scorching pain of the strong wind on his face, Gao Cheng sinks his heart, stepping up one step at a time, and suddenly stretches out his hand to grab his back in the strange eyes of the stranger. Hey! Facing the storm-like attack, Gao Cheng summoned Lake Toya instantly and grabbed it in his hand. Gao's, one knife. What? The weirdo had already seen Gao Cheng pull out a wooden knife from behind, and before he was surprised, he realized that his opponent seemed to have changed. With a steady and sharp gaze, the whole world seemed to be the only figure holding the sword, and the slow and fast wooden knife bloomed with unprecedented brightness. Bang! The strange figure was tight and couldn't keep up with the attack. He had only time to block the whole person with his arm, and he flew directly with a wooden knife, hitting the corner heavily. Snorted and propped up his body, eccentric people didn't look at Gao Cheng, and the wind ran away from the other side. Don't run! Gao Cheng was stunned, and hurried to catch up with the wooden knife, but he lost the strange person near the toilet. No, it's gone. Gao Cheng looked around again. He didn't expect the other party to escape so simply, but... Thinking of the opponent's skill just now, Gao Cheng frowned suspiciously. This Duke of the Dark Knight is very strange. I don't want to talk about why it appears here. It's a bit too skillful. In the interrogation room, Gao Cheng almost followed Xiaolan back here, and he heard the loud voice of Mori Kogora before he opened the door. You said the Duke of Dark Knight appeared again. That's right. Conan described, when we took the elevator back to the 19th floor together, it was the moment the door opened. What the hell? Maori looked at Xiaolan angrily, why don't you catch him? I'm sorry, I was taken aback. Xiaolan did not say her guess with great anxiety. Hangago Criminal Police. Several police officers and Gao Cheng entered the interrogation room together. Sans passed out in the corpse accommodation room. It looks like someone knocked him out. What? Hangagu asked in surprise, where is the body? The body is fine, but the clothes of the Duke of Dark Knight suddenly disappeared. If it's the clothes of the Duke of Dark Knight, Gao Cheng followed behind and said, it's on the second floor toilet right now. Kito boy. Mori Kogora said in surprise, how did you know? Could it be you? How is it possible? I just ran into that guy coming down from the stairs, and when I chased him, I found the clothes in the toilet. Gao Cheng glanced at the police officer who was carried in and fainted, and turned to the horizontal channel. Officer Hengagu, I already know who the stealer is. Can I do another investigation? Okay. Hengagu did not hesitate, and quickly ordered his subordinates, notify all the suspects to gather in the interrogation room. Yes. Senior Gao Cheng. Xiaolan looked at Gao Cheng hesitantly, wanting to ask but didn't know how to speak. After a while, the members of the tour group gathered in the interrogation room again. Really? Everyone stays in their room, is there no evidence? Hengagu said with a headache. In other words, when Xiaolan and the others were attacked just now, none of the others had an alibi. Wait. Mr. Police, didn't you tell us to stay in the room? We just did what we ordered. Yeah, everyone shouted. Gao Cheng carefully observed the people returning to the interrogation room, and found that Satoshi Maida's expression in the crowd changed obviously when he saw Lake Toya in his hand, and his right arm looked a little unnatural. Satoshi Maida is the champion of Japanese karate. If the Duke of the Dark Knight was just this person, it would make sense. But this person looks good, is he really a murderer? Gao Cheng stepped aside, pretending to bump Maida Satoshi's arm casually. Hiss! Maida's face instantly paled. Although he quickly resisted the pain, the strange behavior still attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Maida, are you injured? Hengagu asked in confusion. No, nothing. Maida clutched his arm, glanced at Gao Cheng complicatedly, and smiled reluctantly. I just accidentally hurt my arm, it doesn't matter. Hey! Conan's eyes fell sensitively on Maida. It's too strange that a karate champion would hurt his arm for no reason. Conan thought of the fight between the Duke of Dark Knight and Xiaolan in front of the elevator, but it didn't look like he hurt his arm. Let's do it. Gao Cheng didn't reveal it directly, and said to police officer Hengagu and Maida, I think we should check everyone's room first. Mr. Maida, is it okay from your room? Good. Sweat appeared on Satoshi Maida's forehead, knowing that Gao Cheng had guessed his identity. Room 1901, Maida Satoshi and Sayama Akiko's room. Mori Kogura seemed to feel that the wind had fallen before, and rushed to search the room in front of Gao Cheng. Conan, this guy also jumped up and down in the room, holding a small notebook to write and draw. Making Maori a fire. www.readaloud.com. Gao Cheng first followed Maori to check the personal belongings of Satoshi Maida and Akiko Sayama, and then followed to look at the balcony and the windows in the room. He probably figured out the layout of the room, even the balcony. Although there is a window on the side on the right angle wall below the balcony of his room, it is basically impossible for the karate champion Satoshi Maida to get down from above. According to the testimony of Akiko Sayama, she had been watching TV in the room. Whether Sayama Akiko is lying, let's not mention it. In this way, the only possible escape route for Satoshi Maida is to jump to the balcony of his room, but how did Maida know that he did not lock the glass door? Gao Cheng tried to stick his head out, but he couldn't see the glass door of his room from below. Did Maida escape from other people's rooms? Hey? What kind of medicine is this? Hengagu asked in confusion, holding a plate of pills found from Akiko Sayama's pocket. It's my sleeping pill, Akiko Sayama replied. I often suffer from insomnia recently, so I always carry it with me. Sleeping pills. Gao Cheng looked at Satoshi Maida and asked Sayama, are you really watching TV here at 10 o'clock when the crime happened? Well, Sayama nodded, remembering, by the way, I called the counter at that time. Is that so? After searching the room, Gao Cheng pinned Lake Toya on his belt and left room 1901 contemplatively. He always felt like he had entered a dead end. Although he knew that Satoshi Maida was the Duke of the Dark Knight with him, he had more doubts. If Maida was the murderer, why did he specially steal the Duke of Dark Knight's clothes? Why did he appear inexplicably outside the elevator on the 19th floor and be seen by Xiaolan? There are also killing methods. Chapter 42, Detective in the Wind. In the aisle of the hotel, Gao Sung looked at Conan, who was walking in front. His heart pressure surged. He did not continue to investigate other people's rooms, but returned to the original point of the incident, the room of the deceased Gang Won Toshio. Up to now, he has encountered many cases one after another, and he has become more and more aware of the difference between himself and the famous detective. The only thing he can rely on is his own efforts and the system's short-term famous detective mode. But the system mode can only be used once in the published case each time, and the Duke of Dark Knight incident was only involved in the free vacation from the beginning. Gao Cheng passed the forensic staff and walked to the balcony of the room, facing the cold wind, thinking hard. Think again, no matter how hard you think about it, even if you are a reasoning idiot, there will always be only one truth. Gao Cheng took the notebook for recording, and filtered the clues in his mind again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Tokyo Kangwon dressed as the Duke of the Dark Knight fell to his death on the bronze statue. Among the members of the tour group, the old Mr. Kinjo, the master and servant, had been in the open-air restaurant. Hide Koyujo and Kogoro Mori were also with him. Shiro Konano said the computer is used in the room, and Akiko Sayama is watching TV in the room. Although the remaining Satoshi Maeda said that he left the top floor after 10 o'clock, it was him who was watching the time at that time, and he also used the identity of the Duke of Dark Knight to act just now. The question now is whether Maeda was the murderer who killed Gang Won, how to escape from the secret room, and why did he deliberately steal the Duke of Dark Knight clothes from the morgue. The clues he knows now are almost these: I can't figure it out at all. No way, is that the end? Gao Cheng sat on the balcony with his back leaning on the railing, and his hair was blowing in the wind, and he sighed with a bitter smile on his face. Soon after, Conan will probably still solve all the mysteries of the case, but why is he so unwilling? My thoughts fly to the distant memory with the wind. There are days when Kudo Shinichi's reasoning is watched in the crowd, and there are days and nights when I fight for the detective agency left by my grandfather. However, everything follows a TV. The live broadcast came to an abrupt end, and the detective dream fell into a pile of wine bottles. Clutching his heart tightly, unknowingly, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down and dried up in the wind. The emotion of the original owner. Outside the room, the forensic officer looked at Gao Cheng on the balcony strangely. Hey, what's wrong with that boy? I don't know. I heard from police officer Hengagu that he is a famous detective who is not inferior to Kogoro Mori. Maybe he is investigating the case. Just like a high school student, actually a detective. There are so many things you don't know. Should you have heard of Shinichi Kudo? A famous high school detective. In the sound of the wind, the forensic personnel's voice is not clear, but Gao Cheng still wakes up from the memory of the original owner. Can't just give up like this. Gao Cheng stood up with support. He said that he must become a famous detective. This time it is just one of the countless cases he will face in the future. He hasn't lost yet. If he just gives up like this, he's not qualified to be a detective. Hey! The wind was a bit stronger again, and suddenly a strange feeling surged into Gao Cheng's mind, as if something had been ignored by him, which was very wrong. Wind. At that time the wind seemed to be stronger than it is now. Is the wind so strong here at night? Gao Cheng returned to the room in confusion, was taken aback, and suddenly rushed to the railing and looked down. At that time, Gang Won fell along the right-angled wall, and the position of the bronze statue was indeed directly under the balcony. But if it is pushed down from the balcony, why is it not affected by the wind? Can people really fall straight down in such a strong wind? The balcony was convex, and the wind on both sides was particularly strong. He remembered that the wind was much stronger at the time of the crime than it is now. Gao Cheng grasped the balcony railing with both hands, his eyes flashed, the whole world in front of him quieted down, the sound of the wind disappeared, only all clues continued to emerge around him. From the time of the incident, I watched Gang Won fall straight down and went to the secret room where the anti-theft lock was locked. Gao Cheng's brain is running rapidly, his thinking ability has been improved to the extreme, and he stretched out his hand to flip the clues floating in the air. The clothes scattered at the door of the secret room and the room card, white gloves are tucked on the railing, the Night Duke's costume worn by someone else's Gang 1 corpse, and the strong wind. Gao Cheng closed his eyes slightly, and the three-dimensional structure drawing of the entire Princess Hotel was quickly completed, simulating wind speed and direction and height, and finally showed the possible trajectory of Jiangguan being pushed down from the balcony. The landing point does not coincide with the bronze statue directly below, but deviates within a short time from the balcony, and finally falls at a distance from the bronze statue. The location of the crime is not the balcony of Gang 1 room. Gao Cheng opened his eyes abruptly, and the layout of the Maida Satoshi room in room 1901 flew out of the surrounding pictures, and finally locked on the window below the balcony window. Only here is the most suitable place. Because the right-angled walls are right at the dead ends of the air currents, and strong winds can't blow at all, Jiangguan will fall straight on the bronze statue, and when you look up from below, it's like falling from the balcony. The gloves between the balcony railings naturally gave the illusion that Gang 1 really fell from the balcony. He hasn't seen other people's rooms yet, but none of them can have the same effect. The prisoner is Satoshi Maida? No, if Akiko Sayama called the counter at 10 o'clock, he must be in the room. Partnership? Is also wrong, the two testimonies conflict. Gao Cheng looked for many clues. Why did Satoshi Maida deliberately steal the Duke of Dark Knight's clothes afterwards, and he happened to appear outside the elevator on the 19th floor, and he happened to be seen by a few Conan. Those who were in the elevator at the time? Conan, Xiaolan, and the ones who just ended the investigation. Sayama Akiko. Numerous clues and images revolve around Gao Cheng. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Reasonable and unreasonable successive arrangement and reorganization of the road to the truth. Wow! A bright light flashed in Gao Cheng's mind, and all the clues were connected. The only thing left is that. Gao Cheng turned his head to look at the sawed anti-theft lock on the door, vaguely thinking about the secret room technique. The surrounding clue space suddenly disappeared, and the whirring sound returned to his ears again. Just now. Gao Cheng regained his senses, only to realize that he was slightly dizzy and realized that the case was solved all at once. The strange feeling is similar to the one-minute detective of the system, but it seems to be more tired. Turn on the system light curtain, only to see the one-minute detective mode just at the end of time. It's really a minute, what's going on? Gao Cheng rubbed his forehead, which was still a little dizzy with his brain. When he was puzzled, he heard that the forensic staff in the corridor seemed to have found some clues. This seems to be a broken piece of an anti-theft door bolt. Is it in room 2101? Strange, there seems to be something in the front part. Don't worry, just take it back for the test anyway. Can you show it to me? Gao Cheng panted, holding on to the wall and walking to the aisle. He seems to consume too much and has low blood sugar, so he must add sugar when he goes back. Are you okay? The officer looked at Gao Cheng worriedly, or handed the broken pieces of the door latch to Gao Cheng. This is Scotch tape, that's how it is. Gao Cheng took a closer look and smiled clearly at the corner of his mouth. I know everything. Chapter 43, Izutour ends. In the open-air restaurant, Kogoro Mori brought everyone to the scene for reasoning. Conan was also prepared for anesthesia, but the police did not find Akiko Sayama, and even Gao Cheng did not know where he went. I haven't found it yet? What are they doing? Maori looked impatient. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't come, anyway, I know who the murderer is, it's among you people. Conan, who had already understood everything on the side, was a bit speechless about Maori's big words. After frowning and looking around, he found Satoshi Maida and asked, Mr. Maida, shouldn't Ms. Akiko be with you? Maida unnaturally thought of Gao Cheng, who was also absent, and said with a worried expression on his face, I don't know. She answered the phone and went out before the police notified us to come. By the hotel swimming pool, the evening breeze is still blowing, humming and humming. Gao Cheng turned his back to Akiko Sayama and said, I always thought that the murderer was your fiancé Satoshi Maeda, but I soon discovered that he was indeed not in your room at the time of the crime. Sayama Akiko's face was pale, even though he had guessed when he was called alone. He managed to squeeze out a smile and said, Is there any problem? I have already asked the people in the restaurant, Gao Cheng continued. At this time, there will be a strong wind called the Princess Wind in the evening, and the wind will be stronger as you go up. If a person wears the Duke of Night kind of clothes fall off the balcony, where will it fall? In the trembling eyes of Sayama Akiko, Gao Cheng's words became clearer and clearer in the wind. Yes, it will never fall on the bronze statue directly below. This way, you can understand why the murderer made the Gang 1 room a secret room. The purpose is also to make people think that the first scene of the crime was on that balcony, right? Because everyone will take it for granted that it is impossible to buckle the anti-theft door latch from the outside. Even if they find the secret room technique, they will think that the murderer did it after the murder. But in fact, the murderer made the secret room before committing the crime from other places. The only possibility is there is only room 1901, your room. Sayama lowered his head silently, smiling stiffly. Yes, but... Go surrender, Ms. Sayama. Gao Cheng turned around and said softly, it is impossible to avoid the airflow from other rooms and fall straight, and the reason why Mr. Maeda took the risk of dressing up as the Duke of the Night was also because he found out. The culprit is you. I want to create an alibi specifically for you, right? He is probably planning to commit the crime for you now. That Gaia-kun. Sayama smiled bitterly, tears gushing out. Kito-kun, no, Detective Kyoto, when I knew you and the Maori detective were there at first, I should have thought of it. This is the result. Open-air restaurant. When Gao Cheng silently followed Sayama to rush over, Conan had already used the identity of Kogoro Muri to make the final reasoning. You are wrong. I am the murderer. Maeda Satoshi's voice spread from afar, and he tried his best to defend. I pushed the man downstairs. It was me who did it, and I did everything alone. Akong. Sayama Akiko looked at Maeda Satoshi, who was hoarse, wiped tears from the corner of his eyes and walked into the scene. It's no longer necessary, Akong, I killed the guy in Zhongyuan. Detective Jirito has made it all clear. Kyoto. Conan walked out from behind the drowsy Muri Kogoro and hurriedly looked around, but did not find Gao Cheng. Are you talking about the Hojito detective? A waitress who was questioned by Conan looked into the restaurant and said, he asked us for sugar water just now. He's probably in the kitchen now. Ah, it's already out. Now, right there. Sugar water. Conan was stunned, followed the waitress's line of sight, and saw Gao Cheng walking slowly with a glass of water. At this time, Akiko Sayama was already handcuffed by the police and passed by, and Satoshi Maeda was also taken to the police car for obstructing the investigation. I will wait for you. Before getting into the car, Satoshi Maeda suddenly shouted to Sayama in the police car ahead, Akiko, I will wait for you, until you come back. Gao Cheng stood at the entrance of the hotel holding Lake Toya, silently watching the two police cars leave with Maeda and Sayama. What will happen to them from now on? The judge should reduce the sentence as appropriate. Hangagu retracted his gaze and turned to Gao Cheng with excitement. However, it is indeed a city detective who solved the case at the same time as the Maori detective. This time I was able to meet two people. It's such an honor to be a detective. Talking about Hangagu and staring at Lake Toya with eager eyes, this is the wooden knife, but can I touch it? Gao Cheng looked at Hangagu with excitement and didn't know what to say. Is this man really Hangagu police officer? At dawn the next day, all the police finished their investigation and left, and the members of the tour group also left the room. In front of the hotel lobby counter, Gao Cheng was struggling with room money, and Conan suddenly approached. Hey, Jirito, you were the one who injured Mr. Maida yesterday? Conan asked curiously. That's why you deliberately touched his arm in the interrogation room, and immediately checked Maida's room. Is there any problem? Gao Cheng turned his head and said helplessly, Mr. Maida is too powerful, so I made my shot a little heavier, and even if that was the case, he escaped. I will apologize to him next time. Right. Hey, is this the point? Conan suffocated his words and said with a blank look. Say Mr. Maida was a Japanese karate champion 6 years ago, and Xiaolan couldn't even touch him. It seems that you are more than I thought. Much better. You think too much. www.readaloud.com. What's so great about hitting an empty-handed man with a weapon? Gao Cheng shook his head, and went forward to discuss room money with the counter staff. Conan is speechless. Is there any such saying? Thinking of Xiaolan's empty-handed violent smashing of rocks in the past, he shook his head vigorously. Originally, he wanted to ask Gao Cheng about the case last night. When he reached his mouth, he suffocated again. He just half opened his eyes to watch Gao Cheng and Mori Kogora. The same sweat for the room rate. In the end, there was no virus program at all. Old Mr. Jin Cheng walked to the counter with a smile. I thought I could teach that guy who uses computer viruses indiscriminately a lesson. The old man walked straight to Gao Cheng, and suddenly took off his sunglasses and said, Detective Jodo, is that Mr. Kind Aichi actually you? Are you interested in accepting my commission? Interested. Gao Cheng and Mori Kogora looked at Jinzhou at the same time. Yes, the old man said in an angry tone, because the virus Duke of Dark Knight ruined my painstakingly produced game software 4 years ago and treated it like a son. By the way, what is it called? It's a high school girls' bliss battle, sir. The servant Jingzhong reminded helplessly. Ah. Right, right. The old man laughed, ignoring everyone's weird gaze. Anyway, it's the same. The Maori detective is the same. As long as you can find the real Duke of Dark Knight, you can get a commission of 10 million. 10 million commission fee. Maori was jealous, but to find the owner of a virus program on the internet, it was a fantasy for him. Gao Cheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was precisely because he knew how powerful the Duke of Darkness virus was that he understood how difficult this commission was. The old man was not serious at all, he was just joking. Chapter 44, Open the Path of a Famous Detective. Tokyo, Johto Detective Agency. Gao Cheng sat at his desk and picked up several newspapers to read. Reports about the Izu Princess Hotel have come out. If it is said that some tabloids were speculating on sleeping Kogoro Mori and modern left-writing, after this incident, even newspapers such as the Asahi Shimbun have a huge influence. It also began to mention that the name of a famous detective finally officially recognized by the media. At least in Tokyo, maybe people don't know him, but they must have heard modern left-writing, although Gao Cheng himself doesn't like this name. Traveling through the world of Conan for so long, from the end of the road, I couldn't even pay the rent, and now I've worked a little bit, and I've finally gotten all the hardships. Not only did I survive in Tokyo as a graduated high school student, but I also finally dreamed of achieving success. A recognized detective. Different from the scandal and negative news that was overwhelming at the time, what surrounded him this time was the admiration of famous detectives. Although there were tabloids mentioning black history, there was no more water splash. Tears flowed out of Gao Cheng's eyes uncontrollably again. The difference was that his body became quite relaxed this time, as if he had not really become Gao Cheng of this world until now. Not just a famous detective, one day I will become the #1 detective in the world. In the office, Gao Cheng shook his fists and carefully included the Asahi Shimbun daily newspaper in the clipping collection. This time there is actually something more pleasing than getting the Asahi Shimbun report, because the last-minute detective mode means that even if it is not a case released by the system, as long as he works hard enough, he still has a chance to activate. Gao Cheng knows the difference between himself and a real detective. What he lacks most is his thinking ability. The 1-minute mode can improve his thinking ability to the extreme in a short period of time. It is his only capital to rival or even surpass other detectives. As long as his thinking ability is filled, the only thing he lacks is the huge amount of knowledge required by famous detectives, including the various knowledge and skills listed in the system last time. He seems to be able to touch the piano recently, and the computer only knows a little, but the former alone helped a lot in the Moon Shadow Island incident. More than a week later, on this day, Gao Cheng slept until noon and hurriedly woke up with his chicken coop-like hair, did not turn on the TV and read the newspaper as usual, but put on brand new clothes and a suit. Tie up. With the popularity of modern left-writing, the Kyoto Detective Agency was pushed into the air as quickly as the Maori Detective Agency. The only disadvantage is that his age is too much younger than Maori, even if he is not. Very few people entrust him with extramarital affairs investigations that he likes too much. On the other hand, because of the increase in value, some small commissioners gradually can't afford him, so they have actually been very leisurely recently. However, Kogoro Mori is actually the same, and there is not always a commission. Detectives are like this. The annual income of a general detective agency is about 5 million yen. With a famous detective, the bonus will be even higher. Like the last time Asai-chan commissioned a gross profit of 500,000, it can be opened only once. I've lived comfortably for many days, and the guy doesn't seem to worry about the rent. The 3-story building is in his own home. No wonder he always drinks and bets on horses like a sloppy uncle. It's completely fine. Of course, the commission fee of 500,000 is not common. After all, the average monthly income of 30-year-old workers in Japan is only about 300,000 a month. Very few people take 1 or 2 months of salary to commission a detective. Normally, it is about 100,000. There are only 10,000, 20,000, or even less than 10,000. Gao Cheng calculated his current income level. If he didn't exchange his prestige value, he would still be able to earn 500,000 yuan a month if he worked hard, and occasionally 1 or 2 big commissions would even more. The other is the expenses. He doesn't have a family like Kogoro Mori. He doesn't drink or bet on horses. He travels a few times for so many days. The only time he travels and vacations is to the Izu Princess Hotel, which is relatively large. The expenses of rent and daily living expenses, all kinds of expenses add up to more than 100,000 yuan. After deducting taxes, the normal monthly net income should be between 200,000 and 300,000, which is far more than his peers. After all, most of his current classmates are in college. But the distance is still too far for the rich, at least he can't even rent the shop downstairs with a monthly rent of 300,000 yuan. It would be great if I had a commission of 10 million. Gao Cheng faced the mirror, adjusting his tie, and at the same time thinking of the Kane Shiro he met at the Izu Princess Hotel. Although the old man was joking, 10 million is actually nothing to these rich people. Should it be late now? After taking care of it, Gao Cheng looked at his watch. Today is the day of the Daiden University Campus Festival. A former classmate specially invited him over and said that he was helping to perform a drama. He felt that he should pay attention to his image. Finally, he looked at himself in the mirror again. After changing into a suit, he looked a lot more mature, very professional and elite, unlike the original high school student. Okay, perfect. In the living room of a certain Miwa apartment, a man and woman kissed passionately, but after a while, the woman suddenly stopped and stepped aside in the surprised eyes of the man. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. The woman was full of guilt and shook her head in pain. I can't apologize to my sister anymore. Peach. Mr. Tsubauchi, you are my sister's husband. Let's end it, and the camera will be returned to you. The woman took out a film camera and put it on the table, ran into the dining room in a complicated mood, silently pruning the flower branches in the vase, without noticing the strangeness of the man behind her. Did you have another man? How can it be? Surely this is the case. Ting Gui took a close look at his lover, and silently covered his hands with 2 fruit bags. I said no, don't go too far. The woman took a deep breath and walked away with the vase. She turned her head impatiently and wanted to let Sawana leave, but the other party suddenly rushed up and strangled her neck. No! What are you doing? The woman broke free in horror and ran away, but Ting Guchi's eyes were glowing with cold light, and she chased her to the ground as if she had changed. Ignoring the woman's pain, Tsuna used all his strength to pinch his neck savagely. Ahem! After only struggling for a while, the woman lost motion in his hand, and the arm fell weakly. Calm was restored in the room. Ting Ne stood up, looked at the scattered bouquets and the curtains that were removed by the woman who was struggling to death, and hurriedly returned to the living room after a light breath, messing up the room with her hands with fruit bags frantically, disguised as a robber into the house and robbery. At this time, his cell phone rang suddenly. Hello. Ping Ne tried his best to breathe calmly and connected to the phone. Is it a teacher? Said on the other side of the phone, I will be at the model Miss Aida's house soon. Hey! Ting Guchi's face changed. Why? What, have you forgotten? I will take pictures at noon today. Near Daidan University, Gao Cheng was sitting in a taxi when he suddenly received a call from Officer Mumu. City household brother, Mumu greeted, can I trouble you for a trip? What? Actually, a female model was killed in her apartment just now. It looks like a robber homicide case, but I still want to trouble you to take a look. I wanted to ask Maori, but that guy happened to be away, so. Officer Mumu, Gao Cheng collapsed his face and half opened his eyes to look at the nearby Daidan University. Actually, I have something to do now. What are you kidding me? I'm already going to Daidan University. Maybe there are still beautiful seniors waiting for me. How can I go to the murder scene of the robber who doesn't know where? Besides, the police don't pay commission. Ding! The system light curtain suddenly popped up, revealing the announcement of the murder of a female model. However, since it is Officer Megom's request, I can let my own business go. Gao Cheng turned around and asked, is it a female model? Where is the case? Chapter 45, Crime Scene. On the way to the scene of the murder case, Gao Cheng carefully checked the incidents released by the system. Is just different from before. There is no other useful information at all except for the memo police officer commissioned. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a high-end apartment building. The police officer Takagi I met last time had been waiting at the door for a while. After seeing Gao Cheng, he hurriedly yelled, City, you are finally here. Officer Takagi. Gao Cheng quite distressed and paid the fare. Can the toll be reimbursed? Road, toll. Takagi stiffened, and he was not sure. It should be okay. I'll report it to the top. Gao Cheng nodded, then hurriedly entered the apartment building and said, so? What happened? In fact, it was a robber entering the room to kill. The prisoner seemed to be a wanted criminal. Hey? Why did you call me here? Officer Megom said you might be interested. Takagi led Gao Cheng into the scene of the crime, and there was a heroic female detective who was interrogating, Officer Sato, Jado-kun is here. Officer Sato. Gao Cheng walked into the messy living room, and found that there was no Megami figure anywhere, and said strangely, isn't Officer Megami here? He is still hunting down the serial abducting girl murderer. Sato saw Gao Cheng, his expression brightened. When we first met, I was Makako Sato from the Metropolitan Police Department's search class. Hello there. Gao Cheng shook hands with Sato slightly shyly, and then began to observe the scene carefully. At this time, the forensic staff had already inspected the scene, and was coming out of the back room carrying a stretcher. Gao Cheng lifted the white cloth and looked at it, and found that it was a female corpse with a strangle mark on the neck. Is this the victim this time? Yes, he was killed in the restaurant. It has been confirmed that he was strangled and caused suffocation, and it seems that he has struggled violently. Restaurant. Gao Cheng glanced suspiciously at the messy living room, and followed Takagi into the dining room inside. Except for the corpse being sent away, everything on the scene remained the same, and fresh bouquets were scattered on the ground. It's strange that this kind of pollen was detected on the scattered relics at the scene. Takagi stood aside and looked around. Maybe the victim Ms. Aida got on it when she was struggling. Pollen. Gao Cheng observed the scene again. Officer Takagi, can you tell me everything from beginning to end? There seem to be two outsiders in the living room. They are the ones who found the corpse, Takagi explained by taking out the notes in the notebook. One is the deceased's brother-in-law, Mr. Tsunuki, and the other is his photographer assistant, Mr. Kishi. I heard that he was here to take pictures. When the doorbell was turned on, I found that the door was unlocked, and when I opened the door, I was hit by the man who rushed out. The murder weapon might be an iron rod or something. Iron rod? Where is the murder weapon? It seems to have been taken away. It's wired. Gao Cheng frowned and left the restaurant, then opened the other doors to check, a dark room that seemed to be used to wash photos, and then the bathroom. Why are there two toothbrushes? After entering the bathroom, Gao Cheng didn't leave immediately, always feeling a little strange. The toilet seat was also erected well, and it seemed that the deceased did not look like a single person. Does Miss Aida have a boyfriend? Gao Cheng asked back. He doesn't know much about women. I don't know if most people would erect the toilet seat, but whether it was the kitchen or the bathroom just now, it gave him a feeling that the victim was not single. What's the matter? Takagi stunned. Isn't the criminal the wanted criminal? Isn't Ms. Aida dating the other party? I didn't say that. Gao Cheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. His power of observation barely matched the identity of a famous detective, but his reasoning ability didn't matter. He couldn't draw conclusions no matter what he saw, so he should collect as many clues as possible. Back to the living room, the two first spotted people were still there. Gao Cheng looked at it a little, and then looked in the living room again. He opened a cabinet and found that there were photographic equipment in it, some used for condensing light, and a piece of equipment that seemed to be a lamp, still slightly hot. There is nothing special other than that. Gao Cheng continued to take a closer look. Although the room is messy, there are some places that don't look like they have been turned over. Maybe I stopped when I heard us ring the doorbell. Tinguchi's fingers were tight, and he was a little irritated by the figure. Gao Cheng looked around. He stood up and said, "By the way, this kid has been here and everywhere since just now." "Chaos, what do you want to do?" "I'm sorry, I haven't had time to introduce," Sato explained to the Tutsunushi with a smile. "This is the modern left character Ishido Takei, who is here to help us solve the case." "Hey? Are you that famous detective?" Kishi Kazuk was surprised. "I heard of you." Tinguchi's face changed, and he quickly calmed down. "I didn't expect the legendary detective to be so young." After a pause, Tsubauchi turned to Takagi and urged, "By the way, Mr. Police, has the robber not been caught yet?" We have sent a police force and are now searching." Takagi nodded awkwardly, and followed Gao Cheng and said, "Hey, Jodo-kun, it was the robber who did it." A stranger rushed out of the room, but both of them saw it. "That's right." Gao Cheng groaned out. He doesn't feel like a robber commits a crime, but he can't understand many places, and it's not easy to use the 1-minute mode directly for the time being. This time, there is no Conan to help collect clues, so he can only rely on him to find more. www.readaloud.com. Although it is a system-published case, the 1-minute mode can be used directly, but after all, there is only 1 minute and only one opportunity. If a minute is wasted because of lack of clues, it is really a disaster. Gao Cheng turned around and looked at the two first finders. Now the place to be checked is also checked, and only the testimonies of these two people are left. Takagi's explanation is still too vague. "Mr. Tsubauchi, Mr. Kishi. Gao Cheng walked to the entrance of the entrance. Can you elaborate on the appearance of the robber you saw? Of course, Tsu Baoqi said first, because it is too sudden, it is not very clear, but it should be a big man with a wound on his forehead, short black hair, really vicious, and also very strong. Takagi explained on the side. Mr. Tsunokai said it is very likely that he is a wanted criminal for serial robbery. Where is Mr. Kishi? Gao Cheng continued to ask. This, Kishi Kosuk touched his head and was dizzy. I didn't see too clearly, so I was beaten when I opened the door. There was a blank in front of me. I really had a lot of strength. Anyway, the important thing now is to catch the wanted criminal, right? Ping Nei checked the time, brought his digital camera and backpack. I'm going home for a while. There is only a pregnant wife at home, so I feel a little worried. My sister died suddenly like this, and it was a bit of a shock to her. Please wait a minute. Gao Cheng stopped Ping Nei. During this period of time, his efforts were not in vain. Since it may not be a robber-murder case, both witnesses are suspected, and the suspect cannot be allowed to leave the scene. What else? Ting Guchi asked strangely. I just went to see my wife, and I'll go to the police station later, isn't that okay? Chapter 46, The Prisoner's Lies. No, but there are still things I want to ask you, can you give me some more time? Gao Cheng put his hands in his trouser pockets, and finally glanced at everyone present, silently closed his eyes and started the 1-minute mode. As the thinking speeds up, all the surrounding interference disappears, replaced by the clue picture of the contiguous virtual light curtain. The messy scene is obviously a hasty disguise. At first glance, it is the work of the robber, but some places where valuables are obviously placed are not messy. This can also be explained by the robber because someone suddenly came over to explain it, but it was turned over. The place obviously also has necklaces that seem to be very valuable. Besides, why didn't the door be locked when the two people in Ping Guchi arrived? Gao Cheng seems to be in a virtual space, with huge information constantly flashing in front of his eyes. The abnormal state of the toilets indicates that there is not only one victim in the house, but roommates or even boyfriends may have lived together. Pollen was detected in the relic and even the whole house, indicating that the prisoner disguised the scene as a robber to kill after the murder. And why was the victim strangled to death while the prisoner was carrying a weapon such as an iron rod? The robber does not exist, so Tsuna's testimony is very problematic, and his performance is also very strange. This guy is probably lying, but what about Kishi? Gao Cheng's eyes quickly searched for the clues, and the entire crime scene room was simulated and separated in front of him, removing unnecessary information and marking all the details. Often the details that are difficult for ordinary people to pay attention to, the more clarifying the problem, so detectives need amazing observation and analysis skills. Now Gao Cheng has been incarnate as a humanoid computer, from the details of the house to every move in the Pingnei area. Appeared in front of my eyes. With the ultimate thinking ability, the clues are constantly arranged and combined, even if there are ambiguities, simulation deductions are performed, and the whole case becomes clearer and clearer. He has basically determined who the prisoner is, but there are still some doubts, and then there is evidence. Wow! The long and short 1 minute ended, Gao Cheng returned to his normal state, all the clues surrounding the scene disappeared, and he returned to the real world. 1 minute is too short, there is no time to verify some questions, but it left him with ideas. I'm going to rely on him next. Gao Cheng let out a sigh of relief, and turned his eyes to Ting Guchi. Mr. Ting Guchi, what kind of person is your sister? Ting Guchi met Gao Cheng's gaze, and felt guilty involuntarily, but still calmly said, she is very cheerful, likes to socialize, and has a lot of friends. She has been living abroad before. After returning to Japan, she was active in various fashions. In the magazine. While working as a model, he also helped me complete some works. Why are you asking this? Nothing, Just a little curious, Gao Cheng smiled casually. Does your sister have a boyfriend or roommate? No, she has always lived alone. Tsune's eyes trembled, and he looked at Gao Chendao strangely. The murderer is a robber, shouldn't it have anything to do with this kind of thing? I don't think it's a robber. Hey! Ting Guchi's fingers tightened. Gao Cheng said carefully, you should have seen Mr. Tsubauchi. Miss Aida's neck was strangled with a hand, but the murderer who attacked you two carried weapons such as iron rods. Then, why not use the rod directly? How about attacking Miss Aida? It's weird to think that there is a murder weapon but no use. Oh! Ting Guchi turned his gaze to the side, thought for a while and said, I think the murder weapon was found in the room later. After all, we got to the door. There was no murder weapon left at the scene. Did the prisoner take the stick? Although it's still a bit strange, it can be explained, but... Gao Cheng put his hands in his pockets and looked back at the entrance. Mr. Tsubauchi, when you came here, the door isn't it locked? Don't you think it's weird? The robber is too daring. Are you afraid that someone like you and Mr. Kishi will come in suddenly? Maybe to the effect, maybe he just planned to leave. That's a coincidence. Gao Cheng looked directly at Ting Guchi, and confirmed that the murderer was Ting Guchi, but this time the murderer seemed to be different and difficult to deal with. The main thing is that there is no very obvious absolute evidence. What's wrong? Sato felt something wrong, and asked in confusion, Kito-kun, did you find any problems? Well, Gao Cheng glanced across the silent terrace and looked at the magazines scattered in the room. The room was deliberately messed up. This case should be a murder case disguised as a robbery. Anyway, it was the murderer who attacked us? He was in the house at the time, which is absolutely correct. Tsunuki affirmed, the big man with a wound on his forehead, short black hair. Is that really the case? Gao Cheng looked directly, this is all your statement, Mr. Kishi didn't see anything at the time. Was it really the one who was beaten? What? Actually, I was very strange just now, Mr. Kishi's statement. Mr. Kishi, can you repeat it carefully? Don't let go of any details. Gao Cheng turned to Kishi Kasuk and asked. If the murderer is Tsuwana, then Kasuk Kishi is either lying or being misled by Tsuwana. If it is the latter, he already has doubts about the technique used. The slightly hot photographic lamps and the full-length mirror at the door, assuming that strong light is used in the ground to make Kishi Kasuk invisible when he enters the house, there is a very high possibility that he can use any technique to defeat Kishi Kasuk. Kishi Kasuk recalled, I don't know too well, I just opened the door and I felt like my eyes lit up, and then I was beaten and I didn't see anything. Yes, Gao Cheng said with a smile, Mr. Kishi never saw who hit him. What are you kidding? Are you trying to say I'm lying? Ting Ne looked at Gao Chendao coldly, although he is called a famous detective, the kid is a kid. I still hope the police will investigate it. He turned to Sato and bent over and said, Interpol Sato, Interpol Takagi, please, I have to go home to see my wife, and then go to the police station. Can I ask you another question? Seeing Ting Guchi left in a hurry, Gao Cheng couldn't wait any longer and took out the slightly hot photographic equipment directly from the cabinet. What is this? This is my flash. Tsubauchi narrowed her eyes. Aida is not only interested in modeling, but also very fond of photography. I lent it to her. Is there any problem? No, I am also very interested in photography. Mr. Tsubauchi, can you teach me how to use this? Gao Cheng looked curiously at the flash. What the do you want to do? Ting Guchi yelled, if you want to learn, I will learn it by myself. I have to go home now. In that case, I wouldn't be able to let Ting Gushi-san you leave. Gao Cheng looked straight at Ting Aoki. Can you? He doesn't know much about photographic equipment. Therefore, there is a big doubt in the 1-minute detective mode. Someone must teach him, preferably Tsubauchi himself. Ping Nai and Gao Cheng looked at each other for a while, frowned, and impatiently picked up the flash to operate. The first thing was to turn on the start switch. It's very simple, just press the button here again when taking pictures. That's it. Right. One more thing, Gao Cheng continued to ask while looking at the flash. If there is this flash, can it be synchronized when taking pictures? Is there any remote control, such as when the camera shutter is pressed, the flash turns on? Tinguchi's face was stiff, and he was silent, and Sato saw it next to him and said, "Tsuyuki, can you please?" Following Gao Cheng's questioning, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong, and there was suspicion in Tinguchi unknowingly. Dang, of course, Tinguchi regained his senses, took a look at Gao Cheng, and picked up the digital SLR camera hanging on his body. Yes, it can be remotely controlled. It can be done after turning on the camera's flash function. Any professional photographer knows. Is there any problem with this? Tinguchi laughed. Hey, are you trying to say, did I turn on the flash outside? Funny. I didn't say that. Gao Cheng stared into Tinguchi's eyes. Weird, Mr. Tinguchi, why do you have this idea? I'm just asking you about photography. You. Tinguchi's face changed instantly. This guy has been deliberately using questions to paralyze himself. I almost understood the case this time. Gao Cheng walked past Pingnati and stood still at the door. Is it true? Jirito-kun. Sato looked at Gao Cheng in surprise. What the is going on? The key to the problem is the flash. Gao Cheng placed the flash and focusing props on the ugly face in the ping, and then adjusted the angle of the full-length mirror at the door. When Mr. Kishi opened the door, while the murderer pressed the flashlight, he used a portable iron rod such as a tripod to knock down Mr. Kishi. Mr. Kishi, try again. Gao Cheng saw the stairs just outside the door, and asked Kosuk Kishi to return to the door. He stepped up on the steps to make Kishi Kosuk's forehead hit with a tripod from behind. The murderer can attack from the front while Mr. Kishi is flashed to his eyes, but that will cause some problems. The best option is of course to use the height difference to attack from behind. Talking about Gao Cheng, he turned to Ting Aoki and said, Mr. Ting Aoki, can I trouble you to press the digital camera shutter? Tinguchi's face changed one after another, and he didn't press the camera shutter. You guy said as if I was the murderer. It's really a blessing for you to pull so much, even if the method you said can be successful. What about it? It's just a guess. What about the evidence? Tingle looked at Gao Cheng coldly. Since you are called a famous detective, you should also know that if you want to say that a person is a murderer, there must be absolute evidence. Yes, there should be evidence. Gao Cheng glanced at the backpack slung in the ground. The reason why you want to leave the scene for a while is because you want a chance to deal with the evidence, right? Nonsense. What evidence can I have in my bag? Tsune turned around and left. I don't want to waste time with you, my wife is still at home. It's weird. I didn't say that the evidence was in your bag. Why are you so sure? Gao Cheng turned his back to Ping Nei and looked into the room. I've seen it everywhere just now. What about you reading www.yuyugonshu.com? I can't find the key camera, don't you think it's weird? If you are not the murderer and the flash has been used again soon, where did Miss Aida's camera go? Mr. Tsubauchi, can I have a look in your bag? There should be something inside. Cameras. Boring. Lips trembled in the ping, and he gritted his teeth and opened the backpack to reveal a film camera. A professional photographer will always prepare another camera for backup. That's all. This does not seem to be a digital camera. Is it not okay? I still think this is the camera in Miss Aida's room. Gao Cheng encountered such a difficult prisoner for the first time, but continued, my reasoning is that after you killed Miss Aida, you took it from the room again. This camera. Mr. Tsubauchi, are you dating Miss Aida? So I am afraid that something will be left in this camera. Stop kidding. Tsune argued, she is my wife's younger sister, and I can't betray my wife. How about let's check it? Maybe this camera has photos that can prove your crime. In case. Ting Nei's face was gloomy, facing Gao Cheng coldly, with terrifying eyes. If you don't find it, what will you do? Everything is just by yourself. If you want to check my personal belongings because of this. Gao Cheng fell silent, closed his eyes, and recombed the analysis results obtained in the 1-minute detective mode in his mind. The reasoning should be fine, and the prisoner is definitely Tsuwana. If there is no evidence, Gao Cheng opened his eyes in the eyes of everyone's attention, then I won't be a detective again. Kito-kun. Sato and Takagi said anxiously. Chapter 47, Regret is too late. Is this okay? Gao Cheng ignored the others, but looked directly at Tsuwani. The impact of such a promise is too strong, Tsuwani's momentum is weakened, and there is no room for rejection for a while. Okay, Tsune looked at Gao Cheng silently for a while, and walked away. This is what you said. He has never been in contact with a famous detective. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him, who was wearing a tie but was still a little immature, just turned around the scene for a few times and seemed to see through everything, as if he had seen him kill with his own eyes. There is such a powerful person. However, no one touched the camera when he killed someone, so it is impossible to be photographed. Ting Nei watched the film camera being taken away by Gao Cheng, and sweat dripped from the corner of his eyes. Officer Sato, Gao Cheng used a white handkerchief to hold the camera and handed it over to the police officer. He whispered to Sato's ear, I will treble-check the camera later. If I guessed correctly, there may be the same pollen on it as it was at the scene. Hey! Sato was surprised, nodded in understanding, and started to order the forensics staff with his back behind his back. Because Ms. Aida has a darkroom at home, the film is taken out and handed over to the photographer's assistant Kasuke Kishi for processing, and the forensics staff quickly identify the pollen on the camera. Gao Cheng is also not sure what is in the camera. There may be evidence of Tsubuchi's relationship with Ms. Aida, or there may be nothing, but anyway, as long as the same pollen as the scene of the crime is detected and the camera is taken away from the scene, that's it. Ping Nei can be convicted. In the darkroom, Ting Guai stood behind Gao Cheng, watching the pictures taken by Kishi Kasuke, swallowing saliva from time to time, his nails sinking deeply into the palms of his hands. It's ready soon. Kasuke Kishi carefully manipulated it, and as time passed, all the photos gradually appeared, all of which were selfies of Miss Aida. Did you see it? Ting Nei's nervous heart relaxed, feeling that he had escaped, and he couldn't calm down anymore and laughed out, this way I will know that it is not me who killed her, and I don't know where it came from. Thief! You are nothing but a detective. Ha ha ha! Gao Cheng ignored Ping Gui's ridicule, and still quietly observed dozens of photos in a row. Although there was no substantive evidence, he still left some information. So many photos, each of which is a selfie of Miss Aida, looks strange, but if you look closely, you can find that these photos are slightly different. The mouth shape changes gradually. Miss Aida seems to be telling something in a comic style. Kito-kun. Sato rushed into the darkroom with a surprised look, holding the camera. It's the same pollen, 99% match. Pollen. Tsuninga was stunned. On this camera body, Gao Cheng took the camera and said, the same pollen as the crime scene was detected on this. Maybe you didn't notice it, but I think it was you who took the camera from the room. Up. How could it be? Tsunokai's lips trembled, and his expression suddenly thought of the scenes after he killed Aida. Ms. Aida should have only bought this flower in the morning. Why would the camera in your bag be stained with pollen here? Gao Cheng collected the washed photos and returned to the restaurant. Up until now, you still think it is? Is your backup camera? Peach. Ting Gui's face trembled violently, his hands clenched his fists tightly, and he breathed quickly, "I'm not wrong, it's her, this woman is playing with me. That's why I... Have you not found out yet?" Gao Cheng glanced at the hysterical Ting Aoki, holding the pile of photos, flipping it in front of Ting Gui like a book, and suddenly the lips of Miss Aida, who was smiling in the photo, moved. "Let's take a look." An animation composed of dozens of photos. The shape of the mouth looks very clear, and it slowly becomes "I love you." Ting Guchi took the photo and flipped it over and over again, his complexion instantly solidified, and he backed away a few steps in despair. "Miss Aida really loves you," Gao Cheng turned around and said, "it's just that she wants to put this love in her heart, for the sake of her sister." "Just now the forensic report has come out," Sato said in a daze. "She didn't die immediately, Mr. Tsubauchi. If you didn't do the disguise work, but called an ambulance immediately, she might still be rescued." Peach. Tsune's lips trembled, and his chest felt like a sharp pain. He wanted to cry but couldn't cry. In pain, he grabbed the photo in his hand and fell to the ground. Regretted it from the bottom of his heart, but people would never come back, leaving only the outline of the corpse on the floor with tape and a group of photos with a bright smile. "I'm sorry, Momoko, oh." The case was over. Ping Nei was taken away by the police car holding the photo and crying. Gao Cheng let out a breath and walked out of the apartment in the admiration of many police officers. "It's incredible, Kyoto-kun." Takagi followed, still immersed in the reasoning, with a look of excitement. "I just found out the prisoner by investigating it casually. If it weren't for you, we would treat it as a robber. Is this a detective?" "Nothing, even without me, you will find out sooner or later." "But then there will be no evidence, right?" Takagi chased and said excitedly, "If you come to be a policeman, it would be great if Jodo-kun is really amazing." "Impossible, I don't want to be supervised," Gao Cheng said without thinking. "The more comfortable it is to be a detective, the more you make. Of course it is impossible to be a policeman. He hasn't that kind of consciousness yet, and it is impossible to be a policeman under his own circumstances. Not to mention the obsession to become a famous detective. If he were a policeman, his half-heartedness would be exposed immediately. Just like this time, if he didn't use the 1-minute mode directly, it would not go so smoothly at all. Waiting for him to notice any evidence. Besides, if he doesn't want the system to tamper with other people's memories, he can only use money to exchange for special items. Whether it's a camouflage card or a knowledge card or even other mysterious cards that may exist, he is eager about what he can do with a police salary. Oops! Seeing that it was dusk, Gao Cheng suddenly woke up and reacted. After looking at the time, he found that it had been a long time since the campus festival of Daiden University, and the drama of his classmates asking him for help was about to begin. "There is no time. Officer Takagi, can I trouble you to take me off in a police car?" Woo. On the way to Daiden University, a police car drove quickly, even the sirens were turned on, and the pedestrians watched one after another. "There are so many police cars on the street today. I heard that I was catching the abducted girl murderer. Isn't he the one who was sitting in the police car just now? Looks a little familiar." "No? It looks like a high school student, Detective Shinichi Kudo." A young girl hesitated. "Hurry up, Officer Takagi." Gao Cheng ate the chocolate while staring at the time. He was relieved until the gate of Daiden University appeared in his vision. At this moment, a car suddenly rushed out of the corner. There is a water pipe attached to the back, and the end of the pipe. "Hey!" In Gao Cheng's stunned vision, the skateboard slid across the police car window vertically. And even the little ghosts of Conan and Genta could be seen up close. "What are you doing?" "Kyoto." Conan saw that the police car was about to call for help. He unexpectedly found that the people inside were Gao Cheng and Gao Mu. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Gao Cheng, catch up with the car in front, and Bullet and Mei is trapped in them." In the trunk. Bume. Gao Cheng was taken aback, and unaware of the time, he hurriedly shouted to Takagi, "Officer Takagi, stop the car in front of you. Stop! Stop now!" In the car mentioned by Conan, there were two men in vicious costumes. Hearing the yelling from behind, he turned his head and was shocked, and stepped on the brakes in a daze. "Yes, what's the matter, police officer? Open the trunk. Put your hands on your head." Takagi will block the police car to the front, solemnly holding the police gun to guard against the two. "Yes, yes." The two followed Takagi's orders inexplicably, watching Gao Cheng rushing to the car and lifting the trunk in a puzzled manner. They were surprised to find that there was a little girl inside. "What is going on? Ah! Don't kill me!" As the car cover opened, Buletin-mei, who was hiding inside, suddenly yelled, and when he realized that it was Gao Cheng, she jumped up and hugged Gao Cheng on her neck like a koala. "Brother Gao Cheng, please help me." "It's okay," Gao Cheng hugged Aomi, his eyes turned to the two suspects coldly. "Do you want to explain? Why is there a kid in our car?" The vicious two were sweating profusely. "Police officer, we don't know anything." "Hey, come to realize. The murderer who kidnapped girls in a row." Conan rushed over. "We have heard you talking in the car. There are still corpses and money in the trunk." Bume held Gao Cheng with tears in her eyes. "Yes, www.readaloud.com. Even children can be killed without changing their faces." "Murder." The suspect was stunned, and said angrily, "What are you talking about? The things in the trunk are fake, they are our props." "Props?" The conversation in the car is also rehearsing the lines, "We are going to perform a drama soon." The suspect pointed to Daiden University, which was holding a campus festival not far away, angrily said. Gao Cheng looked at Conan in a daze. "Conan, what's going on?" "The kidnapping of the girl murderer seems to have been arrested by Officer Megome just now." Conan walked closer with a guilty conscience and found that the trunk was really just props made of newspapers. Haha. So it's just a misunderstanding." Gao Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth. "But why is Aomi in the trunk?" The two drama actors didn't know why. "Anyway, we didn't do anything. Can we go to the scene quickly?" "It's too late. I'm sorry." Takagi put away the police gun awkwardly, and touched the back of his head again and again to apologize. When he looked at Conan, his eyes were filled with resentment. "Well, Aomi, I have to prepare quickly too." Gao Cheng shook his body with Buletin-mei, and wanted to hand her to Conan to go to Daiden University quickly, but found that the little girl fell asleep at some point. Her hand was still holding his neck tightly. "Tangle like an octopus and never loosen it." "Bume." Gao Cheng called out again, but Bume hugged him tighter. "How could this be? The performance is too late." Gao Cheng looked in the direction of the lively Daiden University with tears streaming down his face. It is rare to dress up today, and maybe he can still have a beautiful encounter. Chapter 48, Daiden University Campus Festival. Daiden University, this campus festival has two reasoning dramas. Unfortunately, Gao Cheng just appeared on the stage in the first stage, playing a small role without lines. The only thing he needs is an audience who acts as the protagonist to reason. "Dad, that actor seems a little weird." Mao Lilan sat in the audience and felt a little awkward when he saw a fat character wearing an overshirt appear on stage. "What does he seem to hold all the time? Really?" Kogoro Muri did not pay attention to the stage at all, and surrounded a girl next to him with enthusiasm. "Ah, beautiful and lovely lady, may I ask you to have tea? I'm a famous detective." Xiaolan's face collapsed, her eyes turned dangerously to her side. Boom! Muri Kogoro put a big bag on his head and exchanged positions with Xiaolan peacefully. "Isn't the kid above the guy from Johto? He can actually play this kind of role." Senior. On the stage, Gao Cheng silently acted as the background, looking at the audience with an innocent expression. Originally, he actually had the role of a prisoner, but because of the case commissioned by Mugyur, there was no time to rehearse. Besides, Amy has been entangled with him, it would be nice to have a soy sauce role. In short, the beautiful encounter he imagined is gone, but he just happened to see the guy Muri Kogorum making up his sister in the audience. The reasoning drama performance was very successful. When I left the stage, I still got warm applause. Of course, the Gao Cheng of the whole soy sauce felt nothing on his own, but felt so tired. Although Amy is not heavy, it can't stand holding it for a long time. Fortunately, she finally woke up to applause after the performance. Brother Kosung, where is this? In the lounge, Amy poked her head out of her blouse, rubbing her eyes and looking around. It's Daiden University. Gao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, his hands numb, and put Amy on the table next to him. At this time, other people also left the stage and entered the lounge one after another. When several students saw Amy, who was still sleepy, they all smiled and said, "Kito, your sister finally woke up. It's a shame that you can hold it for so long." What a cute kid! A girl with short hair was cut by Amy and took the initiative to hug Amy. "How about playing with my sister?" "Hey, I said Bume is not my sister." Gao Cheng looked at these former classmates helplessly. "Ah, Kyoto, you won't embark on the path of crime." A boy with short hair exaggerated, "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." "Haha, the well-known great detective, Detective Kyoto, will have a time when he is deflated." Several seniors walked into the lounge, and one of them, who looked very sunny, looked at Gao Cheng curiously. "I have been study the case you cracked, Detective Giotto." "Detective, detective." Several classmates didn't respond yet. "Hey? Don't you know? You are often seen on TV and newspapers these days." "I saw it, but Giotto is that famous detective. I thought it was just a coincidence." "Is this true?" The short-haired girl and several classmates looked at Gao Cheng in surprise, as if looking at some monster. "Of course it's true." Amy proudly held Gao Sung to prevent the girls from approaching. "Brother Gao Sung is called modern left writing. Modern left writing is used as the background in our drama." The short-haired girl stunned. "Don't be so surprised, right?" Gao Cheng was a little embarrassed by the group of people. "Didn't I inherit my grandfather's detective agency after graduating from high school? I gradually gained some reputation. That's it." Several classmates looked resentful. "Everyone thought you were abroad. If we didn't contact you, would you never tell us?" "Why? I'm just busy all the time, haha." Gao Chengan laughed. The original owner did not tell his classmates anything but said to go abroad to find grandpa. But it has changed a lot now. The students looked at Gao Cheng's tie dress with afterthought. "I thought you dressed like this for picking up girls. How come? Didn't I say that something happened so I came late?" "Actually, I went to handle the case." Gao Cheng blushed and coughed slightly. "Hey? Really? What is the case?" The campus festival lasted for a long time, and it was still lively until it was dark. In the end, Gao Cheng asked Conan to send Bullet and May back. "I feel that this little guy is too dark-bellied, and he is a big kid. As long as there are girls around him, he deliberately pretends to be cute and destroys the atmosphere. It is the ultimate light bulb drag oil bottle. It's finally easier now." After separated from his classmates, Gao Cheng began to visit the garden alone. Although he had also studied at university in his previous life, there is still a big difference between China and Japan, and he was still a sword idiot at that time and did not participate in school activities much. "Quick fight, why are you dressed like this?" Suddenly someone in the crowd nearby grabbed Gao Cheng. "Hey? Me?" Gao Cheng looked back blankly and saw a high school girl who looked a little like Xiaolan. "Kingzi, what are you doing?" A teenager who is also very similar to Gao Cheng appeared behind with half-open eyes. "Who is this man?" "At? Fight." The girl reacted, blushing and quickly let go of Gao Cheng. Yes, I'm sorry. Talked and dragged the boy away angrily. You are not to blame for running around www.readaloud.com for making me confess the wrong person. Fool! Don't you see clothes? You are so embarrassed to say that you always do some tricks. That's magic. Boys and boys disappeared into the crowd noisily, leaving only Gao Chengfeng standing in a mess. Is this hitting the face again? Wait, isn't this Kuei-tu the famous kid, the thief in Conan? Ran into the crowd, but the two of them didn't know where they went. It was just a coincidence that they met on such a big campus. Gao Cheng smiled bitterly on his face. I feel like I'm almost becoming a popular face, but why does he have no girlfriend in this popular face? On the other side, Kuei-tu and Kingzi were about to leave after walking around, and found that their classmate Hengzi actually towered a divination table on campus. The witch dressed up with a crystal ball, which looked weird. Hengzi, what are you doing? Of course it's the same as you guys. Koizumi Hengzi with long fuchsia hair smiled mysteriously. Actually, I have discovered something extraordinary recently. What's the big deal? Kingzi was made nervous by Koizumi Hengzi's tone. Yes, when the Demon King is holding the Gintama blade, his memory will be lost, and the world will come to an end. Hengzi said in deep thought. What is the end? Kuei-tu had no interest, and said with a curl, is it for divination again? This is not fortune-telling, it is a prediction. Hengzi leaned forward and whispered, didn't I say it before? My prediction is very accurate. Maybe this prediction means that your identity will be exposed. Hurry up and swallowed, and pulled Kingzi away with a dry smile. What silly thing are you talking about? Kingzi, let's go back. Chapter 49, It will be very bad to be infected with death physique. After Diden University campus festival ended, Gao Cheng just got together with his classmates for a while before returning to his detective life. After all, he is now a social man. He has to consider making money and realizing his detective dream, and he can no longer enjoy ordinary campus life like these peers. After working hard during this period, my deposit remained at around 1.9 million yen. I didn't seem to spend much money at ordinary times, but I still felt that the money was not enough. He used the deposit to redeem it 3 more times. After getting a medical card and a car driving card, he emptied the 3rd time. The deposit instantly dropped to 1.6 million, which made him feel distressed. But considering his work, Gao Cheng still reluctantly pulled out 20,000 yen and bought a bicycle, which is not too expensive but not cheap. It is just enough for him to use, which can save a lot of travel expenses. Speaking of the case that Mumu entrusted before, the fare has not been reimbursed. If it were not for the benefit of the case and the relationship with the police, he really wanted to exchange his reputation value. On this day, Gao Cheng was invited to a client's birthday party and took care of it early in the morning to go out on a bicycle. The main reason for being so cautious is that the client is not small. It is the only daughter of the president of the large company Sijing Group. She gave him 400,000 yen just to find a dog. This is his biggest business recently. Of course, he will not neglect the invitation of key customers. This kind of rich person's one-time commission is worth his usual long hours of work, and they are basically commissioned by fixed detectives, and there are many opportunities for cooperation. Hey! Until the evening, Gao Cheng was breathless and rode his bicycle to a villa in a mountain villa. Rich people seem to like to build villas in such deep mountains. The Suzuki Yuan's family was like this last time. It was tiring to come here. If I knew it a long time ago, I would just take a ride here. Seeing the row of luxury cars parked in front of the villa, Gao Cheng wiped his sweat, consciously parked his bicycle in the woods, and locked it to a tree trunk after thinking about it. Although it may not be possible for anyone to see his bicycle, it is important to pay attention to it. Anyway, it was bought for 20,000 yuan. Miss Liwa, happy birthday! The luxurious villa was brightly lit at night, and many celebrities gathered, and the stars surrounded Saijing Group President Kyunjin Saijing Liwa. As the protagonist of the banquet, this young lady wore a red veil, a red matching black dress and expensive jewelry. The whole person was brilliant and was the unique focus of the venue. Gao Cheng glanced at the gorgeously dressed Saijing Liwa in the crowd, did not rush in like the others, but took the opportunity to eat and drink in the corner. Anyway, he is not an important role, and the food at this party far exceeds those he usually eats. Almost all dishes can be eaten in high-end restaurants, which he can't usually eat. After a full hiccup, Gao Cheng's face flushed slightly and tasted the high-quality red wine. It happened that he had been riding a car for a long time, and he was too hungry. Happy birthday Toyu! The blessings of the villa venue came one after another, and Liwa Shijing smiled and blew out the 24 birthday candles as the crowd watched. Suddenly, there was another round of applause. Liwa, happy birthday! President Saijing happily walked to his daughter, and the surrounding guests smiled kindly. Today for Little Girl's Day, I would like to invite you all to come to this villa to celebrate her. I am really grateful. In the future, I would like to ask you all to support our Saijing group a lot. Amidst the rounds of applause, President Saijing paused, clapped his hands and said, "Then, before everyone can have a good conversation, I would like to introduce you to a special guest of today." Special guest? The guests started talking, wondering who the president of Yatsui invited. This gentleman has solved a lot of difficult cases. President Yatsui continued looking for Gao Cheng in the crowd. He is the famous detective whose reporting rate is second only to Kogoro Mori. The modern left character Kyoto Gao Cheng. Where is Jado-kun? Detective Jado. Hey? Is that famous detective also here? The guests looked curiously looking for it. It seems to be very famous recently. Gao Cheng's action stopped. Unexpectedly he would be mentioned suddenly. He wiped his mouth quickly, and greeted everyone awkwardly. Hello everyone. He is that famous detective? He is younger than the newspaper looks. It's really similar to that high school detective. Didn't you mean carrying a wooden knife or something? To be honest, President Yatsui saw the surprise of the guests, and felt a sense of face, and then smiled. Jito-kun did a big favor to the little girl just before. No, nothing. Gao Cheng quickly interrupted President Saijing. The so-called busy is to find a dog. Although it is also his job, it always feels weird to say it in public. President Saijing, as the person in charge of a large group company, would not lose sight of him. He smiled and said, "Anyway, everyone will have a better time." During the party time, Liwa Saijing walked to the vicinity of Jiaokeng, together with a few young people who circled the eldest daughter. "Hello, great detective Jado," a young man with glasses and a clerk took the initiative to hand out his business card and exclaimed happily. "My name is Takashi Kazue. It's a great honor to see you, a famous detective today. That is to say, the legendary detective is so young, really young and promising." Nikaido Yuji, an elegant man with dyed blonde hair next to him, said and praised. He turned his head to look at Rika Shiai, who was chatting with a group of girls. "Raise her voice deliberately, no wonder Miss Liwa chooses you to help. You two are endless. The net will be there to flatter you." Mifune Takia, the handsome dark-skinned man with long hair, snorted softly, and the two young people who looked over and admired fell on Gao Cheng. It's just trying to flatter Miss Liwa. If you are a so-called famous detective, it would be ridiculous. Mifune. Isn't it? The famous detective you are talking about is just a kid. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ignoring the annoyance of the two Nikaitang, Mifune smiled and turned to Wu Josha next to him and asked, "Do you think so too, a top student who graduated from Tohoku University?" "Yes, I thought it was the famous Kogoro Muri who came here. He is still far behind Muri Kogoro." It was Wu Josu, a 24-year-old general manager of a trading company, who was questioned. Although he was not tall, he looked like an ordinary college student even though he was wearing a split head and dressed up in a suit and tie. Also, he is different from the left text I imagined. Gojo Su glanced at Gao Cheng disappointedly. That's really sorry. Gao Cheng's face collapsed and the corners of his mouth twitched. What kind of people are these people who speak ill of others directly? Besides, he is worse than Muri Kogora. That guy is just a rough middle-aged uncle. Most of the time, he was confused, and he played in a classmate meeting a few days ago, but he was not caught by Conan. Anesthesia solved the case soberly. Don't say that, Kazuya Takashi said haha, since Ms. Liwa asked Detective Kyoto for help, of course it makes sense. Hey, Mifune turned around to look at Liwa Saijing indifferently. Maybe the city detective you mentioned is also making Liwa's idea, because as long as he can marry Liwa, he is the Saijing group. The next president will be. The whole group changed their faces when they heard the words, and did not speak with a calm face. Gao Cheng shuddered, and continued to wipe out the food on the table. The atmosphere seems weird. Fortunately, that guy Conan is not there. Otherwise, something will happen. Even if he hopes to be the world's best detective, he doesn't want to go wherever he goes and die. Chapter 50, It will be very disheartening to be infected with death constitution, 2. The banquet lasted until almost 10 o'clock before it ended. President Saijing announced in due course, everyone, that's all for tonight's banquet. Gao Chengzheng was distressed and wanted to ride a bicycle back. Suddenly a guard ran into the lobby anxiously and shouted to President Saijing, Chairman. Big. The car that Missy was sitting on has a flat tire. What? What should I do? That's good, Nikaido took the opportunity to say, I will send the lady home with Ferrari. No, the lady is ready to take my Porsche. Let's be my Mercedes. Ichiji Takashi and 5 other Shiu rushed to show their courtesy one after another, and looked straightforwardly. These guys are really rich one by one. But, the guard reminded in time, all 3 of your cars seem to have punctured tires too. What? Several people who did not believe in evil rushed out to check their cars, and the guests rushed to the parking lot anxiously. Damn it, Mifune looked at the flat tires annoyedly. Even my car is actually taking action. The same goes for mine. A tall man of about 40 years old frowned next to him. He is Yatsui & Co.'s managing director Masaji Rota. Which guy is playing the prank? After Lu Tian finished the statistics, he reported to the president of Saijing Shenchengui, there are 6 cars with broken tires. President Saijing said helplessly, it seems that the guests in these 6 cars have to take other cars to leave, although it is a bit crowded. I don't want it. Today is my birthday. Liwa said with a temper, I don't want to squeeze in other people's cars and go down the mountain. All right, Liwa, President Saijing had nothing to do with his daughter, you said you wanted to have a banquet here. I don't care, I'm going to spend the night with Granny Me in the villa tonight, and I'll call someone to pick me up tomorrow. Liwa said waywardly. Then, I think I will stay together. I will stay too. Ichiji Takahashi scrambled to get to Liwa's side. Of course, Gao Cheng wanted to stay. It is not safe to ride a bicycle this late, and he always feels a shame. In the future, if you want to participate in this kind of banquet for the rich, you must remember that you can't ride a bicycle, and at least you should rent a car. It happened that he got a car driving card before. Taking advantage of everyone's attention, Gao Cheng sneaked to the edge of the woods to take a look, and found that his bicycle was intact, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter who did it, at least there are no beasts who don't even let go of bicycles. When I returned to the villa, I was finally determined to stay besides Yatsui Raihwa and Yatsui's maid, me Granny, as well as Ikeda Takashi, Nikaido, Mifune, Gojo Osamu, and the tall middle-aged person, Lu Tian. The names of these people are really interesting, 1 to 6 are all. Gao Cheng secretly complained and entered the living room. The group was still together. Luo didn't know where to find a deck of playing cards and happily said to everyone, "Sit-a-toe detective, let's play cards together. Send it tonight. Hey, who wants to play with you?" Mifyun sneered and walked towards Gao Chendao. "Detective brother, there should be no problems with your car? Let's go back together." This. Gao Cheng didn't know what to say awkwardly. "You want to go back?" Luo snatched forward and chuckled, "It's a pity, I was considering a candidate for marriage today, and you also have a chance." "Don't get it wrong, miss," Mifyun said indifferently. "The reason why I am here today is entirely for the sake of the chairman's face, just for the benefit of my company. I'm sorry, I am right. You have no interest at all. Detective brother, let's go together." "That," Gao Chengan said with a smile, "actually I only have one bicycle, and I put it in the woods." Bikes. San Chuan looked strange and ugly, and when he looked outside, there were indeed only 6 of them in the car with a flat tire. "It's really tough, riding a bike up the mountain all the way. But now that other cars have already left, there's no way. The bicycle doesn't matter, it can be used anyway, I will return it to you another day." Luo's face sank, she pulled Gao Cheng behind her, and said domineeringly, "You can go back if you want to go back, but on the contrary, my dad will not have business with you in the future." The 3 boats shook their body, gritted their teeth and looked straight at Luo. "What did you say?" "Humph, Granny me, help me prepare. I'm going to the 2nd floor to change clothes," Luo turned and said, her mouth raised and looked at the people in the living room. "To be clear, you are all birds in cages, if I don't feed you, you won't be able to survive at all, so it's best to please the master and don't show your enthusiasm for a while, ha 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 ha." Luo headed to the 2nd floor with a self-righteous laugh. Gao Cheng regretted staying when she saw this scene. The character of this eldest lady is really bad. Compared with the sisters Suzuki Yuanzi, who are also rich daughters, they are much better. One is gentle, and the other is not very pretentious even though there are some elders. This kind of eldest lady doesn't want him to send him, isn't it just rich, rich, rich? Until 10:30, the high CD played poker in the living room. There was no fight against the landlord, and he was drowsy. "But as long as I think of the worth of these guys across, I wake up again. After working for so long, the savings are not even a fraction of these people's worth. Even so, these guys are still not satisfied. Is it true that they can't survive after leaving Sijing Group?" Gao Cheng couldn't help asking, and Mifyun smiled helplessly, "No way, my Mifyun electronics industry can't live without the support of Sijing Group." "Me too," said Gojo, annoyed. "My trading company is not having a good time. Unlike Takashi Ichiji and Nikaido, it is purely to become the next president of the Shiai Group." "Hey, don't you want to?" Nikaitang smiled indifferently, "If anyone can marry the eldest lady, it is equivalent to reaching the sky in one step. But I don't think you guys will be delusional, the eldest lady's marriage partner has already been. It was decided 2 years ago." 2 years ago? The faces of several people in the living room changed again, gloomy. "What happened 2 years ago?" Gao Cheng asked strangely. "It's nothing," Nikaido realized that he had said something wrong, and changed the subject with a smile. "But I really miss it. The members of our yacht club used to gather here." "Yacht club?" "Yes, we also took the ladies' yacht to the nearby islands to play. Mr. Lu Tian is the driver." "Haha, I have a yacht driver's license." The atmosphere in the living room is active again, and it seems that I don't want to talk more in front of Gao Cheng. Gao Chengjian couldn't ask anything, so he could only envy. "I've never been on a yacht before." "Actually, I envy you, detective boy." Mifyun drank tea while Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com pointed out, "As long as you receive some commissions, you can make money, even though you don't have much money, you can be free. I can also read the newspaper from time to time." It's not like I worry about the company all day and I can only be read by that annoying lady as a bird in a cage. Don't say that, Mifyun. Yes, Missy is just joking. Gao Cheng looked at these guys and didn't know what to say. The troubles of the rich always seemed hypocritical, so you really didn't have the money to try? He finally managed to gain a foothold in Tokyo and became a well-known detective, but his deposit was less than 2 million yen. Aunt Jigme's 3-story house had a monthly rent of 300,000 for the first-floor store alone. This little money is enough to pay a few months' rent. Strange, Lu Tian looked at the time. Why is it so slow for the lady to change clothes? Yeah, I should have changed clothes long ago. Would you like to check it out? Wu Zhou said in a worry. Who cares about her, who can provoke that eldest lady? Mifyun sat on the side angrily, and the others stopped talking when they thought of Luo's temper. Another half an hour later, when Gao Cheng was almost going to sleep, the wall clock in the living room rang 11 o'clock. Miss is too slow, right? Iji Takashi stared at Zhong strangely. It's just a change of clothes. Gao Cheng's eyes sank, and he stood up and said to the old servant who was entertaining the crowd, Mr. Mi, could you please go to Miss Luo's room to have a look? Okay. Let's go together too. Ichiji Takashi scrambled to go to the second floor, but Gao Cheng had no choice but to follow these people too. Although I really don't want to admit it, it's really possible that Miss Luo has something wrong now. Chapter 51, It will be very disheartening to be infected with death physique. 3. Miss Luo. A group of people searched everywhere in the villa, but they never saw Sijing Luo. Miss Luo, answer if you hear it, stop playing. Strange, I can't find it. Could it be that she got lost in the woods because she walked into the woods? It must be so, Mifyun said dissatisfied. She must think it's fun to play us like this. Alright, Kazuya Takashi persuaded, anyway, everyone should look for it in the woods again. This can only be done, and the lady can't be left alone. Gao Cheng frowned and walked into the woods. In the thunderous night, the woods were gloomy and looked a little scary. He couldn't help thinking about the bandage word incident last time. The head of the dismembered body at that time, he will never forget it. Boom! There was another thunder, and it looked like it was going to rain. Gao Cheng recovered, and shook his head. There should be no reason for such a coincidence. It's going to rain soon, let's look for it separately, you must find the lady quickly. Liushan rushed into the woods first. The group quickly dispersed, but Gao Cheng didn't dare to run around. He was not familiar with it at all. It wouldn't be fun if someone didn't find him and lost himself. Thinking about the pain of getting lost in the mountains when I went to Villa Suzuki last time, he didn't want to come again. Miss Luo, can you hear me? Gao Cheng followed Mifyun and shouted everywhere to find people, but there was no answer at all, only the vague shouts from other people in the other direction. After a while, the cold rain drops, and the patter gets bigger and bigger. Damn it, this eldest lady is really going to cause trouble. Mifyun stopped. Detective boy, let's go back to the villa first, maybe the eldest lady has already gone back by herself. Don't you think something is wrong? Gao Cheng frowned, no matter how joking, it won't be this way. Miss Luo has never responded. Maybe something has happened. Hey, she's that kind of person, and now she must be laughing at us being played by her like clowns. Mifyun snorted and turned around and said, anyway, I'll go back first. If you want to play a detective game, just keep looking for it, but this forest is easy to get lost. Boom! There was another muffled thunder, and Gao Cheng hurriedly returned to the villa with the rain following Mifyun. At this time, several other people have also returned, and they are surrounding the fountain in front of the villa. What's wrong? Gao Cheng's heart sank. It's Nikaido, Nikaido. The other people looked at Nikaitang lying on the ground with horror. He seems to be drowned by someone in the water. How could this be? He was fine just now. Who the would do this kind of thing? Hey! Mifyun said coldly, there happens to be one person right now. She is the most suspicious of us, Miss Liwa, who is now unknown whereabouts. Mifyun, how could Miss Liwa do such a thing? I can't say that now. Ms. Liwa might have been killed. Gao Cheng squatted to examine her body for a while, interrupting everyone's noise. Anyway, everyone should go back to the villa first and call the police. By the way, wait for the police to come to talk about anything. No, Jodo detective, Granny Mi said at the gate of the villa, I have tried it, but the phone can't get through. What? Can't mobile phones work too? Gao Cheng said with a headache. It's useless, the signal in this place is very poor, you can't call it out. In this way, we are trapped here. Gao Cheng's expression was condensed, and it was no longer a joke that someone died. This time it was a premeditated murder, and the murderer was probably among these people in the villa, except for the 3 ships with him just now. Everyone else is suspected. That's right, Gojo said, Detective Jodo, just use your bicycle to go down the mountain and call the police. No, it's raining now. It's too dangerous to ride a bicycle, Lu Tian groaned. We can only wait for the chairman to send someone to pick us up after dawn. I see everyone sit down for a cup of coffee and wait until tomorrow morning. Aunt Me, can I trouble you to make coffee? Okay, I'll go right away. Then I will go to the toilet. Wait for me, I will go with you. Mifyun and a few people left the living room one after another, and Lu Tian also followed. I'll get some towels from the sink first. I think everyone must be getting wet by now. Sorry to bother you. Gao Cheng watched these people carefully and reminded, now that the murderer doesn't know where, you'd better not be alone. At every banquet, he can encounter murders. He doesn't know whether it is lucky or unlucky. He always feels that he has been in contact with Conan for a long time and has been infected with the death physique. I don't know if anyone will be killed. The case must be solved quickly. Waiting for a few people's time, Gao Cheng looked at the increasing rain outside, hurried to the woods and moved his bicycle under the eaves of the villa. Like those cars, his bicycle tires were flat. The murderer was really a beast. Gao Cheng gritted his teeth and looked at his tires, and summoned Lake Toya and pinned to his waist. But in this case, the prisoners must be those in the villa, and there are only a few people who know that his bicycle is in the woods. When they returned to the living room, everyone was already wiping their drenched hair with towels, and none of them showed anything strange, or everyone still looked suspicious. But why was Nikaido killed? Gojo was puzzled. Who knows? About this, Gao Cheng sat down in the living room and looked at the people. Mr. Nikaido seemed to have said before that Miss Liwa's marriage partner was decided 2 years ago. I think this may be the motive for the murder. How is it possible? Are you suspicious of us? Yeah, detective boy, Mifyun met Gao Cheng's gaze and smiled lightly. Do you think we will kill him because of his words? That's too ridiculous, and when Nikaitang died, I have always been with you. Mr. Mifyun is indeed not the murderer, Gao Cheng said sharply. I was just thinking, what seems to have happened 2 years ago, can you tell me? What happened 2 years ago? This. When everyone saw Gao Sung as if he had changed, they were stunned. When they noticed the Lake Toya where Gao Cheng was pinned to his waist, they reacted afterwards. The young man in front of him was not an ordinary kid, but an embarrassing one. A well-known detective of Kogoro Himori, a modern left character. It was an unfortunate accident, Lu Tian explained in a deep voice. On that day 2 years ago, we moored the yacht on the edge of a small island, and we scattered and played our own way. We didn't even notice that the storm was coming. The atmosphere in the living room was heavy, everyone was silent except for Lu Tian who spoke. Liushan continued, when the thunderstorm comes, most people go back to the yacht to take refuge, and only the eldest lady is still on the island. That is a small island that will sink when the tide rises. At that time, one of us was in a rubber dinghy to rescue Miss Liwa. After half a day, we found Miss Liwa and Tier 2 floating on the sea wearing a life jacket. Tang www.readaloud.com. But the companion who went to save the people was gone. Her body was found floating on the sea 3 days later. Which companion do you mean? She is my granddaughter Octave. Granny Me returned to the living room with her coffee. She sacrificed her life to save the eldest lady. She probably died without regrets. Come on, I'll make all the coffee. Gao Cheng didn't drink coffee right away, but thought about it and asked, you said that only Ms. Liwa stayed on the island alone. What's the matter with Ni Kaitang? He went fishing in a kayak alone. We don't know how he would be with Missy, Lu Tian said over a cup of coffee. It seems that the reason why he is so confident that he can marry Missy may be because did the eldest lady promise something at that time. Is that so? Gao Cheng also picked up a cup of coffee and drank it. Everyone, after drinking the coffee, look for it in the villa carefully. Find out Miss Liwa first. But the murderer may still be. Then divide it into 2 groups, and they can supervise each other. Gao Cheng ordered, and yawned a long way, feeling a little more sleepy than before. I kept up my spirits, but my eyelids got heavier and heavier. Detective Jodo, what's wrong with you? Gojo said strangely. It's nothing, it's just a little sleepy. Gao Cheng couldn't resist, rubbed his eyes and said, sorry, I will wash my face first. Don't force it, just sleep on the sofa for a while, Granny Me said, I will accompany you here. It seems that Detective Kyoto is really tired. Lu Tian looked at Gao Cheng's sleepy look and proactively said, Aunt Me, you can take care of him here. We divide into 2 groups to find enough. Chapter 52, It will be very bad if you are infected with death physique, 4. The other 4 people left the living room. Gao Cheng wanted to sleep for a while, so he lay down on the sofa, but after a while, he felt something was wrong. Reluctantly opened his eyes, his vision blurred, and only vaguely could see Granny Me. What happened? Getting sleepy? Is it drugged? Why? Drowsiness grew stronger and stronger, only to come and grab Toya Lake at the waist and fell asleep. Miss Liwa. Liushan and others on the 1st and 2nd floors of the villa are still shouting and searching everywhere, but they still haven't found Sijing Liwa. Have you found it? No. Look over there. Hearing the shouts from upstairs and downstairs outside the living room, Granny Me, who was sitting silently in the living room, suddenly got up and walked in front of Gao Cheng. Seeing Gao Cheng asleep, she turned around and took a blanket to cover Gao Cheng. At this time, the lights in the villa suddenly went out with the sound of tripping, and it was pitch black everywhere. Power cut. Let's go to the master switch and have a look. Mifyun hurried downstairs to the main gate opposite the kitchen, and suddenly there was another sound of glass cracking. After the switch of the main gate was turned on, the lights turned on again, and the scene appeared in front of everyone. I saw that the window in front of the main gate corridor seemed to be broken. What's going on? Mifyun looked suspiciously at the Kazutaka Takashi and Kazuo Shizuo who was opposite in advance. We don't know either, Kazuo Takashi looked outside and said, someone seems to have jumped outside. Is it a murderer? Mifyun gritted his teeth and looked at the dark forest outside, and hurriedly chased out from the broken window. Damn it! You never want to escape. 3 ships. Wait a minute, Mifyun. It's too dangerous. The remaining 3 people followed one after another, and disappeared into the night in a blink of an eye. When Granny Me heard the movement and walked out of the villa, there was no one. In the living room of the villa, Gao Cheng opened his eyes in a daze, feeling as if he was being carried by someone, and there was a sound of water rushing in his ears. Who? Faintly, Gao Cheng subconsciously wanted to pull out Lake Toya from his waist, but his body couldn't move at all. He felt like he was pushed to the side of the pool, and vaguely saw the open faucet, water. Puff! A strong force came from the neck, and the head was directly pressed into the water. With the gurgling sound, the tap water continuously poured into the mouth and nose, and the uncomfortable suffocation felt the death crisis surging. Gao Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, his weak body burst out with unparalleled will to survive, and his weak fingers moved and grasped Lake Toya tightly. The usual effortless movement of drawing a knife was extremely difficult at this time. He almost completed the drawing with a trembling, and slashed backward with all his strength. Ahem! The wooden knife didn't hit the murderer, but it also let the pressure behind him disappear. Gao Cheng suddenly got out of the pool, coughed and slipped to the ground, breathing heavily. He barely pedaled at Lake Toya to prop up his body, and only had time to see a figure running out of the living room while his vision was blurred. Damn! Gao Cheng gritted his teeth and walked to the door. He seems to have been given a sleeping pill. I don't know the amount of the medicine, and he has no strength at all. If it is not pressed into the water, it would be difficult to wake up. But now it is also very uncomfortable. Obviously, the effect of the medicine has not faded far, so I can only keep it up as much as possible. What's wrong, Detective Jodo? Granny Mi was taken aback when she saw Gao Cheng's wet and embarrassed look, and hurriedly took the towel and said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Gao Cheng smiled lightly, took the towel and said, "Mr. Mi, where are the others?" The power was suddenly stopped just now, and there was a sound of broken windows. After that, they all chased into the forest outside. Granny Mi said worriedly, "I see them panicking, so I want to see, Kito Detective, are you really okay?" "I'm fine." Gao Cheng wiped off the water stains on his face and squinted his eyes to look outside the villa. "Mr. Mi, can I trouble you to call them all back? Just say I was attacked by the murderer." "Ah, good." Granny Mi left the villa somewhat confused. In the west corridor of the kitchen, Gao Cheng leans on the wall and panted to the broken window. The person just now should be the murderer, and it is very likely that he was one of the four men, and Mifyun's suspicion could not be completely eliminated, because there is not necessarily no possibility of accomplices. The key now is Miss Liwa, who was missing. Was she killed or was she one of the murderers? No matter who you are, I will definitely get you out. Absolutely. Gao Cheng pulled his fists and propped up his body with his own strength, pinned Lake Toya back to his waist, his eyes sharpened when he looked out the window. Back in the kitchen, the water in the sink was still overflowing all over the place, and he turned off the faucet. Gao Cheng's mind again came up when the murderer pressed him into the water. Is a man, yes. When Granny Mi went to make coffee, all the people in Liushan left the living room. Anyone might secretly put sleeping pills in the coffee, but at the time he just grabbed a cup of coffee. Random kills? Then why is it just put on sleeping pills? Gao Cheng put his hands in his pockets and returned to the living room. After a long time, the four talents from Liushan returned to the villa one after another. What? Detective Jodo was attacked by a murderer. What's going on? There is nothing unusual about the surprise of the people in Liushan. Detective Jodo, are you okay? It's okay. Gao Cheng glanced over several people one by one. The murderer put a sleeping pill in a cup of coffee beforehand. I just got it just because of bad luck. Sleeping pills. Everyone looked at Granny Mi subconsciously. Aunt Mi, you. But I only put sugar in. Granny Mi said anxiously. The prisoner is not Granny Mi, but you are very suspicious. You may pretend to enter the forest to chase the murderer, and then come back in secret. As for her sleeping pills, you weren't in the living room when Granny Mi was making coffee before. You have a chance to take advantage of it. Granny Mi doesn't pay attention to putting sleeping pills. Gao Cheng scrutinized it. Don't be kidding, Mifyun said tightly, you should know that I am not the murderer. Besides, there is also Miss Liwa. Maybe she did it. It wasn't her who attacked me, I'm pretty sure of that. Gao Cheng glanced at Sanjuan, and then asked several others, did you see anyone coming back when you chased it out? Well, we all ran away at the time, Kazuya Takashi recalled, I followed up because of fear of Mifune's accident, but I didn't see him soon. What do you mean? Mifune glared, I haven't said you yet, who knows where you went? Okay, please stop arguing. Lu Tian stopped the two of them and looked at Gao Chendao. Detective Giotto meant that the prisoner was among the few of us. I guess so. Gao Cheng couldn't see anything from the faces of several people, and asked, I remember you should all search in the villa. Why did you go to the forest again? And what happened to the power outage? We rummaged through the villa, but we still didn't find Miss Liwa, Takashi Ichiji explained. Then there was a sudden power outage, we rushed to the circuit breaker, the window was broken by someone, and then Mifune chased it out. Have you seen the murderer? No. Can you repeat your actions during the power outage? Gao Cheng pondered for a while, but couldn't tell me anything. www.readaloud.com directly took everyone out of the living room for on-site simulation. Waiting for several people to rush to the corridor switch position according to the situation at the time of the power outage, Gao Chenkai continued to ask, have you found any problems? What can be the problem? The few people shook their heads again. In that situation at that time, how could we pay attention to other situations? Gao Cheng frowned and didn't say any more. After checking the time, he ordered, it's past 4 o'clock in the morning now, and there will be about 3 hours before a car will come. Before that, everyone will stay in the living room together. I don't need it anymore, Mifune said impatiently, I'll rest in the room on the second floor, and the detective boy can't rely on it. I still have to rely on my own protection for my life, so I don't want to stay with the murderer anymore. By the way, if you make any more coffee, you don't need to prepare mine, who knows what else will be. 3 ships. Then I will go back to the room. Lu Tian followed, if the car to pick us up, call me. Really, isn't it safer for everyone to get together? After the two of Mifune left, the rest of the people stayed in the living room with Gao Cheng, slowly waiting for the time to pass. With the ticking of the wall clock, the rain outside is getting heavier and harder, and there is no sign of stopping. If this goes on, I don't know when the car will pick us up tomorrow. Gojo murmured from the window, turning to Gao Chendao worriedly, Detective Giotto, are you a detective? Can't you hurry up? Can you find the murderer? Gao Cheng didn't seem to hear him. He just thought about picking up the remote control of the air conditioner on the desk and watching it. It seemed that someone had set it to be turned on at a fixed time, and there was a 12:30 timing setting on the remote control. Kito detective. Gojo Jian did not respond, and shouted again suspiciously. Chapter 53, Best not to provoke a detective. Mr. Mi, Gao Cheng asked suddenly, what time is the power outage? Time, Granny Mi thought about it, it seems to be around 12:30, because the lights will turn on soon, so I have to look at the time. 12:30. Gao Chengyang raised the remote control in his hand. Has anyone set to turn on the air conditioner regularly? No, there is no need for timing. Granny Mi said in confusion, but speaking of it, at that time, I just felt a warm breeze coming and the lights went out. Detective Jodo, is there any question? Gojo Suzu asked immediately. It shouldn't be a coincidence, but someone deliberately set the timing to turn on. As for the reason, Gao Cheng thought about going up to the second floor and checked the air conditioning remote controls in other rooms, and found that all the remote controls were set with timing, and they were all at the time of 12:30 when the power went out. Although it is not certain, but if there is no accident, this is the cause of the circuit breaker tripping and power failure. That is to say, Miss Liwa is not an accomplice. Gao Cheng looked at the heavy rain outside, and said solemnly, Miss Liwa has probably been killed. Now I can only wait for the police to come and search in the forest tomorrow. There are too few useful clues right now. The only thing he is certain is that the murderer is among the 4 people of Rhoda, Takashi Ichiji, Ajasuk, and Mifune. It is unclear whether the murderer is one or two of them. Gao Cheng looked at Kazutaka and Gojo Shu, who remained in the living room. Because of his detective's relationship, the prisoner will undoubtedly be several times more cautious, and it is difficult to show his feet. It is already the limit to narrow the scope of the murderer to the 6 people. Didn't go back to the living room immediately. Gao Cheng closed his eyes and tried his best to recall all the details. From the beginning, Miss Liwa disappeared, everyone looked for it, and then Nikaido was drowned. Sleeping pills. Blackout. The surrounding space changes rapidly, and clues emerge, once again entering the 1-minute thinking space. Hey! Gao Cheng was stunned, and his reaction was that after turning on the mode for 1 minute, without delay, his fingers flicked between the details. The accident 2 years ago is obviously not that simple. After all, Nikaitang and Raihua Shijing died and the other disappeared. The murderer deliberately put sleeping pills in the coffee instead of poison, and deliberately carried him to the kitchen sink, which is quite unreasonable. Obviously there is a certain purpose. This is not a random murder, but a motivated and premeditated murder, including sleeping pills and killing him as part of the murderer's tactics. Gao Cheng stood firmly in the thinking space, and all the details, including all the words spoken by Lu Tian and others, flashed in front of him. Someone must have lied. One of these people must have misled everyone's thinking, but it was not obvious and very hidden. It is a pity that he drank sleeping pills and was not there at the most critical time, otherwise he might be able to dig out clues from the other party's words and deeds. The 1-minute time limit is approaching. Gao Cheng frowned and continued to ponder the details of the case. The murderer deliberately hid Shijing Liwa somewhere, and then took advantage of the opportunity to find the forest to kill Nikaitang. The villa's telephone lines were all cut off, indicating that the murderer still has unfulfilled goals, or he still needs to kill, or just what techniques need to be completed. The most probable purpose is undoubtedly to forge an alibi. So what was the purpose of the murderer's attack on him? Water, drown. Gao Cheng murmured while supporting his chin. The key point of the case lies in the water. One possibility is that the octopus also drowned 2 years ago, and the other possibility. The murderer hopes to form mental inertia and hide his true method of killing Liwa Shijing. Gao Cheng's eyes moved, and once again he quickly filtered what Lu Tian and others had said. If it is the second possibility, then the clue to crack the case may lie in Raihua Shijing. Where is Shijing Liwa? The forest is obviously unrealistic. The trunks of the cars with a puncture are very likely, but there are still many problems. The remaining possible place is the villa. Although everyone has searched it, since the murderer is among the 4 people in Liushan, it is also very convenient to do small actions, such as robbing others in front of others to search for a place, pretending not to find it. In any case, Shijing Liwa should be not far from the pool or sink, so that the killer can disguise the killing technique and make an alibi. The picture in front of Gao Cheng has dropped sharply, showing several possible places. The first is the fountain in front of the villa. The place where Nikaitang was drowned is not far from the parking spot. Then there is the villa kitchen, where the murderer intends to use the same technique on him. There are also several restrooms. Just the bathroom. Wow! The 1-minute mode stopped abruptly, the thinking space surrounding Gao Cheng disappeared suddenly, and everything returned to its original state. Fainted for a while, and hurriedly supported the wall next to him, for a long time to slow down. Different from the 1-minute mode used in system release cases, the 1-minute mode in daily cases is passively activated and seems to consume a lot of physical energy. Gao Cheng walked to the living room with a pale face. Mr. Mi, can you help me prepare a cup of sugar water? Sidito detective. Granny Mi was taken aback when she saw Gao Cheng's appearance, and hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen. You should rest, don't hold on, so that your body will be weak. It's nothing, I just drink some sugar water. Gao Cheng smiled awkwardly, followed Granny Mi into the kitchen, and waited while checking where there might be Tibetans in the kitchen, but nothing was gained. Mother-in-law, Gao Cheng took a sip of the sugar water and felt a lot more comfortable. He saw Granny Me put the sugar back into the cupboard, and asked, by the way, when you were making coffee here before, didn't you find anything wrong? For example, someone come in? No, Granny Me said, shaking her head, I was looking for sugar everywhere after I made coffee. I bought this can of sugar 5 years ago, and I found it for a while if I forgot to put it there. 5 years ago? Gao Cheng flicked his fingers, almost unable to grasp the cup. Hello, how long is the shelf life of the sugar? It was still raining outside the villa. Gao Cheng walked to the fountain with an umbrella. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect. He always felt a little uncomfortable after drinking sugar water. Nikaido's body was still placed by the pool, but it was covered with a piece of cloth to avoid rain washing. Gao Cheng looked around the fountain carefully, and after not finding anything unusual in the pool, he turned his eyes to the parking spot not far away. The 6 cars with flat tires were still in the rain. He looked around. If you hid Sijing Luo in the car and moved it to the fountain, it would be easy to be seen by the people in the living room. It might be possible to move into the villa through the side door, but not to mention the trouble. The possibility of discovery. Keep it here for a while. Gao Cheng observed the surroundings of the villa and then returned to the villa. This time he did not disturb the others, but quietly checked the surroundings of the bathroom. After checking several toilets, he felt that the possibility of the murderer hiding Luo Sijing here is not very high, and it is easy to be spotted, and the toilets are not convenient to arrange. In the end, there is only the bathroom. Click. The corridor on the bathroom side was very dark, and Gao Cheng fumbled to open the doors one by one. A small storage room, a toilet, and a dim bathroom at the end. Gao Cheng pressed the light switch, but found that there was no response. The light bulb seemed to be broken. It is really strange to say that the lights in other places are all on, only the corridor here is dim. Gao Cheng's expression tightened. This side is undoubtedly the most likely place, very suitable for the murderer to do his hands and feet. Even the murderer broke the light bulb here beforehand. The bathroom is not too big, the only hiding place is the washing machine, the cabinet under the sink, and Gao Cheng checked the washing machine and the cabinet one after another, and finally walked to the bathtub covered by the cover. After he reached out and lifted the cover, his eyes suddenly tightened, and then the corners of his mouth raised to reveal an inexplicable smile. So that's it. In the bathtub, Miss Luo was lying in the water with her whole body fixed by tape. She seemed to have been put on sleeping pills. The young lady was still asleep, but the water in the bathtub reached the neck, and it was still slowly increasing. I am afraid it will rise to let Sijing Luo drown in an hour or so. Gao Cheng looked at the shower head floating in the bathtub silently releasing water, paused, and turned off the water valve smoothly. The whole case is undoubtedly very clear. The reason why the murderer did so many tricks is all for the present method. The only thing that is not clear is who the murderer is. This is either to wait for Luo Sijing to wake up, or to wait for the murderer to show her feet, because the murderer will inevitably come to close the forgery scene after Luo Sijing drowns naturally. Gao Cheng looked at Miss Luo who was sleeping in the bathtub with a complicated expression. After closing the bathtub lid, he held Lake Toya and turned and left the bathroom. The effect of sleeping pills has not completely faded, but he is not drowsy at all at the moment. This eldest lady is not a good person, but the murderer who may be for revenge is also a who committed a crime. He wants to meet each other well. Chapter 54, Revenge and Crime are only between the first line. After returning to the living room, Gao Cheng did not show anything unusual. After yawning, he said that he would also go to the second floor to rest. Why is this even like him? Gojo Su watched Gao Cheng leave with a blank face. I thought he might find the murderer. Sure enough, the newspaper said it was not very credible. If it was a Maori detective, it would all right. Don't say that, Kazuya Takashi helped to explain. Detective Kyoto has not been easy, but he was given sleeping pills and almost drowned. Even so, don't you need to keep us here to wait? Gojo Xiu felt a little unbalanced, and it's more dangerous to sleep alone on the second floor. Gao Cheng did not listen to the complaints in the living room. After choosing a room on the second floor, he quietly hid Liuxin and Mifyun on the second floor back to the bathroom corridor on the first floor and hid in the toilet opposite the bathroom. In fact, Takashi Kazue and Ryujosu were responsible for rummaging the first floor. The murderer is very likely to be among the two, even if he is watching in the living room, but if he stays in the living room all the time, the murderer will undoubtedly remain vigilant. Heart. A little bit of time passed, and soon after the murderer's plan was the death time of Liu Saijing. There was movement upstairs in the middle, but no one came to the bathroom. After 7 o'clock in the morning, the TV in the living room had begun to broadcast the morning news, and there was still no car coming by outside the villa. Granny Mi yawned and walked out of the living room. "Aunt Mi, where are you going?" Yis Hailong asked in confusion. "Go to the toilet." "I'll go together too." "I'll go, too." Takashi Kazue and Gohojiu hurriedly followed Granny Mi. The bathroom is near the kitchen, only a corridor away from the bathroom. Gao Cheng soon heard the movement. Someone rushed to the bathroom as expected. Gao Cheng saw only one figure in the weak light. The other side looked around for a while before rushing into the bathroom. After taking off his suit jacket and rolling up his sleeves, he reached out to uncover the bathtub lid. "You seem to be very confident," Gao Sung followed into the bathroom, lightly pressing the handle of Toyako's knife to look at the figure who stopped inside, Mr. Kazue. "What?" Kazue Takashi turned his head in horror, and saw Gao Cheng standing at the entrance of the bathroom, with a cold sweat and smiled. "What are you talking about, Detective Jodo? Do you want me to clarify, the murderer of this murder, Mr. Kazue?" Gao Cheng looked directly at Takashi Kazue. "First, I hid Ms. Liwa in the bathtub and prepared, and then took the opportunity of going to the forest to find Ms. Liwa, and called Nikaitang to the fountain to drown him. Putting sleeping pills in the coffee again, intending to use the same technique on me. Do you still want to deny it now?" "Don't be kidding, Detective Jodo," Kazue Takashi pointed to himself. "Do I look like a murderer? Besides, I have no grudges with you, so why should I kill you? And then what are you doing in this bathroom?" Gao Cheng interrupted with a chuckle. "Isn't it for Miss Liwa?" How come? I just want to come over and take a shower. I don't even know that Miss Liwa's body is inside." "Ah, why do you think Miss Liwa's body is in the bathtub?" Because, Kazutaka was sweating coldly. "Didn't you just say it?" "I just said that Miss Liwa was hidden in the bathtub by you." Gao Cheng said coldly. "Mr. Yazi, are you still quibble now?" Kazue Takashi said innocently. I just guessed, Nikaido was drowned, and you were forced into the water by the murderer, so I think Missy might be the same." "What happened?" Lu Tian and Mifyun, who heard the movement, ran downstairs and surrounded the bathroom door in confusion. "Detective boy," Mifyun said dissatisfied, "why were you yelling early in the morning? I seem to hear what happened to Miss Liwa. Did you find Missy?" Gojo Xiu and Granny Mi also followed. Yis Hailong was watched by everyone, and became even more nervous. He smiled and said to Gao Chendao, "Besides, the coffee that Granny Mi served before, everyone took a cup of coffee at hand. I don't know who will take which cup at all, so I don't know. Sleeping pills will be given in advance. Someone must be blaming me." Yes, Ryujosu couldn't figure out the situation, so he helped to speak. "Kito detective, it shouldn't be us who gave sleeping pills. If you don't drink it, it will be miserable. There are too many ways to not drink it by yourself." Gao Cheng smiled at Yis Hailong. "You can do some tricks while applying the medicine, as long as you don't allow yourself to drink that cup of coffee. Whether you drink the coffee or not is still a question. But how did Detective Jodo get you that cup of coffee? You took it casually. There is no need to let me drink it, because it doesn't matter who it is, whoever drank the cup of coffee will be like me. The purpose of the prisoner is not even to kill, but to get a confession, that is to be forced into the water by the murderer. Gao Cheng's voice increased. I'm right, Mr. Yuji? You want people to think that the method used to kill Miss Luo is the same as before. One stick. Everyone didn't know why, and said in surprise, what's going on? Is one branch a criminal? One branch of you? What? Haha, why do you say that I am really a murderer? Kazuya Takashi grinned stiffly. Well, even if I did it well, did you see me commit a crime? I just wanted to wash it here. It's just a bath. As he talked, Yaz Hailong became confident again, and proudly said to Gao Cheng, there is not even a piece of evidence, can you tell that the murderer is me just by imagination? Gao Cheng was silent for a while, feeling that there was nothing to say about this case. He turned and walked out of the bathroom and stood in the corridor. Didn't I just say it? Mr. Yazi, why do you think Miss Luo is dead? Hey! Yaz Hailong stared at the back of Gao Cheng's departure, suddenly thinking of something, and hurriedly uncovered the bathtub cover. Perhaps the sleeping pills have diminished efficacy, and Luo Shijing has been awakened, and she is struggling when she sees Yazi wrong, and her mouth sealed by the tape is whimpering. Why? Yazi Takashi's expression trembled, gritted his teeth, and suddenly desperately pinched Shijing Luo's neck. One branch. Stop it now. Several people in Liuishan hurriedly pulled Yuji Takashi to rescue the frightened Shijing Luo. Water stains splashed all over the floor, and finally managed to subdue Yuji Takashi. Let go of me. Takashi Kazue looked at Yatsui Rika with a cannibalistic look. I'm going to kill this bitch. Yuji, are you crazy? Lu Tian suppressed Yuji Takashi, and scolded, you calm down. They killed Yaeko. Kazutaka couldn't break free, and suddenly looked at Rika Shiai who was taken out of the bathtub and wept loudly. She and Nikaido killed the savior Yaeko. What are you talking about, Yazi? In order to save this eldest lady that day, Yaeko didn't care if we persuaded a person to go to the island by rubber dinghy, Takashi Kazue said in pain. She was wearing a life jacket. And she also brought one more to the eldest lady, who knows tier 2 that fellow Tang is there, but there are only 2 life jackets. This, say so, can it be? Everyone's expressions sank, and they all looked at the shivering Shijing Luo. That's right. Yazi Takahashi said resentfully, they were rescued because they snatched the life jacket of the 80 Sun. I felt something was wrong at the time. When the corpse of the 80 Sun was found, it was obvious that the life jacket on her was missing, but the 2 guys actually said they were. I didn't see the 80 Sun. In the heavy eyes of everyone, Yaz Hailong laughed miserably. I'm here this time to investigate the truth. Do you know what she said? She actually said that the death of Yaeko should be done. Yaeko is my most cherished person and killed her. There is only one dead end. Whether it is Nikaitang or this woman. Although the righteous knight killed the devil, he was also baptized by evil blood. Gao Cheng's voice sounded smoothly and powerfully outside the bathroom. After all, you are a murderer, and you are no longer simply revenge. The voice echoed in the bathroom in the hallway, hitting Yaz Hailong's heart hard. A demon. Kazuya Takashi shook and fell silent, with a bitter expression on his face. Perhaps, I underestimated the famous detective in the legend, and thought I was just a hairy boy. I'm sorry about the previous thing, Detective Giotto. If I entrust you from the beginning, it might not happen. At noon, the police rushed to the villa, carried out some field verification, and took Yujitaka and Shijing Luo with them. Gao Cheng completely inflated his tire-filled bicycle www.readwn.com when he left. Officer Megome passed by with Takashi Kazue and Rika Yatsui. After half a day, Luo Shijing has been relieved. After seeing Gao Cheng, she quickly laughed and said, "Thank you so much this time. I will ask Dad to send you the thank you fee." "No," Gao Cheng rode his bicycle indifferently, "I did save you, but that was just to stop the crime. It doesn't mean that your crimes can be forgiven. You should think about how to face Granny Mi. Sijing Liwa was stunned, and she turned to see Granny Mi, who was silently mourning at the door of the villa. She paused, bowed her head and sat in the police car in silence. The 10 million will be handed over to the mother-in-law. 10 million. Gao Cheng's complexion froze, and he watched the police car leave and disappeared into his field of vision. After reacting, he hurriedly ran after the bicycle with his bicycle. Hey, miss. Can you talk about it? Wait. However, Wu Zhoujiu said as he watched Gao Cheng ride away alone, I didn't expect that Detective Kyoto would solve the case silently. When I first saw him, I really couldn't tell that it would be so powerful. Wu Tiaoxiu's mind again came up with the appearance of Gao Cheng, who had never seen the world at the beginning of the banquet. Haha, Lu Tian laughed next to him, you don't understand that, powerful eagles will hide their claws. He is just used to letting go of others' guards. This is also a common strategy used by famous detectives. Gojo Xiu suddenly realized, it turns out that this is the case. I pretended to drink sugar water before to let Yazi relax his vigilance. That's why I found Miss Liwa at that time, deserving of a detective. Hey, Mifyun naturally smiled on the side, I don't even care about 10 million, can it be an ordinary detective? Chapter 55, Every Day is Coming. Daily selling TV station, Gao Cheng was invited to participate in a TV talk show, together with the guy Mori Kogora. Mr. Mori, Kyoto-kun, I'm glad you can come here. I wanted to see two famous detectives before. The fat TV producer Suwami Chihiko looked honored. Where? Mori Kogora immediately became proud when he heard the compliment, I have always wanted to come. If there is a famous detective like me, your show will be very exciting. Gao Cheng licked his lips next to him. Of course he wanted to come. Not only could he show his face to increase his fame, but he also had 200,000 appearance fees for him. Speaking of it, he seems to be a bit weaker than Maori because of his age. Fortunately, the TV station is not biased this time. Each person gave 200,000. Entering the time of the show, Gao Cheng dressed up and sat next to the host. On the other side, Kogora Mori was also in a suit and leather shoes, and he secretly looked at the camera from time to time. When the show officially started, the audience below was already full of people. Gao Cheng was a little nervous. The original owner of this kind of battle has experienced once in his life, but that time directly caused a big scandal, and the impact has not been completely eliminated. As for him, it is the first time in his 2 lives. Fortunately, he has already made a hole for the show. Yehu took it in his hand, and the wooden knife in his hand calmed him a lot. Hello everyone, I am very glad to have 2 special guests today. They are the 2 most active detectives in the newspaper. The beauty host introduced, yes, I believe everyone has heard that they are the sleeping Mori Kogora and the modern left-hand character Takeshi Kinto. Mr. Maori, the host asked Maori first, which case do you think is the most difficult? Ahaha! Kogora Mori glanced at Gao Cheng, suddenly laughed in embarrassment, put a sleeping pause and said, because every time a crime is solved, I go to bed immediately, so I don't remember anything. Haha! Gao Cheng felt that the atmosphere at the scene was instantly embarrassed, and he couldn't help but gloat. How could he remember that Conan was the one who solved the case, and you really fell asleep? Well, Mr. Maori is really humorous, the host explained, turning to a confident face, and was relieved a lot when he saw this. I heard that famous detectives can quickly unravel all kinds of secret codes. We specially prepared a puzzle, Detective Kyoto. Gao Cheng's smile froze. What kind of ghost show is this? I didn't say any puzzle solving beforehand. It's a tricky show, right? How to do? Play stupid like Maori? Haha, Gao Cheng answered promptly, actually, cracking all kinds of ciphers is nothing. I just worked a little harder. I used to unlock a cipher and didn't sleep for 2 days. Wow! Really? Of course, not sleeping for 2 days is not a good thing, but what I want to say is that as long as you work hard, everyone is a detective. Gao Cheng coughed slightly and turned to Kogoro Mori and said, actually, when it comes to solving puzzles, Mr. Mori is very good at it. Sorry, but the dead fellow is not dead. Mori Kogoro looked dazed. You kid did it on purpose, right? Facing the host and the curious eyes of the audience, Kogoro Mori felt the deep malice in the world. Fortunately, the host did not die. He felt that the 2 detectives beside him were not very good at dealing with it, and he hurriedly activated the atmosphere. Go back to the desk. Then the puzzle will be left to all viewers at the end of the show, and then... Gao Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and cooperated with the follow-up performance of the show. At this time, more than a week had passed since the case of the Saijing family villa. Just before he came to the TV station, he solved another ordinary incident. There were also 3 cases that can be exchanged for reputation. The photographer commissioned by the police officer Megome, the murder case, the case of Luo Shijing, and the ordinary case. Of course, it was impossible to exchange the first 2 cases, but in the last ordinary case, he exchanged it directly because it had little impact, and because of this, there was an unexpected surprise. Unlike before, this time a gold coin card appeared and asked him directly. The amount of deposits has increased by 2 million, which is worthy of the reputation value prize, which is quite impressive. Counting the previous deposits, income and expenses, in total, the total deposits reached about 3.5 million, not 13.5 million. 3.5 million is a lot less, but because the back unit is in yen, it is also not considered rich. It seems that you can buy a better car. There is no need to think about the house. He now lives in a prosperous urban area. The house is the same as that of Kogoro Mori. It is a 3-purpose building, store on the 1st floor, office, detective office on the 2nd floor, and residence, vacant on the 3rd floor. It is expensive. However, with the appearance fee this time, it is 3.7 million anyway. Taking advantage of the show's advertising space, Gao Cheng turned on the system light curtain again to try the redemption option. 100,000 can be exchanged once, even if it takes time, it seems to be quite worth it now. He still needs to improve his ability as much as possible. When the ability comes up, the current cost is only a small amount. At least the piano card, a car driving card, a medical card, and a camouflage card he has already drawn are all pretty good. Boom! The system light screen flashed, and another disguise card appeared in front of Gao Cheng. Neither good nor bad. Draw another card, which is a kendo card, which is automatically integrated into the body for a year of experience. Seems to be a bit tasteless. Now he has added a year of kendo study, the improvement is really not big. Seeing that the deposit went to 200,000 all at once, Gao Cheng gritted his teeth and continued to want to redeem, but found that the redemption option was darkened and he could no longer choose. What's the matter? I have drawn 3 times before. Gao Chenji still looked at the system light screen. The redemption option after the prestige value can be exchanged was still on, but thinking about how powerful the system tampered with memory, his heart went cold in an instant. CITO detective. When the advertising time passed, the host saw Gao Cheng was still in a daze www.readaloud.com and yelled a few times, "When it comes to you, the one you are most interested in is yours. It's a wooden sword. I don't know what Kinto detective swordsmanship is like. Is it as powerful as the left text on the TV? Actually, I am not too good." Gao Cheng regained his senses, and smiled embarrassedly while holding Lake Toya. With a wooden sword besides self-defense, I also feel that it can calm me down a lot. It turned out to be like this, but I learned a little bit more. The host didn't think too much. After all, Gao Cheng had never studied kendo in the information, nor had he participated in a kendo club in high school. Where is Mr. Maori? The host turned to Maori. I heard that you used to be a criminal police. There is nothing to say about the TV show in this issue. It is because of the recent competition gimmick between Kosei and Kogoro Mori. This kind of competition scene is quite attractive no matter what. After the end of the show, Gao Cheng and Mori Kogoro set off with Michihiko Suwa before leaving separately. The relationship between him and Kogoro Mori seems to be getting worse and worse. It is the type of if you have an idea about Xylan, it is absolutely a delusion, and I will not leave my daughter to you when I die. But the interesting thing is, he has a very good relationship with Xylan and Conan. Blowing a cool breeze all the way back to the detective office. In the newly opened bakery on the first floor, the owner of the middle-aged couple is still busy. Gao Cheng stood downstairs for a while, and missed the beautiful lady who ran a coffee shop before. If he was still there, he could just go in for a cup of hot coffee in this weather. You are that modern left-hand character. A young man with a black charcoal face wearing a baseball cap just walked down the corridor. After seeing Gao Cheng, his eyes were bright and he said, I heard that you are the second of Shinichi Kudo. For you should know the whereabouts of that guy. Chapter 56, Kudo of Kanto, Hattori of Kansai. In the office of the Johto Detective Agency, Gao Cheng has a headache and faces the charcoal-faced boy. Yes, this is the same name as Shinichi Kudo, high school student detective Hattori Heiji from Kansai and Osaka. Anyone who has seen Conan will have a bit of an impression of this guy. I said I don't know Kudo Shinichi, and I haven't seen him recently. What do you say about this? Hattori Heiji pointed at the TV. It happened to be airing a preview of the morning's program on TV. In the picture, he faced the host's question and said, I want to thank someone for being able to get to this point. Although he may not be able to hear it, I'm still very happy. I want to thank him. You're talking about the kid Shinichi Kudo. Hattori Heiji put his hand on the desk in front of Takeshi. I have followed you before. I don't know why you have been famous since Shinichi Kudo disappeared. Could it be you kidnapped him, can't you? Idiot, how is it possible? Gao Sung's eyes fell on the TV, and it recurred in his mind that when he first got the famous detective card, of course he wanted to thank that person. Seeing Hattori Heiji wanting to look into it, Gao Cheng said helplessly, I want to thank Grandpa, who has nothing to do with Shinichi Kudo. If you want to find him, go to the Mori detective office. You always find him there. Isn't it more reliable? Do you think he is there too? Hattori Heiji was stunned, resting his chin and thinking, it seems that the rumor I heard is true. Is that guy's woman really there? Who did you hear? Kudo's classmate Sanako Suzuki. Of course I have to go to his high school before I get here, and then I heard that you and the woman of that guy will know what. Yonko guy? Gao Chengxian said, and said strangely, what are you going to do with Kudo Shinichi? If there is any tricky case, you can directly entrust me, and I will give you a discount on the commission fee. Hattori Heiji Kuritan's brows, just kidding, do I need to entrust a guy like you if I have a tricky case? He supported the brim of his hat and said with a look of arrogance, I came to Tokyo this time just to meet Shinichi Kudo, to make sure he is qualified enough to compare with me. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself, you should listen Kansai's Hattori, Kanto's Kudo, right? I'm Kansai's Hattori Heiji. Gao Cheng nodded, I've heard, Kudo of Kanto, Hattori of Kansai. It's Hattori of Kansai, Kudo of Kanto. Hattori Heiji's face darkened, his brows jumped, waved away, and said, listen to me, I will definitely beat that kid. It seems to be very angry. Gao Cheng opened the window and silently watched Hattori Heiji rush towards the Maori detective office. Hattori Heiji finally appeared, and there should be more and more characters in Conan in the future. Relatively speaking, his current ability is still not enough. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to the deposit and suddenly cannot be exchanged for prizes. Otherwise, he must accumulate as much knowledge as possible just in case. Ding! The system prompt sounded suddenly, and the light curtain popped up automatically. Gao Cheng was stunned, and found that the property panel had some changes compared to the original. Name, Gao Cheng, Sidito Gao Cheng. Sex, male. Age, 18 years old. Occupation, detective. Convertible prestige cases, photographer murder, birthday party murder. System deposit, 3.5 million yen, exchangeable, 0/5. Weapon, wooden sword Toyo Lake, a rare weapon that is indestructible, strong when strong, with samurai soul attached, pay attention to add sugar. Swordsmanship, 4 stars, Lake Toya, unknown. Vigilant response power, 4 stars, Lake Toya, unknown. Reasoning ability, idiot or above. Incident observation power, 4 stars. Ability card, piano, 2 years, computer, 1 year, medicine, 1 year, car driving, 1 year, swordsmanship, 1 year. Item card, disguise card, 1 card. Incident observation ability jumped from 2 stars to 4 stars. It seems that he has improved a lot during this period, but how is this reasoning ability evaluated? What is the idiot? Is it just based on the ability to crack the code? What's the matter with this age? He had passed his birthday a few days ago, he should be 19 years old. Gao Cheng held his chin and stared at the system light curtain for a while, then tapped his finger on the desktop. The prestige value is no longer displayed but directly becomes the number of convertible cases, so that the prestige value obtained in the usual entrustment cannot be exchanged, and there is no income, but it can't be exchanged for much money, and the price is still high. It is indeed not suitable for him now. After all, is a person with 3.5 million deposits, it's not like being too poor at the beginning. Looking at the actual deposit of 3.5 million yuan, I feel confident enough for a while, and I turn my attention to the convertible, 0/5 behind the deposit. I can't redeem it anymore after redeeming it twice at the Japanese TV station. Counting the last 3 redemptions, it's exactly 5 times. I don't know if it is related to this. 3 days later, Gao Cheng just completed a small commission and called the Mori detective office to inquire about Hattori Heiji. He suddenly heard that Conan had been asleep for the past few days. Hey, are you okay? Why did you fall down suddenly? When Gao Cheng rushed to the Maori detective office, Conan was not very good and looked like he was recovering from a serious illness. What do you mean suddenly falling down? Conan half opened his eyes and got out of the bed. He yawned and took a newspaper next to him. You guy actually said that Xiaolan is my woman outside, and my identity was almost exposed. It has nothing to do with me. Sonako said it first, Gao Cheng declared, noticing the newspaper news, and said with concern, diplomat poisoning? Isn't it the case 3 days ago? Did you or Hattori Heiji solve it? It's me. Conan looked outside carefully and found that Xiaolan was not there, and continued, actually, I suddenly became the appearance of a high school student this time, because I specifically explained Xiaolan, and there was nothing in the newspaper. The name Kudo Shinichi appeared. It seems to be better. Did Hattori Heiji finally go back to Osaka Dinji? Gao Cheng smiled, thinking of the way Hattori Heiji vowed before. He found it interesting. The next time you have the opportunity to meet, you must ask carefully. One question. He just cares too much about winning or losing. Conan gave a smirking glance, and said depressed, I changed back to my original body, are you not surprised at all? What's so weird? This kind of body shrinkage can happen, and it's normal to change back, right? Conan is speechless, think about it, this is the truth. However, the key is how it suddenly changed back. If I know the method, I might be able to completely change back to the original. Conan looked at his small arms and legs, and said in deep thought, I remember I had a cold at the time, and then that black charcoal face. Hattori Heiji drank Chinese baiganjiu and said what is a special cold medicine. It's the bottle of wine. Conan woke up. It must be the bottle of wine. I only took a sip before. If I drink more, I might be able to fully recover. You sure? Gao Cheng looked suspicious. You can only recover from such a simple recovery to have a ghost, when Conan is still alive. Can't be wrong, it must be the bottle of wine. Conan couldn't wait to run out of the room. Wait, Gao Cheng grabbed Conan with a black face. Xiao Lan is still down there. If you go to drink now, she must think I caused you when she saw it. What's bad? Xiao Lan appeared at the bedroom door suspiciously, looked at Conan and Gao Cheng with ghosts in their hearts, and urged, "Okay, Conan, hurry up and change your clothes, Bume and the others are coming to you." Conan, are you better? Just said a few little ghosts and ran up, and Bume was even more excited to see Gao Cheng. Brother Gao Cheng, are you also coming to see Conan? Yeah. Gao Chengan smiled, and shrank subconsciously. Last time, he was overshadowed by the little girl named Step Mei. Conan was equally helpless with these children, and smiled and twitched the corners of his mouth. Why are you here? Because Conan caught a cold and took a 3-day vacation. We are all worried about you reading www.youkansha.com. It's great, I don't need to go to school, I really want to get sick. Yuanta envied. It's impossible for you to get sick, Genta. Mitsuhiko smiled, isn't there a saying, idiot can't catch a cold? Yuanta's face collapsed. Mitsuhiko put on a big bag and said to Conan peacefully, we are actually here to find you to go to the library. Why are you going to the library? Conan asked strangely. Because you didn't go to school, there is no one in the class who submits a book report, only you, Conan. Bume enthusiastically said, we want to help you make a report together. Is that really the case? Conan looked suspiciously at the excited Genta and Mitsuhiko. Ame, fortunately, these two guys definitely wanted to accompany Ame. Downstairs of the Maori Detective Agency office, when he opened with Gao Yuan, Conan still looked depressed, and walked towards Gao Cheng said at the end, your days are really leisurely, you don't need to go to elementary school like me. If I can, I would like to change with you. Gao Cheng bent down and whispered in Conan's ear. You always like to take risks sometimes. Be careful. Don't forget that they are just small, my child, just set up a juvenile detective team for fun, don't keep messing around. Of course I know, Conan looked at the Bume in front of him with a slight emotion, but I will drink the bottle of wine tonight, and I will become a high school student by then, and maybe I won't have the chance to play with them again. Gao Cheng looked at Conan seriously. It was really hard to break this guy's illusion. He could only shake his head and smiled, forget it, it's actually not my turn to care. See you another day. Chapter 57, Library One Night Tour. Wow, ha ha ha, you are dead, transform. In the evening, Gao Cheng put down the criminal psychology in his hand and bored to watch the TV show. As a result, only cartoons could be watched at this point. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly. Hey, this is the Johto Detective Agency. Saidiman, are you free now? There is a case. Mumu made a familiar call, and his face froze strangely when he heard the voice of turning into something from the other side. Look, I'd better go and ask Maori. Up. I'm free. Gao Sung turned off the TV and asked vigorously, what is the case? Mumu wiped off his cold sweat, and continued, in fact, a library staff member suddenly disappeared, and he can't find it anywhere, and there are no clues in the surveillance video. Library clerk. Yes, it is a staff member of the Miwa Library named Kazuo Tamada. I heard his wife say that she has not been home since working overtime the night before. Rice Flower Library. Gao Cheng thought that Conan and Bulletin Mei would go to the Rice Flower Library during the day, and his expression became tight. Didn't you find it in the library? No, Mumu said with a headache, because Mr. Yushin calls his wife in the library every day before he gets off work, but he didn't call the night before, so we thought he might be taken away during overtime work, or directly after being murdered. He was hidden in the library, but after searching the library warehouses, toilets, and other less noticeable places, nothing was gained. If Mr. Yushin has been killed, is there a suspect? Gao Cheng continued to ask. Well, I heard that the library curator Haiji Tsugawa and Mr. Tamada stayed to work overtime the night before. Megami replied, if you are suspected, he is the biggest one. Do you suspect him? I still can't tell. Gao Cheng checked the time and replied, Officer Megome, I will go to the library first and contact me if I have any problems. Since it has something to do with Conan, there must be something wrong, so he decided to go to the library to investigate. Hanging up Mumu's call, Gao Cheng called the Maori detective agency again. After learning that Conan had not returned, his face showed such an expression. Conan's physique of death is really well deserved, but it is unpredictable. Who would have thought that there would be a case in a library? Today. In the dimly lit library, Tsugawa Haiji looked around with a gloomy expression. Weird, there was a sound just now, is it my heart? In the dark, Tsugawa looked extremely ugly. He stared at the stairs and opened the bathroom door carefully to look inside. The boss looked at the door for a while, and turned around after seeing nothing unusual. Go away. A slight door opening sounded clearly in the dead silence, and Jinchuan's footsteps stopped suddenly, and he looked back into the bathroom with a terrible expression. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Jinchuan's cheeks. It seems that someone is hiding here. If this is the case, his secret may also be discovered. Here. Jinchuan gently walked to a toilet and slammed the door open. When he saw that it was empty, he took the door to the bathroom and walked out of the bathroom in confusion, without noticing the few children who were trembling behind the door. Conan gritted his teeth and covered Aomi, who was almost yelling. His back was unknowingly soaked with sweat. He was too careless. Obviously Gao Cheng had reminded him not to let Bulet and Mei's children take risks, but he actually relaxed his vigilance. Hey, Conan, Genta said, touching his round belly, how long will I have to stay in the toilet? I'll be hungry if I wait. SHH. Conan stopped Genta and walked solemnly to the door of the bathroom, just in time to see Curator Jinchuan taking out a leather bag from the reading room and walking into the elevator to leave. Okay, he's going back. Conan breathed a sigh of relief, and then helplessly looked at the children beside him. Before asking these guys to go home, they refused to leave, and now it's even more impossible. Conan, what are we going to do now? Bume and the others all looked at Conan. Let's look for it first, the curator seems to have hidden some secrets. Pop. Downstairs in the library, Jinchuan left with a smile on his purse, and suddenly the lights on the third floor behind him turned on. He froze, and turned to the library with a frozen face, and saw that the floor lit up was the children's book area where he just stayed. Is this here? After a while, Gao Cheng took advantage of the moonlight to rush to the Miwa library on his bicycle. After he parked on the road and locked it, he found that the light on the third floor of the library was still on. Sure enough, it must be those bear kids again. He stretched his hand to the side and grabbed the summoned Lake Toya. Gao Cheng walked straight downstairs to the library. He was having a headache. But the building door was not closed tightly. Even the key was still on the door. The appearance of someone rushing in. Could it be those guys who stole the keys? Gao Cheng pouted his lips and walked into the library. After he found the elevator, he pressed down on the third floor, intending to meet Conan on the third floor first. The elevator door almost closed, and a black figure walked out of the stairs, looked at the elevator upstairs in amazement, and hurriedly returned to the exit to pull out the key and lock the door. Someone is coming. Tsukawa Union looked at the elevator to the third floor with a face turned, ignoring Conan and his party who were looking for the corpse in the library area on the other side, immediately turned around and took a steel pipe to the third floor. Ding! On the third floor, Gao Cheng stood suspiciously in the elevator that opened the door. Strange, he was just taking an elevator, and his whole body was standing up. This kind of situation only happened before when he touched a corpse. Could it be that? Gao Cheng sniffed, and after vaguely smelling the faint blood and body odor, he looked at the top of his head instinctively, and his scalp became numb. It's up. The body was on the elevator. No wonder the police found nothing after searching. It's really hard for you to find out, the legendary detective, Shugawa stopped at the elevator with a grim face. You are much better than the police and those little ghosts. But that's it. Shugawa used his body to completely block Gao Cheng in the elevator, looking at this face that often appears in TV and newspapers, sneered and waved the steel pipe severely. Go to hell, Kudo Shinichi. Boom. 2 successive crashing sounds sounded. Shugawa stared at Koze, who was holding Lake Toya. Yu reading www.yuugonshu.com fell to the ground crisply with the steel pipe in his hand, groaning backwards. Really, haven't you heard the modern left writing? Gao Cheng walked out of the elevator with a black face, retracted the wooden knife and looked at the curator Jinchuan, who was resting on the ground. Who is this guy? I haven't had time to ask. The thin face of the man with eyes wide open, it looks a little scary, like a dead body, but just fainted. Although he started a little harder, but he also has a sense of measure. Let's contact police officer Mumu first. Gao Cheng took out his cell phone and suddenly heard a movement from downstairs. Did there be any noise from above? Mitsuhiko walked to the top of the stairs and looked up the corridor strangely. It seems that there was a sound of something falling on the ground. Could the curator come back? Conan walked carefully in front. You guys wait here for a while, I'll go and see. Conan. On the 3rd floor, when Conan came quietly along the stairs, the elevator entrance was empty, unlike the appearance of someone coming. There is nothing unusual in the library with the lights on, other places. Hey! Walking in the dim aisle, Conan was suddenly startled, and he stretched out his hands to cover his mouth when he wanted to move, and pulled him into the darkness. Well! Conan! Bulletin waited for a long time at the top of the stairs, but they never saw Conan come down. There was no movement upstairs. What should I do? Did something happen to Conan? Ayami burst into tears in fear. Shouldn't it? Mitsuhiko's voice trembled, and he insisted on going up the walkway. He must just want to scare us. I'll go find him now. Mitsuhiko. Chapter 58, TV Station Event. On the 3rd floor, Ayami followed Mitsuhiko and Motoda squeezed to the top of the stairs with trembling, carefully probed. Conan, are you there? Mitsuhiko looked at the dim corridor and swallowed. I think it's better to go out and find someone first. No need. Conan appeared at the door of the library with a foul face. The police will be here soon. Conan. A few people walked into the library in a daze, only to find that the terrifying-looking curator was lying next to the bookshelf, and Gao Cheng was sitting in a chair beside him. Gao, brother Jao Keng. How will you be here? Because Officer Mumu told me what happened here. Gao Sung touched his nose. You guys are too courageous. You should have a snack after this time. The detective is not a game, it's a real mess. We'll die. But there is brother Gao Cheng. Bulletin showed no fear at all, but smiled sweetly as if looking forward to it. When we are in danger, brother Gao Cheng will definitely come to rescue us, right? Yuantao and Mitsuhiko looked at each other, and said excitedly, really? Brother Gao Cheng saves us every time. It's like masked Superman. Even if you say that. Gao Cheng pulled his face gloomily. I'm not masked Superman. Do these little ghosts have such a big heart? Obviously, I was scared to death just now. An hour later, the police who rushed to the scene found the body on the top of the elevator in the library. In addition, based on the testimony of several children in Conan, they found drugs hidden in the bookshelves of the children's books. The cause of the incident seems to be that Mr. Tamada discovered that the drugs were killed by Curator Tsugawa. Haha, Mumu succeeded in solving a case and was very happy. After several consecutive shots of Gao Cheng's back, he smiled and said, I made you a great help again, my brother Shiro. It's nothing, you can find me in any case in the future. I will help whenever I have time. Gao Cheng touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and whispered to Mumu's ear, well, Officer Mumu, I will not be in the future. Will there be a bonus or something? Mumu's mouth twitched, this, I will apply for you. Conan saw in his eyes. After Mumu led the team and left, he said silently, it's really hopeless, Giotto, I think you will become like an uncle sooner or later. Uncle. Gao Cheng automatically made up for the appearance of Muri Kogura's uncle, shuddered, and stared, what do you know about a kid who doesn't need to make money? Fortunately, I kindly helped you solve the curator this time. You are ashamed to say, Conan looked upset, obviously, he has already subdued the curator, and he even frightened me specially, and almost thought it was really over. Didn't I want to teach you a lesson? Gao Cheng smiled disregardingly, the plan your parents prepared last time was ruined by me halfway, so I want you to see how careless you are. Don't always think that you can't die, and even the curator is lurking. I don't even know in the library. Hey? When did I think I could not die? Besides, this time it was Ami and they turned on the lights to lure curator Jinchuan back. That's the problem, they are just kids no matter what. Yes, yes. Conan didn't refute, he took a sigh of relief, and silently looked at the Bume people who were still discussing excitedly on the other side. When I drink that bottle of wine, I will really bid farewell to the child's appearance. I won't have too much intersection with them in the future. Conan. Brother Jao Keng. Bume and a few happily gathered next to Jao Keng. Are you going back? Yuan touched his stomach too much, and said startledly, I'm so hungry, I don't have much energy, brother Gao Cheng, can I buy something to eat? Gao Cheng's face became stiff, and when he saw several children look at him expectantly, he quickly grabbed his wallet, it's so late now. I'd better send you home first, wait a minute, I'll pick up the car. Hey? Brother Gao Cheng, did you buy a car? Several children said excitedly. I think so. Gao Cheng walked to the corner of the library, opened the lock and pushed out the bicycle, let's go, your family should be worried too. What, it's just a bicycle, Yuan was too excited and said instantly, without any enthusiasm, and I can't ride anyone at all. Let's go back together. The next morning, Conan's dream was broken, and he made a special trip to the city detective agency, looking like a hangover, and finally accepted the cruel reality. The doctor said it might be that I have developed resistance to white dry wine, so it will be useless to drink it. Conan looked ugly, and he was a little erratic in walking. Then what do you do now? I can only continue to be Conan. Sooner or later I can find the men in black and find the cure. I'm asking you how to explain to Xiaolan, that bottle of wine was drunk by you, Gao Cheng said in advance, say it first, don't use me as a shield. How do you know I would do this? Okay. Gao Cheng was taken aback, his face went dark when he heard the phone ring. Hey, this is the city detective agency. Senior, Xiaolan complained, did Conan run to you? Really, how can I let kids drink? That, Conan watched Gao Cheng hang up the phone with a guilty heart, then turned and walked towards the door with a dry smile, I'm going to school first. Stop me. Another week passed in a blink of an eye. Gao Cheng didn't encounter any more cases. He just accepted an investigation commission worth 500,000 yuan, and it took a lot of time to finally finish the matter. That night, he returned to the detective office after finishing his work, turned on the TV with a tired look, and happened to be broadcasting a 1-hour special live broadcast of a daily TV station. This week, I will also conduct the All Japan Detective Agency unit for you all. Today I am serving you all by Takashi Matsuo. Let's welcome the famous detective Mr. Kogoro Mori. What? Gao Cheng was full of question marks when he saw Maori's familiar face of the uncle appear on the TV screen. What are you doing? Last time, both of you obviously worked with Nishimichi TV. Why did you only invite Kogoro Mori this time? Takasung took a picture in the mirror, younger and handsome, however I think he is more suitable for TV than Kogoro Mori. Should it be some funny show, right? Looking at the Maori exaggerated smiling face of the uncle on the TV, Gao Cheng always felt blocked in his heart. He held his chin depressed and tapped his finger on the desktop. It seems that he heard Gao Cheng's complaint from the bottom of his heart. The beauty assistant on TV helped him to speak. Speaking of which, Mr. Mori and Detective Kyoto participated in the show last time. It is a pity that Detective Kyoto did not come this time. A detective must be able to solve any puzzles, right? Where? Mori Kogoro smiled triumphantly. That kid is still tender, not as good as my experienced detective, Mori Kogoro, haha. This uncle. Gao Cheng gritted his teeth as he watched the show enter the commercial, and turned off the TV. I'm in a bad mood, I'll have a luxurious meal today. In the studio on the 9th floor of Risei TV station, the host Takashi Matsuo sat on the stage with a smile. He only invited Mori Kogoro specifically to ask him for advice. When Suwami Chihiko asked him for his opinion, he took a lot of effort to explain that Gao Cheng was not suitable for the show. Because if there are really two detectives www.readaloud.com his plan might not be able to proceed. In the mixing room on the 4th floor, Suwami Chihiko stayed in the room by himself to watch the studio surveillance footage. When a short film was inserted into the program, he suddenly received a call from Matsuo himself. Matsuo? What are you doing? The show is not finished yet. I just want you to hear my last voice, Matsuo called as he ran across the corridor. I'm going to die soon, I'm going to commit suicide by jumping from the top floor. What? Suwa said in horror. You just wait to see the tragic situation after my death. Hey, don't be like this, let's talk about the host, don't be like this, don't think about it. It's too late. Matsuo took out the silencer pistol with the corner of his mouth raised. Bang! At the studio, when Takashi Matsuo rushed back to the scene sweaty, the 4-minute short film just reached the end, and it happened to the scene where the victim was shot and killed. What happened, Mr. Matsuo? You sweat a lot. The assistant was surprised. I don't feel well in my stomach since morning. Matsuo gasped and smiled, and returned to the stage with the assistant to continue hosting the show. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when the 1-hour special program of the TV station was about to end, Gao Cheng was still carrying a bag of things in line in front of the mall counter. There was an obazan in front of him who didn't know why he was arguing with the teller. The team hasn't moved. Ding! Suddenly the system prompt sounded, and a case release message popped up. A new case is here. Gao Cheng woke up in shock, ignored the line, hurriedly put the bag aside, and rushed out of the mall under Obazan's horrified eyes. This is the case of Nikkei TV. Chapter 59, Impossible 4-Minute Crime. Daily selling TV station, Gao Cheng panted and stopped his bicycle, and found that there were full police cars parked under the TV station building. You must buy a car next time. It was the producer of this TV station Michihiko Suwa, 37 years old. The murder weapon was a pistol. At the scene of the murder in the mixing room, Suwa Michihiko's corpse sat slumped under the window. The upper window was covered with blood spattering, and a bullet hole was left. Forensic personnel took pictures of the scene one after another. Mumu leaned over to the corpse. A shot hit the head and penetrated the glass. It is very troublesome to find the bullet that flew out. Police, there are other bullet holes in the wall. 2 on the back of the poster, 1 next to the clock, plus the victim. 4 shots were fired here. The 4 bullet cases are in the room. Well, there is a pistol with a silencer next to the corpse. This gun should have been shot. Take it for testing immediately. Mumu said solemnly. Detective Megome, Kogorum Mori said confidently, this way things are simple. There is only one entrance to the room. The murderer should have broken into the room and forced the victim to the window, and then shot him with random guns. One of them was shot, centered on the head, and then the murderer threw the pistol to the side of the corpse and escaped. That's it? Well, it should be. Mumu looked at Maori, who was smiling smugly as he said, a cold sweat dripped on his forehead. Although Mori is a detective now, when he was a criminal policeman before, they were always crooked by this guy, and it felt like going into a maze. Wiping off his cold sweat, Mumu turned to the door and asked Gao Cheng, city householder, Maori is here to do the show, why are you here too? Ha, I can smell the case. Actually, I want to come over and talk to Mr. Suwa about the show. Gao Chingan smiled and walked to Suwa Dahiko's corpse, his expression immediately dignified. Unexpectedly, Mr. Suwa was shot and killed. When he received the case released by the system, he was still thinking that he could ask Michihiko Suwa about the show. He didn't know that Michihiko Suwa was dead until he came to the scene. Sidito, Conan squeezed his body aside and whispered to the side of the body, the phone was still stained with blood next to the receiver. He might talk to someone on the phone when he was killed. In this case, maybe the other party heard something. Gao Cheng looked along and found that it was an old-fashioned mobile phone. Time has passed so long, if someone hears it, he will definitely call the police, right? Having said that, he still asked Maguro, Officer Maguro, can you find out Mr. Suwa's call records? He might still be on the phone when he was killed. Phone. Mumu hurriedly ordered a police officer, go to investigate now. He still trusts Gao Cheng. Although he always likes to talk about money at a young age, he is actually a very enthusiastic person. At least he has helped the police twice for free. The most important thing is that he is still reliable. Unlike Maori, sometimes shrewd and sometimes confused. Waiting for the police officer to leave, Mumu continued to question the staff and said, have you seen any suspicious people? No, because Mr. Suwa is here for everyone and alone. Send everyone away. It's all my fault, the show host Takashi Matsuo said suddenly sad. In fact, Suwa was waiting for me, because he said that there was something important to talk about after the show ended, so he drew others away and said yes. Don't want people to hear. There will be no witnesses, Mumu said with a headache, now I can only wait to find out the call records. Gao Cheng glanced suspiciously at Matsuo Takashi. At this time, the mixing room was already full of reporters. Matsuo followed the autopsy staff who carried Suwa's body. He almost walked out of the room when he was caught with various microphones like guns and guns. Submerged. Mr. Matsuo. Mr. Matsuo, how are you feeling now? Now there are rumors that your show is about to be cancelled. Could it be that your fans can't accept it? Could you please answer me? You guys are endless. Matsuo yelled and interrupted the reporter's questioning, and said with tears, you are right, we talked about the cancellation of the show, but Mr. Suwa later hoped to let me continue to host, so he will invite me to this room tonight. I'm here to announce to everyone that I will inherit Mr. Suwa's legacy and continue to serve as the presiding officer. Moreover, I will put this case on the screen and do my best to track down the murderer until Suwa is killed. Mr.'s devil is caught. In front of a program monitor in the mixing room, Gao Cheng silently watched the tearful Matsuo Takashi in the photographic picture. I feel that this person's performance is a bit strange, but he seems to be very happy when he is crying. It's really suspicious, Conan thought with his chin on the side, looking like a small adult. I heard that his marksmanship is also very good. You, a kid who jumped up and down at the murder scene, are more suspicious. Gao Cheng glanced at Conan. If it is me, you must throw out a bear kid like you. What jumped up and down? I just followed Uncle Maori. Conan's face collapsed. He was indeed beaten by Maori all the time and was often thrown out. Police officer. The police officer who had gone out hurried back and handed a form to Mumu. The call log has been found out. Well, thank you very much. Mumu nodded, took a look at the form, and frowned. After a while, Takashi Matsuo and several related staff were called back to the scene. I did call Mr. Suwa at 8:15, a staff member explained. He also answered the phone at that time, but the call at 55 minutes later did not answer. What did you call him for? Mugyur asked. I asked him to play, Matsuo helped to explain, because I still have to do a show. Gao Cheng had already read the call log and locked his gaze on Matsuo Takashi. Mr. Matsuo, you also called Mr. Suwa in the middle. You should still be on the show when you called. This, Takashi Matsuo paused. He seemed to have thought of Gao Chenjui's question a long time ago, and the corners of his mouth raised impenetrably. Actually, there are 4 minutes of short film in the middle of the show. I left for a while because of my stomach discomfort. By the way, I called Suwa again. Gao Cheng said suspiciously, is that really the case? The phone call you made should be the same as when the crime happened. It's a coincidence, and I heard that your marksmanship is particularly good. Are you doubting me? Matsuo Takashi said innocently, I just hung up the phone after a while. Besides, I was recording the show from 8 to 9 o'clock. I just left for a while playing the 4-minute short film. From the studio on the 4th floor to this room on the 4th floor, unless you take the elevator, it should take more than 4 minutes to come back quickly. He was very surprised when he saw Gao Cheng appear before, but he soon thought of everything in his heart. As an excellent detective show host, he has conceived countless cases. After his perfect crime plan is successful, I believe it will be too. A detective was present and couldn't find any flaws. Glanced over Gao Cheng and Kogoro Mori, Matsuo Takashi said without worry, if you don't believe me, try it yourself, so you can immediately prove my innocence. Okay, Maori, go and see. Megami immediately turned to Maori Kogoro. Ah, want me to run? Why should I do this kind of thing? The kid from Akira is also. Mori Kogoro ran up the stairs depressedly. He used to doing things under Mugyur, but he didn't react for a while. Waiting for Kogoro Mori to run to the studio on the 9th floor, and then hurried back to the 4th floor. The time was much longer than 6 minutes. 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Maori, can't you hurry up? Mugyur complained. There is no way. Maori yelled at Mumu, panting like a cow, my heart is about to crack now. This should prove my innocence, right? Matsuo Takashi laughed. Gao Cheng looked at Matsuo Takashi proudly and frowned. No matter how fast it is, it can't be less than 6 minutes. Uncle Maori didn't stay for a while and it took such a long time, almost the limit. Last time Suwami Chihiko took him and Maori to visit the building, because of historical relations, the stairs here are not connected. www.readaloud.com. Almost every 2 floors have to go through the corridor to find the stairs, which is time-consuming. Even if it can go back and forth within 4 minutes, the corridors and elevators can be monitored, and there are many people on the TV station, so it is easy to be witnessed. Police officer, a police officer reported, I have seen the elevator and corridor monitoring at the time of the attack, and I didn't see Mr. Matsuo. In this way, Mr. Matsuo is indeed impossible to commit a crime. Mumu groaned, and turned to Muri Kogoro and Gao Chendeo. Muri, Ichiro, what do you think? Kogoro Mori asked in confusion, Mr. Matsuo, didn't you hear anything when you called? Mr. Suwa should have been shot at that time. No, maybe I just hung up, because the time is in a hurry. Takashi Matsuo sighed and shook his head, and said to the camera, anyway, I am innocent. Everyone can testify to this. Is it innocent? It's hard to say right now, Gao Cheng said coldly. Maybe there is something hidden in this case, one that can kill Mr. Suwa in 4 minutes. Hello, do you still think I am the murderer? Matsuo Takashi smiled with a cold sweat. Detective Kyoto, you can't talk about wronged people like before because you are now a famous detective. Maybe you are not famous. It will all be ruined. Gao Cheng's eyes narrowed, and Matsuo actually advanced his past black history in front of the camera lens. It is true that the original owner made a mistake before, but it is different now and then. Mr. Matsuo, I just want to say that you still have a suspicion. Gao Cheng turned to look at the murder scene. As for who the murderer is, I will definitely find the murderer. Chapter 60, National Live Broadcast. I will find the murderer. Various street TVs in the commercial street and huge TV screens were broadcast live on the daily TV station, and Gao Cheng's figure clearly appeared in the screen. Look, it's brother Gao Cheng. Ayami excitedly took Genta and Mitsuhiko to the bottom of the advertising screen. Hey, it's that petty brother. Yuanta was watching TV while eating eel rice, and remembered the last time Gao Cheng was stingy. I'm all on TV, and I must ask him for a treat next time. What, Genta, don't you think that the host named Matsuo is hateful? I think he must be the murderer. Ayami clenched his fist and looked at the TV tightly. But, Mitsuhiko thought hard, it's true that, as he said, you can't commit a crime in 4 minutes. You can't do it by taking the elevator or running the stairs. Brother Gao Cheng is so good, he will definitely win. Amy insisted. Ayami, it's not a question of how powerful it is, Mitsuhiko eats taste, but it's impossible, and brother Gao Cheng has made mistakes before. Now is different from before. Suzuki's villa, the garden is depressed and unwilling to watch TV. Originally, she was watching a super favorite idol drama, but suddenly she interrupted some murder case report, but she wanted to change the channel but accidentally saw Gao Cheng's figure. Damn it! However, that guy who has only reasoning in his head has this kind of time. It seems that he is in trouble. Yuanzi, don't look too late. Mrs. Suzuki's shout came from outside the room. Wait a minute, Mom, I'll go to sleep after a while. Sells TV stations every day. Gao Cheng once again walked into the mixing room to observe the murder scene. As the 1-minute mode opened and entered the thinking space, the surrounding sounds instantly fell silent, and all the details of the whole scene were in full view. The corpse shot in the head. Through the glass. The silenced pistol beside the corpse. Old-fashioned mobile phone with blood on the receiver. 3 more bullet holes and 4 bullet shells at the scene. Gao Cheng's eyes suddenly returned to the blood-stained window. Different from the general windows that open on both sides, the windows of the mixing room are flipped up and down, the axis is horizontal in the middle of the window, and it can be rotated vertically at a certain angle. In addition, the radiating blood stains on the window glass spread out, but they were cut off at the edge of the window, and there was no blood stain on the side window frame and the wall. Gao Cheng quickly reconstructed the simulation picture in front of him, restoring the entire crime scene as if time went backwards. At the time of the incident, Mr. Suwa was undoubtedly holding a mobile phone, and judging from the blood stains that the window was open up at the time, that is to say, Mr. Suwa was leaning on the window while looking upstairs while talking on the phone when he was shot. It was shot from above. Then, a silencer pistol and its cartridge case were dropped from above and slid into the mixing room along the window opening. Similarly, the shot Suwa slipped and the window turned back to its original position. According to the posture of the corpse at the time, as well as the location where the pistol and mobile phone fell, the height of the shot could not be completely determined, but it was upstairs in the mixing room anyway. Gao Cheng lifted his chin, the virtual scene disappeared, replaced by a series of other clues. Matsuo's shooting is very good, and he is capable of killing him with a single shot. The other bullet marks left in the mixing room are more like the actual arrangement. The purpose is to confuse the audience, making people think that the murderer shot in the mixing room. Generally speaking, Matsuo probably asked Suwa to look upstairs when he called Suwa, and then shot. If there is no accident, there should be bullet marks on the ground directly below the mixing room. Hey! At the end of 1 minute, Gao Cheng's picture changed, and he suddenly exited his extreme speed thinking mode, and the surrounding sounds returned to his ears again, including Matsuo's annoying voice. Yes, I have always admired Mr. Mori, and I will work with Mr. Mori again next time on the show. Matsuo pulled Mori Kogora and talked happily in front of the camera. You won't have the next show? Gao Cheng murmured. He glanced at Matsuo, who was babbling in front of the camera. He temporarily left the mixing room and rushed to the 4th floor downstairs. Sure enough, he found clear bullet marks on the ground. The reasoning is correct. The next step is to find out where Matsuo shot and prove that he has the ability to complete the killing technique within 4 minutes. Then the phone call he made will become ironclad. Gao Cheng returned to the TV station building and carefully walked the stairs from the 4th floor to the 9th floor. Because of the unique staircase structure, both the 5th and 7th floors must pass through a corridor with surveillance in the middle. The only thing that avoids surveillance on the entire route is the stairs from the 7th floor to the 9th floor. Okay. Gao Cheng stopped at the stairs of the 7th floor, his eyes fell on a warehouse in front. The warehouse door is unlocked, there are many sundries inside, and there is an open window at the end. Gao Cheng looked down from the window. Korito, you found it too. It's right above the mixing room, and it just happens to be able to avoid surveillance. It takes less than 2 minutes to go back and forth from the studio. Conan followed into the warehouse and walked naturally to Gao Cheng's side. I felt weird when I saw you suddenly running downstairs. It seems that you have already cracked Matsuo's technique. Gao Cheng smiled. Yes, there is a bullet hole on the ground. All the puzzles are solved. It is impossible to kill people in 4 minutes. Conan! Xiaolan's shout suddenly came from outside the warehouse. Really, where did this kid go? Gao Cheng looked at Conan teasingly when he saw it, and suddenly said, how about? Let's work together to see it at once. Conan has a confident smile on his face, of course. He was inspired to solve the case from the discovery of the warehouse, while Gao Cheng should have directly introduced the murder method through the scene, and then found the warehouse to verify. The two methods of reasoning are different. It is hard to say which is higher, but the final truth is always the same. Only one. In the mixing room, Kogoro Muri was taken to the warehouse on the 7th floor by Conan casually looking for an excuse. It seems that he wanted to use the name of Kogoro Muri for reasoning again in the old way. Gao Cheng didn't care, just stared at Takashi Matsuo. The live broadcast was still going on. After he returned to the scene, the camera was once again locked on him. Matsuo Takashi's smile on Ko Sungshi's face became brighter, and only when the camera turned over did it converge without a trace. How? It's been a long time, you should admit that I am innocent. Matsuo Takashi walked to Gao Cheng and turned to the camera and said, I will stop here for today's live broadcast. I will follow up. Continue the discussion on the scene of the program for the next week. In the studio of the Japanese TV station, the manager who strongly advocated live broadcasting was disappointed. He originally thought that the collision between the host Matsuo and the two famous detectives on the station would be wonderful, but now it seems to be so. The truth is, it's still far behind the detective drama made into a film. You can no longer disrupt the broadcast of other programs, the manager said in a deep voice, you can only stop here. At this time, Gao Cheng in the screen suddenly stopped Matsuo, making the manager startled. Mr. Matsuo, I think it will be settled tonight. Gao Cheng saw a staff member coming from upstairs, knowing that Conan at the warehouse was almost ready, and said with a light smile, next I will find the self-righteous murderer. What? Matsuo froze and looked at Gao Cheng tightly, with sweaty palms and smiled, wait, Kyoto detective, you have to think carefully. Now, facing the live broadcast nationwide, if it comes out, trouble, your career as a detective. Then bet on our reputation as detectives. The sleeping figure of Kogoro Mori suddenly appeared on the screen of the program monitor in the mixing room, helping Gao Cheng to speak. Next, I will expose this impossible crime method with Detective Kyoto. Mori. Meguro looked at the monitor screen in surprise. Where are you? I'm in the warehouse on the 7th floor above the mixing room. In the warehouse on the 7th floor, the TV station personnel are performing line operations outside. Only one camera and monitor are placed in the warehouse for Conan to use. Conan aimed the camera at Maori, and he watched the situation in the mixing room through a monitor, while imitating Maori's voice with a bow-tie transformer. From this warehouse where I am to the studio on the 9th floor, it's less than 2 round trips. Minutes, and just enough to avoid all surveillance, right, city kid? Yes, Gao Sung stood in front of the camera. Although he secretly slandered Conan by calling him a kid, he continued, in this case, the murderer did not shoot in the mixing room. The actual shooting location was actually in the warehouse on the 7th floor. Megum said in a daze, what's going on? Mr. Suwa was indeed killed in the mixing room, and the murder weapon and the cartridge case were left here. Gao Cheng pushed Mumu to the window. That's just the murderer's blindfold. Let's do an experiment and see, Officer Mumu, can I trouble you to see the situation on the 7th floor above? What? Mumu, stunned and knows how to, leaned against the window and looked up, accidentally saw Conan pointing a pistol at himself from the upper window. Conan, what is this? Pop. Before Mumu could finish talking, Conan shot directly. After a paint bullet hit his head and splashed a piece of red paint, the prop gun followed Mumu's stunned gaze and slipped into it. Mixing room. This is. Everyone looked at the prop gun that fell into the scene in surprise. Yes, the murderer used this method to kill Mr. Suwa, and then he hurried back to the studio. Gao Cheng put his hands in his pockets and turned his eyes to Takashi Matsuo. The murderer is you, Mr. Matsuo. During that 4 minutes within you are fully capable of doing this. Matsuo Takashi's expression changed again and again, gritted his teeth. But, Magu wiped off the red paint on his head, still looking at the open window incomprehensibly. The window was almost completely closed when the body was found, and why did Mr. Suwa stick his head out of the window to look outside? Of course the windows were closed by Mr. Suwa, Mr. Suwa's body, like this. Gao Cheng walked to the window and imitated the appearance of the corpse slipping after being shot with his hand. In the process of sliding down, the window naturally turned and closed. As for the reason Mr. Suwa looked up, it was the phone call at the time of the crime. This is also the only evidence left by the murderer, the death call that only the murderer would make. Mori Kogoro continued on the monitor, just like what Kadoko said. The bullet marks on the ground directly under the window are absolute evidence of shooting from top to bottom. Mr. Matsuo. I think you may be saying that you are going to commit suicide by jumping off the building. So the victim hurriedly opened the window to stop you. Looking at your expression, I guess I guessed it correctly. You.Yukansha.com. Matsuo Takashi was sweating cold, his face was gloomy and he did not speak. The perfect technique is almost insoluble without being cracked, but once cracked, he has no room for maneuver. The previous explanation now turns out that he is the murderer. Evidence. Is that so, Mr. Matsuo? Mumu looked solemn, and saw Matsuo's default appearance, and hurriedly ordered his subordinates, go downstairs to confirm the bullet marks. Yes. Waiting for the police officer to run out, Mumu paused and continued to ask, I still don't understand a little bit. How do you explain the bullet marks in this room? I prepared it in advance. From the beginning, I fired 3 shots at an unobvious location around the window. Matsuo, with his head down, suddenly sighed and looked at Gao Cheng and smiled bitterly. It was I who lost. The reasoning of the 2 famous detectives is really wonderful. I should have thought of it at the beginning, and in the end, I looked like a clown. So, you really killed Mr. Suwa? Yes, everything is just like what Detective Jodo and Mr. Mori said. Matsuo faced the camera and looked at Gao Cheng with a complicated expression. Speaking of this time, it is actually Suwa who insisted on inviting two famous detectives to participate in the show. It is really ironic. I thought that Detective Jirito would not be able to come. Okay. In front of the commercial street commercial screen, when they heard Matsuo confessing the crime, Ame almost jumped up in excitement. Brother Gao Cheng made it. I want to eat eel rice. Yuanta's eyes were bright, and he saw the hope that Gao Cheng would treat him, 2 servings. It's great. That guy has 2 tricks. Suzuki Villa, Yuanza couldn't help but jumped excitedly. Yonko. Madam Suzuki shouted again. I see, Mom, I'll go to bed right away.